come. It's that time of year again to take ourselves on the road to the International.
Talon are looking like they're setting up for a bit of a bait play. Ooh. Hoping someone farms the mid lane and Ramses, he'll be the man to show up. They'll make the immediate jump in. Drinking Buddy's out, but the arena gonna lock both of them down. GPK pops the Dragon Form, looking to move in. Epicenter out from Gunner. They'll try for the DK, but he's got the Mage Slayer. He's just not dropping quick enough. They'll even drop a Static Storm on top, but Gunner's gone. Yuma, he will die to boot. They'll finally get GPK.
Late near Dust, they found him. Mickey even thinking about going in. He doesn't exactly have that BKB for another 30 seconds, but 33 with the Shivas. He'll pop that. They'll slow up Ollie. Ollie on the run. Static Link is there. Ollie pushing him back with a Psychic Headband, but now the ball ending in from Nisha. They're going to go and find their attention on the 23 Savage. Ace and Quinn have just shown up. They were close, but now they're going to go to the ball lightning, go to the backline. They've got the Orchid on a DY, but they get the kill on a Celery. Now the Orchid, the silence, the kill is in and out. Oh, DY! After the Orchid's able to survive with a sliver of health against the Supernova off! You've got to be kidding me, they can't even kill the Phoenix! They finally get the kill on XXS, but the right clicks onto the Bear. XM free to just shoot away. Gleipnir's gonna be used. That's on Ace as well as his Bear. They get the kill on the Bear. They'll take out Lone Druid next. 3 heroes dead.
In comes Collapse. They found Alina. The opening is there. And Team Spirit, they found their man. Pike is dead. It looks like Vitaly is gonna follow him into the grave. 6 feet under now as Lumpy is bumped around, but does TP back to Fountain. And it's gonna leave Roshan to Team Spirit though. Can Collapse find him? He's trying. He's got a killing on the server ward, and a torrent lands on the Monkey King. Well, he jumps down, trying to fight this here as Lumpy has a backup of Moose and Pike, but a Marauder, the damage output, incredible from Radan, and Collapse is still alive inside the Wukong's command, now blown up by the Lina, finally dead, but Radan with his damage output, shredding through them. Lol arrives on the scene of the crime, a double kill for your Marana, Leshrac in the pit, about to drop as we'll see the tusk disappear. A 5-man wipe is incoming, and Collapse drop in a chat with your lines as he goes, oh yeah, you got me, good job. Papoka, dive, Hex, spear back as well. Dragon Knight sent back in towards Monet with a Sun Ray on him. Makoto dies. Now Akashi, he's leapt forward, trying to kill off nothing to say. The Supernova lands. The MTS Prophet's dead, but buys back immediately. Oh my. Talon, 3 heroes down. WS about to be the 4th. Tries to stand his ground, but Monet is tall and powerful. 70, hasted up. As is Parasma Puck, Roshan nearly dead. They jump in with the Nightfall Alk, snatched Aegis by Erica. Wind Ranger gets it, and Alchemist, look at the damage coming out of this Wind Ranger, destroying him so quickly. Lassoed up, they need a little bit more to finish him off. Nightfall, he falls, and the follow through from 70 kills off Toronto Tokyo.
These 3 calls on the side of Extreme are starting to reach towards some of their critical items.
Vailama gets 2 heroes inside the hoof stomp. It's Centaur starting off the fight well. They've blown up the Treant Protector. Now they're looking towards XXX. He's dishing out a lot of damage with this Bristleback, but it's not going to be enough. K1 Hector brings him down. Ame with his BKB active going for the Whirlwind, but he dies during the Whirlwind. The MKB a little bit too strong from K1, and now XM yet again getting caught in the double stun of the Vailama. He gets killed off. He throws in the bugs, but they're gonna arrive just as the Roche has already been taken. I don't think they can take this fight. Analog does have a double damage though, so it could be very tempting. He jumps in onto XXX. The Visage is already blown the hell up. XM trying to hold the backlines as he's looking towards Schofield and Analog, but instead there's gonna be a Doom jumping in directly on his face. The Vailama misses with the follow-up hookshot, but doesn't need it. They've already killed off this Void Spirit. Ame threw out the Requiem just as he has to watch DY die. Shin-Q, can he TP out? No, he cannot. K1 Hector is there with the Gleipnir. Stampede was popped for this one. And he's still really tanky with the Shiva's guard. And now look at this. Skeeter jumped in on the backlines looking for Erica. They want to burst down this Weaver. They can't do it just yet. But now, with Maureen showing up, they do. He's down without buyback. Skeeter, though, might die. They try to force off him away. He's at the corner of the fight. He's dishing in so much damage, Fluke. The burst damage from the AoE of this dragon. Yes, he will die, but he put in a lot of work before he went down. But now, beyond finding a 3-hero stomp into a multiple hero crush.
They see Lelis, they're like, all right, I've got BKB, I've got Gleipnir, I'm just gonna start chasing people down. Skeeter's going very, very far away from him. Oh, but the Foul is coming in from the outside, followed up with the Wukongs. They'll end up finally getting Skeeter. They need to be very careful now over here on the side. Zamar getting himself a double kill on Lilith and Gunner. They'd love to get themselves Copy, love to get themselves Yuma, but they kind of spent everything that they had for the most part. They'll get Copy. Uh-oh, Yuma now on the run, and you can see they're teleporting right back in. Ranger 33, though, so tanky. Nisha comes in, has that Gleipnir again, trying to just move Pike away to safety as Vitaly's stuck in the middle of the sandstorm. Scatterblast over onto multiples, and Dragna, he's tanky, but I don't know if he's going to be tanky enough. Still alive, though. Terrorize coming into play. They finally get Pike. The chase is on. What a nice stun from the Sand King. Takes out Lumpy. Now Vitaly's got a curse crown. He's got everybody on him. Oh, and the Boundless. Oh, my God.
Second day of the group stages on the road to the international. Day one was insane. Day one was crazy, but day two promises to be even more exciting because today is when we get to determine who ends at the top of their groups, who ends at the bottom, and of course that has a lot of ramifications for the seeding phase of the tournament coming at you in just a few days. My name is Snare, and for the final day of these groups, I'm going to be joined by the main man. It is Fluke, my favorite Aussie, the boss Bogan himself. How are you feeling, man?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good, man. I was able to get a few hours sleep last night and had to wake up nice and early for it. So, staying up watching the rest of the TI games was probably a little detrimental to my own sleep, but that's okay. We woke up today to be able to get back into another beautiful day of TI. One group is already decided. They've already got the top two out of that so far. So it's the remaining couple of other groups that still need a few more of these results to go one way or another for these, these choosers and choosies, I guess is the best way to put it, because there's no upper/lower bracket. It's all about getting to choose your opponents or being chosen from the other teams. So it's going to be very important for some of these teams to try and make sure that they're at the top of their group so they don't get chosen by the big dogs who have come out so far as Liquid, Spirit, and Extreme.
Yep, 3 teams have already been seeded into the upper portion of things where they get to make the decision. Today, all of our games do have ramifications because although Group D is completely decided, Liquid, Spirit, no matter what, will end up in the top 2. Group A, still a lot to decide. Gaimin could catch up if Extreme completely lose all their games. Group B, completely up in the air. And then Group C, of course, will require a 2-0 out of Team 0 to guarantee that they get themselves into that number 1 seed. So a lot to play for still. You can't rest on your laurels. And because there's no eliminations at this stage of the tournament, it is still important to play well, so that you don't get into the seeding stage feeling cold, feeling overconfident, and then all of a sudden you end up bombing out, losing, and then you're like, yeah, guys, if we just played clean the first 3 days instead of just 2 days, would have been fine for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about making sure that you're kind of taking the right lessons from a lot of these short group stage matches as well, especially going into those best of 3s, because we've seen some of these matches so far go, 1-1. So really hoping to see a few more of these swift 2-0s from some of these teams to feel like they're on the right path. But as we have a look at some of the matches coming in from today, they are going to be, as you said, Snare, very important for a lot of these teams as well to be able to make sure that they get towards the upper echelon of their group.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons and the BB team, those 2 teams, we all expected to be in the number 1, number 2 slot. That is not the case right now. They only have 1 more chance to get there. The same is true of Tundra and C9, but they're sort of tied right now, so it's okay. And then at the very end here, Liquid, Team Spirit, that's just like number 1 versus number 2, right? If you win, you get to choose your opponent. If you lose, you get to choose the opponent that the other person, or you get the opponent the other person didn't choose. So it's still all good for them over there on Stream A. Of course, here on Stream C, we're going to be watching Gaimin Gladiators take on Heroic to start things off. A little bit of a surprising one because Gaimin is 2-2 at the moment and Heroic is 1-3. They actually have potential on the side of Heroic to make a big comeback and put Gaimin into the bottom 2 of this group. Of course, Beast Coast versus Aurora. That one I feel is just going to be action-packed, man. That one's just a C versus SA game. That's going to be wild to watch.
Yeah, it's going to be wild. That's actually, we're sitting on the B stream here now. We got upgraded from yesterday, so this is actually going to be what Mike and John are going to be covering for the start of today. So the fact that they get Southeast Asia versus South America for the second match is going to be good. But as you said, very, very important matches for those guys on Stream C nonetheless, right?
Yep. They rounded off with Talon versus C9. Talon's in a lot of trouble. They need all the help they can get. But here, the best stream in the entire day, we have 1 win versus Extreme Gaming. XG are on the cusp of going clean 6-0. They have not lost a single game thus far. The next one, that second game is very intriguing for me because Extreme Gaming, they can guarantee getting first place with a single win. But for Team 0, they need to still actually get a full 2-0 if they want to get the first place. Conversely, if Nouns end up dropping 0-2, then they guarantee last place in the group practically. That is not an outcome I would have thought of coming into the tournament, that it's Nouns, Team 0, but it's first versus fourth rather than like a middle pack matchup.
Yeah, exactly. It is kind of crazy that we're looking at the final day of group stage here, and we're talking about Team 0 being able to get themselves outright first in their group as well. So that could be pretty important for them deciding some of these teams going into that best of 3. I think it is kind of... It's a big advantage in the fact that you can choose some of these quote-unquote weaker teams from some of these other groups as well. But the way that I understand that it's going to work for Team 0, they get to choose from Team D, so Aurora or Beast Coast if they stay in that upper echelon. I think for Team 0, the way they've been playing so far, I think they're just going to be happy just making sure that they're in the top 2, right? So even just one map win secures them a top 2. So it's going to be very important for Team 0 to at least get one map. If they get first spot, then they can choose where they want to go. So yeah, these Stream B matches I think are going to be probably the most important out of all these group stages to try and figure out who's going to go where.
Especially because we're ending on Stream B today with that matchup of Tundra versus G2IG. Both of them in a similar place right now. G2IG 2-0-2. Tundra, of course, I've only played the one game at present. The thing I like about what I'm seeing on Stream B, it's effectively the China stream. But man, China, this tournament, I know every single tournament, every single year, no matter what the occasion is, I'm always gassing up the Chinese teams. But something feels different this particular year, Fluke. Like, they are really cooking, all three of them, especially Team 0 and Extreme Gaming right now.
Yeah, it definitely feels like, we were touching on it before we went live on the broadcast, where it feels like every time that Chinese teams come into the tournament, they've all got this kind of idea about how they want to play Dota and their kind of strats and ideas and what have you. And it seems like this time around coming into this TI, they're the ones that have started out nice and hot. It might not mean that's what they're going to look like at the end of the tournament, but it gives us high hopes because it means that these guys have come in with a whole lot of practice, have got a whole lot of confidence as well out of this extremely short group stages, and we can see what confidence can do for a lot of these teams. So it makes me very hopeful for these Chinese teams, not having to, to kind of huff the hopium for the first 5 days and be like, guys, it's okay, we can make it from the lower bracket, it's fine. They're definitely in the driver's seat right now for a lot of these other teams where you look at, like Falcons and Game and Gladiators, who have started a little slow here. They're the ones that need to try and make a few of these days up as we go deeper into the tournament.
It does feel like, so far from what we've been watching, I mean, of course, a lot of the European teams are doing very well, but it does feel like one of the more international events that we've been to in a while. Like, there doesn't seem to be like, for example, the last year that we had, right, it was very clear that Europe was heads and shoulders above everybody else, right? Azure and LGD, they had to make miracles happen once we got to the main event, but early on, it did not seem like they were going to be the teams helping to define the meta that you needed to watch out for specifically. But now, there's Chinese teams I have to watch out for. I have to be watching all these Liquid and Spirit games, otherwise I might just find myself getting cooked. Yes, Aurora might not be doing the best at the moment, but there's still potential from a squad like that to surprise me once I get into the playoff seeds. So this TI, it feels like an international again, which makes me very happy. I like seeing a lot of varied styles of Dota that everybody's pulling out their pockets. Yeah,
it definitely feels like every region kind of has somebody who's been able to at least show a really good game so far. There hasn't really been a region that's been kind of blown out of the water. Yeah, Southeast Asia and SA are definitely not doing the best in their groups right now, but they still have some map wins on the board. So there still is potential for those guys to be able to get towards the playoff stage and still have a few more of these wins under the belt, because who knows, like some of those 1-1s could have potentially turned into 2-1s, like reverse sweeps for some of these underdog teams, right? So, 1-1s are kind of very hard to get a bit of a gauge on, because you are kind of left just being like, who was going to win that third game to try and make it an actual, full series. So these best of threes are going to be really important for a lot of these teams for them to try and make sure they've got the full legs to go all the way through this lower bracket or these seeds or what's really going to pan out after these group stages do conclude.
Let's turn our attention to our first match of the day here in the group stages, the final match for both One Win as well as for XG. So One Dub, I think the thing for One Dub, obviously they are a debutant team here at TI as well. A lot of them have never even been to big lands. It feels like a very tough ask for them to go up against an Extreme Gaming who's already doing very well, who's already well-seasoned on LAN, who already has players who have been in TI finals. If you are coaching the side of One Dub right now, you're in the back corner for 1W. What are you telling them, Fluke, to make sure that they keep their head in the game and don't panic given the scope of the competition?
I think for them, it's all about just trying to upset the apple cart and trying to figure out what works for them. After the first day, they're able to play 4 maps. They were able to get 1 win at least for them, which is a big positive for them in their namesake. And I think something that they've been trying out a little bit in a lot of these couple of games has been the Leshrac. They were playing it in the support role for Sweden Strong as well, so that's something that seems like they're trying to cook a little bit with a lot of this versatility and these heroes that really try and work out for them. I think a big one, they are relying quite a lot on their Pangolier in a lot of these different games as well. So I think for me, just trying to tighten up that identity just a little bit more here for one win, because it seems like they've got some decent ideas, but sometimes when you just go up against some of these really, really strong teams like Gaming Gladiators, they can kind of just tear you apart, whether or not your draft's good or bad.
Well, we have our first draft of the day started up here. Group B of the second day of the group stage on the road to the international. We have seen a lot of games yesterday where Extreme Gaming either won or lost on the power of their draft. They did win all their games, but the first two games they had against Heroic definitely were outdrafted. So we have to see 1W take that similar template to try and figure out ways to just put them off kilter. They banned out Shadow Demon, no Naga. Don't think we're going to see much Naga this tournament. Another ban on the Sand King. And of course, you're playing against XM, so you have to choose. Are we banning Sniper? Are we banning Void Spirit? Are we banning Viper? Pick your poison. One of them is getting through, and he's going to play the other ones that left.
Yeah, I think that's a big positive right now for Extreme. Is he was kind of the question mark for me moving into this tournament, being one of the less experienced players of the Extreme roster. I was kind of just being like, what kind of XM are we going to get, right? Like, are we going to get a guy who's just going to come in here and tear everybody to pieces, or is he going to kind of like fall back into his shell and his heroes just don't really work out? And right now, I feel like has been one of the kind of juggernauts across a lot of these games that I've seen so far. He has been tearing people apart, and he's been picking a lot of these weird and gross kind of heroes as well. So a lot of teams going up against XG, they're going to have some problems going into it. And this Kunky hero, I feel like I probably am ending up in the same court that Lacoste was. He was talking on the mainstream yesterday about how he feels like this hero is going to be a bit of a bait hero moving forward. I haven't been super impressed with Conker so far, especially not as an opening pick. So we'll see if the One Wales can make it work here for Conker.
I like Conker if you have a hero that buys Satanic next to it, right? So then you can double up on having the Coco Ram. You force a fight. There was a game yesterday where they ended up doing that. I think it was XG. Was it XG or somebody else? But the Conker, you wait until the Wind Ranger is in danger, then you throw boat, and then you're like, Whirlwind Satanic. She gets up to full HP no matter what, then you're Gucci. So if you have that in your back pocket, I'm fine with it. But otherwise, I'm with you that it can be a little bit of a debate. You get so much team fight, but you really do run out of damage, like really, really fast in the game. So I'm kind of glad that they at least have the Snapfire here, provide some of that magic damage that they will need. And it's going to be another follow-up stun, right? After the X combo, you at the very least have the Fire Snap Cookie as well.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing right now is I really want to see teams have these extremely strong lanes against the Wind Ranger position 1. We saw it yesterday where a lot of these teams were able to just pick this Wind Ranger and you just pair it up with a tanky frontliner in your position 5 as like a Treant Protector or even a Tusk, and it makes it very hard for you to try and pressure that hero because she has that very awkward early game where she really doesn't have many stats and she doesn't deal that much damage. And that's where you really got to try and abuse this Wind Ranger in the lane. But as we get, more and more levels into her, she starts getting like this Bracer, Wand, Treads. Like she just has so many stats being a universal hero that it gets very hard to push her out. So that's why I like that 1W has decided to go for this very strong lane in the Conqueror and the Snapfire to try and take her down. But XG, like they're not going to get thrown through a loop. They're going to be first picking Wind Ranger basically every game they can. And this is going to be their response as well. Just give these tanky heroes just a lot of chaos creation for the Wind Ranger to do a thing.
I'm also loving how, as we've been watching these games, ever since we saw ZZQ, this Treant Protector stonks are up, man. Everybody's figuring out that actually this is something worth playing right now. Of course, DY is also a specialist on this hero, so I'm very excited to see what he's going to do. We've already seen how good Treant Protector can be in tandem with the Wind Ranger. And of course, you already have this Tusk as well to help you set up some of these fights, bail heroes out of trouble, reposition them. I like what they're cooking right now on the Extreme side of things. I would still like a team fight starter so that Tusk doesn't have to do it all the time. So XM, I'm hoping that this is one of those games where we get his... Well, if we don't get his Void Spirit, then I want XXX to play like some Centaur, some Mars, one of these kind of heroes.
Yeah, I definitely think there's going to be a need early on for XXS to get a lot of these auras and these initiate kind of heroes. I feel like that's probably just going to be the offlane meta for the remainder of the tournament. is basically just you're either playing around a early blink dagger for your offlaner, or they're just going to get some auras and you're going to build around them. Eventually they'll get both, if not all of them anyways, but it's all about, those early couple of timings. So I think Centaur's a little weaker in comparison to something along the lines of like a Mars, purely because you have a Conquer, right? Like the X marks the spot. The Stampede really doesn't help you all too much for it. So something along those lines, try and get in the face. But the SF Clockwork combo, 1W, they're able to sneak that one through underneath the noses of Extreme here. So they set themselves up with a really nice draft to game one.
I mean, we were speaking about this yesterday, how it's going to be, it would beg a belief if we actually got to see this combination together. Because generally speaking, whenever the SF is available, somebody bans Clockwork, or they'll just see Clock available, you ban the SF. So 1W getting access to these heroes. Now you have teamfights starting, a ton of magic damage between the SF and the Snapfire. Kunkka and the Clockwork can help you setting up fights. They can provide some teamfight. This is actually a very well-rounded draw from 1W. They also have like some team fight, tower pushing potential as well, coming off the back of this SF. You can take Roshan with this draft. Their lanes are pretty strong as well, all across the board, and they still have that versatility, right? You can put the SF mid if you really want to. You can decide if it's going to be safe lane just based on what XG is doing, because you have the last pick, right? You have that option.
Exactly. You can even move the Conqueror into the mid lane as well, right? So they've got a lot of flexibility throughout all of their cores. You can even have a Snapfire mid as well. So there's a lot of flexibility they've got so far. This is why Extreme are at the point now where they're really kind of scratching their head. This is probably going to be the XXS hero. Maybe you might be looking towards an XM flex of this Wind Ranger towards the mid lane, and you try and pick Arme, something that can get in the face of this Shadow Fiend a little bit more. They're going to go back for the Visage this time around. So another one of those aura heroes. They don't really have good heroes to get in the face of the Shadow Fiend, though. And my issue with the Clockwork as well is he can really kind of just get in the face of these range kind of cores and really be a problem for them, because a whole lot of armor. It's going to force the birds to come back for the Visage. Yeah, he has to worry about the soul assumptions, but Clock's going to get nice and tanky and take a lot of that damage and the kind of focus away from XSS for the rest of his fight as well, for Shadow Fiend to go ham.
Also gives them a crazy lane. Tusk Visage. Holy smokes. Yeah, you might actually really want to be playing, if not Shadow Fiend mid, I definitely want to be playing a range hero. I do not want to be a melee hero in that lane. I'm just going to be ruffled the entire time. It's not going to be easy no matter what, but definitely something that's difficult to deal with. I'm guessing throughout the game as well, maybe they wanted the Visage. They needed a pipe buyer, right? Well, with all this magic damage on the enemy team. So it gives you the option to be able to do that if need be. But they really need some catch. Like, I love that puck ban from 1W. That is the kind of ban that they need to do. Honestly, is there any other option except for his Void Spirit? There's no way he's going to play Viper right now, right? Or do we go back deep into the pocket and start picking up like some Ember or something?
Yeah, I feel like if they pick Viper right now, like that is them committing to this style of Extreme, saying we don't really care about picking stuns all too much in a lot of our drafts, and we kind of just want to play fast with a lot of these lanes. They get rid of it anyways. They could potentially pick up something along the lines of like maybe maybe an Invoker, but you have a lot of these heroes that just are able to kind of catch him awkwardly. The Clockwork and just hook shot in on top of him. The X marks the spot can be quite annoying for the Invoker, who likes to kind of play the edge of these fights and what have you. And I guess Claws Wex doesn't really feel that great this game. So, oh man, all the mid heroes with Cat. I mean, the only other one that I can think of is you play Earth Spirit here. And you take a leaf out of Team Zero's book and you 7E it up, and you just play one of these melee mid heroes and just try and go hard. Like maybe Earth Spirit's probably the best one that sticks out to me. Earthshaker feels pretty bad into the Clockwork and the Conquer.
Oh, okay. Spirit. Storm. I mean, we forgot about Storm, right? They don't have the best instant disable for the Storm Spirit. If he gets BKB, he's practically uncatchable in the middle of these fights. And this gives you the thing that you were talking about earlier, right? A way to reach the Shadow Fiend in the middle of these fights and ensure that even if you don't kill him immediately, you at the very least ensure that a couple of seconds he's taken out, not dishing out the damage to the enemy team.
Yeah, exactly. So it's got this good jump. You don't have to worry about the Clockwork jump either as well for the Storm. Like, yes, they can have some chain disables on the Storm, but if you're a good enough Storm Spirit, much like XM is, you can dodge quite a lot of the disables that they've got here. So this is definitely a hero where they say, all right, XM, you've got a few things to try and outplay this game, and if you play extremely well, you can carry this one pretty hard. So I like the confidence coming in from Extreme. They've already secured themselves the top 2 in their group, so they can kind of play a little bit free and loose this time around, whereas 1W, they need to make the decision here. Do they need another carry? Do they want to have a mid hero? Do they want to have an offlaner? The world is kind of their oyster right now.
Oh,
okay. I like it. I like it a lot.
Now we are cooking, bruh. Munkushi Morphling. All right.
Okay.
Now we're talking, baby. Now we're talking. Okay. Dude, I love the confidence that OneDub has with this draft. This is not a draft of a team that is 1-3 right now, right? That feels like they are up against a team that's too strong to beat. I mean, they have stolen the SF. So far, I've only seen Chinese teams, in particular Ame and Erica, play this SF. We haven't seen that much full snap either, unless outside of the Chinese teams. Honestly, if you put stickers over the OneDub name and the XG name, right, and ask me to pick which draft is which, I wouldn't be surprised. I'd be like, XG, yeah, man. Ame Morphling, XM, SF, yeah, I can see this. I love the fact that they're giving themselves the opportunity to be able to fight throughout the game. Like, once they get level 6 onwards, this team can fight, they can brawl, they will have a lot of damage for a while. They're not going to be worried about being outscaled by XG.
Yeah, I think that's a big positive as well, right? That's why they wanted to go for this pivot for Munkushi, right? Just being able to have one of those heroes that can scale really hard into the late game. Same with the Shadow Fiend, but it also just kind of means that now Extreme have a few of these kind of situations where the Morphling and the Shadow Fiend are both going to be problems in these team fights, and you don't really have enough ways of dealing with both of them at the same time, right? Like, the Tusk is your main form of initiation, and when you were looking at the previous draft, you were looking at OneDub and just being like, okay, if we lock off the Shadow Fiend and we get on top of the Shadow Fiend, then that's a lot of our problems solved. But now we're at a scenario where we're looking at this Morphling being like, okay, we're going to put a lot of this emphasis on taking down the Shadow Fiend, but then Morphling has a free fight. And things start to get a little awkward when you have these dual cores that do the way they do, and especially with two cores that I feel like deal pretty well with the other cores from the side of XG. Like, I don't think any of them are really scared of a Visage, to be perfectly honest. Like, Morphling can always get away from him. Shadow Fiend's got good ways of dealing with the birds and dealing with the Gravekeeper's cloak. So, yeah, I'm really liking this draft from OneDub, but, I don't think I can go past the way that XG have been playing. So I feel like even though they've got a slight edge in the draft, I think XG are definitely a good enough team and have comfort heroes for them to be able to make this one work.
The one bright spot we have in favor of Munkushi and them, and they're spamming the Team Zero line nice, is that this Morphling has excellent steals for himself. It's really nice. You get some tag team going for yourself, you get some wind run for yourself in the middle of these fights. Hell, even Grave Chill is not to be underestimated. Getting that additional attack speed, man, with a hero like the Morphling, you really start hurting everybody super hard. So, crazy hype to see how it's going to go. We might have a first blood, though. Chira Jr. falling afoul over movements from XG into the Radiant side of the map. He gets caught in by the ice shards, killed off, and that's a first blood before the horn even sounds.
Yeah, that's always bad for a Shadow Fiend, right? Like, he's such a terrible hero early on in the game where he has some problems, and XG are able to exploit that so far. I'll do some quick predictions for everybody. I'm going to rapid fire. First player to get 50 last hits, I'm going to say XM is going to farm pretty hard. 50 to 175 trees going to be cut. There's not going to be that many trees being cut. Player with highest physical damage at game's end, I feel like is probably going to be Ame. He's going to do... Oh, I didn't put it in. Oh, no. Ame, and then the last one, I would have put probably either Ame or XM.
Okay. I mean, man,
sorry, chatters.
I
know you guys
I must say, dude.
Yeah.
This whirlwind facet on Wind Ranger is, it's becoming a bit much. It's becoming a bit much. I will be astonished if after TI this remains in the same fashion without getting nerfed.
It's hilarious how it's, I mean, I can't remember who was saying it. Maybe it was Kez who was saying it, Riyadh. It's just, as soon as facets came out, you can just see that some of these ideas, if there was one facet that was just superiorly, like just straight up better than the other facet, the other facet, the bad facet, was always going to get buffed until it was too good. And that's kind of what happened now with the Wind Ranger, right? Like, Whirlwind gets buffed so that now that it's too good. Same with the Sniper Scatter Shot. Like, it's gotten to a point now where it's been buffed so many times that it's extremely good. Morphling Support is another one where it really feels like that one's been kind of put to a position. Same with the Snapfire Full Bore as well. I think that one just recently got a buff. So a lot of these heroes are just getting buffs to these facets that were innately pretty good. Now they've just got a big number change to go, oh, okay, this is just extremely broken now.
Very, very broken.
Yeah.
You know, we have an example at bottom as well, right? Shin Q with those drinking buddies. Stuff's pretty strong, man. It didn't necessarily get that many changes, but I think people didn't expect how good it would be. When you first read it, you're like, this seems kind of memey. Then you start playing it and you're like, wow, okay, that's something. That's a big difference.
Yeah, you're like, oh, I give my carry 95 bonus damage for 6 seconds? Cool. Like,
and I displace him. I can save him as well with the same spell. Awesome.
Yeah, and it's like I don't have to be on top of the person with the tag team like he used to, which is one of the problems that Tuss had in the mid to late game. Was like, oh, I can't stick on top of these people, the right target for my carry, but now you just give them a buff that they can hit whatever they want with. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy when you're able to just give those kind of buffs to these carry heroes, especially heroes like Mirana and Windranger now that are just hitting so hard and so fast that if you give them a small amount of extra bonus damage, it just means their DPS goes through the roof.
Speaking of heroes like Windranger, we see her laning up in top with this Treant Protector. I will say, on paper, this lane should be not necessarily impossible for Kunkka Snap, but I don't foresee any way you can ever threaten this Windranger. Like, it just feels like she's so secure, so safe, just able to farm for free the way things are right now.
Yeah, I think the fact that they have a relatively strong lane in and of themselves means that they're not just going to get completely bodied out of this lane, which is a big positive for 1W, right? It just means that they've got a strong enough lane that there's probably going to be this handshake between both of these two lanes where they're like, okay, we don't want to be the over-aggressors, we don't want to overstep too much because both lanes can punish that. So it just means that it's going to end up being in a stalemate. So I feel like you're probably going to see a lot more of these two lane combinations going forward in the tournament because of how strong they are.
I will say, it does feel like all of these lanes on the sides for XG are basically farm for free, right? Visage farms for free bottom, Windranger farms for free up top. It's only really the Storm Spirit that has to put in any work towards this mid lane, but Storm Spirit versus SF is also just a fine matchup, right? It's one of those handshakes that you're talking about, so he should be able to farm pretty freely as well on XM.
Especially with the electric slide facet, like it's just one of those things where it's like the problem that Storm had in the past pre-6 was the SF most of the time had opportunities to get 1, 2, or 3 races off on you when you're trying to move into the creep wave to get the remnants going. But now with the electric slide, it means that you can kind of throw them from range. I know it's not like a massive amount of range, but it's still enough to mean that you might not get hit by the short and the medium rays. So it just gives you that little bit of extra HP to play around with and a few more of these extra bottle charges, meaning that eventually you get towards the jungle farm a lot quicker, which is what Storm wants to get towards, right? You want to get through that awkward phase of the first couple of levels, be able to go farm creeps, and then be able to go farm heroes a little bit later on, which
He doesn't really have anybody straight away that he can just instantly hunt, right? Like he doesn't have like a CM or anything.
He's going to get taken out eventually. They actually do manage to right-click through him. It got a little bit dicey there for Cloud. I thought he might end up falling in that situation, but they caught him in between the waves as they're trying to manipulate the equilibrium. They kill him off. That's a pretty big deal. The question is, does he go straight back top or does he TP like to bottom to maybe try assist on a kill into the clockwork?
I could see. I was going to say I would have imagined that he would have just gone directly mid for DY. He would have given him a little bit of heal with the delete seed, and he just walks back and just says, "All right, mate, you're just going to sit back here. You're going to chill, and then I'll eventually waddle my big old tree butt up top lane." I will probably imagine that there will be a rotation from the clockwork relatively soon for the side of 1W. I feel like they have an opportunity for them to be able to get a few more levels in the cloud and then just try and see if they can kill Arme as many times as possible. Like this Morphling's going to get to the point where he's going to be able to just jungle because XSS will just be able to force him out naturally anyways with these soul assumptions. So once Munkushi is able to just kind of sit back and jungle farm a little bit, I probably expect Respect to make his rotation towards that the top side of the map to kill Arme.
The first support rotation is sort of towards middle. Sweden Strong is here to just ensure that his team is the one that can collect any runes if they come up, get some D-wards around this area. Bottom lane, Respect getting snowballed into. Shinkyu and XXX, they want this kill, and with the soul assumption, they will get it. Okay, always feels nice, and now we are starting to get to that point in the lane where you're worried about level 2 soul assumption, can always get snowballed and eye-shotted. Yeah, Morphling needs to start playing very, very carefully from here on out.
Yeah, you can see why, you know, it's also got to the point where raindrops are available as well, so Munkushi's going to be okay for the next couple of minutes at least, because you don't really want to be... Soul Assumption does take a decent amount of mana from the Visage, so you can't just be spamming out to get rid of those raindrop charges. There is a fight for the power rune, so Sweden Strong.
Yeah, Sweden Strong, he does have the Fire Snap cookie, gets onto the high ground, but it's not going to save his life. XM, the right click follows him all the way up. He's actually super lucky. Had that missed, he would have ended up living on this Snapfire. DY got eaten up by the blood grenade. Slowed down, slowly but slowly. There's going to be the battery assault. This should be the kill going the way of Chiro Jr. His time not being wasted from the mid lane.
Yeah, as soon as he got hit by one of those razors, the Shadow Mire just means that they're more than easily able to catch up to the slow old Treant Protector. So they at least get a response there for losing Sweden Strong, but The rest of the lanes are going relatively even here. So both teams are probably pretty happy with the opening exchanges so far. Nobody's really had to make any of those big rotations just yet. You can see the Chiro Jr. is just going to try and throw some of these illusions top and see if he can try and bait out a few of these responses from the side of XG, but they are more than happy to just let that fake illusion do its thing. You know, they've got XXS who's able to freely sit in his bottom lane now. XM's able to just fall back, go into the jungle where all of these stacks are. And they're just going to be able to freely do whatever they want on their cores until, you know, there's going to be a lot of pressure from One Win, who I think need to be the ones that need to invade. Because you're going to be happy for the next 10 or so minutes if you're Extreme, just sit back and farm, considering there is a free lane for XXS.
That being said, though, Chiro Jr. is starting to get up there in the farm department, and we have seen yesterday from the Chinese teams themselves what can happen when this SF is given a bit more free reign. Given that there's a Morphling in the game, though, do you think he's going to be going for still the physical damage output build, or we're going to be seeing the more magic build?
I was thinking that to myself just before, right, where I was like, okay, what kind of build do you want to see out of a Visage this time around? Probably, I would say a little bit more of the controller-oriented one, maybe an Orchid early. Oh. There's a fight, though.
Little bit of a fight happening here. I mean, them trying to chase down Chiro Jr. They leash him to the tree. They really want this damage. He dodges the power shot, though, and he's on the high ground thanks to the Fire Snap Cookie. Winding up the Requiem, he lets it go. It's going to connect onto Shin Q, and this task will end up dead. Chiro Jr. dodges another power shot. What a madman, but he will not be able to dodge the whirlwind. He will end up getting killed off. Cloud, though, looking for revenge. Torrent doesn't connect onto Ame, so he's out. XM, in the meantime, is devastating the backlines with the help of XXX. They've managed to bring down 3. Ame now potentially looking towards Cloud, but doesn't want to take the chance of chasing him up the hill. He's completely out of HP and mana. He'll regen up. Oh, he found a regen rune. Of course he did. Now he gets a shackle shot out onto Cloud. The familiar drops will be there. Do they have the damage? He's underneath the tier 1 tower, so he's fairly tanky. XM dives in after him, and they do end up killing him off. Respect TP'd in to try and find revenge, and Chiro Jr. Chiro Jr. Oh no, a bit too confident of a TP, and he just ends up dead. Back-to-back deaths for our Shadow Fiend. That is not supposed to happen, Flu.
Yeah, it was such an awkward fight. I thought that was going to go relatively okay for the side of 1W, right? The fact that Chiro got cookied up onto the high ground. The snowball didn't go after him straight away, so he was still able to get a good Requiem off, but they just didn't have that extra bit of damage there. I feel really bad for Sweden Strong, because that's one of those scenarios. There's probably somebody in chat right now who has had the same issues I have. So, like, you know how Dota has the Z-axis, right? Like how there's verticality in Dota when it comes to, like, seeing up hills and all that kind of stuff. With the scatter shot, it looked like on my screen, I was like hovered directly over the top of Sweden Strong. It looked like his scatter shot should have hit the Wind Ranger, but it just didn't. It just straight up didn't. So I don't know if that was an animation thing or whatever, but if he'd killed Ame there, Ame doesn't get the regen rune, Ame doesn't get back to full HP, they don't take that tier 1 tower, they don't get the extra kill on Chiro Jr., and things don't snowball like they are right now.
Yep. Speaking of the snowball, it was deployed onto Respect. They kill him off. That's going to be a tier 1 tower taken. Yesterday, when they played this Visage, he went for Atos, Vlad, Pipe. I think he's probably going to go for a similar build again, with Ame definitely going for the Gleipnir here. But man, this game has gone from bad to worse. You know, early on it wasn't so bad. Just now we're fighting for a rune, but all of a sudden, you're having a tier 1 tower being lost in the bottom lane, a 5k net worth lead basically for XG. Man, this game has gone to hell in a hurry, and it's not barely even 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where it's like you're looking at the XSS's build and you're just like, this is just enables them to go even harder and even faster, right? They've got this early rod of Atos. He's sitting at 6.5 or almost 6.5k net worth right now. He is leaps and bounds above everybody in the game. And he can just keep going hard.
Didn't he just die to this combo, guys? Yep. Have some mercy. They go right in on him. He is dead for sure. Now there's going to be a boat being thrown in by Cloud. Snowball, though, from Shin Q will be able to dodge and evade it. Requiem, though, should blow up in his face. They might have enough damage to kill him here. Shin Q getting dragged back by Cloud. He eventually does take a tumble here. But the rest of XG are streaming in. They want to make them pay for this one. They got the Atos out onto Chiro Jr. They're getting the SF again.
Oh, no.
Wicked 6 streak for this Visage. Cloud has shown up. He wants to put in some damage, but Ame is here too. Threw in the whirlwind. Cloud already at half HP. With the familiar drops, they're going to take him over to 0. Ame credited with that kill. Respect having respawned, comes back in, has the cogs on the 2. With the Morty's kisses flying in, Ame and XXX will die. An astonishing amount of gold going the way of these 1W supports. The one good thing, Fluke, about being super low level and chain feeding is that when you die, you respawn really, really fast and can come back and help the team.
Yeah, exactly. Sweden Strong got almost 1,000 gold out of that. So they are loving the amount of experience in gold. Also, Munkushi just got a lot of experience just by being around in the area, pardon me. So he's definitely enjoying the fact that he's been a part of a few of those kills. But you can just see that XG feel like and understand like they are very far ahead in the game, right? Like they are just constantly just going forward. They're always trying to find Chiro Jr., who is, unfortunately for them, just one of those calls right now where you just don't have the items. You just cannot stand anywhere near where this Dawn Spirit is going to be. You cannot stand anywhere near where this Visage is going to be, because they will just find you and they will just kill you. So things are getting a bit spicy right now just because 1W don't have the cause to fight back the fast pace that XG do. And you can just see a lot of these wards being very, very defensively placed now from Respect. They just need to try and take control of certain parts of their map so they cannot lose all of these towers too early.
They might lose heroes though at this point. Cloud did manage to get himself away. Very nice boat combo. Okay, they lose the beat onto both of them. That's kind of surprising. I thought at least one would die, but Cloud is A-okay. He's just happy to be alive right now. Like, thank goodness it's not me. The tier 1 tower, though, unfortunately, will not have such luck. Doesn't have any displacement abilities. It definitely will go down right now.
Yeah, and especially with the fact that they're able to put the drinking buddies on the birds. Like, it's level 3 drinking buddies, so 70 bonus damage to one of the birds.
Holy smokes, look at XM! Diving deep into the triangle, he finds Cloud! And the power shot from Ahmed clips him and kills him. Yo, shout out to DY, who laid out this observer ward, which caught the necessary vision, enabling that kill to happen.
It's just going from bad to worse now for the side of 1W. 13 galvanized stacks as well for XM, so he is just freely able to just keep these charges rolling. It's like the days of old for XM. And now they are just taking more parts of the map. You can just see, with the only bit of vision that they're able to get for Respect, he's just got this nice little ward up on the high ground, but as soon as DY walks in towards that triangle, it's just not the position that you want to be in here for 1W, and these are mainly the only heroes that they can try and fight with. Maybe this is something they can win.
Cloud, he's going to be the first one gone on, so he throws a boat back. It's not going to connect onto any heroes, but it does give him the Coco Rum. And Shinkyu looks like he's being abandoned. Snowball towards Respect. He's going to try drinking buddies himself out of here, but also DY overgrowth on the backlines, catches on to 4. Cloud fell very low, but not killed off just yet. It's going to be Respect instead, who's going to still stay alive a little bit longer. Cloud gone, Respect gone. XM though running out of mana. Can he still keep this clean up going? And he's looking towards Sweden Strong, trying to get him as we see XXX dying towards the west. And XM succeeds in that fight, but he loses his life right afterwards. So it's a 3-for-3 trade. XG got a little bit over greedy on that one, and they end up taking a bad fight for once.
Yeah, just overcommitting underneath the tier 2 tower. They still were able to get a few kills out of it, but the biggest thing is one win. They were able to keep both of their cores alive, right? Like Chiro Jr. as well as Munkushi just were able to live throughout the entirety of those fights. So 1W were just able to get the experience and the gold on the right heroes. And you can see now Chiro Jr. is going to be building towards his PKB. That means he can just stand and deliver one more time as well. They've got the Metasar coming up here from Munkushi, so he's starting to get towards that position where he will be scary as well. So just need to kind of just take it back a notch right here for Extreme. They are in a good position still in this game, but they need to make sure that they're not giving away too much more of this gold, right? Because these cores coming in from 1W, they eventually will become very, very scary heroes, and the remaining 3 members will just kind of just be irrelevant and kind of just be fodder for the Morphling and the Shadow Fiend to deal the damage.
Yep. I mean, at some point, this SF is going to have the MKB, right? And then the Swim Ranger not going to really be enjoying life when he has like MKB, Daedalus, whatever, with Satanic. Munkushi is also going to become kind of unkillable, but mostly he's going to be starting to deal out a lot of damage on his own rights. Once he gets the full Kanda, bro, imagine he gets Kanda and then takes over the Visage form. You know how hard that Soul Assumption is going to hit? It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of damage. So I really hope that that's something that we get to see. Usually when I see a lot of these Grandmaster Morphlings, it is always a very exciting prospect because he is one of those heroes that has such a high skill ceiling that there's a lot of skill expression with how you want to play. So with the Roche coming out now here for XG, I think this is them just kind of understanding, all right, kind of went a little bit too deep in the source. Time for us to take this back. Let's dot our eyes, cross our T's, get Roche on. We'll start closing out these tier 2 towers. We'll choke them down with a little bit more of this vision. We'll get control back of their triangle, get control back of their jungle. And we're going to try and choke out this Morphling and the Shadow Fiend because they have given them a little bit of respite for Last couple of minutes here, and this is where this net worth lead has not been able to balloon out just yet. Only 3k for the side of XG after getting a rogue.
The respite is ending because they're trying to encroach upon respect at bottom, but he did have the hook shot. Not enough range for XXX to hit him with the Rod of Atos. Now they have to consider, do we defend this tier 2 tower in the bottom lane? Because they've committed Ame here. And already we see the Storm Spirit heading over, so they want that tier 2 bottom. How badly do they want it to be defended on the side of 1W? I don't know. Is it worth defending at this point?
Probably not, considering a lot of their vision is starting to run out here. They've got some nice deep wards now for the side of 1W, so they could probably just leave this tier 2 tower. They are going to try and fight it. I think they just saw XM on a ward. Yeah, they know that the Storm Spirit's not here. It's a good fight if they can try and find somebody 4v5, but they just weren't able to connect it on an Ame. Doesn't have BKB either.
A boat thrown out onto him. It does connect. Morty's kisses are out, but oh no, he gets himself into a better situation. How does he escape from this though? They threw a shackle shot back onto Respect. It connected onto Cloud as well, so no more X marks. XM has now shown up. Wants to put pressure onto Chira Jr. They force out the early BKB. Now everybody else just needs to get the hell out of here. XM going forward. He gets dragged back by the drinking buddies, which might lead to Cloud surviving. No, it will not. Cloud caught and killed. Sweetensong on the bottom side of the fight in front of the tier 2 tower. He has a fire snap cookie, but he knows he's only delaying the inevitable. XM commits the last of his mana for the Vortex, but it ends up being enough. 3 heroes down. And I can get the idea. They still had this very nice observer ward on the high ground. Like you mentioned, they knew XM wasn't there. DY wasn't there at the beginning either. But unfortunately, they just couldn't make it happen in the end.
Yeah, there was also this ward that they had up on the high ground in the jungle here for the side of XG. So as soon as that fight started to break out, there was a lot of vision for the side of Extreme. And they were able to keep Ame just far enough away that he was able to hold.
He found Chira Jr. all by his lonesome with BKB active. He has a shackle shot. He come in with Respect, who throws in the life-saving cogs, puts him in the trap, and Chira Jr. turns it around. He will still end up dying, but he doesn't go down with nothing. Respect right now will get himself caught out, gets killed too, but he definitely did his duty. Ensured that they killed Ame first. Chira Jr. got some golden experience. It could have been much, much worse for the One Whales.
Yeah, definitely. It was one of those scenarios where Ame walked so XM could run, because at this point he's really setting up for the Storm Spirit. Yes, he lost his life, but they got the trade kill back on both those 2 heroes there for the One Whales. So I'm excited to see how these next couple of minutes are going to go for 1W, right? Because they put themselves in such a good position winning a lot of these fights, but they haven't had Munkushi in any of these last couple of engagements, right? He's getting close towards finishing that Kandra. He's got the Chrysalis to go and then the recipe. So with this Phylactery on board, he's still got that little bit of extra chip damage, but he's just not at that point just yet where he can fight.
Sweetensong going to be forced into a fight that he definitely does not want right now. He gets himself killed off. You know, by the way, with Tusk, is Tusk just a natural counter to Clockwork? Think thanks to those new drinking buddies?
Yeah. And also a cool thing is with Drinking Buddies is you can toggle it on and off for its alt cast. So you can either have Tusk and the hero get pulled towards each other, or Tusk can get himself inside. So it all depends on how fancy Xingqiu wants to be, but he can either pull himself into the cogs and then snowball out, or he can hope that he's far enough away that the middle point between him and the other hero is enough to pull them out of the cogs. So yeah, I think this Tusk hero is insane the way that it has been interacting with a lot of these drafts as well. Something I didn't really think about going into this game was how strong Drinking Buddies is with the heroes that they've got for Extreme. Like the Whirlwind is insane to get that extra. How much damage does it give now? 120? Because you got the talent as well, right? Yeah, 120 bonus damage to a Visage Bird. Like, it hits for 170. Like, what? Like, that's going to do a lot of damage, you know? Like, it's a very strong hero, and I think we're going to be seeing it a lot more from these top-tier position 4 players, i.e. Xingqiu.
Xingqiu certainly is the pace setter for what it means to play that position right now. And we're going to take out their Tormentor for the XG lineup. Who's going to get the shot? It's going to go the way of Xingqiu. Oh, of course it goes the way of Xingqiu.
Just keeps on winning, baby. Like, I don't know what else. He's the guy who deserves it. Because I guess DY would have bought his own, so would have been between him and Arme. So Arme one, you're also like not too sad about. I think Gale Force is a pretty underrated shard. I think it does quite a lot of work in a lot of these team fights, just because positioning is such an important thing when you get to this this tier of Dota, right? Like being slightly out of position by like 100 units could mean life or death. So Gale Force being able to redirect that is pretty monstrous in these fights.
Radiant Scan catches out onto DY, so they know that somebody's there, they just don't know who. What they do not know is that the rest of XG are actually smoked up in the other direction to try and catch them, and they will come across them right now. A fight is going to break out. Respect is the first one seen. Rod of Atos to slow him down, and we are losing our clockwork very, very quickly. Will he eventually die? Yes, he will. Soul Assumption will be there. Munkushi now gets himself zipped onto by XM. They really want to try and bring him down, but Kira Jr. pops his BKB, threatens the Requiem, and dissuades them back. And in the meantime, they just right-click down Shin-Q and kill him off. The BKB, though, from Kira Jr. has now expired. Can they catch him? He does find the Requiem, but it barely connects onto these heroes. They do not find XM here, but he's able to zip past all this damage. Shackle shot onto Kira Jr. with Arme on the backlines with the Whirlwind. He kills off the SF, and the Rod of Atos! XXX found Munkushi. This Morphling's not getting out of here either. Respect will do what he can, drops down the power cogs, hoping to zone them back, but they are still chasing. Arme with the Gleipnir out onto 3, Sweden strong. The first one to fall from this, Shackle shot out onto Munkushi. He needs to get out of here. He gets himself out with the waveform. XM zips in, willing to expend the mana, and they find the kill as a result. 4 heroes down. XG, last time they lost the fight in this exact area. This time, once you kill Clockwork first, it turns out the fight is much easier afterwards.
Yeah, XG just understanding that the BKBs are so important for the cause of 1W, right? As soon as they kite out that BKB from the Shadow Fiend, there's not really much that Chiro Jr. can do, right? Like he popped the BKB and then he just has to constantly be aware of this Wind Ranger, this Tusk, anything that comes in from DY. Like it has just been one of those scenarios where XG, I think they were pushing the envelope quite hard in those first, 15, 16 minutes. They're like, okay, let's see if we can push these guys over the edge and just kind of get that critical fight. And now this is where they're showing their prowess, right? They go instantly onto one of the backliners. Clockwork cannot get the hook shot out. They're just forcing a lot of these resources from 1W and not allowing them to get these initial fights where they're able to utilize the BKBs properly. They were able to get a nice little return kill there onto Xingqiu, but as soon as the BKBs are gone, like, what are you supposed to do here if you're the Shadow Fiend? Yeah, you're going to get a Requiem, but at that point, it's just a Requiem to try and save your own life, and there's just too much catch and too much maneuverability coming in from the side of XG, and then obviously DY just being the GOAT that he is dropping a big old fat overgrowth onto everybody. And this Treant Protector hero, man, there's a lot of these heroes that are so very kind of like Chinese heroes that we've seen for a very, very long time. Treant Protectors, the Tuskars, like all these heroes are so strong in the meta right now.
Right now we're jumping onto the Snapfire. Definitely not with the best game in the world for Sweden Strong. Been having a tough go at it. We've only seen like, 2 usages of Morty's Kisses in the entire game, right? One got cancelled almost instantly, and the one was really good. Helped to get some core kills. We'll talk about it in a second because they're chasing after Respect. They want to bring him down. XM zipping after him. Morphling's like, see you later, buddy. You're on your own right now. I gotta get the hell out of here.
Yeah, they're actually really lucky that they had no vision up on the high ground there, because if XM just had even a whiff of a Shadow Fiend or a Morphling on that high ground, he would have caught them out because he had a full regen rune and 31 galvanized stacks, by the way. His base regen is almost 30 a second. Like, what? He's having a good game. XM's having a good tournament right now, Snare, and it warms my heart seeing a lot of these players just play fun heroes and play heroes that they're synonymous with and really just own. It just has been such a breath of fresh air going into a tournament. Just seeing these guys really kind of dominate once again.
XM is 9-1-13. XXX is 12-2-11. Holy face. Yeah, the homies are playing Dota today.
Yeah, I mean, it really does feel like the XG, they walked into this tournament and it feels like they've been prepared for everything. They had a good idea about how their drafts want to go. Maybe those first couple of drafts on day number 1 were them trying to just cook a little bit too hard. We even saw it from Team Zero as well. So these Chinese teams like to cook a little bit, but they're able to at least pull it back in a lot of those games for Extreme, and this is what I think is going to be their bread and butter moving forward. You're going to have these heroes for Arme where he's just playing these range kind of semi-cores, semi-carries that still do a whole lot of damage, your Miranas, your Wind Rangers, Lenas, and all that kind of stuff, and then XM is just going to be on these heroes that can create space for them. And if you're getting Treant and Tusk in every game, you're probably super happy if you're any of these teams, because their lanes are strong, they provide basically everything that you want throughout the entirety of the game, their build-ups are really nice, they can build auras, they're tanky, they deal damage, they've got BKB piercing disables. Like, what else could you want from a draft? Whereas, for 1W, I'm not saying that the draft is bad. The draft is also good, but I really feel like this is going to be what XG are going to be playing for the majority of this tournament.
Almost have a Daedalus out for this Wind Ranger. That's definitely going to deal in some work. And Clockwork is laying out some vision on the other side for Respect, but they need to come back home. XG are knocking on the door. XG are really strong right now, so they're going to not leave until they're absolutely forced to. Look how fast this tower drops. Drinking buddies and Visage familiars, man. All right.
It's like a old school Drow strat, right? Where you would see the birds and you would pop Precision Aura and they'd have like 300 damage each. Now it's just one of them, but it's still just as broken.
I mean, it's a good thing you bring that up, because I believe it was TI4 where we started to see the debut on the main stage, or at TI rather, of Drow Visage. So it's only fitting that on the road to this international we get the Drow Tusk, or the Visage Tusk, excuse me.
Yeah, it's just going to be one of those things where teams will find small interactions that, on paper you're just like, oh, you're just giving a Visage Bird like a bit of damage, right? You're like, oh, okay, that's cool. But you're like, oh, this Visage Bird that hits like 5 times a second or whatever its attack speed is, oh yeah, that thing hits for 300 every hit. Yeah, okay, I'm just dead. That's cool. Thanks. Thanks a lot, Val. So I'm really liking it so far, and I think teams are probably going to be utilizing this Tusk a lot more as well, just because of how strong I think his entire kit really is. BKB's almost done though from Munkushi. I think this is exactly what they're waiting for. Actually, he just picked it up.
He just got it. Yeah.
This is the fight.
Right, Hail Mary time, boys. One whale, this is it. Will they come up like Moby Dick, or will they go down like Captain Ahab? XM goes in, finds Munkushi. They almost kill him off before he can get off his BKB, and they succeed. No buyback for the Water Boy. The Morphling is down.
Did they not? They just didn't have a save. This Chira Jr. didn't get the fourth, and now they're all dead too.
Now putting that same punishment onto Chira Jr. The BKB will be there, but Arme with the Whirlwind does not care about your magic immunity. Chira Jr. is dead. Cloud follows him into the grave. And yes, Chira Jr. buys back, but without BKBs, you have your ultimate, sure, but I don't know how you can even approach this team without the BKBs available. And now look, Gleipnir directly onto Cloud. They're trying to force a dieback out of him, while XM is zoning Chira Jr. back into the base. Cloud, unfortunately, will end up dead. Sweet and Strong threw in the conciliatory Morty's Kisses, but it's not really going to have that much of an impact. XM doesn't have Aegis anymore, so does need to be a bit careful. He's out of mana at the moment as well. But while he's busy soloing the one-win lineup, his team is taking out the racks. Mega creeps have been achieved right now for Extreme Gaming, and they might have one more hurrah fluke. Morphling is up in 2 seconds. Can they do it?
I mean, they don't really. They're trying to build up the souls now on Chira Jr. and Munkushi has got the respawn in. Freshly picked up BKBs. If you're going to use it, they need to get something. They need to show some sort of fight.
Munkushi stole away the Wind Ranger form. The BKBs are still ready. Chira Jr. uses his own BKB. The hook shot onto XXX. He's inside the cogs right now, but they just don't have the damage to do this. XM zoning them back, but yet again, look what XXX is doing. Focused on winning the game. Going towards this Ancient, getting the W. GG, well played is called. Extreme Gaming, showing that day one was not a fluke. Day two, they're actually even stronger than they were before.
Yeah, that was a very dominant win from XG going into this this game here. So with 5-1, let me just triple check the rest of the group results. Can anybody actually catch them here? I think them going 5-1 hasn't solidified them first just yet, because I think there is. Actually, no,
it does, because it does, yeah, guaranteed. Yeah. Guaranteed first place for Extreme Gaming. First. Yeah, they could literally not show up for the next game and they would still be first in the group.
That's kind of crazy, because they can start to try a little bit of these interesting strats for them going forward, right? Like if they go 5-1, they have, for these first 5 games, definitely been the team to beat. And the way that they are looking right now is very clean. I think they went a little bit too hard in those first, maybe like 16 minutes. They were very, very far ahead. They had this nice little net worth lead that was building up towards about 5k. Then there was just a couple of these opportunities where XM was going a little bit deep. They didn't really have their full complement of heroes. This was a big turnaround fight for me, I think, right? Where Arme looked almost dead to rights. This was just before he got his BKB, but they were able to save him, get him completely out of dodge, and then XM comes in with this first pickup of the Aegis, and there was just too many resources had to be committed by 1W, and they just didn't have Munkushi either. He was out farming. They thought this was going to be a good fight, being at 4v4, but eventually there was just too many reinforcements coming in from XG, and this is pretty much the straw that broke the camel's back after a little bit of feed from them, and they just look nice and clean, man, and I don't really see many ways of these teams trying to outdraft them, right, because a lot of the strong heroes got taken out at the start, and you have to start thinking to yourself now, okay, we're not going to give Wind Ranger away, but what else do we give in return for that? Because there's going to be some heroes you're going to have to change in these bans if you want to get rid of this Wind Ranger.
We need to try to get rid of Wind Ranger. We need to worry about the sniper still. Do we leave Naga in the pool for Arme? Do we let them play? Well, Naga can play for Arme or for Shinkyu. Do we leave Sand King for XXX? It's going to be very difficult to reliably draft against this Extreme Gaming lineup. And just the way they're playing the game, it's not just draft wins. We've seen them lose drafts. We've seen them be losing the game and still be able to get themselves a W, right? I feel like if Extreme Gaming starts a situation where the first 25 minutes are as rough for them as they were for 1win, I'm still not certain Extreme Gaming loses that game. There's still a little bit of me that's like, yeah, until the Ancient has fallen, things are not necessarily over. Genuinely incredible performance from them. And I feel bad for 1Dub because this is not a representation of how good this team actually is. I think they definitely got caught off guard by how well the early game went for Extreme, especially with XM roaming around the map, creating havoc everywhere. But if they replay this game and the early game goes a little bit better, maybe the BKBs for the SF and the Morphling arrive 5-6 minutes earlier, this game could be a bit more playable for them. But the conditions as they were, they needed Morphling and Munkushi, Morphling and Chira Jr.'s SF to do really, really well, because the rest of the heroes just don't have the damage. And if that condition is not filled, you just can't win a game like this.
Yeah, exactly. I think if Munkushi had his time over, he probably would have gone BKB over the Kanda. I think the idea from them was they were starting to win some of these fights. He was just being able to TP in at the last minute, be able to get some of these cleanup kills. But the game pace really sped up for the side of XG, and I don't think the One Whales are really able to keep up with that, right? Like, it was just, he kind of like half committed with this phylactery, and then he's like, oh, do I go back for the BKB now? Do I fully commit to the Kanda? The phylactery by itself doesn't really provide all too much, so I kind of want the Chrysalis. And then it got to the point where he got that BKB, and that was like the last fight, right? That was Aegis number 3. They'd already used the banner. They had dove pretty hardcore for that. You really just wanted Munkushi to try and have a fight with a BKB, and then he got 100 to 0'd. And I mean, if you get 100 to 0'd like that after spending 4,000 gold and no buyback, then it's just game over, dude.
He's a better man than me. I would have GG'd out immediately at that point. Been like, I'm done. I don't really want to be in this game no more. Yeah, it was really difficult from them to try and recover the situation up against Extreme Gaming, who I'm still holding on to as my #1 seed for this event, given how well they've been playing. However, still a lot of Dota to play before they can guarantee themselves a spot at the Aegis. So we have to take a break right now. When we return, Game 2, final game in the group stage for both of these squads here on the road to the International. So let's see if Extreme Gaming can make this a perfect group, go in 6-0, or if it's going to be the One Whales making a comeback, figuring this out, getting us to 1-1, and potentially earning themselves 3rd place in the group. We'll find out after a very short break, so get some water and join us more. Dota 2 action in a minute.
Extreme are the favourites from the Chinese region this time around, but can they break the curse of the region and bring home an Aegis? I'm going to find out with Jinkyu. Jinkyu, you're a team that loves to innovate. You love to surprise us. Do you have anything different or exciting in store for us this international?
有去偷别人的。
All right, I'm looking forward to seeing it. You've been at the top of the Chinese scene for quite a while, you as a player, I mean. Where do you find the motivation to keep playing at a professional level?
因为我会选择性的就是休息几个月，然后再重回赛场，会使我更有动力。
Keeping fresh, and what do those months look like for you? Is it chilling out? Is it holidaying? What are you up to?
就是在休息的时候就偶尔会去度假，然后在放松的情况下，就是再回来打这些的话就更有动力吧。
Good reset. A lot of players in the scene look up to you as, one of the best position 4s. You're an idol for them. What do you think when people say that, you're their inspiration or you're their idol?
就是虽然内心很开心，但是表面上要装一下，就是谢谢。
So why DOTA? Why did you get into DOTA? Why did you choose this game? And why is this the game that you decided to be a professional at for all this time?
就是因为小时候就是就是这个游戏就感觉它很有意思，然后老是打不过别人，就是比较用心去钻研它吧。
So I want to talk about Ringmaster. Obviously, the hero is a little bit strong right now, but do you think he's an interesting hero and one you'll enjoy playing when it does come to competitive?
这个英雄非常的好玩，但是他太强了，就是如果你这么强的英雄进入到职业比赛，他是不可能有人能选到的。
Is there any hero which you really, really want to play, but just isn't good right now?
Support Slack 就是项羽小人。
I see. Why a lot of people seem to want to play support Slark. I mean, why do you think people want to play this? I mean, support an offlane Slark. Why do people want to play this hero so badly?
因为这个英雄很好玩，他可以偷别人的敏捷。
I think position 4 is one of the most varied roles in Dota. You can be a true support, you can be, buffing and healing, or you can be very active, fighting, doing damage. Which style of position 4 do you like to play the most?
就是我个人很喜欢当奶妈，但是表现出来的基本上我是在打架的。
Are we ever gonna see Xingqiu heading to the jungle on Venomancer and leaving your offlaner out to dry?
我觉得剧组打野还是太慢了，就是他现在被削弱了，然后可以用别的英雄去打野。
Oh no. All right. I'm going to end this here. But unbelievably, I mean, it's been such a long time since we've seen China lift the Aegis. What would it mean for you, Xingqiu, if you were able to break the curse and bring home the international for your region?
我不懂，可能意味着我就是比较对于我的职业生涯比较就是圆满吧。
Awesome. Well, good luck with that. And thank you so much for coming to talk to us.
Thank you.
Welcome back, one and all. We are here for the second day of the group stages on the road to the international. And so far, this day has been very topsy-turvy in terms of the game we expected. Yesterday, a lot of close games. This first game, Extreme Gaming demonstrating to us why so many believe that they are a championship contender because they decimated the side of One Dub. That being said, it's not all doom and gloom if you are a One Dub fan. In these group stages, there is no elimination. If you end at the bottom of the group, you're just at the bottom of the group and somebody else will pick you as their opponent. So there's still time to recover, still a few days to breathe, but they need to figure something out fast, Fluke, because if they go into game 2 the same way they went into game 1, I do not envision a different result unless they have some amazing trick up their sleeve.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing for me, right? Like, there's no real difference between third and fourth in your group because you're both going to get picked anyway. So it's more about being first and second to try and have, some semblance of quote unquote picking some of these teams. I think mainly it's all about getting first, which Extreme have kind of wrapped up right now in this group. So it really will be for one win for me to try and, again, what I said coming into this series was kind of find their identity, right? Just try and find some of their heroes and how they want to play, because if they play as slow as they did in that first game, then I don't think they're going to have many chances against a lot of these other teams, because these teams are playing extremely fast. And we can see what Extreme was doing, right? They went pretty hardcore in those first 16 minutes. They won their lanes. They went hard. They tried to kind of just break the camel's back and get that big net worth lead. But it eventually got to the point where they lost a few fights and they had to slow it down a little. So if you're one win, I think that's a big thing for me, is just trying to play a little bit faster in these drafts. The draft wasn't too bad, but it's more so about the play in the game that it is a little bit concerning, because you cannot play slow into some of these top tier teams. They will punish you way too hard for it.
Actually, speaking of playing fast, because this is the second time that we've seen a situation like this happen, where one team, Extreme in this instance, is stomping the game super hard early on, and then their opponent takes advantage of them overextending, overcommitting, and then finding a way back into the game for a while. Yesterday, we were talking about how some of these top teams, to be able to win a tournament like this, you have to be able to win the games you have no business winning, right? Making these comebacks happen. But do you sometimes find that it's harder to win a game that you're stomping? Like when you're really hard stomping, like it's 10K net worth lead at like 15 minutes. For some reason, doesn't Dota just feel harder? Like you feel more prone to make mistakes that you would never do if the game was even in that situation?
Yeah, I think a lot of Dota players have fallen into the scenario of overconfidence, right? Where it's like, if it's like a tight game, you hyperanalyze kind of like every single moment and every single step about how you're going to, execute a team fight and who you're going to go on and what have you. But if you're like 10K ahead, like you saw what XM did, right? Like he doesn't care that he was out of mana in half of those fights. He was like, I see a support, I'm going to jump on the support. And if I run out of mana, then that's a me problem, So whereas if that was a tight game, he'd be like, okay, I need, 600 mana to get myself from here to here, so I need to make sure that I have enough to be able to get out. So that is definitely something that you can fall into as a player, is just being a little bit too overconfident. And we'll see what the One Whales want to try and figure out this time around going into this next game.
Let's see what they got for us. Extreme Gaming will be playing on the Radiant side. They have access to the first pick. And then, of course, One Dub will be playing on the Dire side here. One Dub as first pick. Sorry, Extreme Gaming as second pick. For One Dub, let's see. We know what they're going to have to ban. All the Extreme Gaming specials. We have no Visage. We have no Tiny. Now no Sniper. Now the question is, do we need to ban Tree and Protector? How badly was that Tree and Protector smoking us? How difficult was that game? Honestly, I wouldn't be mad if they're just like, you know what, either Tree and Protector or Wind Ranger. One of those heroes has to go. And thankfully, Extreme already banned Wind Ranger. I would take out the Tree if I was them.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those heroes. You probably have to be thinking about, maybe ban Tree, pick SF here, because I feel like that's going to be a hero that Extreme are just going to first pick as well. Maybe you're starting to think about like a Mirana as well as a potential kind of opening phase, but I'm going to get rid of a Centaur, so please don't pick Kunkka. Okay, Shadow Demon. Okay, I was going to say, if they open with Kunkka once again, that's when I'm starting to get a little concerned for the One Whales. Is like, okay, they really have a lot of faith in this Kunkka hero, and it's come in a game where, yeah, a few of the problem heroes get banned out, but you don't really get any of the OP kind of heroes of the patch right now. But, starting with a Shadow Demon, I like it. It's not bad.
I mean, you were clamoring in the previous game for them to have some kind of save, right? So this definitely fixes that problem in quite large measure. It also means that they're going to have some decent laning, many ways to be able to stack up these camps for whoever Munkushi or Chiro is going to play. I like Shadow Demon a lot. I do think that this hero, in my opinion, should be involved in practically every game. It provides so much to the team. There's so many also. If you just have Shadow Demon in the team, you don't have to ban Wind Ranger. The enemy team is not going to pick Wind Ranger into the Shadow Demon. So does a lot for you, solidifies your draft, and just, combos up with so many different styles of heroes. You can now pick your Mirana. If you want to, you could maybe still go for Kunkka. I wouldn't agree with it, but you now have like some chain potential available just by having the Shadow Demon on the field.
Yeah, I think he kind of nullifies a lot of heroes, right? Just because of how strong Demonic Purge is. So that's why, coming into this game, I believe XG banned it in the second phase, right? The Shadow Demon? I think so. One of these two teams banned it in the second phase from what I remember in that previous draft. So there is obviously a bit of stock left in this hero, purely because of the way that he plays. Does really well against a lot of these auras as well. So we'll have to see if he will continue to stay high up here. But XM, once again, getting another signature hero. I mean, this could be an XXS Timbersaw as well. Don't get me wrong, but they have a lot of flexibility for them. I would like to see 1W just try and get some more of these heroes that can be a bit more proactive again. Play a little bit at a high pace. We've seen a lot of these 4 Protect 1s really pop off. So I wouldn't hate to see them try and go for another buff up strat around their Shadow Fiend this time around.
XG, go for Enchantress. But I just realized yesterday they played Timbersaw on position 4 for Shinkyu. He plays it, XM plays it, XXX plays it. So if you have an X on your name and you're on Extreme Gaming, you can play Timbersaw. You're good. You're Gucci.
Poor DY is like, come on, man, I want to play some cool pause vibes.
No, he has Enchantress. Enjoy.
He's Enchantress tree. This is going to be you for the rest of TI. Enjoy, buddy. And he's like, oh, okay.
For one win, this Nyx Assassin is interesting because yesterday we did see a Nyx Assassin actually put some real work onto a Timbersaw, especially in the earlier portion of the game when some of this Nyx damage was really impactful onto Timbersaw. And it's also one of these heroes that is useful for scouting around the Enchantress in the earlier portion of things. And you just need vision, right? I think that's also one thing that they struggled with in the previous game for 1W. They were not playing adequately around their vision. Now you have Nyx Assassin, you'll always be able to find some areas of the map that are safe for your team to play in.
Yeah, he's just also one of those heroes that can kind of skew a lot of these early rotations going in from Extreme as well, right? Like, not only is it about the vision, but he can just kind of tank some of these ganks for some of your cores, just being a body in front. You walk in, you pop a smoke, they pop some dust, they get the kill on you, and it's like kind of like whatever. So I really like this Nyx Assassin Shadow Demon combination. They've got a lot of the issues with both of those two heroes kind of fixed up. The Nyx Assassin provides a lot of that damage, a lot of that early kind of movement, and a lot of that information, whereas the Shadow Demon later on can really scale into one of those scary supports and has a lot of that save in the backline as well. So 1W probably need to try and have a very strong lane in of itself, because this Nyx Assassin plus 1 lane is going to be pretty weak into an Enchantress. They do have the Mind Flare to try and deal with the creep, but you need to be very, very mindful with the offlaner that you pick here, that the Nyx Assassin really isn't going to provide much to you outside of just kind of dealing with creeps.
Man, that's when you're really wishing for yourself, I wish Doom was still in the pool. Because if they'd gotten Doom, it would have been great for them, right? You don't have to worry that much about the Ench anymore. It can still play the lane. But Extreme Gaming obviously realized this, ban out the Doom. And we see the Lina right now. So here's some combination from Disruption into the LSA combo. It's big burst magic damage, which you always want against Timber. You always want that against Enchantress as well. And it's somebody that can scale into like a physical right clicker. I don't think you can play Dota right now, absent one of those in the draft. So this Lina definitely will provide that to them.
Yeah, definitely, and especially, we're kind of at the point where there's like this trio of like these ranged carries, the Mirana, the Lina, and the Wind Ranger are kind of the 3 that you're looking at most of the time for a lot of these core players. So with both of those banned out, Lina was kind of the next best option. You probably were going to think about picking her anyways if you didn't want to go for a melee carry, considering that you've already got like a Nyx Assassin. You're probably going to have a melee offlaner as well, so it's going to be like a lot of heroes that really need to be in the face of the Timbersaw, which you didn't really like. So good little pick here, and then a nice response with the Alchemist here. There's a lot of burst coming in from the Lina, but Alchemist is also one of those heroes that can really kind of keep pace with her because of how much gold that he gets from the Grievel's Greed, and just be nice and tanky, get yourself a BKB early on, build into that Blink Dagger, get on top of this squishy Lina. One little stun from another one of these teammates from Extreme, and the Alchemist can really just tear shreds through the Lina, and it's another one of those heroes that can fall back on with a lot of this flexibility as they get through the draft as well.
Alchemist, what a hero. We saw it yesterday not necessarily have the best prospect when being played by BB Team up against Team Zero, but still flexible. You have now a stun that they didn't really have beforehand. If you go for the Blink Dagger route, obviously a way to start fights. I would still like XM to be the one that does that primarily, but like you said, anybody could really play this one. What else are they cooking now for Extreme Gaming? What's missing? I need there's some tower pressure with the Enchantress, but I still need a bit more damage on this lineup right now. It still does feel... Yeah, the heroes on one dub are not very tanky, they're fairly squishy, but I still want a little bit more punch and oomph coming out of Extreme. Either more oomph in the damage department or more oomph in the team fight disabling department.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was leaning a little bit more towards the disabled department because in that because you have final overall pick for Extreme as well, you can really put yourself in a good position where you can just kind of be like, okay, XM's going to be our Timber player. That's where we're going to get a lot of our explosive damage, and then we can pick Arme, one of these other heroes, and maybe we give Jinku the Alchemist here, or you start to pivot a little bit. So, all right, they're going to go for a little bit more of the team fighting lockdown in the Rubik here. So, this is what I was saying, where in the draft now you've got this last overall pick where you can kind of decide what you really are lacking when it comes to transitioning some of these heroes. If XXS picks up the Timbersaw, maybe he wants to be a little bit more of the aura-based Timber. He can have a lot of that damage, and then your physical damage comes in from Arme on the Alchemist, and then you just give XM one of these heroes that kind of just starts fights for you. Or, you put Timber into that middle lane, and then you just pick another one of these heroes. It's maybe like a gacha pick for Arme as we get a little bit deeper. So, on W, they open up with the Primal Beast. Another one of those heroes that is just really good to pick into Rubik, because Rubik... the only really spell that he likes to steal is Pulverize. All the others are kind of mid for Rubik, so I like this Primal Beast response. Deals pretty well with basically all the heroes for XG.
Yeah, I'm loving this Primal. Back in the day when Primal was first on the come up, I remember that this guy, Sweet and Strong, would often play that hero in the 4 position, almost exclusively, week in, week out. He was doing that all the time. But obviously time has gone on, things have changed. For me, the big thing as well about those Primal is eventually, you get the Aghanim Scepter, and then suddenly Timbersaw is like, oh crap. Timber and Enchantress start hating life, having to deal with the uproar. Like what I'm seeing, how do I phrase this? You mentioned in the previous game afterwards that Extreme Gaming might be reaching a bit more into the bag to see what works and what doesn't, given that they already have secured first place. This certainly feels like that, looking at this draft. It doesn't feel as immediately on paper cohesive as the previous ones were. But I imagine that the last pick is going to bring it all together, be like, oh, okay, here's how they're cooking in this direction. I'm still uncertain as to what exactly they're doing with the draft right now.
Yeah, I think that can kind of happen when you have a lot of these heroes that are extremely flexible. It's also another scenario where you're looking at this Rubik being like, this could potentially be a mid Rubik, and that's kind of the state of Dota that we're in right now, where there are a lot of heroes that aren't as shoebox as what they previously were. Whereas you look at this 1W team and you kind of know what's going on, right? It's going to be a Primal mid or Primal mid in the offlane. You're going to have a Lena as a carry. You're going to have your Nyx in that offlane as well. Then it'll be a Shadow Demon 5. And you're basically for 1W just trying to potentially figure out what this last remaining pick is going to be. So it's either going to be a mid or a carry for them. So this is where things start to get a little bit interesting for 1W. And whereas for the side of Extreme, you're looking at them like, basically, I know the Enchantress is a support. You could probably have an educated guess and say the Rubik is a support as well, but still a little bit more flexibility. So, what's the... Do they have to be in the Monkey here?
5 seconds remaining.
They could pick Monkey themselves, couldn't they?
Yeah, they definitely could. I think they potentially could be in a scenario where if you pick Monkey, then they just kind of Huskar you. And then you just go, oh, okay, well, I guess our Monkey lane's kind of doo-doo.
Guess we're playing off-lane Monkey today, boys.
Yeah, it's
We'll go enjoy life.
That's the one problem with the way that 1W has drafted is if you pick some of these heroes, you can make it so telegraphed about where things are going. So, support Leshrac?
Surely call Leshrac.
Sweden Strong has played it before, and that was what their win was yesterday. Was a pos for Leshrac.
But then are we putting the Shadow Demon mid then in that position?
Listen, I didn't get that far into the brainwaves, all right? I just saw Leshrac, saw Sweden Strong played it yesterday and said, yeah, that's a support. Probably is going to be Cheer's hero because this is one of their most picked heroes is the Leshrac, so this is probably a lot of comfort for them. Yeah, it is going to be Cheer's. Okay, all right. I was cooking a little bit too much there.
I'm looking at this Pangon. I think now I'm starting to see what the plan is for Extreme. The plan is, my friend, is to do what we did to you in the first 15, 16 minutes of the game, run at you forever. This is not going to... I'll imagine that the only time they'll ever be sitting back farming is Ame just like, hey, guys, I need like 90 seconds for the next item. But my goodness, the pace that you can set with this draft. Strong lanes on either side, you know. You have Rubik Timber, Ench with the Alchemist. Pango mid should do just fine against the Leshrac. But the thing is, his movements across the map can't necessarily be matched by the Leshrac, right? So he's incentivized to spend as little time in the lane as humanly possible, just going around, killing people off. And all of these lanes, if Pango shows up, right, there is kills everywhere, no matter where he ends up on the map. Again, like I mentioned, these heroes aren't that tanky on the side of 1Dub. We can get there eventually, you know, some Leshrac getting the BKB, Bloodstone, Primal just being Primal, but... Overall, man, this extreme gaming draft, I'm calling it right now, Fluke. This game is not going to last longer than 30 minutes. I'm calling it right now.
Okay, all right, 30 minutes. That's a nice little call. I do feel like that Extreme have some very strong heroes. I think my one question is Munkushi's going to have some troubles. I think like they're going to start out nice and well with this Lena lane. Timbersaw and Rubik aren't really going to be able to put too much pressure onto this Lena lane, especially with the Shadow Demon behind her. But as you said, all it takes is XM to have a half decent lane. He rotates with a power rune at level 6. He walks towards Munkushi's lane, and then he rolling thunders the Lena, and she's dead. You know, like it's basically how this game is going to go. So I feel like XG are definitely within the driver's seat, but there are some good signs here for 1W. I like the fact that they've decided to pick up this Lena. I think they can put all of their eggs into her basket. My one question is, can this Leshrac get off the ground? I'm not 100% sure that this Leshrac's going to have a fun time.
Well, we're about to figure it out together, my friend, as we get into the second game, the final game for both of these squads here in the group stage on the road to the International. Before we forget, let's do this. Total magic damage by 25 minutes. Who's going to have done the most?
XXS?
I think XXX, yeah. As well, total number of player deaths at game's end. Oof. I'm saying 26 to 40.
Yeah, I could see that.
Highest net worth at 10 minutes. Guess who I'm picking on that one?
Ame?
It's possible. It's possible.
And then team with
So Ame with all the net worth in the world on the Alchemist, and then I think Extreme Gaming will get more Aegises. I think that's also one detriment I don't like about the 1W lineup. Neither of these teams are great at taking Roshan, but 1Ws, they feel a bit more susceptible inside the pitch, you know. Some big roll, Timbersaw coming through, Alchemist getting a big AoE stun. I mean, sure, they do have Primal and Leshrac, but it's not going to be an easy game by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, they definitely don't take it as fast. The Pangolier and the Alchemist can definitely take it a little bit quicker for the side of Extreme, so that's probably the one positive that I have. But I feel like if this game is going fast enough, the rushes won't matter. You know, like if the Alchemist just hits his like 20-minute timing where he's got like BKB, Blink, Ratty, like it's going to be very hard for them to try and deal with him. And, you know, it's going to be like, what, basically like Blink, probably like maybe a pipe or an XM is what we saw from Malrain yesterday. XXS can go for things like the Blade Mail looks like what he's trying to go for early on here. So if they have those items very early on, I don't think these Roshas are really going to matter all too much. But this is where it really starts and kind of ends, I think, for 1W. You can see pretty straightforward how this Pangolier needs to be the one that unlocks these side lanes. So if you're Chira Jr., you're really just trying to punish any of these movements that come in from XM. Maybe try and take his tower, try and take a little bit of extra farm from the side.
Cloud is in trouble. Ame channeled up the full duration stun, and Cloud does not have access to the onslaught. Has trample, trying to get away, and he does not. DY throws in the spear and gets the kill. First blood drawn by Extreme Gaming in the bottom lane.
Yeah, cool guys don't look at explosions. That's always my favorite thing about watching these Enchantress players is when they know they get that first blood, they throw it and they're like, yeah, that's all the damage I need. And they look around them. Things look cool. So DY starting out nice and strong here. This is a very powerful lane with the Enchantress as well as the Alchemist, purely just because Acid Spray plus the Enchantress auto attacks are just so hard to deal with. And this is what I touched on, right? Like you've got this Nyx Assassin who, yeah, is going to be annoying with Mind Flare, but if you're DY, you just go, okay, I'm playing as a Nyx, I'm not going to play with my creeps, I'm going to play all about Impetus, and I'm just going to throw auto attacks at this Primal Beast, and you really just have to try and cut these creeps as much as possible. And this is why we really haven't seen a lot of these double melee lanes all too much, purely because you get into these scenarios here where you have one very strong position 5, and it just becomes in this kind of pulling scenario where you just have to play such an awkward way of playing Dota.
Certainly going to take some time before we see the impact of the Nyx Assassin be known. Probably going to have to wait until he gets called up to the top lane. They'll be like, hey, bro, lane's pushed up. We can maybe put some pressure onto Shinkyu or something.
Maybe they can try and... Yeah, like as you were saying, like Xingqiu is probably the guy they're going to try and kill. Like, I think once they get level 6 on Munkushi, they're probably going to try and get a kill there on XXS. But the question is like, if they've won the lane so hard in the bottom side, will DY not just, make a rotation at the same time as well and kind of just follow around Sweden strong? So this is kind of the double-edged sword when it comes to playing these kinds of lanes. It's like, yeah, I can make a rotation towards another lane, but if the carry is, able to kind of just sit in this lane long enough, then it doesn't really matter because you're just going to get followed by one of these other supports.
So bottom going very, very well. We should be seeing a pretty standard build from this Alchemist. I don't expect anything completely off pocket. He's probably not going to buy that many Aghanim Scepters in this game, right? There's a couple of decent ones, but I don't think they're very high up on the priority list.
No, I think it's... I mean, for a carry, Alkies definitely has to be one of those scenarios where, like, if you're, like, balling out of control, I don't think there's really many heroes in the game right now that... I don't want to say rely on Ag Scepters, but, like, go from being, like, a 5-tier hero to, like, a 9 just because they have an Ag Scepter where you would want to rush it as a carry. So it definitely probably will be a scenario where maybe once he gets 6 slotted, that we'll see it. Maybe even, like, 4th or 5th item, you could potentially see it if you're, like... like XM really wants it, or maybe Xinqiu's like begging for it or something. I don't know, man. Like it would have to be one of those scenarios where like there would have to be some extenuating circumstances for it to happen.
Camp getting stacked up by Xinqiu, ready to be farmed up by the Alchemist once he has his Radiance ready.
See, that's how he gets his Ags, bro. He stacks camps for him and he says, mate, remember all those camps I stacked for you? Now give me an Ag.
You have it in the contract. Per every 5th camp, you must buy me like one of the items for the Aghanims.
That was a nice dodge there from XSS. Just a little timber chain to get himself away from the LSA. This is something that I want to talk to the timber spammers about the fast choices.
We'll talk about it in a second, because look who come first. You're wondering, is DY going to respond to the rotation? It's the other way around, my friend. DY came first. They're looking to try and bring down Munkushi. So Respect saves him with the disruption for now. They end up bringing down DY. Timber Chain misses, but XXX still finds the kill. The question is, does he escape from this? He's trying to, getting himself back. Timber Chain once more, and they do not have the damage to kill him. Xinqiu zones them back with the Fade Bolt. All right, nice stuff. You lose DY, but the bigger prize is killing off Munkushi in the lane.
Yeah, that's exactly what they wanted, right? And you can see this is why the Nyx Assassin is strong against those creeps. The Mind Flare just instantly gets rid of that creep underneath the tower, but Munkushi was already at critical HP. So he did go down, but just kind of circling back to my facet chat. I've seen, I can't remember what the other one is called, but the infinity symbol on the chakram, instead of this shredder one. I just saw it then. It does very minimal damage, but I didn't realize it's slow. So maybe that's why, like, you see some of these timbers picking up. I just feel like if you're a timber player, you're like, more damage on my chakram? Hell yeah. Like, why would I not want that?
Personally, I like the slow one because it's more effective at more stages of the game. It just allows me to play a little bit differently. I can pull off crazy moves like that, for example. If he doesn't have that slow onto them and he's still underneath the tier 1, he definitely dies. But under these conditions, you can poke and prod a little bit more. This one is a more like, I think if you're intending to be the big carry of your team, you go for the other one with the bigger damage. But if you're going to be like a space creator slash tank up, anchor person, distraction for the team, I think this one's a little bit better.
Yeah, I definitely, I agree with that. I think it's probably going to be very situationally based. Cloud takes down DY though on the bottom side, so DY is just trying to stop a lot of these creep hunting shenanigans.
They're trying to go onto XXX here, and they do succeed in doing so. Chira Jr. showed up, they get the kill, and he also has level 3 Diabolic Edict. They're going to put some pressure onto this tower as well, with the Siege Dragon to boot as well.
Yeah, so they're probably going to get, I mean, they got most of the way through this tower with that first rotation, so you don't usually see that much pressure on a tier 1 tower this early on. Usually it's the mid tower that you're expecting that rotation, but you can just see that Chira Jr. understands that he wants to be a little bit more of a nuisance in this game. Respect. He has the orb.
What? He gets it. And then now Chira Jr. is here as well. They're providing in some damage. Going for Xinqiu, who tosses them back. They won't be able to kill him off, and now all of a sudden Chiro Jr. out of mana and in a bit of a precarious position. XM will follow him with the rotation, roll up, and they ensure the kill. I can completely understand Respect being there, as they do end up killing off the Rubik at the very end. And Rubik also, or Respect rather, also got the Wisdom Rune. But I don't know what Chiro Jr. is doing here.
Yeah. He just stuck around as well, like, maybe they were just feeling like they just had enough burst damage to be able to take down anybody who was responding, not expecting XXS to be in the area either, but beautiful rotation there by XM as well. I was a little sad that he used the Rolling Thunder and didn't get the kill onto the Leshrac, but getting the follow-up kill there onto Respect just means it was all the worth for them. And now it's just a scenario where you can really see that 1W trying to play with that little bit of extra pace. I really like the rotations that they're making from Chiro Jr., but they just need to make sure that they're nice and clean. Maybe they get the kill on XM here.
Gonna try for it in the river, but he does have access to the shield crash. Swashbuckle coming back up in 7. Don't think they find this one. This is a spell that I don't think needs to be changed. I think it needs to be removed from Dota. Shield crash. It's such a silly ability. Just how many times have you looked at it here like, this Pango, we could maybe go on him, but he just presses W, survives anything. What's the point, guys?
Yeah, I think spell. I'm going to sound like a massive contrarian right now. I think barriers were a mistake.
I agree. XXX is going to get disrupted by Respect. It's going to save him for a little bit of time. But fortunately, Sweden Strong is there with the stun. XM, he jumps into the fray. But like you said, he doesn't have Rolling Thunder. It just came back off cooldown. But it comes back a little bit too late. He is dead for sure. If he had roll there, and he goes in with all those heroes clumped up, that fight would have looked amazing. But a little bit too impatient on this Pango mid.
Yeah, just feeling a little bit tankier than what he was. Unfortunately, didn't get the shield crash extra barrier there to keep himself alive. But you can just see that 1W, they understand that the heroes that they are playing, they need to set a certain tempo, right? They need to start getting in the face of these heroes. They can't just let Arme, freely sit down and hit creams. Yeah, he's probably going to sit back and farm, but you need to punish the rest of the map for him doing that, right? You can't just... You have to force him into thinking that maybe he needs to be proactive to try and get some more of these objectives, but they've only taken 1 tower here, Stan. So, it's like 5 minutes into the game, they've taken to 1 tower. I would like to see them with the next catapult wave, try and see if they can do the same thing they did to top with mid. Just take all 5 heroes mid. Maybe you leave Munkushi out in the jungle for a little bit longer because he is so close to that Maelstrom, but just try and send 4 or 5 heroes towards a tier 1 tower. Just really force Extreme to try and make some of these rotations. You've got some good deep wards as well. You've got good deep vision here from Sweden Strong as well. So it's going to be a great opportunity now for the One Whales to try and take some more of these towers.
Sweden Strong was going on hunting, maybe hoping to find DY here in the trees. Unfortunately, will not be the case, and DY is very safe underneath some sentry wards. In fact, Sweden Strong walks underneath a ward sentry combo, so XM knows that he's coming. Will easily be able to get away from this one. A little bit unfortunate. That's also something that you have to worry about when it comes to XG. For the longest time, right, DY was the ward guy. Literally, Chinese players would make guides on how to ward like DY in particular. And in this game, when you're playing an invis hero like the Nyx Assassin, you're going to find out very quickly how annoying it can be dealing with this vision. And now bottom though, Cloud goes in, they bring in Respect. They're hoping for the first kill they have in the game onto Arme, and they do get it. He threw out the stun before he died though, but Munkushi comes in through the Twin Gate, threw out the Laguna Blade, but it might end up being a mistake. As Cloud, he's the first one to fall, taken out by XXX. XM finding the stun onto Respect. They want the Shadow Demon, but he's still alive for now. XM will kill him off with the Swashbuckle Shield Crash combo. Munkushi, he came back, laying in some damage from the high ground. They bring down XXX. DY, one more right click will bring him down too. All of a sudden, XM feeling very, very isolated where he's at, but not isolated enough because he at least kills the Lina on the way down. Ends up being a chaotic bloodbath in this bottom half of the map. But nonetheless, we do have a victory overall for the 1W lineup.
Yeah, it's exactly what I wanted to see from them, right? I just want to see them just kind of throw heroes at this Alchemist, throw heroes at these towers, and just force reactions from Extreme, because they're such a high tier and such a strong team that if you just allow them to kind of play their own game, they're just going to choke out the map for you, right? Like, they're just going to take whatever they want. They're going to get this network lead. They're going to be able to out-team fight you in the middle part of the map, and you're the ones that need to be aggressive. Oh, Xinkyu, he's tanky.
Xinkyu's surprisingly tanky. And ended up stealing, well, it doesn't matter, he's dead. Took them a little bit longer than they thought. Hey man, fluffy hat makes the difference.
He has 1,000 HP. He's actually a lot tankier than I thought, but
This is exactly what I wanted to see from the White Allows. I want to see them just keep going forward. Shira Jr.'s bought a Blink Dagger first on the left track. So this just goes to show that they're in this mentality of, it is time for us to just go hard. You know, like, Extreme, they already have locked up first place. At this point, you're probably, I think, not even able to get yourself out of this bottom 2 for this group either if you're the one worst, considering what they're 1 and 4 now. So this is all about them just trying to find a little bit of source and seeing that sweet spot of pace and over-aggression that they want to try and hit, because we touched on it at the top of this broadcast. This tournament is going to be about speed, and it's going to be about who has that fine line between farming and still being extremely fast on the map.
Cloud with the credit for the tier 1 tower bottom. He's going to start building in towards a BKB. Now the supports for 1dub come to the top lane, hoping to defend their own tower. I think this is also an integral part of them winning this game. Defending their towers and making sure that when they eventually are ready to fight on the side of XG, denying them places where it makes sense for them to make those rotations. Now, top lane, XM is going to get caught out here. Does he have enough to survive? Goes into the Rolling Thunder, but there's too much AoE damage from Shira Jr. Well done from him. And this Blink Dagger already starting to pay itself dividends, man.
Yeah, that was just a nice little rotation there from Sweden Strong. I wasn't 100% sold that they were going to be able to get that kill, because I wasn't sure if Shira Jr. was able to get there, but gets it done.
Dude, this Blink already again. Without the Blink, they can't catch DY, but he can Blink on top of him, split earth him. He gets stunned up. They're looking for Shinkyu as well. Cloud wants to find the Pulverize on the edge of the tier 2 tower. They get it, and they will be able to blow him up. Munkushi Jr. or Munkushi just already working on the tier 1 tower mid. And game 2 looking markedly different from game 1 for the 1dub crew.
Yeah, exactly. It's just all about pace, right? Like, you look at the lineup for Extreme, and they don't really have that great reactionary heroes. Like, Timber's not really, one of those heroes if he's, not at that point where he's very scary. The Alchemist definitely isn't going to be a hero that wants to react. And same with the Enchantress. She's not really a hero that kind of TPs in and turns a fight for you. So they're just really kind of doing a good job of just identifying the power spikes that they have for their heroes and really being able to win a lot of these fights. XM wants to go in, though.
Trying to force a fight middle. They were hoping to go into Shira Jr., but Cloud was in the trees, came out with the onslaught, tramples down XM, and the Pangolier is dead. Sweden Strong should still die, though. An impetus shot connects onto him. And XXX, considering the chase going forward, Ame throws out the stun, but they are realizing that without having XM available, they just don't have the disables necessary to take these kind of fights.
Yeah, they're trying to get a lot of this counter-aggression back, right? They're like, okay, Munkushi's not around here. They're a little bit low on the mana and the HP. They've probably got a few spells on cooldown. Let's try and see if we can get a fight going. Considering now that Ame has this Blade Mail as well as the Radiance, they've got a lot of Blade Mails in this game. Just trying to reflect a lot of that damage that comes in from Shira Jr., but they understand that they've kind of hit this small little item timing where they're like, okay, we're pretty strong with our Alchemist on Ame, so we want to see if we can try and get him involved in these fights, see if he gets a kill. Doesn't work out. They lose XM again, who, I mean, fanboying a little bit at the start. XM was set up for a very strong game, but as soon as that mid-game happened, it didn't turn out.
Yeah. Check out Munkushi. Able to get a pretty big kill right now onto the Timber Sword. So that's XXX being delayed even further. Munkushi getting stronger. And this Lina late game, man. They don't actually have any answers on the side of XG. We're going to get to that point in the game where you can kill the Pangolier during his role. You can just magic burst through the Timber Sword and Alchemist. We've seen how Alchemist fares up against these late game range carries, and it's definitely not well.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those scenarios, especially because they've got a lot of good heroes at being able to save her and get her those resets as well. So DY... Oh, okay. Yeah, that was a spicy one there. I saw the blink in the corner of my eye, and DY was just around the corner. They want to try and fight with Ame, though. Okay, not. But yeah, I do agree with you, right? It's going to get to a point where XM's going to be the guy that needs to be in front of her, but as soon as she gets big of it won't really matter.
Speaking of XM, he's dying like he's a support right now. Mostly softened up by Sweden Strong. Cloud was just there for the cleanup duty. So when you're starting to get soloed by the enemy position 4 practically, yeah, things are not looking so hot for XG in this mid lane.
Yeah, it's gotten to the point where he went for this Blade Mail to try and be tanky in these fights, but he isn't tanky in these fights anymore, Like, In the first couple of fights that he had he was reflecting a decent amount of damage, but there's just so much burst that can come out now from the one whales that it's going to be all too hard for him to try and survive with this blade mail, and he's really going to be on kind of recovery mode going for this blink dagger to see if he can try and get some of these fights in the middle part of the game. But you know, kind of all eggs in the Arme basket now for Extreme.
Do you think he should have went for blink dagger first instead of stopping over for the blade mail?
I mean, I think the blade mail is a good choice in the game, but I think there was just too many fights that just went bad for them. Like that fight where, you know, XM, he came in, he was the first one to get gone on, and then he respawned, and then he basically instantly TP'd back towards the mid lane and died like straight again. Like that was kind of when the blade mail felt bad. Like 2 deaths in a row is too many.
Sweden Strong has a Dagon already on this mixed assassin. XXX jumping in on top of him, but here comes Cloud. Beautiful onslaught into the pulverize onto this Timber. Not dead just yet, but eventually will as he gets trampled into the death. XM rolling around, trying to at least break up this fight somewhat. Realizing as the roll expires that he needs to get the hell out of here. So they committed roll, they committed the... oh, no, just roll. Okay, nothing else is committed. Just roll. It's not so.
Yeah, and in that fight, we kind of see the problem that you have now with Rolling Thunder when you're a little bit behind against these save heroes. Like, he understood that he had to just try and commit for a kill and get the kill on the Sweden Strong, but all it takes is a disruption. You know, like, your Respect is just sitting well without a range. He just puts a disruption in. Sweden Strong sits inside of it. Rolling Thunder has to roll away, and at that point, he bounces into Chira Jr., who then gets bounced on the high ground, and you're like, well, okay, fight's kind of over at this point, so... Things are not looking up for Extreme.
XXX showed up to the bottom lane. As soon as he peeks his head out into some vision, the rest of 1Dub is there. They eviscerate him. I must say, the difference in this game when Respect is around, just being able to save people, elongate this fight, frustrate Extreme Gaming has been night and day. And Cloud, fresh off of helping to get a kill down bottom, has already moved towards middle, trampling down onto the Rubik. They blink onto DY as well with Chira Jr. 3 heroes are gone off the map in the blink of an eye here, Fluke.
Yeah, confidence is key, man. Like, it is what it's like in any sport and even in esports. When you come into a tournament like this, the shackles have been removed. You know, One Whales, they came into this series like, okay, if we get ourselves a 2-0, we can start looking towards potentially being in the top 2 for our group. They lost that first game, they go, all right, stuff it. There's not much else left for us to lose. Let's just play fast, let's play our kind of Dota. And this is the 1W that we're expecting.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to see from them. Now the question is, can they save Cloud here? He's in his BKB. It doesn't seem like Extreme Gaming have that much interest in chasing him. They find the LSA onto DY. The Enchantress setting up the fight. Munkushi pops a BKB to avoid the Rolling Thunder. He's just going to TP out. Doesn't want anything more to do with this fight. Respect though, he will get tagged in by this Rolling Thunder. Can he get out of here? Delays proceedings with the disruption. But unfortunately, his death is secured. And then to soul disruption as well onto the Rubik. I suppose it's still nice for XG to get that kill, but that was not easy, and they didn't get the most high-value target either.
Yeah, it would have been nice for them to try and get their kill there onto Cloud, but, you know, the BKBs are just a little bit too strong. But they are starting to wear thin a little bit here.
XXX.
What was he doing
got
up
a
there?
little bit too... I don't know. Ame channeling the stun, but he doesn't have a blink dagger, so he can't get in. Now he's stunned himself. Chira Jr. has the split earth, but doesn't want to actually let it wind out. I'm very surprised that they chose not to approach that. They had Pulverize, you had Onslaught, Uproars available. I feel like they could have gotten that kill.
Yeah, they just didn't quite have vision on some of these other heroes just yet. And obviously with Munkushi showing himself in towards that middle lane, he didn't want to try and overcommit just yet. Did not have a TP either to try and link up with the team. So, you know, 1W, they're showing a little bit of that restraint that we're hoping to see from these guys as well. And just shows that they are not letting the occasion get to themselves just yet. They're playing nice and crisp Dota. They're playing nice and fast. But they're not over-aggressing, which is a big thing that can happen sometimes when you get in towards these games, is you're starting to, you know, dominate a team like Extreme. You're like, nobody else has beaten these guys just yet in our group. We're doing so well, guys. Let's go. And that's kind of what happened to Heroic, right? They got a little bit too big for their boots in some of these fights, and then they end up just losing out a little bit later on. So doing a good job of just keeping this game nice and consistent, keeping themselves in that driver's seat, and really forcing XG to make some of these bad decisions.
Aegis now in tow for Munkushi. I would have preferred it on the Leshrac. I think Leshrac is like top 5 of the best ones, but Lina can still be pretty good with this Aegis. 7k net worth lead for themselves. Yes, Ame is obviously the highest net worth in the game, but the rest of his cores just not really able to contribute that much. And he's being hunted by Sweden Strong, but there aren't any heroes nearby. I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, with no Leshrac, with no Lina, it's kind of just a scouting mission right now. Don't have all too much coverage of the odd sentry ward combination for this Nyx Assassin. They do have a decent amount of sentries that are floating around in key little areas for them, but they've done a really good job for the side of the One Whales to try and get rid of a lot of this vision here, to just try and give Sweden Strong those clean avenues. You can see there was a nice little line that he was able to make from the bottom T1 all the way through towards the triangle, where he knew that he was completely A-OK. That was just a very small miss there onto, what was it, DY that was in the trees?
Also, they took the Tormentor on 1-win, and the fact that the 1-dub has this Tormi, it went towards the Nyx Assassin. If they find Enchantress, Timbersaw, who have already been struggling with staying alive in general, now you get hit by the Vendetta with the break, whew, gonna die really, really fast.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage, so it's going to be very scary for these supports to try and keep themselves away from the Nyx Assassin, considering they don't really have the most control of the lanes just yet, because Respect is doing such a good job of just being able to solidify a lot of these areas they want to try and play around with.
Sweden Strong's about to pick up a Dagon 3 as Munkushi finishes off the tier 2 tower bottom. And they smoke up immediately. They want to go punish somebody. And it's good old DY right in front of us. And DY now does see the smoke break onto Cloud, but they don't know in which direction he's at. Hiding in this little alcove. And he's just chilling. This is one of those you're hiding underneath the bed. You're like, please don't look, please don't look, please don't look.
And it's like one of the gambles that the Cloud has to make as well, right? Because there are so many crevices for you to try and hide in, that he's just like, I'm going to onslaught in one direction or another, and if I find you, I find you. If I don't, whatever. He's also picked up the Ag Scepter as well here on the Primal Beast, and now with the gem up on Chiro Jr., they're really starting to put themselves in a very dominant position to try and end this game. BKB fully completed, as well as the boots travel for Munkushi, so they're at a position now for the side of the One Whales that they are kind of hitting their critical mass, where they still have a little bit of room to grow, but it is definitely strong enough for them to start cracking into this high ground. Maybe with the next Aegis.
2 minutes left on this one, though.
There's still a bit of time. It's probably going to be one of those farming Aegises. They'll use the time to just farm up. Maybe Chiro Jr. can start building into getting his Bloodstone as well. He already has the BKB available. Feel really strong at that point. But there's no rush for them, right? They're the ones, if you're at this stage of the game ahead against Alchemist, there's no rush. You know that this guy will never come back. He'll never be strong enough to really contest you. So take your time, farm up your items. Don't worry about it too much.
Yeah, it's a position where you know that XXS as well as XM have also had to go for these much more team-focused. Oh, okay, that's a DY. Much more team-focused kind of builds, right? XSS doesn't really have that much damage just yet. He's gone for this pipe as well as the Kaya, and XM Blink Blade now. So it's going to be a little while until those heroes start to come online. You only really have to worry about Arme, and I think at this point you're more than happy to try and take that fight if you're Munkushi. So you're in a very good position for the One Whale. So just take down these outer towers, and maybe you can try and have a sniff at a high ground. You have to be very, very careful of just being caught out by like a rolling thunder, but as long as Sweden's strong to try and find some more of these picks, things get scary.
XM trying to roll himself away. He'll succeed in doing so. And XXX, he was in front of the tower. Munkushi opted to go towards XM instead, so both of them will end up surviving.
Yeah.
Still, though, it kind of sucks that at this stage of the game, these are the only plays you can do. Distract them, try and create space and time. And sadly, I think it would be one thing if it was an SF that you have, if you're the one that have the Lina. I still keep coming back to the fact that it's Alchemist, man. An Alchemist that also doesn't have Blink Dagger, so how does he even get into these fights? We've seen so many times in this game, he'll run up, waddling there, wants to throw the concoction, but 1-dub have two heroes that are always sitting very far back in the Lina and the Lesh. One hero that is super mobile, one hero that's invis, and one hero that saves. It's such a hard game without the Blink Dagger to find your targets in these engagements.
Yeah, he needs some sort of mobility, because I feel like it is basically Arme's job to try and jump into the back and take down Respect, because, you're looking at XM, I think he really just kind of needs to roll around and try and cause a bit of chaos in the front line, so the Leshrac as well as the Lina don't just have this kind of free reign. And then they can start to buy a little bit of that extra time for Arme to get these extra kills. So without that blink dagger, things are going to get a little weird. Arme just clicked out of smoke, so...
Oh, no. Oh, no.
They know that Arme was smoked, at least.
Well, it doesn't seem like this particular smoke is going to go anywhere. Maybe they just want to lay out some vision in the meantime. We just had a Dagon 4 arriving for the Mix Assassin. That is the first Dagon 4 of the tournament.
Hell yeah. Hopefully it's not the last from Sweden Strong. Let's go, baby. I was... Like, obviously, you know, Dagon 1 is a very important item for Nyx Assassin. It is the build these days. So that's when you usually see some transitions. Like, you see, like, a Blink Dagger, 4-star Solar Crest, Glimmer. But Sweden understands that this game is naturally going to slow down because they actually want this game to slow down. So going for a full Dagon means that he 100% has a lot of these solo pickoffs and doesn't need his teammates to try and come in and provide that extra bit of damage. So that can kind of turn this game on its head.
Bro, he also just picked up a ceremonial robe as his neutral item. That is perfect. Down bottom, Sweden Strong. Look who he's found. It's DY. That is a dead Enchantress. Whew. Like you mentioned, the solo kill potential is there. The fight is still breaking out down bottom though. Cloud going in with the onslaught towards Arme. They found the big carry. He activates his BKB, but it's not going to matter. Munkushi is here as Cloud holds him with the pulverize. And Arme is dead. 70 seconds. No buyback for the Alchemist.
No buyback, no BKB, no nothing. And this is kind of just the way that the game went, right? Like, you were looking at this XG draft, like, yes, this Alchemist can provide you with a little bit of tempo to try and play around with, but it was all about this Pangolier because you had this Timber and the Alchemist who were not going to move around as cores. And XM, unfortunately for him, yes, it was a half-decent start against the Leshrac, but Chira was just able to make much better rotations to what XM was. He was the one that was being aggressive, right? Like, we saw him make that first rotation towards the top. He got themselves a couple of kills. Yeah, Chira lost his life, but there's so much extra network.
Munkushi could be caught out here, but they just don't have the damage without the Alchemist. XM committed the full Rolling Thunder for this one. Can they get anything out of it? No, they cannot. They have to retreat onto the high ground, and here comes Cloud, ready to punish them. They find DY first and foremost, kill him off without buyback. They still could reach for more, respect. Disruption out onto the Timber Soul. But they're just using the time to beat down onto the tier 3 tower. We're about 30 minutes in.
For Arme to come back, though. You have to be mindful of that.
I think you get the tier 3. I'm not sure about the racks. Shira Jr. though blinks up. BKB active, just straight onto Shin Q. And the stun comes back onto him, but got that debuff immunity, so Arme can't do anything with the concoction. And now they're just watching Munkushi deal with the base as XXX dies in the blink of an eye. XM going in, hoping to do something. Arme can't even get to the fight. Pulverize will stun him up right next to XM. XM already gone. Arme will throw out the stun, but it's not really going to make a difference. Already zoned back into the fountain. Cloud, though, taking quite a bit of damage from DY. These impetus shots are no joke. But still, nobody from 1Dub is dead. And now, wow, DY suffering the wrath of Sweden Strong as he picks up a Dagon freaking 5. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, Sweden Strong's had a very, very strong game on this Nyx Assassin. I think everybody for the One Whales have definitely pulled something out for this last game. And this is just so freeing to see because these guys, you know, going into a couple of tournaments this year, they're able to qualify for ESL 1 Birmingham, weren't able to get there over to some visa issues. They had a couple of good tournament showings. You know, they had a good showing in their own tournament sake as well, where they had a pretty good group stage against the likes of Gaming Gladiators and Team Spirit. Now coming into TI, which is probably one of the biggest tournaments they have qualified for ever, really goes to show that these guys are still here to party. They're potentially going to finish their group stages off with, what, 2 and 4? That's pretty respectable. It's not all too bad. Still is probably going to mean that they will be picked by a team in a different group, but it just goes to show that they know how to play fast, right? They know how to play one of their strategies, which is this Leshrac, which has been something they've been very, very good with in the past. So it does give us a nice little indicator that these guys are not just going to be, you know, 0-6 Andes and just be out of the tournament without showing their worth.
Smoke up. Extreme Gaming taking potentially their final roll of the dice here in this game. They've already secured top seed in Group A, but would certainly like to make it a perfect group. Arme in a bit of an awkward position. Chira Jr. blinks in first, looking towards DY. Arme pops his BKB, but he gets stunned before the BKB came out, so he lost most of his HP. He is dead without buyback. XM gonna try his best. They're stunning up Tira Jr., but no, Tira Jr. got pushed onto the high ground. So this Leshrac, free to just dish in magic damage without getting touched. Munkushi is also throwing in as many right clicks as possible. And as all the XG heroes die, the GG is called. One dub will get the one dub, prevent XG from having a perfect group, and give themselves confidence leading into the seeding stage on the road to the international.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty important moral victory. Not only is it a good victory for their standings as well, for the One Wales or the One Wickers, whatever you want to call these guys throughout the entirety of the road to the international. These guys, they get themselves another win on the board. So that's a big positive for them. And that was probably one of their better showings that we've seen so far. They're able to have really, really strong lanes. They're able to execute their strategy really well. They're able to have a lot of this kind of poised to be able to fall back, slow the game down when they needed to, make sure they don't over-aggress too much. They didn't go to the higher ground all too early. They knew they were still against an Alchemist, knew they were still against a really good team in Extreme, and they were able to just do that nice and cleanly. It felt like basically from pretty much just a couple of minutes before this, maybe around about the 12-13 minute mark, it felt like it was basically one dub that was on the road to victory the entire time.
Yep. Definitely one of the performances that we needed to see from them to remind everybody why they qualified for the international in the first place. That being said, certainly the sloppiest performance we've seen from XG. From the draft, we were very confused about what the intent was until the very last pick. But honestly, just the way they played, they did not play with the same crispness of execution that we've seen from them. I mean, Ame there, not getting the BKB off before he's like half HP. If the game has stakes, I don't think that happens, right? Just clearly an off game from the side of Extreme Gaming. They tried to be a bit experimental with the draft, a bit experimental with the plays, and sometimes experiments fail. This was the occasion for them to discover that.
Yeah, I think that the only problem I kind of had with this Extreme draft was the fact that they just didn't really have many heroes that could do stuff on the map. You've got a Rubik and an Enchantress, not really heroes that are known for their rotating prowess, and then you've got a Timbersaw and an Alchemist as your side lane cores. Like, neither of those two heroes really want to rotate either. So it's all about the Pangolier going to a lane. And then as soon as XM had those two unfortunate deaths in towards the top tier 1 and then back in towards his mid tower, that's when things started to get really weird for Extreme. They're like, oh, our one guy who's supposed to set the tempo for us and try and create a lot of space is kind of just getting domed in every fight that we're going into. How we're supposed to play this game, and then it just dwindled down to the One Wales just walking in and killing literally everybody and taking everything they wanted. And you can just see from the stats of literally everyone, right? Like Sweden Strong, he has Arcane Boots and a Dagon 5, and it was an absolute ruffle stomp.
Oh, dude, he played so well. Sweden Strong. I really like watching this guy play. He has a very peculiar style. Made this game work for him. This is also the second time that we've seen in this tournament that the Timbersaw feels completely useless against Nyx Assassin. So maybe this actually might be some kind of counter. Didn't necessarily start to counter him early on in the game, but as the game extended, the constant breaks, the constant stuns out of fog, every time he throws a chakram on the ground, suddenly there's a spike carapace. I feel like if we do see more Timbers, you might have to address the Nyx Assassin in some fashion. And for the side of one dub, they get this. It's a building confidence. For XG, only once in TI history, only once, last year, Fluke, has it happened that a team that went clean in the group stage ended up winning the tournament. And I feel like, Team Spread last year is a bit of a special case. That team was something else. So, and the last time that it happened in China, way back when with LGD, where they rinsed their group and ended up coming, I think, third. So maybe they looked, he was like, guys, I spent some time with Jawait. He's taught me, don't go clean in the group. So let's throw this game, give ourselves the best chance for the rest of the tournament. The team says, okay, it's fine, guys. So they're still fine. Yeah. They're still number 1 seed. It's all good.
Yeah, I mean, that's the positive for them, right, is going into this series. They needed just one win to be able to make themselves go towards the top of the group, and they got that done, and now they're just looking at this last game like, oh, okay, it's whatever. Like, maybe we were trying a few things. Maybe we were trying to understand what the meta's going to be like. Maybe we gave them a few heroes that we didn't really want to play against, and now we're definitely going to get them banned going forward. But, I mean, Extreme are looking really, really hot, and this is a big positive sign for the guys of 1W is the fact that they got themselves a win here. Going in towards those best of threes where they're probably going to be playing up against, what's the group they're going to look at? Let me have a quick look here. Probably, that's Group B, so it's going to be a tough ask to see who comes out on top of Group B.
Well, we still have to wait for the incoming results from Group B to determine who they will be playing against, or who's going to select them, rather, because that is the winner's advantage that we have in these group stages. For now, though, we still have more Dota 2 to cover for the rest of the day. There's another series which has potential to determine who ends first in Group C or who ends last in that group, and that is, of course, going to be Team Zero taking on Nouns. I cannot stress enough, y'all, how much you have to be watching this game, because both of these teams have already done amazing things. Both of them took Falcons to the edge of the limit. Team Zero has been playing incredible Dota. They're at the top of the group, the underdog, the dark horses. So we need the dark horse from China. We're finding the dark horse from NA, and we're going to be seeing who wins out in this titanic clash coming at you in about 15 minutes. So go grab some water, get some fresh air outside, and then join us here to continue the road to the international.
All right, I am here with Nouns, the only American organization representing here at the International. I'm joined by their captain, Fly. Fly, firstly, how are you doing here in Copenhagen for the International?
Doing good. It's nice to be back here. It's been a while for me. But yeah, it's great to be back at TI, you know? It's always a special feeling, so.
Once again, I mean, even after this many times, it's still special?
Of course, yeah. It happens once a year, and you never know if you're going to make it, really. You know, like, you don't go starting the year with the expectation, like, oh, for sure I'm going to be a TI. And this year has been kind of a wild ride, so, you know, it's nice.
You know, it has been a little tough for you guys at points. Was there a point in this year where you were thinking, like, you're starting to doubt, or you were wondering, you know, is this the year I don't make it?
You definitely have those thoughts. You know, you just can't really let it get you down, right? Because, you know, when you start losing, you're like, am I still going to be able to make it? Am I good enough? Are we good enough? All these thoughts kind of seep in, but in the end you have to just trust in yourself and in your own ability, and, you know, hopefully whatever happens after that, and you just do your best.
I think for you, as, you know, with all the experience you have, it was kind of, you know, you've been everywhere, you know, you've done it all. So were you kind of like guiding your team, you know, through those rough patches, and, you know, do you feel like you're maybe the reason why you're able to come out the other side and see the light?
I think it's definitely everybody on the team. It's not just one person. It's never one person. It's always like a combination of different factors. You know, something might just click at the right time. And that is something I did tell my team, is that, you know, you could just be losing a lot of games, but one day you're going to wake up and something is going to click, and you're just going to start playing better, either individually or together, and you're going to start winning. It's happened to me before in the past. And it sort of happened for us this year when we ended up qualifying here, right? Like, we played the best Dota I think we've played all year.
How did Milan coming into the team kind of, you know, like help you guys out and change Nouns?
I think Milan came in kind of before the qualifiers, and it definitely helped because I was feeling overwhelmed, because I was basically doing coach and captain. I was doing both those roles. And I wanted to be able to focus more on my own gameplay, because nowadays you have to be really good at your own individual role. You can't have some guy who's like, you know, not that good. So it helped me individually because he took a lot of the responsibilities off my shoulders. He would help with, you know, our training routine, replay reviews and things like that. So it's been a great help, and I think he's a very smart Dota mind in general. So he brought a lot of good fundamental ideas to the team that we were lacking. Obviously, we've had some changes throughout Dota this year, you know, facets, and most recently Ringmaster as well. As a support player, what do you think of this new hero, Ringmaster? You know, is it free MMR? I love Ringmaster, yeah, it's been free MMR. I think I'm something on like 8-0 with him. I haven't lost a game yet. I try not to play too much because it's not a hero I'm going to play at TI. So yeah. I was trying to avoid it, but you know, every game you queue up right now, people are going to first pick Ringmaster and like High Immortal. The hero's, he's OP. Let's be real. Even after nerf, he's pretty OP. I think I look forward to playing him later after he gets nerfed a little bit, because I think he has all the fun tools in the hero, right? He has like a save, he has like an AoE control, he has like some skill shots. So I think the hero is very cool. What would it mean for you if you were able to finally lift the Aegis? What would it mean? I mean, that would be amazing. I think it's one of the things in Dota I have not been able to achieve. So, of course, that would be a dream come true for me to be able to lift the Aegis. Don't want to think too far, you know, we'll take it a step at a time, but that would be awesome, yeah. All right, Fly, thank you so much for coming to talk to me, and good luck at the International. Thank you very much.
Welcome, welcome, one and all. We are back again on the road to the international. The group stage continues as we now move from Group A to see if we can make something happen in Group C, as our upcoming matchup is going to be Team Zero taking on Nouns. Team Zero, of course, the team that has surprised everybody, playing some really clean Dota. 2-0 the side of BB team, able to take a game against Falcons, and now looking to wrap up Group C in the #1 seed. None of you, no matter how much you like this team, none of you predicted that's what would happen before the tournament started. But on the other side, Fluke, Nouns, the only NA representative, right, beating out the rebellions of this world, making sure that they're holding the NA flag high, but decent results against Falcons, not so hot against BB team. What do you make of their odds coming up against a resurgent Team Zero who are looking on top of the world right now?
Yeah, it's really hard for Nouns going into this game, because originally when I saw this on the schedule, I was, obviously expecting that Nouns were probably going to be slight favorites. I still feel like this is going to be a series where both of these two teams can take games off of each other, and it's all about who kind of just turns up in the moment. So I think coming into this now for Nouns, you're probably looking at this as potentially one of those series that you are going to have to pull something out of the hat, right? Like, we haven't really seen the best out of them just yet for the road to international. Yes, they have had some hard games and they have shown some cool stuff against the Falcons, but it's Team Zero that are really on this hot streak. And if Team Zero get themselves one win here, they can secure themselves at least the top 2. So that's going to be a lot for them to play for in this first game. And if you're Nouns, you have to overcome that. Also overcome what seems like a lot of these meta heroes that are very favored towards these Chinese teams that they've started to cook up. So things are going to get pretty spicy for Nouns here on out.
Fortunately for them on the side of Nouns, last year, literally a year ago, right, we have a player on the team who was able to achieve top 8 at the international on the main stage. Fly has been top 3 at this event before in his past. And so the experience trust and the brain trust is certainly available for that lineup to be able to make a deep push into this tournament. But now let us see if they have what it takes, as we are getting into it, my friend. Game 1 of their last group stage game between Team Zero and Nouns. Zero on the Radiant side, having access to second pick, and then Nouns with the Dire side first pick. We will see how badly they want to target ZZ Cube. How many heroes does he have, or how badly they want to target 7E. 7E has looked amazing on the Earth Spirit. It got banned out against them yesterday, and they still won the game. So is that something they need to be paying heavy attention to on the side of Nouns to try and contain 7E as much as possible?
I think there's just a lot of these heroes that Team Zero have been playing that are kind of not first ban worthy, but they're still scary in their own rights, right? Like, you already touched on the fact that the Earth Spirit has been quite spooky for them. I think yesterday the ZZQ Bat Rider was also one of the linchpins that was able to get them that first game against BB team. So there are a few heroes that are kind of floating around that are potential first picks. The Tree Protector's still floating around as well. Shadow Demon's already banned out. Like, there's a lot of these spooky heroes. Wind Ranger, Shadow Fiend, like all of these heroes that Team Zero has really been able to utilize are still quite spooky. So I'm interested to see what they're going to respond with now as the obvious Wind Ranger gets opened up from Nouns.
Get some Wind Ranger going for us. For Team Zero, they did the right thing. The one hero that they did ban, which I imagine will be banned every game against Nouns, is that Meepo. Do not think Yuma's going to be allowed to play that at all throughout this tournament, but every carry player is going to be picking up this Wind Ranger as much as possible. But we just go and pick up the Beyond Centaur. Looked very good for them yesterday. We saw just how good they could be with their timings on the Stampede. And just in general, having this easy initiating hero certainly makes life a lot easier for them, a lot better. I like what I'm seeing. I'm fine with this.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of a good, safe response, right? Like, you're not going to get counterpicked as a Centaur. There's not really too many heroes that you have to worry about. Yeah, there might be some leashes and stuff like that make your Stampede a little icky, but with its instant response to the Wind Ranger, you're probably pretty happy here. I think now, if you are Nouns, you might be looking towards banning out some of these heroes that can deal with the Wind Ranger in this like kind of whirlwind kind of scenario, right? Where you've seen a lot of these heroes that either have a lot of this extra damage, where the BKB Wind Run doesn't really matter all too much. Maybe you go for a little bit more of this magic damage lockdown kind of style. We might see things along the line of like maybe like a Lion early on, trying to deal with some of those extra purges. I'm surprised we haven't seen like Oracle as a response to this Wind Ranger early on just yet, just because of how strong that False Promise can be, because Windrunner definitely feels like one of those heroes that is basically, you walk in, you BKB, you win run, you whirlwind, and you kill everyone, or you get killed. So if you're able to kind of survive that early burst, then it really does feel like that you can try and turn around on the Wind Ranger.
10 seconds remaining.
I wonder, I don't think we've seen the game, but I'm pretty sure Insania has played this hero, right? By now. There's no way that Insania hasn't played it.
Turn to battle.
Has he?
They
Let me
must
double
have.
check.
Let's check,
He's
let's
played
check.
a
And
bit of
indeed he
Omni.
did. He played it, and he played it against a Bristleback Primal Beast Marana lineup.
Yeah, it was against the
okay.
tree. Gets rid of the living armor, so that's pretty good. So yeah, probably we might be seeing Liquid be a team that will lean towards that as kind of the Wind Ranger ban. I like the Marana ban as well and the Morphling. Just two carries that kind of have a good matchup into the Windrunner. The Marana doesn't mind building MKB. She can get quite tanky herself, and then it just means that Windrun doesn't really matter. And then the Morphling is another hero that just kind of transitions to be able to deal with her. So this is a hero that they picked yesterday. Yeah, this was one of their responses to a well, actually, it was BB Team's response to the Wind Ranger here from Team Zero. So it seems like there's a bit of credence with this sniper against the Wind Ranger because he is so far away from the action.
5 seconds remaining.
Didn't Ponlo play one Sniper 4 as well?
Yes,
yesterday?
he did. He
I
played
forget
it
which
yesterday,
game that was.
That was
but it
the
looked good.
first game.
The first game, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
In this game, I think the big thing about it is having access to the Solar Crest. Putting Shine on a hero that you know, like Centaur, that's going to be close to the Wind Ranger. More time around her means more time returning damage. I like this. Also, so this is also a fairly strong lane, like the Centaur Sniper. Not some, even though it's going to be Wind Ranger safe lane and presumably the Enchantress to back her up. It's not going to be one of those lanes where you just dominate, as we've seen it happen. There's a lot of slows, a lot of stuns, a lot of magic damage available just from those two. But fortunately, with the Enchantress, you not only have some lane solidity, they don't have any immediate creep killers, so you can get some creeps early on and then maybe start to apply some pressure to the lane if Sniper ever has to leave to do something else on the map.
Yeah, I think that's a positive thing, right? It just means that you have this very strong safe lane for yourself, and it means that your Wind Ranger is not going to be just kind of bullied out of the lane from this Centaur Sniper combination. So the Enchantress will just purely be able to kind of just constantly run at the Sniper. You know, Fly's been, you know, a stalwart of that hero for a very, very long time, so he's just going to be able to quite easily get one of these big creeps early on, just throw it towards the Sniper. These shrapnels aren't going to be doing all too much work for them just yet. So I really want to see what kind of off-laners they kind of want to go for. I guess you don't really want to reveal your lane just yet. Okay, so they're going to go for the Tusk. I was going to say you don't really want to reveal like your off-lane straight away because there is like a 1-2 response coming in here from Team Zero, so you could just get this like really strong safe lane and then you're in a bit of an awkward spot for Nouns.
I think now for Team Zero, you go support mid. Yeah, that feels right to me. I guess you don't know what the mid matchup is going to be in advance, so you could potentially try to pick up some super flexible hero that can go in between. But we've also seen that when it comes to 7E, sometimes it doesn't really matter if he gets counterpicked or not. He's just going to play his natural game regardless.
Yep.
So I'd be fine with that. But I think your support first. Get the ZZQ hero out, whether it be Tree or Nyx Assassin. In this kind of game, I would prefer a Nyx Assassin so they have another hero to like move around with. But then you have to make the Nyx 5, so maybe you just go for the... But ZZQ did play Nyx 5, and it went fine, so he can do what he wants, I guess.
He also played Bristleback, so I mean, this guy is a bit of a hooligan. So I don't really know if we're gonna be going into the bag of tricks just yet for ZZQ, but I wouldn't mind Tree. I wouldn't mind just another one of these lane dominators, right? Just something that can secure some of these heroes that gives you a good carry-to-carry matchup against the Wind Ranger. Maybe you go SF +1. You could probably just go like SF Clock, maybe. Might be not too bad for them. You do have some problems going into the Enchantress, but a Drow Ranger.
Bro, listen, man. You mentioned that like the top 3 of those, the Lina, the Marana, the Wind Ranger, right? I'm telling you, this Drow Ranger hero, it's really strong. It's very, 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 very strong. I'm surprised that this is the first draw that we've had in the tournament thus far. But this hero, if you can just find yourself in a situation where either A, the enemy team doesn't have that much jump on top of you, or B, you have ways to survive the jump and then get out of it, this hero becomes devastating. I'm very happy that I'm going to be seeing this from Erica. I am watching with bated breath. This is one of the heroes I've been spamming lately in tandem with the Weaver. So I'm waiting for some new tech. I'm very excited.
Yeah, I'm just having a quick look at her recently. She was one of those heroes when I looked at the patch coming into TI, 7.37 I think it is. I was definitely leaning towards range carries. I felt like there was just a lot of these range carries are just looking way too good, and a lot of the melee carries kind of got nerfed for a little bit. So Drow Ranger was definitely up on that list for me, just purely because of the combination with a lot of these other heroes as well, right? And melee 5s that healed exactly what Drow Ranger wants to have in front of her. So this is a good combination, but the response is going to be here from Nouns. They're going to pick up the Nature's Prophet. I'd imagine that's probably going to be in the mid lane for Copy. Just trying to be a little bit aggressive on the map. You can try and get a lot of these aggressive TPs as well. You don't really have to have that quote-unquote gap close, because you can just TP in the back, BKB, force out a few more of these defensive items from the Drow Ranger, maybe from the Sniper as well. I think maybe with this Drow as well, you might be leaning towards a core Sniper rather than a support Sniper. XM is definitely a player that loves playing it. Or no, not XM, pardon me. They have had a lot of players that have enjoyed this Sniper in the mid lane anyways, so it is definitely something that we're looking at for a lot of these Chinese teams. 7E is the mid lane. I'm still stuck on the extreme game from a few moments ago.
You've been embroiled in Chinese Dota. Welcome, my friend.
I see Sniper and I think
is.
XM, you know, like it's hard to get that out of your brain.
I think they probably end up going for like some strength core middle, so that they have two bodies in front of the Drow. The Treant Protector can sit behind her, and the Sniper will just be elsewhere, providing vision, pipping down some damage randomly, and you can still get the gain benefit from the Drow playing support Sniper as well. So I would want to see Earthshake. I think would have been decent, but like, man, his Earth Spirit still looks pretty decent here. I need heroes to close in on Wind Ranger, Nature's Prophet. We need some magic damage. I need a team fight starter. I don't know, man. Just play that Earth Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty good, huh? Like, it's just looking like one of those heroes that is going to come out for it. I think the question is now for Team Zero is, do they feel like this is a copy Nature's Prophet? Yeah, I was going to say, are they vibing about whether or not this is going to be copy or gunner that's going to play the Nature's Prophet? So you're going to hedge their bets and they get rid of the Earthshaker as well as the Darkseer. Darkseer is naturally one of those heroes that can kind of just get on top of the Drow. You've got Vacuum, you've got Surge to be able to get these heroes on top of her, and plus Darkseer plus Tusk Lane can be very scary for the Drow. You get caught by the Ice Shards once and you are donezo. So nice little bad then to try and secure their Drow lane just a little bit more. I think you have to burn Earth Spirit if you're Nouns here. I think you just have to.
Yeah. You know, probably it is the case for Team Zero, right? They're probably going to get a lot more Earth Spirits than they should, because people don't necessarily value the hero that highly. So they're like, guys, is it really that good? You know, sometimes you watch a game and you watch someone else lose and you're like, is it really that tough? Then you get put in that situation, you're like, oh, yeah, I see. It really is that tough.
Yeah,
they were debating it.
The respect.
They were really debating it. They were thinking about it, man. But you ban that, you pick Clock. Now they don't want to pick Shadow Fiend either, so you sort of covered two bases at once.
Who's the cause here?
For Nouns,
They have a Tusk and a Tetris at a Clock.
I think you make it Wind Ranger, Tusk, Nature's Prophet. Gunner has played the Tusk off lane before.
Okay.
Quite a few times in the past. So I think you put Gunner on the Tusk, he's comfortable on the hero, and then you just decide between Copy and Yuma who plays Wind Ranger, Nature's Prophet, depending on what the mid matchup is going to be.
All right, so they're cooking a little bit here. Nouns. And it's just going to be a Mars response here. So, you know, 7E could be,
Mars, let's go.
yeah, quite easily pick that up. It's very good into these range heroes in the mid lane, right? So it kind of just covers his bases against both the Nature's Prophet and the Wind Ranger. I like that response there from Team Zero. They've got themselves quite a lot of very good heroes. You know, the Mars is going to be very good for them to be able to play in a lot of these team fights as well, considering he has Bloodsport. So Bloodsport being able to negate all of the vision that comes in from the allies. So that means that Gunner on this Tusk is not going to be able to just freely come in with the drinking buddies or the tag team and just get the snowball to go through and be able to save those people that are in the Mars arena. So nice little response there from Team Zero. I think they've got a very, very solid draft here, but so do Nouns. I think they've got a lot of good ways of taking these towers. They've got some half-decent lanes. They can scale pretty well with their heroes, but my question is, how are these lanes going to go? Because, you know, we've seen these Nature's Prophets. The idea in theory is good, right? Like in your brain as a Dota player, you're like, okay, Nature's Prophet, he's going to play fast, TP around the map. It's going to be awesome. But is that what going to happen for Copy? Is he actually able to play around the map and play quick? Because if he doesn't, they can fall behind pretty hard.
My main issue looking at these drafts is just that the team fight potential that I see on Team Zero is a lot higher. And I was thinking about something yesterday when I was watching some of these Chinese teams play, that when the Chinese teams have better team fight than you, generally they will win the game because they are so good at being able to execute those team fights. I do like the pace and the speed that Mounts can bring to the game, but like you say, if it doesn't work out, let's say we're at 15 minutes and they haven't taken a tier 1 tower, how confident are we that they're going to scale throughout the whole game? And yes, Wind Ranger, we've seen how amazingly she can scale, but the enemy team has Drow Ranger. Drow Ranger, I'm telling y'all, this is a carry hero right now, provided that it has the necessary support, but they do have that support, you know? Beyond can help you out, and crucially, this mid-Mars, I wanted a Strafe core that can go in and start fights, probably one of the better ones because he can also counter-initiate, right? If you jump in on them with your Clockwork, with your Nature's Prophet, all of a sudden Mars shows up out of nowhere, creates a new condition for the fight, and it's much more difficult for you. So I'm feeling this Team Zero draft. Hashtag no bias. But I'm also a little bit skeptical just of the team fight prowess overall on the side of Nouns.
Yeah, I think that's, you know, kind of one of the issues that Nouns is kind of running right now. Their biggest, like, kind of team fight ability is, like, hookshot, right? Like, they've got a lot of abilities that are really good at skirmishing. Yes, they've got Whirlwind, but when you're playing into Arena, you're playing into Overgrowth, you're playing into Stampede, you're playing into all the shrapnels are going to be on the ground, Drow Ranger's going to be throwing around all these multi-shots. It's going to be very hard for Nouns to try and fight in an area, and that can be a bit of a problem for some of these teams trying to get a lot of these games going if you can't just control an area. So we'll have to see how it does pan out. I've got to quickly do Smoke Gang 0 to 4, number of smoke kills 0 to 2, players with the most kills 10 minutes, 7E, tower first destruction 5 to 8. Ah, damn, I didn't get the last one.
I went beyond. This lane feels pretty fun. But we shall see. Game 1. I'm also stuck in the previous game. I was about to say game 2. Game 1. Game 21. And so it begins.
Game 9 plus 10. Someone posted that meme in a random Discord earlier today, so that's why the 9 plus 10 is stuck in my head. Anyways.
Well, we get underway. 7E versus Copy. 7E has tended to win games where he loses the lane, so he must make sure that he's not putting in too much work here against Copy. Because this lane is pretty... if you're playing a melee hero against Nature's Prophet, you want it to be Mars, basically.
Yeah, just purely because of the bulwark and just the amount of extra burst you have to take down these treants and even just trade with the Nature's Prophet. So there's also a really interesting lane, considering this is like two kind of like younger, inexperienced mid laners playing off against each other. You know, obviously 7E has a little bit of experience when it comes to competitive third underneath his belt, but not when it comes to the international. So this is where both these two players are playing for... they're definitely not playing for their tournament lives, but playing for a massive advantage in the tournament. Being able to choose your opponent and try and set yourself up for success going in towards the rest of the road to the international. After it's top 6 is the international, right?
The top 6 or top 8?
I think it's one of the two. I can't remember. I'll check. I'll go on an adventure.
Top 8, top 8, top 8.
Oh, okay. Top 8.
Still on the road there, though. Some time to go. We see in the top lane. It's the second time today that we've seen this lane. Wind Ranger with the Enchantress. We're expecting it to be pretty decent. But obviously, Ponlo will do as much as he can to just consistently and as annoyingly as possible harass Fly. Try to put him out of the lane. Waste all his mana and regen.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for Ponlo to try and have the lane prowess that he has in the past in this Sniper, purely because Sniper does rely quite a lot on these this like headshot harass against these other Pod's fires, but you're playing against an Enchantress, so it's going to be a little spicy for that lane. Gunner is also kind of copying it a little bit here. This is a very strong lane. I think Treant plus any range core is going to be a very hard lane for any offlaner, no matter what. Yeah. So we're going to be seeing that a lot this tournament, and Gunner, unfortunately for him, is playing what a lot of us offlaners call hell, playing into a Drow Ranger where you're a melee hero and you have no way of harassing her, so she just hits you with frost arrows for 15 years, and you just have to cop it, man. Just have to deal with it, bro.
Yeah, we don't get to actually see off lanes like this that much anymore. Nowadays, most offlaners get the farm that they need, but Gunnar is struggling. And unfortunately, Clockwork is not necessarily the hero that can help him out in this situation.
I just woke up. That's why I thought maybe they might, like when I saw that it was Clockwork and Enchantress as the two supports, I thought maybe they might do a lane swap. You know, Flyer plays with the Tusk and the Clockwork plays with Yuma, but it seems like they just wanted to not change things up too drastically and kind of just play the way that they wanted to, and they just have this double melee lane where, you know, Lelis is doing a good job at pulling a lot of these creeps, but still it's very hard for Gunnar to get any farm in this scenario, purely just against this super strong lane. He's getting levels though, which is kind of important for the Tusk.
He's certainly going to have to start making moves elsewhere. Fortunately for him, the hero that is in the mid lane, Copy, once he starts to get levels up, he feels a little bit stronger. He can show up with the teleportation and try to render some aid. But we're still a few minutes away from that point.
Did you see Erica with the multi-shot? I know our wonderful observer caught it because that was the funniest thing I've ever seen. He just... I don't know if he's used sidestep before. It's super awkward. It looks really weird. He just like pressed it on the creep wave and was moving sideways, and it looked horrible. So like maybe Erica's just testing out this new facet, because it is definitely one of the ones where you look at it and you're like, oh yeah, that's pretty cool, but you know, in practice it might be a little bit more awkward to play, considering, you know, how many thousands of games of Dry Ranger he's had in the past pre-facets.
Top lane. Poor Ponlo is going to find himself getting caught out and killed. Yuma and Fly starting off their campaign with some kills. That's what you want to see out of them. I think maybe the rationale for the sidestep choice here was because they have Centaur. So you can still like maneuver during the stampede and stuff.
Oh, true. That's big brain. So it's only a 25% move speed penalty, so if he gets stampeded, he's going to be like electric sliding everywhere. It's going to be sick.
That's how I think it should work. I'll see if it works. We'll see if it works like that. Bottom, they are going onto Erica though. Drinking buddies was used up, or the tag team, they didn't go for the buddies. Erica is still alive. Clockwork finds the cogs with these two heroes inside, but they so far don't have the damage that they need here, Fluke. ZZQ is falling lower, but not enough. Ponlo now also making his presence known, coming in to kill off Lelis, and they succeed in doing so. Unfortunately, just not enough. Living armor, the armor provided by the tier 1 tower, made the Dry Ranger a little bit too tanky to kill.
Yeah, the sidestep, although it does look ridiculous, definitely helped out just there for Erica, who's able to get the slow and the damage with the multi-shot while still backpedaling. So backpedaled enough to be able to get close enough to ZZQ that when the Clockwork came in, that they both got stuck inside of the cogs. So it meant that the battery assault was spread apart. They had the living armor as well, and there was just too much HP for them to try and get through underneath the tower there, and that's unfortunate for Nouns, because usually when you make this first rotation with the Enchantresses, you really want to try and get a kill with it and then transition that into a lot of tier 1 tower damage, and they just haven't been able to do that just yet. That's why this fight for middle is starting to happen.
Another big thing, this is another rotation that these supports have made without getting a kill. And every time you don't get a kill into an immediate tower, you've got a Treant Protector, so Living Armor just heals it back up. Gunnar gonna get ran down or walked by this drow. No! She thought she had the damage, so she stopped moving forward. It happens to the best of us. It is what it is.
Gunnar did have creeps to snowball to as well, so potentially could have tried to get away with it, but you know, as you said, either way, just not over-committing for the kill just yet. So Erica, that would have been pretty huge for him. Getting that solo kill there on a Gunnar, really setting him further and further behind. He's only level 4. Drow Ranger's getting close at level 6, and that's when you legitimately cannot go anywhere near her in these lanes, right? Like, if the Treant's around, you don't have too many members on your side, it's just going to be very hard for you to try and come anywhere towards this Drow's lane. And they've rotated. Okay. I was going to say, they rotated Yuma down, but maybe Gunnar gave them the no, you know, only sitting at level 5 right now on the task. It's been like, guys, just give me a moment. We don't want to overcommit onto the Drow because they will respond to her. Got Stampede up on the Centaur, and they've also got the rotation coming in from 70 if they need it. So need to be careful not to overcommit.
We see the knock-on effect of having a bad lane for Gunnar. He was forced to end up going to pick up the Wisdom Rune, which as a result also means that his support's going to be lacking that experience. When you look at Fly right now, Fly will be fine, he'll be okay, but Lelis is the one that I'm really worried about. He has to make moves, and if he's not finding these kills, where's the experience going to be coming from for him?
Yeah, and that's the problem as well, is Tusk was supposed to be that rotation partner for him as well. Like, yeah, the Enchantress can do that, but Fly wants to be a little greedy, right? Like, he wants to be sitting back and farming up, getting towards his own level 6, getting a lot of those early items, maybe try and build towards a Hurricane Pike early on, but you get to see Lelis is in a really good spot.
You know why he's dead, my friend? We've just picked up marksmanship available on the Drow Ranger, and she's absolutely going to demolish this guy. And it does work. You saw that? You saw that? It does work.
Yeah.
It works, yeah. Sidestep plus the Stampede ensures that you get the movement speed and the damage. Very, very nice.
That's actually dirty. That's a pretty dirty combo. Like, it's obviously not something that you're not going to be like, okay, I'm going to Stampede for this, you know, multi-shot kind of play. But it is one of those things where it's like, you're in a fight and you're running backwards. You can multi-shot, which is a lot of damage. Like, from the Drow Ranger, and it's a lot of slow as well. So, you'll be able to build a lot of this extra distance between the Drow Ranger and a lot of these other heroes. So, starting out nice and strong here, our Team 0. There's a lot of movement through these twin gates. This is twice now that Yuma's come bottom and then gone all the way back towards top. So, just wasting a bit of that mana on the Wind Ranger just shows that they're a little bit indecisive about how they really want to try and deal with this bottom lane.
Yeah. The problem is now as well, because all these supports have gone bottom.
Oh, no.
1v1, Centaur is completely happy in that matchup. And now Lilis, he got caught in no man's land here, will be killed off. On the bright side, does tank the gank from 7E, so they won't find a more important target like Gunner. But this is unfortunate. And the worst part about this here, Fluke, look towards middle. The Nature's Prophet is not on top of the tower. If he's on top of the tower right now with a bunch of treants, okay, it's not so bad that you lose this clockwork, but the Mars will likely return before you can take the tower. And then at that point, it's like, well, we just lost the clockwork for nothing, basically.
Yeah, they were able to get a little bit of this deep vision, but you can just see Ponlo's sniffing it out. He knows that there's some scenario that's going on, and ZZQ gets rid of it. Is it because he blocked that camp? Was it? No, there was nowhere near to block the camp. Ponlo just
Game
knew.
sense, bro.
Well, they could see that the Alpha Wolf was there, and they'd already killed the Wild Wing Ripper, so they knew that Fly had gotten at least another new creep. So you can just infer from that, you know, he was in this bottom side, probably already saw that he had wards in his inventory, and they're like, all right, this is a good place for him to get that ward. Didn't want to take the Watcher, so they get a nice little nifty D ward there as well. And they've rotated Erica towards the mid lane with a smoke.
Arena gets popped out. There's going to be the multi-shot, sidestepping through him. Very quick kill ends up happening. They might at least find some revenge by bringing down Beyond. He's caught inside some power cogs right now. Does pop off the Stampede. So Beyond is fine. He's Gucci. They ended up killing off the mid laner, and they're going to get the tier 1 tower. It is all coming up 0 right now in this early game.
Yeah, they're playing this Drow strat really, really well. They protected her when she needed protecting. She was able to understand when her power spikes are. Got 2 of these, you know, early game items with the Wraith Band and the Null Tally into the Dragonlance, just able to take these towers, and now it just unlocks 7E, right? Like, 7E has gotten to the point, doesn't have an extremely fast Blink Dagger, but he's going to have a well-timed Blink Dagger, and as soon as that comes up, all of this space that, you know, Erica as well as Ponlo have now created for their team is just going to mean that they're just going to be able to transition this into more towers and more space. And yes, they gave a little bit of time for the Tuskar to come back, but unfortunately for Gunner just wasn't able to put the pressure on the Drought early on, and now it is kind of recovery mode for Nouns, and this is the problem that we saw in that first game for Falcons, right, when they were playing this Nature's Prophet. I just didn't really see the pressure from the Nature's Prophets. I don't know if it's games are too fast for MP now, or players aren't playing it correctly, but it has really felt like that this hero is just too slow in a very fast kind of rangy meta.
Yeah. Have not felt the pace of this hero whatsoever. We normally do start feeling the pace and the potential from this Wind Ranger, but she's still a fair amount of items away from doing that. Needs to finish off this Maelstrom. And we see very often they go straight into the Gleipnir, but she's feeling under threat. Gonna go into the BKB first, coming in from Yuma. And with good reason. Blink Dagger just arrived for the Centaur, and we are, what, a minute and a half away from the Blink Dagger on the Mars. So 2 Blink Daggers, 2 easy ways to close you down. You definitely will need the BKB.
Yeah, Blink Blade Mail and Beyond, and as you said, Blink almost up on 7E. Ponlo, I was going to say, how close is he to the Pathos? He's a little bit away from it, but with a couple of games, he definitely will be able to come up with that. And the question is now, do Nouns have anything
Gunner's
on the
dead.
horizon?
Gunner is so... Oh my gosh, Gunner is dead. They're not even going to need to use ultimates for this one. They'll drag him back in. They throw a spear at him. Oh no, 7E! Okay, so a little bit of charity coming in from the mid laner there. Yeah, actually, if the assassinate wasn't there, dude, he actually would have lived. That's actually really funny.
Yeah, that's an awkward one. We didn't see that one 70. It's all right. It's all right, mate. Caught. That's 70 right now. Caught. All right, guys. He tried to look cool. Didn't get it. I think maybe he expected the tree to not get broken by the snowball. But either way, they get the kill to transition that into a T1 tower. Blink daggers are ready for both Beyond and 7E. They still have the Arena of Blood, so I don't really see a point in Team Zero stopping here. Maybe if they get a little bit low here on Erica.
Sadly, this Nature's Prophet now has to deal with this draw, and they're going to start the fight with the Arena. Good snowball to dodge some of the additional damage, but the whole stomp under 2 coming in from Beyond. Copy falling very low. Neelis bails them out by being able to hookshot the Drow Ranger, putting in the cogs, but unfortunately it is not enough. Yuma, assassinate will bring him down. Ponlo's on a double, Ponlo's on a triple, baby. He might even get an ultra kill here. Gunner will end up dead. Fly, the lone survivor of this fight.
70?
And it looks like 7E is more interested in the Wisdom Rune than the life of the Enchantress. That's how you know you're having a tough game. They're like, killing level 5 Ench, literally not worth my time.
Yeah, I mean, it's far more experience for your team just getting the Wizardry, but that was basically as one-sided of a fight as you could possibly have at 14 minutes into this game. This is not looking good for Nouns in game number 1 here. Beyond is huge. Yuma came in. You could see he whirlwind, and Beyond just said, all right, bro, I'm going to stand next to you. He has a Vanguard and a Blade Mail and maxed out return. Yuma had to literally just run away from him so the whirlwind didn't hit him, because he was going to die purely to whirlwind. So it is a very tough time now if you are any of these Nouns cores, because the Drow's really strong, 7E's really strong, and so is Beyond.
Oh, hookshot. Neelis, they do find Erica here. Haven't been able to get him out just yet. He's losing a lot of HP, and he will eventually take over. Nicely done by the Nouns lineup, but can they get out? Yuma, assassinate right onto his face. It kills him more. Ponlo with another kill. Unstoppable streak for him. CZQ just maintaining vision of these heroes. They just can't bring him down. He's so tanky, and now Beyond finds 3 heroes with the hoof stomp. Ponlo finishes it off. That's a double for him. And now 7E back again with the Arena. Snowball will delay proceedings for a little bit, but there's absolutely no way that these heroes get out. Gunner, he will die. It's another triple for Ponlo. And this time around, Fly will not be so lucky. They prevent the Ponlo ultra kill, but they still end up getting decimated in that fight. Team Zero cannot be stopped. Fluke, it's 13-2 on the scoreline, and it was 13-1 before the Drow died.
Yeah, it's yeah, you can just see how much they have to commit to try and take down the Drow Ranger, right? That was all 5 heroes throwing all of their bodies at the Drow Ranger, and it's just the Beyond and 7E show at this point. Like, all it takes is for them to get 1 4-star. Are they even close to that? They've got the Solar Crest now at least done for Podlo. I looked at him before and I was like, oh, how close is he to the Pavas? That's okay. They had double Blink Dagger. Now he has Solar Crest and he has a mech that's on the way as well in about 300 gold. So Podlo's a big boy when it comes to being a position 4. He's what, like 1200 gold behind the Wind Ranger, who's a POS 1, and he's 500 gold ahead of the offlaner.
I was about to be even more because Yuma is in the sights of him and Beyond. They're stalking this Wind Ranger and they're gonna find her. She does not have access to a BKB. They stampede for it as well. Wind Run about to expire. Shackle Shot will buy a little bit of time, but here comes the Drow Ranger throwing in the multi-shot, and Erica guarantees another kill. And this could potentially set them up to go into the Roshan pit if they really wanted to.
Yeah, they can kind of do whatever they want. I would like to see them get a little bit aggressive again, because there's just nothing Nouns can do to them, right? And the Aegis, yes, it's going to mean that they won't come anywhere near to fight them, but I don't think that's what Nouns want to do anyways at this point. Things are getting very, very scary and very hard to deal with as well. One thing that this is going to test my Drow knowledge, is multi-shot, it doesn't miss, right? Like, it can't miss.
No,
against the mischance. So That's why a Drow Ranger I think is really good with his side step. Oh, ZZQ.
They're waiting on the ZZQ, but they can't kill him
He's
before
alive.
Beyond arrives. Nature's Grasp is there as well. This Tree and Protector is still freaking alive. Beyond created the space. ZZQ took advantage of it. And of course, 7E was there for the cleanup. 2 kills for the Centaur. The big thing for me, Fluke, look at the tower. The tower is still alive. ZZQ keeps this damn thing going with this living armor.
Yeah, ZZQ lives. Everybody else, Go Power Rangers, they TP in, they keep their boy alive, and again, it's just more gold going in their way. The fact that Ponlo was able to TP in, gets the Solar Crest off, Beyond blinks in, gets a 2-man Hooster. ZZQ puts all of his heals down, Ponlo comes in, Shine, Mechanism, half HP, back on the Tree and Protector, and there's just too much damage from the remainder of these cores from Team Zero, and this game is balling out of control. I don't know what the speed run is for the Rhodes International 2024. I think it was around about 20 minutes. This could be close.
Let's see. I'm gonna go find out. As Beyond playing around with Gunnar right now. Gunnar gonna eat a young assassinate to the face, but they don't really have that much interest in chasing him. They'll let him go. Shortest game so far was Tundra versus Talon game 1, 24 minutes and 6 seconds.
Okay. All right. And that was a Talon.
Yeah. Top
Okay.
lane. Copy. Copy's been scouted. ZZQ no longer has overgrowth, but I don't think he'll need it. They don't even need the stampede for this one. Nature's Grasp did more than enough work, and that is going to be a dead Nature's Prophet. Copy down for the count. 1-4-0 on the Nature's Prophet, man. Not having the impact that we want to see from that hero.
Yeah, it's really tough times for Nouns. That was literally just ZZQ and a Drow. Like, and you're taking down one of your most farm heroes who has a Klepnir and just couldn't stand toe to toe with it. And man, this sidestep talent is making me a believer. I thought it was bad. I thought, like, honestly, I thought Drow Ranger was going to be one of those heroes where you're like, yeah, she's good, but her facets are bad. So that's what I was kind of questioning right now. But Erica's really showing that this sidestep facet is remarkably good. It makes this hero very, very mobile. You can do a lot of cool things in team fights as well. You're not just like stuck in the one position. That was kind of the problem with Drow, was like you wanted to build all this damage, but you also wanted to make sure you use multi-shot because it deals so much extra damage. You didn't want to stand still. So it kind of alleviates a lot of that pressure. And Team Zero, once again, coming out with a new hero. And we're all the better for it. And I'm super excited to see what else they get to cook with, because if this is what they cook with when it comes to an extremely important, you know, basically top of the group match, what's it going to be like when these guys have a little bit of room to breathe, you know?
Please stop. I can only get so erect.
The Chinese fans, they're eating good. They're eating good this year. I don't want to count our chickens before they hatch just yet.
We up, bro. We buying stocks, bro. We up right now, bro.
I already have my TI Grand Final tickets, all right, guys. They're in the bag.
There we go. I will say the other facet for the Drow, if you have an Omni in the game and you're willing to buy the early shot, the other one's actually really strong. But it's a little bit more situational to make it work with the high ground one. Mid lane, guess what? They thought that, hey guys, there's a Sea Dragon wave. It's going to take the tier 1. ZZQ is like, nothing. I'm healing it up. 7E clears out the wave. Fluke, we are 21 minutes into a game where the enemy team for Nouns has Nature's Prophet, Enchantress, and somehow Team Zero has managed to keep all their tier 1s. That's insane.
Yeah, this is exactly kind of the scenario that we saw Team Zero in their series against Falcons, right? Where it just felt like they had to... They were just alive for too long. And this is probably going to be a concern for these more teams.
Cool copy. Caught again. Erica on a killing spree. And Gunner's dead too. Beyond finds him while he's in the wave. Gunner can't escape in time. He snowballed onto the wave, so he had no escape mechanism. He at the very least does pop the pipe, but that's only going to delay things, as Erica able to grab himself a double kill on the Drow. 6-1 and 8 on the safe laner.
Yeah, it's just so simple with this Mars pick, right? Like, it's just so straightforward. You just get this Blink Dagger, you arena, you spear somebody. The Drow's got so much damage and so much mobility that she can keep up with you. And then you just kill basically anybody on the map. And unfortunately for Nouns, they have these two cores that are so reliant on this kind of early game pressure and snowballing super hard and going into those BKBs and those damage items and kind of having this overwhelming amount of damage early on. That it's just gotten to the point now where the Drow Ranger's gotten over this hump. Like, she's at the point where she's outscaling everybody. She's going into her first Roshan now. 22 minutes in the game. Manta, Hurricane Pike probably can go into a magnitude of different items. Went for the shard early on, which I like from Erica. Makes it oh so hard for them to try and get on top of him in a lot of these team fights. And, you know, it's just... How are you supposed to get through these two tanky boys in the Mars and the Centaur, and then also deal with the Drow, who was doing so much damage in the backline?
It's not just the Drow, my friend. Don't forget about Ponlo. 8-1-9 on the sniper. Has Mech Solar Crest, and it's like, yeah, you know, Mech Solar Crest, but there's a lot of damage that'll come out of this hero with the shrapnel, thanks to that scatter shot talent. This is... I think we are in that territory for Nouns where they need to start considering GGing out. If this next fight doesn't go well, because now they'll be revealing the Yuma BKB as well as the copy BKB. Gunna's not going to get the Blink Dagger before the next fight. But I think if they lose the next fight, just GG out. The game is just over.
Yeah, BKBs are kind of like the last hurrah. They are just chasing down Gunna right now.
They find Gunna. Lilith is able to get himself out of trouble. Gunna still doesn't have his Blink Dagger, so certainly he's going to end up killed. Couple more right clicks from the Drow is all they need, and there goes the Tusker. Gunner is down. 7 years on a dominating streak. He has not died this entire game. 4-0-10 on the Mars.
They found copy.
Oh no, is this going to be another kill onto him? They have the overgrowth. They cancel the TP out. ZZQ is there, baby. And now Ponlo's in front of him. They've got the damage they need. Beyond gets the killing spree, but that's copy. Not just killed, but they tip him as well, inflicting some emotional damage on top of it.
Man, ZZQ is being a spicy little boy. He had a very hot start to yesterday, and now he's coming in with the tips. He's got the voice lines going out. Ponlo's feeling himself as well. Man, this Team Zero team, obviously going into this tournament, I expected these guys to come out and show their best. But I think they've definitely gotten on a hot streak, and they need to try and make sure that this hot streak continues and not to get too ahead of themselves. Obviously, in this series right now, they're looking very, very hot, and I'm really liking the way that they are playing, full of confidence on all of their players, right? Like, not very often you see, like, the support players, like, playing with so much confidence and, like, skill expression and stuff, but I think ZZQ and Pondo are those two players that I've seen so far for Team Zero that are just exuding so much confidence in a lot of these games, and that kind of shows in a lot of their decision making and the way that they've been playing a lot of these fights.
Oh boy. We'll see what they are able to accomplish here. It has officially been 10 minutes since Nouns got a kill on this map.
Oofed.
Since they've gotten anything, there's no tier 1 towers that they've received. They haven't taken a Roshan. Their camps have been mostly stolen by Team Zero. This might actually be the hardest blowout we've seen so far on the road to the International.
Yeah, definitely not the fastest, but it feels like it's one of the roughest opening couple of moments, but there is a sound issue now with Nouns, so let's see if they can get that one sorted out. They are just trying to split push as much as they possibly can. Just trying to get as much farm on the map and see if they can try and hold out. You're probably just going to let this full lane of racks go. Like, you're not fighting in Aegis, man. Like, you're not able to get on top of this Drow. You're not able to get the extra amount of damage to take it down twice without losing 2 to 3 heroes yourself. So, try and push this out. Just say, all right, we're going to cop it. We're going to force them to use quite a lot to try and get this this lane at least, but we're getting at least something out of it.
Axe is being taken right now. Flying Yuma doing their absolute best. And they're just trying to finish farm onto Copy and Gunner. Gunner wants his blink really badly, and then Copy really wants the Aghanim shot. So they're going to just let this lane go. They might even let 2 of them go. I don't know if they can afford to let 2 go. They might have to come back and contest this one. There's no other option. They're returning.
They can't fight into this Aegis. They have to try and find an angle.
Get the shackle shot onto Beyond and 7E as the best case scenario. Copy finds the Gleipnir, but unfortunately Erica's already in their face, eviscerating Fly. And now, with Beyond finding the 2-hero stun, Gunner and Copy will find themselves taking a tumble. A double kill for Drow, a dominating streak for Beyond. And Yuma will go in for one last whirlwind with the BKB active. Almost brings down Ponlo and them, but Ponlo has Guardian Greaves, pops them. They turn around to kill off Leeless one more time. Gunner brought back for this one, but they're sending him right back from when he came. GG, well played, has been called. Team Zero guaranteed top 2 in the group. But the way things are looking right now, this right here is the #1 seed from Group C.
Yeah, I mean, Team Zero are hot, and they had a hot streak yesterday. They got that 1-1 against Falcons, and, you know, we were thinking after that series, all right, Team Zero, they've definitely shown some chops. They come into this international underdogs, zero expectations from these guys. They come out nice and hot, and they get themselves a big scalp in Falcons. Then they move into that BB team series, and I'm like, okay, this is probably going to be a series. Maybe they get another map here, and they're looking pretty good, and this Neon series is one they can really start to pop off in. But after that game 1 win, where they got off BB team, where they had to make that comeback and really make a lot of those decisions, I'm like, okay, this team is legit. Like, these guys are here to party. And they've come into the international with some mentality change. Something has really clicked for these guys going into this tournament, and they're peaking at the right time, man, and they've done it in such a dominant fashion in a lot of these games as well. 4-1 right now in their standings. Oof. If they take this 2-0, they're 5-1, guaranteed first spot over a group that has a BB team and Falcons in it.
Yeah, our Falcons that's been rinsing the whole year, BB team, which still has the highest MMR of all the squads assembled at TI, like as an aggregate. They have just been, and the thing is, they're doing this playing their own brand of Dota, right? If you look at one of their drafts, the only team that I can say is maybe similar to them is Extreme Gaming at this point, but they have a defined identity playing their own style of Dota. The main thing as well, they're just playing with confidence and aggression. The moment they feel like we have a power spike, this team does not have one more item syndrome. They are going a moment that they feel that they're strong enough that they can force fights. Even when there's an easier objective, they're like, guys, let's just force the fight. We'll get that objective anyway if they're just all dead on the map.
Yeah, they've just it just feels like every single time they come up with one of these strategies, they have a good way of executing it. Even their weird strategy that they had yesterday with this position 5 Bristleback, there was an idea behind it. They just weren't able to you know, kind of get the icing on the cake against a team like Falcons. So we're just looking at a lot of these team fights here, and you can just see the execution. And I touched on it in the game, right, where not very often that you see a POS 4 and a POS 5 player playing with so much, like, I don't want to say swag, because that sounds insanely, I just said it, but you know what I mean? Like, they're playing with so much, like, belief in themselves that, like, even though they're not playing like a Storm Spirit or, you know, Queen of Pain, Invoker, what have you, they're still just outplaying a lot of these people in the way they move around and the way they play a lot of these lanes. And Ponlo and ZZQ, I think for me, not only is the entirety of Team Zero, I think, really popping off, but I think these two in particular have just been so hard to deal with in both of these two roles that you really have to start banning out some of their heroes now. Like, you have to deal with Ponlo Sniper, and you have to deal with ZZQ's Tree Protectorate. If you don't, these guys are going to do what they did here to Nouns to basically every team on the map.
Yeah. You know, we've been seeing Team Zero on the come up slowly but surely, but like you said, something has clicked in this game. Ponlo ended up dealing 10,800 damage, more damage than any other hero on the side of Nouns except Copy, and Copy obviously has Nature's Wrath to make that a little bit easier for himself, but he was playing another carry basically in this game. Ponlo, my boy, there with the bald head buff. This is the build as well, right, that you love to see on the sniper, where the hero is now becomes difficult to kill, still has damage output, but by the time you get to him, you've been scattershotted a couple times and you're just like, damn, wow, I'm at 30-40% HP. Maybe this is not a fight that I really should be pursuing right now. I think the big thing as well about him getting these early items was how quickly he was willing to move around the map and utilize them in aggressive places. Being like, all right, Mike, you want to jump forward? Here's some shine, go do it. You'll be okay. Go jump, bro. I'll be there with the mech a couple seconds later. I'll save you. Don't even worry about it. It feels like the team is playing telepathically at this point, honestly, when I'm watching this Team Zero.
Yeah, it really does seem like these guys have just clicked in the high gear at the right time. And sometimes that's the way it works at TI, is it's just peaking at the right time, right? Like, we've seen it time and time again throughout the entirety of, you know, the last 13 years of Dota, where it's like literally every single time that we see some of these teams that have been dominating throughout the entire year, sometimes it just comes to TI and you run out of gas, and then all it takes is one team just going to click into gear and they just win the entire thing. Doesn't even have to be clicking into gear straight away. So thing is, for Team Zero, they've still got a long road ahead of them. They need to make sure that they keep continuing this hot streak that they've got going, continuing to play their own kind of Dota. I don't want to see them get into like the playoffs a little bit later on and then start to change the way they have to play Dota, because, you know, people outside of their group are doing a little bit different. So they're looking really hot. And unfortunately for Nouns, what does that put them at now? 1-4?
1-4 right now, yeah. So they pretty much, they have to win the next game. If they don't win the next game, it's guaranteed that they're fourth place. There's nothing they can do about it. If they do win the next game, that only puts them in contention for tiebreakers because BB Team and Falcons could go 1-1 and then Nouns has no chance anyway. So the only shot they have is winning the game, but then it's still not in their hands entirely. Tough place to be for them. This is where we need Fly to come through, give the discipline to the team, bring everybody back, and hopefully a better draft. Like, the cohesion from those drafts just wasn't there. Just when you looked at it on paper, it's like, how does this team win the game reliably? And sadly, they weren't able to pull that off. So we want to see Copy play a more aggressive hero that he can make space on the map with. Definitely not a task for Gunner. Give him a traditional offlaner. Give him a Centaur. Give him his Mars. One of these actual big team fight starters that doesn't just like, if I lose the lane, the entire game is pointless for me, right? So better draft, better mentality, better execution is what we require out of Nouns for them to have any hope of climbing out of the pit at the bottom of Group C. We will find out if Fly has been able to instill that kind of fortitude into this team, or if the day will end yet again with Team Zero going 2-0. We find out after a very short break, so don't go anywhere. The road to the international continues with Slayer and Fluke in just a minute.
Hello, we are joined by Gunner, the offlaner of Nouns. And Gunner, obviously, welcome to the International. You've defeated Shopify at last to get here. How does it feel, and what's the burden of the NA region like on your shoulders?
It feels really nice, because last year we were the third team from NA to get to TI, and now we're the only team. So it feels good to be like representing the whole region.
Absolutely. So, you know, these qualifiers obviously were... you know, a big moment for you guys. You were able to qualify for both the big events this summer. What was it that enabled you to sort of overcome those difficulties and get these qualifications?
I think individually all of us tried really, really hard and played a lot before those qualifiers to prepare. I remember there was a day at Wallachia, I woke up at 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. and I played till pretty much I went to sleep, and I wanted to practice my Doom. I played like 15 Doom games in a row. Specifically for those qualifiers, we hit like a really good peak for the team at the time. And it was really nice to see that we felt really confident going into them.
You obviously believe that this team can do it. You know, you have a lot of trust in your teammates and yourself as well. But there's also like a lot of underdogs at this DI. You know, there's a lot of first timers. There's a lot of, you know, question marks. What do you believe makes you different from the rest of the teams coming in?
I think recently we've gotten a lot better than we were pretty much the whole year. After Riyadh, it was pretty disappointing for us. I think we could have done better. But then in the last two tournaments, we got top 6 in both of them. And I think we're kind of hitting the point in the patch where we all feel really comfortable playing our heroes. I think Copy's really, really good, and I think he's going to show it at this TI. And also Yuma has worked on kind of presenting himself to carry the games in the game and the way he talks, and I think he's improved a lot, and I think he'll carry us.
That's what you want to hear. All right, so obviously you switched from mid to offlane a while ago. You know, it feels like you're very well settled into that role. Now that you've kind of gotten to see all that, you know, the offlane has to offer and the meta shifts and everything, you know, how do you feel in this role compared to how you felt at mid?
I think at the start of the year, I didn't really know offlane that well, and I was kind of just writing off the game is pretty much the same from TI, just I'll do everything. And then as the year went on, I think I started to struggle more because the role kind of changed a little. There's patches, learning new heroes. And so probably in the middle of the year was the hardest for me to really have to learn the offlane and play it. And then I think now it's getting back to the point where I feel really confident. I'm playing my heroes. And I would say the last 2 or 3 months I've improved a lot, I would say.
Yeah, I think that comes across as well. Do you ever feel like you're kind of in a good position to constantly be adapting because, you know, you have swapped roles, you know, you've been kind of more flexible than players who have just been doing the same thing since day one. Do you feel like that sometimes you can use that to your advantage when there's meta changes?
There's been some heroes that randomly pop up in offlane, and it's heroes I played before, which are really nice. Like I played Mars mid a lot and Pango mid, and both those heroes, different parts of the year, were really popular.
Yeah.
Right now, I think it's mostly pretty standard offlaners. So right now, it's not per se what I'm like the old heroes I used to play.
Yeah.
But in terms of kind of being aggressive on the map, I think last TI, the mid role was kind of similar to what the offlane is now. There was a bunch of tanky strength heroes that would just go in and fight the enemy constantly.
Heart blade mail.
Yeah, heart blade mail. And so this time it's kind of replaced with auras to some extent, but the playstyle is still the same. So knowing your limits, going in and living with 100, 200 health is pretty much what I was doing before. So To some extent, yeah.
The meta's
it's similar.
followed you.
Yeah.
Well, as for yourself, I know your parents are, huge supporters of you. Like we've talked about that in the past. They came to Seattle last year. Are they going to be watching or attending this year?
I think as of now, my mom and my sister are coming.
Oh wow!
So they'll both be here for the main event. Last year at TI, when we made top 8 and played in the big arena in front of my family, it was probably one of the best moments of my life, if not the best moment of my life. Not just because of the family, but just knowing how special TI is.
Yeah.
And so I think this year, I don't think it'll be any different. Even though it's a second TI and you could say it's not as special as your first, I think it will feel the same.
How would it feel to win with your family audience and everything you've done to get to this point?
This team does have has what we need to win. I think it'd be amazing for Copy and Yuma. It's their first TI.
Mm-hmm.
I think we can do it. I honestly feel pretty confident going into this TI.
Welcome back, one and all. The road to the international continues with Game 2 of Team Zero versus Nouns, a situation where Team Zero can guarantee #1 seed in the group, and Nouns could potentially hang on and avoid being at the very bottom of the group. Fortunately for them, no matter what the result, they will still have another bite at the cherry once we reach the seeding stages. There's still a few days to practice, figure out what went wrong. So their journey doesn't end necessarily here. But there's a lot they have to change here, Fluke. A lot of considerations need to be made about what is our strategy, what actual drafts work for us, and what's the communication like in the game, because there were times where they just felt a little bit disconnected as well, watching how they would approach the fights.
Yeah, it definitely felt like that they were a little bit slow to react to some of these movements that were coming in from Team Zero, and it is a little bit unfortunate for Nouns because they really needed to win this series 2-0 for them to have a shout at having a choice. But right now, their, I guess, reward probably for playing in this series is they're going to get chosen by either Team Liquid or Team Spirit. So their best of 3 is going to be definitely one of the hard ones. So no matter who Team Liquid chooses from this group, there is going to be the other one that will take out the other remaining member on the bottom of this group. So for Nouns, that unfortunately means that you're going to get the raw end of this double-ended stick. So they have to just try and find something here in this game. And I think this is going to be important for them to try and rectify some of their own mistakes, see if they can try and play some more of these drafts that they want to play for the rest of the tournament as well. Things that have been really starting to work out for them. I think Copy is definitely one of those players that you want to play around a whole lot more. We saw how strong he was playing a mid-Earthshaker yesterday. So I want to see him having a little bit more agency in the game. Don't give him this Nature's Prophet. Give him some of these heroes. Basically, make him into 7E. Like, I feel like 7E and Copy are pretty similar players in a lot of the heroes that they play and how they want to play. So just kind of just allow him to do that same kind of stuff.
Oh, I literally wanted to make the joke that, like, why not just pick him Earth Spirit, man? You know? We've seen the meta. We've seen the strat.
It's happened all before our eyes.
Game 1 begins with an Omni Knights for Team Zero. They have first pick, having banned out Monkey King, Sniper, and the Enchantress. Nouns will not brook a Wind Ranger, a Shadow Demon, a Doom, nor a Naga. This Omni, we saw it yesterday when we saw Omni Knight playing, and the big thing for us was if you don't have an easy and reliable way to reach the Omni Knight, you're going to have some problems. Fortunately, for Extreme Gaming, they did eventually find a way to be able to do it, but in the portion of the game when Omni Knight was free to play Dota, they had no answer. It was impossible for them to team fight. So I really want to see Nouns focus on finding multiple ways to get on top of the Omni Knight. DK would have been great, Storm Spirit and Earth Spirit, just these kind of heroes to make sure that Omni can't just play the game freely from the backline.
Yeah, I believe, I can't remember who it was. I think it was Effie on the panel yesterday was talking about it when it comes to this this Omni Knight and having the idea of lots of silences against the Omni Knight, because that is something that he kind of runs into issues with. Not so much about trying to kill him per se. Obviously, being able to kill the Omni Knight is going to be a big positive, but if you can just buy that little bit of extra time, like those 4 or 5 seconds that the Omni Knight isn't like repelling the carry, then that gives you enough time to take down the carry. Then the Omni Knight
really doesn't do anything in the fights, right? Because if his repel target is gone or his guardian angel target that he's supposed to be protecting is gone, then he's not really doing much. So there is a few avenues to try and take down this Omni Knight. So we'll see if Nouns want to go down more of the direct threat to his life, or whether or not they want to try and play some of these heroes that have those longer range silences, or maybe the global silence. God, please don't pick silence of that hero is Garbonzo. Or maybe just a hero that likes to build Orchid.
I remember she was mentioning, because I was watching that panel, she was mentioning Skywrath Mage as a potential option in that situation. And if that were to be the option, Lilas plays a very mean Skywrath Mage. It's crazy good. That's a hero that the lane, Timber Source Skywrath Mage, might not have much disable, but you will not enjoy playing that lane whatsoever. A lot of pressure can be applied. Then you can sort of figure out your disables elsewhere in the draft. I wouldn't be too mad if they did go in that direction. But for now, they banned Lina. Let us see where this goes next. We're probably getting the Fly hero now, I imagine.
Yeah, probably trying to either match or try and deal with this Omni Knight right now. Maybe just trying to deal with some of these heroes that can at least keep the Omni Knight out of the fight, or just trying to have a much stronger lane, because you're seeing this Omni Knight as a 5, so you can probably pick up your Layla's hero here if you want to. So they're going to go with the Lion. So another one of those heroes that is kind of in the same vein where it's like you can catch the Omni Knight in the background, maybe you just blink Hex him and then you blow up the carry that's on the other side of the fight, or you just have so much burst damage that the Omni Knight can't react to the initial burst. So I like this line as a response as well, because Omni also needs a lot of his mana. But yeah, just a good strong lane in of itself for Nouns here. And oh boy, we talked about it how many times today, Snare? Wind Ranger, Lina, Mirana.
Yep.
They're going to be the 3, and in 2 of them.
Well, you have to. Hey, aren't you adding Drow to that one? Aren't you going to add Drow to that?
Yeah, I'll add Drow now, because the way that Erica played, that's a 4 hero combination that I feel like is probably just going to be the carries for the tournament.
Every single game will involve one of those 4, I imagine. Team Zero, they have Kunkka as well. You know, we remember before the first game, and we were talking about the conditions in which you're okay seeing the Kunkka. And I was mentioning how if you have a hero that can buy Satanic at some point in the game, and then you play it with Coco Ram, Satanic, that hero basically can never die. Now you also have the Satanic with the obscene amount of attack speed coming in from this Mirana. You also have the Omni Knight to beef her up as well. So this kitty is not dying this game. Like, she's going to be extremely hard to reliably bring her down from the side of Nouns.
Yeah, and I think also it enables the Mirana in ways that she does have a few issues. You know, obviously Arrow is a good stun in and of itself, but you need ways of setting it up, and need ways of keeping people in that one position for the Mirana to not have to utilize all of her leaps. So you still want to try and have at least one leap for an escape at some point. So the Kunkka does allow her to kind of be in that fight and be as tanky. We saw in the recap video at the top of the show, right, where Radahn was able to just jump in the middle of an entire Wukong's command and completely eviscerate people. So I'm sure Erica's going to be watching that, looking up at the Atoro god themselves and trying to emulate that. But another range carry that we're seeing here is going to be the Luna. I don't know how sold I am on the Luna against a draft that wants to be so grouped up already, because the Eclipse is, it's mixed damage, but how much damage is it actually going to do in a team fight?
I can tell you how I feel about Luna. Not only am I not sold, I'm shorting the stock on this Luna hero, man. She just does not feel, relative to the other carry heroes that you were mentioning, right, where you'll get into a fight and you can feel the impact at all stages of the game. With the Luna, unless she has like a roaring time early on, able to push the game quite quickly, I don't know, man. She just feels so lackluster nowadays. Maybe it's just the games I've seen of her and the games I've played of her, but when I compare it to these other really good carries, I'm just like, I don't know, man. I think part of the issue is that what you mentioned about the magic damage with the Eclipse, with a lot of these other carries, I'm always scaling throughout the game, right? There comes a point in the game where I stop thinking about Eclipse, really, when I'm playing Luna, and I'm trying to think about different ways to play her. I don't know. It just feels like she needs a buff or something on the physical damage output in some way.
Yeah, I feel like she's lacking just a little bit from the other 4 carries that we already touched on, right? And I feel like in a carry-to-carry matchup, she definitely doesn't feel that great because like Mirana, right, has solar flare. It's this overwhelming amount of physical damage. You've got the Lina who just has this overwhelming amount of magical damage, but also this insane range it's very hard to get on top of. Wind Ranger has the whirlwind, just completely eviscerates everybody in the general vicinity. And the Drow Ranger has this now maneuverability with the sidestep talent and also like the glacial facet and all that kind of stuff. So they feel like they have just that little bit of extra edge over the Luna, where Luna basically, I guess she farms quicker than everybody else, but she's not a universal hero. So, you know, her items aren't as impactful as like a Mirana or a Wind Ranger. So she needs a little bit more. Or maybe just a little bit more buffs, like, you know, buffs in the game, not like a patches buffs like we've seen with the Shadow Fiends, where you give her like Alacrity, you give her Shine, you give her an Omni-Knight, you give her like all these things behind her and make her on this giant pedestal.
I actually wouldn't have minded to see the Shadow Fiend in that position instead of the Luna. But they are putting their pride and their faith in the Yuma Luna. For Team Zero, what do we have here? We now have... Who is going mid here? Is this going to be mid Snapfire or is it going to be mid Batrider coming in from Team Zero? 7E has played both in the past, but ZZQ has played Batrider Omni. Punlo has played Batrider Snapfire. 7E has played Batrider Snapfire and Omni.
Ponlo's also played a lot of Potom. I mean,
Ponlo's played a lot of Kunkka.
Yeah,
Mirana and Kunkka. Yeah, what do you do if you're announced right now? I have no idea where this goes.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big positive about the Snapfire pick, right? Is the fact that you need the versatility for Team Zero. This is the kind of positive thing as being the final pick overall for Nouns, was the fact that you're supposed to have this Gacha pick, but now Team Zero, they can go, all right, we've got a plethora of heroes. We're just going to pick what we think is going to be the best lane. And now 7E picked up the Batrider. Ponlo's more than happy to jump into that Snapfire. They've got a lot of this magical damage as well, long-range magical damage to deal with the Yuma. And everybody else just kind of falls into place. And there's really smart drafting coming in from Team Zero. I think they put themselves in such a perfect position to kind of pick and choose their right opportunity where they wanted to pick their heroes. And they did a good job. Nouns, on the other hand, though, I like a lot of their draft except for the Luna. The Luna is the one issue that I'm having here. Is I feel like in the carry to carry matchup that if this Mirana and her are on kind of even footing, there's too much behind the Mirana, and I think Solar Flare just wins that trade all too quickly for the Mirana that Yuma's just going to fall behind.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Luna. I do like a lot of the rest of their draft. The one thing I do see that might be problematic, Gunnar and Lilas need to also have a good lane, because we've seen in this tournament that Storm Spirit is no longer in the position where he can be the lone initiator for your team. There has to be somebody else in the squad that can pick up the slack so he can come in second. That's when Storm can look really, really solid. If Lion is able to get that early blink, this game has a lot of potential for them, because then he can show up first, set things up, gets followed up quickly by the Timber. While they're dealing with that, suddenly Storm Spirit comes in to clean up everything, and that'll also allow Luna to keep her range a little bit more. She doesn't have to be in the thick of things all the time. So I think that offlane for Timber Lion has to go well. This is not a game where they can afford to have it go as badly as it did game one, because also they need this Lion to rotate elsewhere, right, and make some of the moves happen. Luna, Treant Protector, these are not very mobile heroes, right? They need people to come towards them, and Storm will eventually do that, but the earlier Lelas can get there, the better, the more pressure they can put on the Kunkka, because the Kunkka lane, let's be honest, not the strongest in the world. There is kill threat with Snapfire Kunkka, but overall, Luna should still be able to find her farm. If Lelas can come in and help them out, they should be able to get early kills onto Kunkka. Then suddenly the game opens up for them. I think I'm still favoring the draft of Zero, but I think that for Nouns, this is a much better chance than in game one. All relies on the execution of the offlane for me.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sitting in the same boat as well, right? I feel like a lot of the Timbersaws that we've been seeing recently as well just have not really impressed me. Like, I don't think I've really seen a Timbersaw performance at TI just yet that has really kind of blown me away. I don't think I'm sitting there just being like, oh my god, like this Timbersaw hero looks absolutely broken. Like, it's good, but I really do feel like that he has not been kind of first pick material, which is exactly what Gunnar wanted. So this time around, we'll have to see what Nouns want to try and whip out when it comes to their own Timbersaw on Gunnar, who, again, as you said, needs to have this nice little start for them.
So out of the 8 Timbersaws that have been picked in this tournament, he's only won one game. And the only game he won was when he was playing support. Whenever he's played core at this tournament, he's lost. That's
hilarious. That is actually, that is very funny. Who won with it? The Timber support?
Shinkyu. We were doing the game.
Ah,
Remember?
yes.
Oh, no, we weren't.
Yeah.
It was the one that we were doing, not against
Yeah,
Gaiman,
one we weren't doing. Yeah, he went like Guardian Greaves first, right? And just
Yeah.
ah, good old Jinkyu, inflating hero
Good old
stats as always.
Not his. He's done that so many times, so many years.
Yeah. The guy who literally had support Monkey King basically changed and reworked purely because he was the guy.
I will allow that for focus. Oh wait, we'll talk about it because Gunnar just ate a long duration arrow, lost most of his HP here, and he will end up dying. Oh no, that was not supposed to happen. Worst case scenario, and they also stole the bounty rune right in front of his face. Oh boy, oh boy.
It is a 50-50 trade, so it's not the worst for the bounty runes, but terrible start for Gunnar. I mean, it could be worse. He could have died in lane and lost the first, 1 or 2 crit waves, but at least now he gets at least a crit wave of experience. They do give that extra first blood gold to 70, which is probably the worst person if you're a Nouns fan. Yeah. Getting this bottle up early just means that this Sicky Napalm spam from 70 is just going to come all too quickly for Mr. Storm Spirit, who will... I mean, he's going to try his best with the stick, but we've seen Bat Riders really demolish these Storm Spirits early on, and it is all about that race to 6, I think, in his middle lane.
Radiant's couriers have been killed.
Let's see if they can get there and how quickly they can. Fortunately, this time around, Copy is not playing a hero where if 70 leaves... I mean, in the previous game, on paper, Nature's Prophet can show up, but he needs a few more things to go right. But if you're playing Storm Spirit, your lane should be fine. You'll be very geared to show up and have impact on the side lanes. And you certainly can in this game, right? Your supports, the top support has damage, bottom carry has damage, so no matter where you go as a Storm Spirit, you should be able to find kills.
Yeah, you definitely have lanes to rotate to, which is very important. He's got some pretty simple kills as well, like the Mirana is going to be a pretty straightforward kill most of the time. I think the Bat Rider is also going to be a pretty easy kill with a +1, so should have some pretty nice lanes for him to try and get his face known on here for Mr. Copy. So Nouns not known for being 2-0'd. Definitely putting out a good foot forward here at the start of this game. They're not getting completely blown out when it comes to these lanes, but this first couple of minutes are going to be oh so important. I'm really going to be paying attention to Laylis.
Smart stuff from Yuma. He knows that Beyond didn't have the X at the time, so didn't just run straight back. Stutter stepped a little bit, and he'll be okay. Fly will eventually hit level 3. We'll give him the living armor, so Yuma will be fine.
I've always been interested with the change to Luna now, the fact that your innate is your Luna Blessing, and you have levels to go into you guys early on about whether or not Lunas are going to be like holding a lot of their skill points early on. Because that, obviously, like when you play like Span and Luna, these heroes that have like innate cleave, you want to try and not push the wave. But I guess because it does such minimal damage, it's probably not that much of an issue early on here for Yuma.
Should be fine for the most part. Top lane, how are things going for Gunnar? They need him to do well, they need Lelis to do well. And Lelis is level 2, things are fine so far. Although Gunnar did tank that early death. Now he has the points into the reactive armor. And it's not like they're playing Enchantress or anything, so should be A-okay in the sustain department. Just get his farm. I think that should be the priority here. Just, you'll be like, you know what? Do we really want to be expending effort trying to harass Mirana Omni? No. Let's just get farm for Gunnar.
Try and go on a pod low, but it looks like he's okay. I think for Gunnar specifically, like this is definitely going to be a game where he is not expected to be kind of those carry timber swords. This is definitely a game where you just want to tank up, get yourself in towards a pipe, probably just like a Guardian Greaves and all that kind of stuff, and just provide these auras and just be annoying and try and get in the face of an Omni Knight who really cannot touch you in a lot of these team fights. So I think that's a big positive for Gunnar. It's just tank up and just be in the face of these heroes that some of them who really cannot deal with you.
Yeah. Nice, much slower start, which is good for Nouns because they're not being blown out of any lanes. They're trading adequately, getting their farm up. And this is the kind of thing that they need to see for themselves. Unfortunately, although I'm not that big of a fan of the Luna, their lineup, their tri-core scales a lot better this game than it did in game 1.
Definitely. I think that's a big thing that we're seeing out of some of these teams when they get kind of outpaced by some of these other like faster, much better scaling lineups is they generally will default back to a lot of these other cores that can just kind of have a little bit more agency in the game. You will see like a lot of these offlaners go towards more of these carry style offlaners, and mid laners going back towards like your traditionals like SF, Invoker, Storm Spirit, all those kind of heroes that just actually scale a little bit more instead of going too hard in the semi-carry kind of category with, you know, Wind Ranger plus Nature's Prophet. Haven't been sold in that combination just yet here, Snare, so we'll have to see for the rest of TI about whether or not that's
No. Let's be honest. The combination is not the problem. You're just not sold on Nature's Prophet writ large.
Yeah.
Bottom lane, Beyond will just drop a torrent behind him just to create some space, but he's A-okay. It feels like nothing's gonna happen for a while. Ponlo is coming towards middle. ZZQ is here too. And Copy's out of mana, doesn't have level 6 just yet. They could actually go for this kill. 7E does have access right now to the Firefly, going over onto Copy, and they kill him off. Who is this legend who placed this ward? It was 7E. Somebody else bought it for him, but he made sure that as soon as they scouted the vision, he's like, guys, come middle, we will find this kill.
Yeah, and I mean, like an Omni Knight rotating as well. Like, what's going on? Like, why am I being ganked behind a T1 tower by an Omni Knight? Like, what is happening? Like, it's just they have such a good understanding about how their heroes are and these small timings as well, right? Because you can understand now for Copy, he's level 5.5, so he's getting very concerned about not having to pop that 6 just yet, and there's still potential for him to die once again with a flaming lasso.
Yep, 6 on. Oh my goodness. Leela's game-saving movement actually there from the Lion. 7E, halfway through the duration of the Firefly, about to end quite soon. They're going to chase down Fly instead, hope for the easier kill. And nobody else from Nouns is streaming in to help him just yet. Leela's looking potentially for the Earth Spike. We'll be able to find it, but it only connects onto Ponlo. So no way to save him. Maybe looking for a revenge kill onto ZZQ because Yuma has shown up, also having made the earlier rotation, baby. Okay, it turns out you do this now with the Luna. 7E has Firefly back online. Do they have the damage to kill him before he gets to the bottom of the cliff? They do not, and unfortunately, Copy did not find his level 6, so he can't even chase him with the ball lightning. Instead, he's gonna get chased back. Ponlo thinking about putting in the Fire Snap cookie, but he puts it in a defensive fashion just to bail 7E out of that little bit of trouble.
Oh, and they get the bottle refill back on 7E as well. Like, this is the problem with a lot of these universal heroes. It's just that they're just so tanky, man. Like, they're so tanky, they do so much damage. It's so hard to take them down. Like, Batrider, he had 21 charges. He's got 1,200 HP and a raindrop. And he had 21. Like, there's no way you're killing that guy. And you can just see that 7E completely understood the assignment there and was able to just continue the pressure going. Yes, they lose ZZQ, but I mean, it's an Omni Knight at that point. It just leaves a complete free 1v1 for Erica, as well as a Beyond in this offlane. Just means that these guys are able to get a whole lot more of this experience, and this is where you start to lose out just a little bit for now. You don't have that experience right now, especially with no clips.
Okay, drafting has just become a lot more difficult against Team Zero. I see Batrider, I have to worry about it, and oh my goodness. Ponlo and Beyond.
Yeah.
They caught Yuma all by his lonesome. All this pressure that they've been applying mid has forced Nouns to respond to this area with their support, so no one was available to defend the Luna down bottom. That's huge. That's a big deal.
Yeah, they're fighting over this power rune as well.
Fly gets the shield rune, but 7E has Lasso and Firefly. They could try go for this one.
Copy's
only
low.
a level 4 treant. Leela's is going to be good for the Earth Spike there. Turning back, Copy is in the river. Not the best place he wants to be, but does have level 6. Ball Lightning's onto the high ground. Ponlo's out of mana, so he can't chase for the Scatter Blast. Everybody will be allowed to walk away from this one. But while all this was happening, there was a solo kill top from Erica? What?
Huh?
He solo killed Gunner.
Solar Flare. Very balanced ability, guys. Very, very fair and balanced that a Timbersaw can't lane against it at level 6. He does have max out Starstorm as well, so I'd imagine it's probably just a combination of a few harassing Starstorms into an arrow and then a Solar Flare. So, I mean, Team Zero, they're just playing so well. And, you know, there was a couple of moments there where Ponlo almost got the read with the Ball Lightning to hit the Fire Snap cookie. If he hit that, I'm giving this guy MVP of TI already. Like, it's just insane the way these guys are playing here on Team Zero. They're just getting some good reads. They're just understanding the map, and they're playing at such a high level right now that it is a probably pretty big shock to the system for some of these other teams going into these series, right? Like, you're looking at this Team Zero, you're like, yeah, they used to be the sister team of Extreme Gaming, so there's probably that interconnection with, you know, a lot of their training regiments and a lot of the ways they used to play, but ever since July, they've been kind of riding solo, and now coming into the international to be able to represent the org, they have gotten themselves to a position where they're looking like kind of top dogs.
They've literally spent the entire year falling short at like second, third in qualifiers for the various tournaments. The whole year, Fluke, the whole year.
Yeah.
The one tournament they qualify for is the international. And they say that if you get one shot, one opportunity, better not miss.
Yeah. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. And I mean, getting themselves here as well, like, you know, falling in a lot of those qualifiers, they're falling to teams like Azure, who, you know, didn't get it, LGD, like all these big names that are, you know, hovering around in that Chinese region weren't able to make it, but Team Zero were, and they're taking the big scalp in Azure. And now they are, I mean, if you're Azure sitting at home right now, you're definitely sitting there with a smile on your face. Copy?
We lost to this, we're okay with it, it's fine. Yuma coming beyond, does have access to the Eclipse, throws it out, quite a bit of damage flying forth, but ZZQ pops the Guardian Angel, has some heals, they're all still alive on Team Zero. Copy doesn't want to be involved that much in the fight anymore, as Erica has shown up, threw out an arrow, but it only connects onto Fly. Somehow though, between the Coco Rum, the heals from the Omni Knight, he didn't even have the GA. Everyone's fine, very cool.
That was the weirdest 5v5 I've ever seen. Everyone used ultimates and there was stuff happening, but like nobody died. Like it wasn't like there was people like really whiffing. Like Beyond went on Layla's in the background. He like boat torrent comboed him, didn't get the kill onto that. Copy was kind of poking and prodding. There was no Guardian Angel that was used. There's no Sapphire Cookie. So it was just like a lot of people were kind of just there, just staunching each other, and nobody died. So it was kind of just a giant waste of time for everybody at that point.
Strange fights. One that I think Team Zero will be happy with. But on the bright side for Nouns, this time around, they're the ones that have the Treant Protector. So they can start working on bringing this Tier 1 tower back to scratch once we have Living Armor. For now, though, Living Armor not needed because we have Nature's Grasp and some right-click damage thrown out onto Ponlo when we kill off the Snapfire. Very nicely done. Erica also ends up getting bursted in the top lane. Lelis showing up for the first finger of the game, gets an additional stack for himself too. So although they lose the tier 1 mid, you get some kills on the side lanes. I think that's worth it for Nouns right now.
Bro, he's got the Fist of Death too. Let's go, Lelis. Slaxon's probably hyped up right now. I don't know, is the other facet even any good? Is Fist of Death kind of what you need to go? Let me just have a quick look live. Essence Eater, Mana Drain. No, the other one is actually just better. I think Lelis is just having a bit of a goof and a gaff this time around, but is what it is.
He's probably thinking to himself that, look, we're bottom of the group no matter what. Let's just have a good time.
Let me play Fist of Death for the first time in a competitive match and see if it sucks.
Rather find out now than in the seeding.
If he even gets one auto attack with Fist of Death, I'll be happy. Because I think he's going to die before he even gets to punch anyone.
Wait, does it count? Does he have to be attacking heroes? Does it count if he attacks creeps?
No, yes, attacking heroes.
Mid lane, copy. Oh, he's getting attacked right now. This time around, we do have Morty's Kisses raining in from Ponlo. And there's absolutely nothing the Storm Spirit can do there. Copy suffering his second death of the game. And this happens as Erica and ZZQ are pushing in the tier 1 tower. I think that's the thing I've been most impressed by throughout the course of their games on Team Zero. They'll make these moves as somebody else is already in position for an objective. So immediately after you get the kill, you connect for the objective, open up the map. And this is, by the time you respawn, suddenly the map is, what, 20% smaller than it was when you were alive just now.
Yeah, and also something I didn't touch on because I got completely distracted by Fist of Death is the Beyond went for an Orchid. Russian Orchid. Yeah. That was the Orchid reveal onto Copy as well. So that's something that he has to pay attention now to for the next couple of minutes because he's going for this Witchblade. They don't have save. Like, yeah, they've got Living Armor potentially once it gets leveled up by Fly, but that's not like a more save like, you know, Shadow Demon or what have you. ZZQ.
Going in towards ZZQ. Overgrowth is there, catches ZZQ and 7E, but there's no follow-up damage available from Nouns just yet. Gunner dives onto the high ground, throws the Chakram forward, but at the meantime, 7E, he lassos back Yuma, but they need more support. All the heroes aren't here just yet, so they just end up losing the Omni Knight. Copy. Still keeping things going. There's a boat flying forward. It doesn't crash into Gunner as he makes the escape with his Timbersaw. Team Zero caught a little bit lacking in the mid lane. They probably didn't think Nouns was as willing to dive them as they did. By the time they brought in the reinforcements, it was already too late.
Yeah, Nouns just made the executive decision there to just kind of send all troops towards that mid lane, and it's a good use of their timings there, just really kind of understanding that Team Zero, they just didn't quite have the respawns of the players in the area just yet because they had some very nice walls going up, and 70's been chased down by Copy here.
Does he die? He should. But they should try give it to the finger. Finger. Okay. Yeah, we can save it for the next kill. It's fine. But I do like that they immediately went for another chain kill right after finding a nice little pick-off also on the map.
Looks like they're going to go for more as well. Fly is starting to set up towards top. Doesn't have overgrowth, but with Gunner around, he's potentially in trouble here.
Oh my god. Wow. Whew. Okay.
What was that?
Yeah, that's some big boy damage coming in from Gunner right there.
Yeah, max chain, max whirling death, and a chakram throw out and
no,
back.
But now more damage going in towards this Luna. She's been silenced up by Beyond. The last time that they encroached in this area, they left behind this observer ward from Ponlo, and they utilized it to get this kill onto Luna, and they're not done with the chase just yet. Look how Beyond has been dragging this path. He knows he's gonna catch Gunner on the retreat. Lasso will be there. Arrow to follow it up. Do they have the damage? You bet they do. Beyond on a dominating streak. Another core kill. And although Nouns has shown signs of life, it's still Team Zero in the driving seat.
Yeah, this Orchid is paying dividends. Well, it's got them 3 core kills out of it so far here, and they're trying to hunt for a 4th for Beyond. Getting close towards that BKB here on the Conqueror, and they're just playing nice up-tempo. Not trying to fall all too far behind when it comes to Nouns, who have done a really good job at getting their cores into these good positions, but they've got to get over that hump, right? Like they've still got a few more of these items that they need to try and get here. So a little bit of this net worth they need to try and accrue back before things can start to look a little bit more even for Nouns, because the Storm Spirit as well as the Luna are very susceptible to this Orchid.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Speaking of the Storm Spirit, they were roaming through the jungle hoping to find a pickoff. They almost find 7E in fact, but he got away just in time. And now they're gonna go forward, looking for a kill. Gleipnir out onto Gunner, followed up by the arrow. Holy base solar flare, boys. That's some damage right there. Now lose their offlaner in extremely fast fashion.
Why does it do so much for the Marauder? It is insane how quickly that damage and the attack speed builds up. It just deals so much damage early on. It's basically like an amplified damage rune at 17 minutes into the game, and when you hit a Timbersaw with like a max range arrow into the Gleipnir, it is just so hard for Gunner to sit there and try and tank it, especially with only 1 level in the reactive armor. They're looking for more here.
Yuma left at the exact right moment, but they might still find Gunner. Oh no, the man's just respawned. Y'all have some mercy on my boy. Top 8 at TI from the mid lane, all of a sudden finding himself dead back to back here. 1-5-1 in the first 18 minutes of this game.
Yeah, this is the problem I'm having with Timbersaws. Like they just, I don't know, it just feels like they're just not tanky anymore. Like they just have not been able to do it. This is going to be a good retort though. They found Erica.
Do find Erica. The question is, can they do anything to Erica? Overgrowth was thrown out by Fly, but it's a retreating one. Copy already zipped himself out. They're leaving behind Layla's. Fly, can he get out? No, he cannot. Lasso coming in from 7E. Constrains the Treant Protector. Enables the double kill for Marana. And remind me, Fluke, wasn't this the Marana they went on to start this fight?
Yeah, and that's the power of the Omni Knight, right? He throws out a repel. She ends up going from, like 1,000 HP to like 2,500. Gets a full heal on top with the repel, and then it's just all over Red Rover as soon as you don't go on the Omni Knight. And you can just see that Copy thought this was a good opportunity, but without getting the Omni Knight, it's too hard. 7E.
Fire Snap Cookie puts him in the river. Copy's out of mana, so he can't actually chase him. He's still alive, and now Gleipnir coming back with the arrow. Copy taken out by Erica. No, Team Zero guys, come on, show some mercy. 13-5 right now in the first 20 minutes of this game. They can't even kill 7E. And because it's Omni Knight, guess what? Batrider's back to full HP, baby.
Yeah, they've got an Omni Knight and they've also got this mechanism as well. They're looking for more. Oh, Beyond. All right. Forget about that one, mate. It's okay. Yeah. It's right. Come on, give him a tap on the back. Let him know it's okay. See, this is what I like about Ponlo. He was very aggressive with the misplay after misplay. But as soon as one of his teammates misplays, he's more than happy to throw out the misplay again.
You have to be equal opportunity flamer, you know?
Yeah. Nobody is safe from the flame when it comes to the all chat, especially a good line like that. Like these Team Liquid lines, they're very good.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Very good.
They're pretty good. Oh, well, 6k net worth lead right now, 20 minutes in for Team 0. They're taking the tier 2 tower. And I just want to draw your attention to something, group. They are aggressing with 4 heroes onto a tier 2 with no defensive vision around them without even taking the Aegis. That's how strong they feel at the 20-minute mark of this game.
Yeah, it's just like, how are you supposed to fight if you're Nouns? Timber doesn't want to fight. Storm's at the position where he just needs BKB because if he gets orchided, he's done. And same thing with Yuma. Like it's at the point where they need BKBs on their cores again. And we saw this from the previous game where you're just sitting back waiting for these BKBs, and then by that time it's like another 3,000 net worth lead for the side of Team 0, and then you're just stuck in this one more item syndrome, right? Like it's going to be very hard for these heroes to try and get these fights back, especially with how much damage this Mirana's going to do with her own BKB now done as well.
You know, by the way, whenever I hear anybody say one more item syndrome, that's not us, nah? I'm like, y'all need to pay us some royalties. we coined that shit, man. We were out here. No one was doing it before us.
It's just all those years, and a couple of years ago we were doing TI, it felt like the same thing. You know, the Troll Warlord hate for a long time. He was the king of one more item syndrome. Guys, I need BKB. Okay, guys, now I need a farming item. Guys, now I need a damage item. Guys, now I need mitigation.
I remember we started quitting it because of SF, right? Because the early game we watched of SF, he was just owning everything, and then when people started to figure it out, then it's like, oh, he's sick. He's sick. Got the syndrome.
Yeah. It's just the way it works sometimes, you know, like it's these heroes that rely on snowballing really are like can just get themselves stuck.
Speaking of snowballing, look at Copy. Tell me, so how many at this stage of the game, how many galvanized stacks did XM have in that game?
I think like 13 or 14, probably more at this point. Like 21 minutes, I'd probably say like close to 20 plus.
Sadly, right now, Puppy has 0, but there's a chance to gain some more. He found the Omni Knight. Okay, ZZQ, first target. And Erica, he pops his BKB with the Solar Flare, but still losing a lot of HP. He might need to just bail himself out of here. Done a lot of damage, but it's not enough. 7E Knight now held by with the Earth Spike, and they kill off this Batrider. Erica on the high ground. He needs to get out of here. Gunner's chasing him. Gunner gets on top of him. Gunner kills him. And now Beyond also in danger of dying as Yuma claims his life. 4 heroes brought down. Ponlo, the lone survivor, unless Gunner has another say about it. Timber chains into the base. Gunner wants to make this a team wipe. Gunner is tired of the all chat. Ponlo should be able to get out to safety. Maybe drops a voice line on the way out. Nonetheless, now it's finally with a great fight for them. 4 for nothing. 4,000 gold in their pockets. A 5k gold swing. But crucially, look at how much experience they get for themselves.
Yeah, literally perfect time for that team fight, right? Lelis walks in, he gets an impale on the Omni Knight +1, and as soon as you blow up that Omni Knight, he didn't get a single spell. Like, he didn't even get Pavasoft, didn't even get a walk. So, that is exactly how you need...
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
It had to happen. It had to happen.
That's alright. When I saw that the Radiant, that copy got the Tormentor kill as well, I thought he died. Because I was watching on E2, but like, let's have a look at the replay here. Perfect impale onto 2 heroes straight away. 7E can't go into this fight, and as soon as the Omni Knight's gone, like it doesn't matter for this Mirana. You're gonna pop the Solar Flare, like yes, you will deal a lot of damage, but you can't stand and fight anymore because of all the glaives. Gunner's able to just freely walk around these fights because a lot of the extra disables and the extra damage had to be used to try and keep the Mirana alive. And then eventually he just takes over this game, and they just got to the point where they kind of just had to go. I think if they just constantly kept in this cycle of sitting back and waiting for like a BKB, waiting for this next item, then they were just permanently going to be behind. And I really like that as soon as they got this pipe out on Gunner, they decided to go. It's a big item spike for the Timber Sword. A lot of that damage gets mitigated through that pipe, and I mean, just perfect initiation. Like you can't have asked for a better start for a Blink of Flying to get an impale onto the Omni Knight as well as the Mirana. without him even getting a single kill. So they have to try and utilize this perfect start.
All we need now from Lilas is to pick up the Blink Dagger so he can do that more reliably. And we've definitely got a ball game on our hands. Also just pick up the BKB onto Copy. So although they'll have this Aegis on the side of Team Zero, and this BKB is a really big deal. Kunkka suddenly does nothing, Snapfire does nothing, Batrider does only one trick. Just have to sort of wait out the lasso. So if you can somehow find a way to be able to play around the lasso into this Mirana, force her to have to retreat, this game is looking a lot better for the side of Nouns. And they also just picked up a BKB as well for Yuma. So the only thing that's left at the moment, once they finish this Aghanim Scepter onto Gunnar, it is absolutely go time. Hopefully by that time the Aegis is expired and you can try and make a bigger play elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, I really like that Gunnar's going for this build that just makes him tanky, right? Like, just makes him hard to deal with. He doesn't need to go for this, like, Sergeant Kaya, Blink, BKB, all that kind of stuff. Like, he just kind of needs to survive long enough. And that's why I think this Ags is such a good build-up for him, just being able to have that massive barrier that keeps regenning for them throughout these fights. Maybe that means that Erica just spends a few too many auto attacks trying to take him down, doesn't get him done, sets his attention somewhere else. And that just means that the team fight can go the way for Nouns. So really liking the build up here for the Nouns gamers, and they're definitely starting to bring this game back. Only a 1k gold net worth lead now for Team Zero. Even though they have the Aegis, you're probably still not all too confident to just stick around here for too long.
Look at this wild smoke that they took. They took the smoke, went through the twin gate, and they'll realize now that they've been scouted as Yuma pops out to just get a quick D-ward out. So they're sacrificing the tier 2 tower. They were hoping that someone was just lying around bottom. Not the case, but thankfully nobody dies. But the tower definitely goes the way of Team Zero. Another big item has just arrived. The Aghanims is now done for Gunnar, but look at Fly. Fly has Blink Dagger. Blink Shot is... We've seen what the kind of damage ZZQ has been doing with this Blink Shot, man. This is no joke.
Yeah, and Fly is one of the OG Treant players as well, right? Like, he's a Treant player from a long time ago, so this is the old school way to play it. You rush this Blink Dagger, you get those big overgrowths, and just means that a hero like Luna, as long as they're close enough for those glaives to bounce, she can start doing a lot of this damage. And this is where she really starts to shine. We touched on it in the draft that she can have some issues with her kind of 1v1 scale ability against something like a Mirana, but if the Mirana gets caught out inside of this overgrowth, that just gives the Luna that free time to continue getting these hits in.
Yeah.
And with no real good mitigation just yet to get out of the overgrowth, it's going to be hard for Erica to try and stand here and fight. Has to rely on Repel. Or 70 is in such a bad spot here as well. This is going to be a massive wraparound from now. And so they just follow the couriers. Oh no, they're just signaling where they are.
They know exactly what's up. The initiation is coming. Ponlo and Beyond right next to each other. Copy grabs the vision by going forward, followed up by Gunnar, and Ponlo eviscerated in the moment. The Eclipse going out, ZZQ falling very low, and there's Fly with the overgrowth, cancelling out the TPs from the Omni Knight, from this Kunkka, and Beyond. He'll throw out a poach, get some Coco Rum, maybe kill off Fly, but no. Gunnar says, I have got overwhelming damage for you, my friend. A double kill for him. And Nouns have found a way back in this game. They've equalized the gold. They've maintained some advantage on the map. They no longer have to worry about being played into with an Aegis. When all these heroes come back, by the time they're ready, the Aegis will be gone. Okay, we've got a game on our hands. Game 2, baby. Nouns is still in it.
Yeah, that was a really sick rotation from them, and unfortunately for the side of Team Zero, those couriers just led them straight into where everybody was sitting on that high ground. And for Team Zero, you really want to try and fight on your own terms. You've got a Batrider, you've got this Kunkka, you want to try and be the ones that are getting the jump. And if your Batrider's up, farming towards the top side of this map, and there's a big wraparound coming in from Nouns, and they're the ones that get the jump, and your Copy is basically able to pick and choose who he wants to go in on. These fights are just going to be all too easy for Nouns to try and get these fights, because for ZZQ, unfortunately for him, he kind of only really wants to repel his carry. And if it's Polo that gets gone on or himself, then it's like the repel's kind of not really that worth.
Yeah. This is one of the few times that you miss what is the spell called that they changed it to after repel?
Heavenly Grace.
Heavenly Grace, H-Grace, yeah, you want that. Mid lane, Beyond getting jumped on. I told you, once Lilas gets this Blink Dagger, baby, this game is going to change as they bring down this Kunkka, chasing off the ZZQ as well. Omni hiding behind the tier 2 tower. Woo! Gunner is pissed, my friend. I don't think he's happy about how this series has been going. But he's making sure to get his revenge. And now Copy, he goes in, TP's home, zips onto 7E, but Ponlo's right there. Ponlo is supplying the Morty's kisses, and Copy is dead. Lilas doesn't have a finger anymore, so he might find himself losing his life as well. And indeed, Ponlo grabs himself a double kill. Yuma sees 7E. 7E, it feels like he got a bit greedy there. Should have gone home. Instead, he's going to get sent home in a body bag, followed up by Ponlo. Across the map, 4 Dire Heroes die. They do lose Copy's life for this one. But in the grand scheme of things, a trade that Nouns will take any day of the week.
Yeah, Nouns are doing a beautiful job at just constantly getting themselves further and further ahead. And Yuma's just quietly been chipping away. Like, hasn't really been, you know, one of those performances from him that we've seen in the past where he has just been kind of the end-all be-all, but he has just been doing his job and getting very, very strong. And you can see Erica now is starting to run into these issues. And I touched on the fact that I felt like the Mirana is a little bit...
I think you just need to get out. Just get out. You have Shine on you. You have to pop your BKB. Just get out. Just get out. Also,
Yeah,
looking at this Mirana, do you agree with this decision to go Butterfly instead of like going Daedalus? I feel like he's gonna run out. He's not gonna have enough damage relative to the Luna if he goes this build.
Yeah, it's... I mean, it's kind of one of those things where it's like if he feels like the Butterfly is going to get him enough of those auto attacks in. Like, he feels like, I have Solar Flare, so I just kind of want to have as much attack speed and extra damage as I possibly can. I probably would like him to get a little bit tankier, per se. Like, maybe it's Satanic time for him.
Yeah, I was thinking Daedalus Satanic in that order.
Because I actually, oh yeah, he's got a Paladin sword, so yeah, he definitely is damage time, I think, right now. So I agree with the Daedalus. I think he's at the point now where as long, because you got to think about the way these fights are going to go, right? Like for Erica, it's either he's the one that gets initiated on and he gets saved by ZZQ, or his supports get gone on and him having Butterfly or Daedalus isn't really going to change the outcome. So I think for him, he really should just kind of go straight for this raw damage and just try and be this nemesis in these team fights. So they don't want to have this gun of smoke, so they're just going to let Nouns have a tier 3 tower, it seems.
Beyond is coming back, throwing in some torrents. They do not have the Treant themselves. All right, I'm calling it right now. Treant Protector S tier support, seeing how this game has gone.
Probably going to be pretty highly contested, especially with a lot of these Shadow Demon bans. I think Shadow Demon is going to be like if you give Treant, you have to take Shadow Demon, I think. So... Oh
my gosh, that was so
7E.
close.
He blinked like right on top of him and just didn't have the timing there. If they were just a little bit faster, 7E could have picked up Yuma there. And if they pick up Yuma, like this game turns on its head once again. You know, like that's just a straight up free kill onto a Luna.
You know, I was talking to you about like my difficulty and bias for this series. Because I like both of these squads for personal reasons, but I'm very glad that now I'm just demonstrating that they have this kind of Dota still within them. Because I'll be honest, I've been kind of disappointed by their performances, but this is what I wanted to see. And now Lila's 2 heroes caught inside the Earth Spike. They're trying to blow up the Mirana. They can't do it just yet. Unfortunately, ZZQ is able to get off his spells, but ZZQ will die for this one. Mirana, very, very lucky to get out of that one alive. But Lilas, that initiation with the Earth Spike, man, this is what I wanted to see from this Lion.
Yeah, just de-warding up a cliff without really having the information about where the rest of these heroes are going to be. So it is a little hard for Team Zero to reliably get that de-ward going. But this is the one issue that I just saw in that last fight. You know, they were like, okay, we got the Omni Knight as well as the Mirana. Let's kill the Mirana first, and then we can kill the Omni Knight. But if the Omni Knight just survives a little bit longer than those instant initiations, then the Mirana probably gets out scot-free.
70 gets a lasso out onto the tree. They're able to get that kill, but it's going to cost one of their lives. Turns out that life is going to be Ponlo's. Easy kill for Yuma. And the thing is, you're not feeding this Luna. She's getting close to level 25. Level 25 Luna is no joke. It is very difficult to deal with, especially in a game where your Kunkka and your Mirana, their BKBs down to 6 seconds at this point. It's only the Batrider that has a fresh one. So with the, in tandem with the Timbersaw, in tandem with the Lion, the Treant Protector, it wouldn't be too difficult for Yuma to wait out these BKBs and then come in for the additional damage.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when you get the Moonglaive on Fired Lucid Beam as well. So it's like you just get a lot of this extra damage that comes in from the Luna as we get to the later stages, who usually is one of those carries that tends to kind of fall off as we get towards like the late game. But seems to now the way that a lot of these facets, talent trees, ag shards, what have you, a lot of these heroes have a little bit more longevity. So it is definitely in a position where we are looking at this game for Team Zero, and this is kind of, I don't want to say desperation smoke areas, but this is like they need a big kickoff here for this game not to look dire.
Yeah. Unfortunately for them, Yuma and Copy, oh, they're not taking the twin gate. Yuma and Copy are considering a Roshan because the big man is heading bottom. Gonna take a big trip, so if they can find this initiation, this could be huge. Torrent going out, they get the lasso out onto this Copy Storm Spirit. He's dead, but does have buyback. Will commit it to come back into the fight beyond his boat. Crashes out, but the main thing is the Coco Rum. These heroes are now really tanky, and Yuma, his BKB is finishing him. Needs to get out of this fight. He's gonna burn out though. Beyond is credited with that kill. On the back edge of things, Gunner's trying to chase around ZZQ, but he's realizing that his allies are gone. Copy finally comes back in. They kill off ZZQ. Fly, blink in, overgrowth on the 3 heroes. But do they have the damage? Copy jumps onto 7E by himself, trying to bring down the Bat Rider. And finally, with Yuma coming back, Gunner being in tow, they have enough to clean up Team Zero. It cost multiple buybacks. 4 of them in fact were committed. But, they win the fight, and now they get an Aegis as a reward.
Yeah, they just survived long enough that the Solar Flare ran out there for Erica. You could see the damage that he was pumping out in that team fight, but Nouns, they just rip it. They just send those buybacks, and they say, all right, screw it. We're going to win this team fight, and we'll be able to get that Roshan as well. The biggest thing for me, Gunner survived throughout the entirety of that fight. You can see here, perfect initiation from Team Zero. They get Copy down. He basically hits that buyback straight away. They want to fight here. The man mode that came in between Erica as well as Yuma, you can just see that this is the problem that Luna's going to have against a lot of these ranged carries. 1-to-1 is going to be all too hard. And then it's a Tidebringer cleave that gets the kill there onto Yuma. And then once these buybacks keep coming through from all of these cores, it is all too hard for the side of Team Zero to keep the sustain going. It's just too much of this kite. Too much of this damage needs to be done to Gunner that it is all too hard for them to try and get more of these kills. And with those extra lives being committed, it just means that they get a little bit more out of it. Now with an Aegis on their Luna, can they kill her twice? That's the question that we've got here for Team Zero.
I will say I'm glad that Marana took our advice. The reason she won that man fight is because she went for the Chrysalis. So that gave her the additional damage necessary. If she had Daedalus, Yuma would have died so much sooner. But now, the dangerous part of the game has arrived. When Luna takes away your tier 3 tower and is just beating on your buildings. They're smoked up on Nouns. They're smoked up because they're expecting Nouns to smoke into them. But Nouns are being very reticent to leave their base right now. They're like, you know what, let's just chill, guys. It'll be okay.
Yeah, they're the ones with the buyback advantage though, so actually no, they pulled out on a lot of their heroes, so they have no buybacks. Absolutely nobody. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
So
Erica now will have his.
Erica will.
Erica
and
and ZZQ will have his soon, but that's not that many. So I'm a little
Erica
spooked.
bought out again. Erica bought out again. Bought the recipe for the Daedalus.
Okay, so all right, Erica.
I mean, look, you're guaranteed upper bracket for the next part of the seed.
That's
Have
true.
some fun with it, you know?
It doesn't matter. Does not matter. So we'll see if this Daedalus is going to be the right choice or not. There is just so much damage coming in from Luna as well. Satanic and Daedalus now for Yuma, so this Luna has here critical mass.
Oh, they get the last two out onto this Luna. She does still have an Aegis though, so it's a bit of a dangerous target to be going on. Copy jumps in, trying to find ZZQ. Can't kill him off though. Erica puts in too much damage against them. Copy, can he get out of here? No, he can't. Erica chases him and kills him. And now Yuma, sort of isolated in the base, drops the Eclipse, puts out a bunch of damage. But without the control of the Storm Spirit, it might not be enough. Kunkka right now, also in danger of dying, but he pops BKB. He's still A-okay. He still wants to keep this fight going. Yuma rushing forward, looking towards 7E. This Bat Rider, can he get out? No, he cannot. Fly there with the overgrowth. And they end up finishing him off with the bouncing Moondaves. No buyback available for the mid laners. And this has opened up space for them to take the racks, which is all they want. And we'll see if Nouns decides to leave. They're still sticking around for now. I don't know about this one. X marks the spot, goes out onto Gunner. Torrent will be there. Nullifier drop down onto him as well with the Morty's kisses. There's a boat that crashes through. Doesn't connect onto Gunner, but it does make him retreat from this base. Laylas, he will die trying to get away. Gunner? Man has no fear because he knows that Yuma is right behind him, putting in pressure onto Beyond and onto Erica. Both of them dead in the base without buyback. The damage from Yuma, the tankability of Gunner, too much for them to handle. Ponlo trying to go out like a G, at least taking somebody with him. But they all say, nah fam, you're going by yourself. He's down for the count in the fountain. And Fluke, I believe this game is over, and so does Team Zero. GG, well played is called. We end the series 1-1. And Nouns will not go gently into the night. They demonstrate that they too can be considered a dark horse team at the International 2024.
Yeah, they put in a really solid effort in this game number 2. Things were starting to look spooky. They were looking very bad in that opening 10 to 15 minutes there. But Nouns were able to pull it back, off the back of Copy as well as Yuma. I think that massive fight in that dire triangle where Layla's got that big pick off onto ZZQ really turn the game around for the side of Nouns, and I'm super impressed with them to be able to show this kind of calmness in a game like this, where they understand that they kind of just needed to go, because if they just sat back and farmed, they were just going to get out-farmed, and the game was going to look very dire. And it is just goes to show that sometimes all it takes is just that little bit of communication and that big call coming in from your captain, and maybe even some of your experienced players, to just get that game going. Like they're behind by 5k here, and it didn't look like it, right? Like it looked like they were ahead by 5k with the amount of damage they were able to do and how easy these team fights were going. And it's all about these initiations for both these two teams and eventually buybacks coming out.
One of my favorite things about Dota 2 as a game, relative to, I literally mean any other competitive endeavor, whether it be fencing, football, racing, fighting games, football games, whatever the case might be, this is the only game where, that fight that turned the game for them? They were behind 9k before that fight happens. Within a 30-second window, you make one play that literally turns the entire game on its head. There's no other game I can imagine that you can make that big of a difference with one good idea. It's excellent to see. You love to see it coming in from Nouns. And I'm with you that was an experience call. That's somebody who's just been in that kind of situation many times in the past, who's saying, guys, if we just sit back, we're going to lose this game like we lost the first one. Let's go do something. The something works out, becomes amazing. And whew, you could see that Team Zero weren't necessarily ready for it, right? Because the way the game was going so positively for them, they had a very difficult time recovering afterwards. We didn't see as many clean initiations from them going forward. Their team fighting, yes, they would get their spells off, but they were struggling to get it out onto the targets that they wanted to. Very often it would be Gunner on the front line tanking this damage, Yuma with an Aegis or with a BKB at the ready. Not necessarily the targets you always want to go on. And shout out to Nouns for knowing what to do, putting in the eggs in this Luna basket. Both of us were very skeptical about whether or not the Luna could do it, but she itemized, I think, perfectly for where this game was going to end up being. Because you just go straight for the Daedalus right after the Manta. You're like, straight Daedalus. Yeah. I need damage. You get the damage, and it turns out that once you have that damage, whoa, Team Zero, if the Omni Knight is dead, they can't kill you anymore. They can't kill you and survive the fight. And then they started just targeting ZZQ over and over and over again. Nouns, perfect response in the draft, perfect gameplay, I think, for the occasion that they were dealing with. Shout out to whoever made that call. That one call, I think you're 100% right. That one call into the triangle changed the whole game, and that's the only reason they won right now.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it kind of circles back to a lot of the support players that we're seeing so far. I think that's probably my happiest part from the takeaway from a lot of these games that we covered here on the road to the International is it really feels like a lot of these supports are the linchpins for a lot of these teams, right? Like they're ones making a lot of the calls, making a lot of the plays. I think there's quite impactful supports that we have throughout the meta right now as well. So a lot of these support players are going to be the guys who are going to be shining throughout the entirety of the tournament. Yes, mid players, carry players, offlaners, whatever, they're going to get their flowers. But I think it really is a lot about these supports. So I'm very excited for us to continue to see how a lot of these teams do develop, especially shout out to Team Zero for the way that they played. I think both of these two teams, I'm going to be looking very intently at their best of threes to see how they get through an entire best of three, because best of twos are one beast, but as soon as games start going 1-1, it's all about trying to make that last final adjustment in that best of three to try and close it out right. And that's where a lot of these good teams are separated from the great teams.
That is 100% true. And of course, we're going to be seeing more of Nouns, more of Team Zero, and more of some of the great teams that are here on the road to the International throughout the course of the next few days. Group C is now basically wrapped up. There's another match that was happening between BB Team and Falcons. Falcons had won the first game, so it's looking like they might find themselves in the second position. But if Falcons come away with 1-1, if BB Team make a comeback, then suddenly we have some tiebreakers. All you need to know is that you keep it locked here on this channel. Myself and Fluke are going to be retiring, not just for the day, but for the remainder of the International. And of course, we'll be replaced a little bit later by Moxie and Waga. Before we sign out, Fluke, give the people some final words, fam.
I think there's going to be a lot of really good teams that we're going to have to look out for this international. I think this is probably going to be one of the tightest races we have for the ages. And I would say watch out for Drow Ranger. I think that hero has been proven to be very, very busted. And this is going to be China's year. So that's what I'm hoping.
I want it to be China's year. That's pretty much, I'm on the same page with you. Before we sign out, there is one more last thing I'd like to say. Shout out to you, Fluke, for being here. Shout out to these, there's players like Ponlos, your ZZQs, people like your Gunners, your Yumas, your Copies, folk that have been grinding for a long time, your Flukes, your Wagamamas, your Moxies. Let me just put it this way, y'all. Being in Dota, doing this as your life is not easy at all for anybody involved, whether in front of the camera, behind the camera, in the game itself. But the reason we do it is out of pure passion, pure love for this game, and pure love for the people that we've met through this game. The community, toxic as it may be at times, genuinely is special and unique within the Dota atmosphere and the Dota landscape. So my final words to y'all is, remember how special this game is and the community we've curated is, and do your best to give love and not hate. Make sure that people that are involved have a good reason, even if results are not going well, to still give their all, still give their heart, their soul, and their blood and tears, specifically to bring us this incredible game of Dota. So thank you all at home. Please make sure that you love yourselves as much as you love Dota 2. Go and follow Fluke and keep it locked on this channel, because shortly you're going to have an incredible set of casters to bring you the rest of the day and to close out the group stage on the road to the International.
Hello, I am here with Whitemon from Tundra. First of all, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Now, I know that you've played in 3 different regions. You've played in C, NA, and now EU. A lot of people say that the differences between the regions are not as big as they used to be. First of all, do you agree with that? And secondly, what are the differences, in your opinion, between those regions?
In SEA, it's like they're playing kind of slow, so everyone just want to farming. They farming to buy items to play for the late game, mid game, something like that, to play for the team fight. So they don't really know how to close the map or play to snowball the game, close the game early. So they just play for the team fight and late game. That's what I know.
Okay.
And then in NA, they playing more objective. So it's there's a pattern, so you need to take tier 1 enemy safe lane, and then you need to take mid safe lane. You need to take mid tower, and then it's objective, every objective, something like that. But if you mess up, and then the plan is kinda you don't know what to do anymore after that, something like that.
So everything goes to pieces.
Yeah.
And what about EU Dota?
EU is we learn about how to cross the map, how do you want to play the map. It's how do you want to catch them, or do we need to catch them? Do we just take objective, or do we farm our timing, something like that? So it's more details.
More detailed.
Yeah.
Interesting. What are your thoughts on Ringmaster? I know obviously you're not gonna be able to play him, but what are your thoughts on Ringmaster?
I mean, this hero is when this hero win rate is so high, because new hero, everyone doesn't know how to play against it, and I think it's really good on supports, because his spells is I don't know, have slow, have fear, and then second spell you save your teammate, and then untargetable, and the ulti is AoE, stun, and damage. I think this hero still need to be nerfed.
You think it's too much? You've got too much, right? Okay. Now, I see that you have played quite a lot of Clockwork recently, especially since they changed the hero, I guess. And with that the new facet he's got, you can shoot the cogs at people. I also know that you play a lot of billiards. Do you think that the fact that you've played a lot of billiards means that you're better at shooting the cogs at people? Do you think there's any overlap there?
No, not really.
Come on, you're shooting a little ball at somebody. It's kind of like billiards, right?
Yeah, but it's not the same because in billiards the ball is like stop, right? But heroes is like moving, keep moving. So you need to like predict where they're moving.
Okay, well, if you say so. So you hit 13k MMR last month. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Do you think that it's harder to get high MMR as a support player? Because a lot of people have this idea that if you're like a mid or a carry player, you can just carry the team yourself. But you did it as a support player. Do you think it was harder?
I think it's not that quite hard if you like playing like good lane, something like that. You know, like how to like control them, because sometimes when you play PUBG, it's like they don't know what to do, right? They just want to like farm. They want to do their own things. So as a support, you kind of like need to command them, like need to control them, like can you guys come? Can we smoke? Something like that.
So you're sort of captaining in the pub games almost.
Yeah, sometimes like that, but sometimes I can just play like quiet if they like talk too much. So yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, I've got some just general questions about the other teams in your group. You just tell me what you think of these teams, what you're expecting, what you're worried about, or whether you're confident, whatever. So the other teams are G2XIG.
G2XIG, I think I expect to play against them. Maybe they always play until late game, so I saw a lot of their games like it's always 40 minutes plus. So maybe we expect to like snowballing them, or we just play the late game. So.
Tough team to beat though, right? What about Talon?
They're quite good. I know about it. Like their mid lane and their off lane is like high MMR. Right? They have like 15k MMR off lane and Mikoto also. And yeah, they are my friends also, Mikoto and Jokem. So it's gonna be like fun games, I think.
And what about Cloud9?
Cloud9, I think we play against them a lot in EU qualifier. So it's gonna be like the same like EU maybe.
Okay, awesome. Well, look, I want to wish you all the best in the tournament, Whitemon, and thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
I'm here with Xnova from G2XIG. First of all, how are you doing today?
I'm feeling pretty good, I guess.
Have you been to Denmark before?
This is my first time.
First time?
Yeah.
So I think that the last time that we spoke was in Singapore at TI there, where quite famously you had to play on stage alone with the teddy bears and all the rest of it, and the crowd were chanting for you. How have things been since then up to now? How have they been for you?
It's been really rough for me for the past year, since I never really made it out to any tournaments when I'm back in Boom. And yeah, it's really refreshing to be playing with G2IG right now.
When you join an organization like IG that's got that big history, does that make you proud, or is that extra pressure?
It's definitely an honor to be carrying the name for IG, to be playing this on the stage. So yeah, I do feel pretty proud playing with them.
It has been 8 years since a team from Chinese region lifted the Aegis. A lot of the teams have come close, a lot of second places and third places and stuff like that. What is it about a grand final that has made it so difficult for a Chinese team to win the Aegis again?
It's probably nothing related to the in-game stuff anymore. It's more on the outside game. Like you can see Team OG and Team Spirit. Basically, they are really friends when they're playing together. Like compared to the Chinese teams, I think we do handle pressure the way differently compared to them. And when it comes to like a very crucial situations, we are not that good in handling that.
Interesting. What is the difference? I mean, when you say that you handle it differently, it did feel like even when they lost a game, they were still positive. Is that not something that's sort of there in the Chinese teams, that they sort of start to think, like, what is the difference? How would they approach that situation?
I think for the Western teams, they are more focused on in-game and also the psychological side compared to Chinese teams are mostly just focusing on how the teams play, and also everything is about in-game.
Interesting. Let's talk about the other teams in your group. So Talon, what do you think about that?
Throughout the year, even though they don't really like get much result, I think, but they are still a very respectable opponent for us.
Tundra.
I don't think we played against them at all throughout this year. They're still very new to us and
kind of an unknown quantity. Interesting.
Especially when they have Thompson, the guy who will do some incredible, crazy stuff. Yeah.
So an unknown team to you with a player that does crazy things that are unpredictable. So that could be an interesting series. Okay, Cloud9.
Really strong opponent. We just lost 4v5 against them. So yeah.
Looking at the teams in general at this TI, give me the 3 strongest teams at this TI in your opinion.
I don't think 3 is enough, but I'll just try my best.
Okay.
The China representative might be Extreme Gaming. Second would be Gaming, Falcon, and Spirit. Yeah,
so you're going to put those 3 in as well?
Yeah, they're always on the top. The toughest and strongest contender.
One more question, I guess. Is there anyone on your team who is banned from playing a particular hero that they really want to play, and you guys are like, no, don't pick that, but they're convinced it's good?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Yeah, maybe just Jack, since he always wants to like join in the scrims. And
have you played with Jack?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. All right, well, Xnova, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with me, and best of luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Hello, and welcome back to the Road to TI. We have a great match, at least one more match coming at you. We've got Tundra versus G2XIG, and there's also, besides this, we have potential for tiebreakers, don't we, Wagga?
Yes, we definitely have chances for tiebreakers. Actually, we're casting Group B here, and this is the group of possibilities right now in terms of tiebreakers. We could have no tiebreakers, 2, 3, or 4-way tie, depending on the outcomes here. So it's going to be very interesting. The game we're going to be casting is Tundra versus G2IG. They're obviously right now both sitting at 2-2. So if they draw between each other, both are going to be at 3 points. But if one of them 2-0, we could go into possibly a 3-way tie, depending on Talon's outcome against Cloud9. That one is also very important, as Cloud9 currently the leaders in this group, and all they need is to really win a single game against Talon, and they're going to be guaranteed upper brackets.
Yeah, so right now, Tundra and G2XIG, they're both sitting in that second position within their group. And we're seeing a very fast draft coming out. And I think that's kind of interesting. Like, we talked about the TI meta. We talked about how, we're going to see things kind of move and change a little bit. Like, some of these are very expected. The Naga has been banned out quite a bit. The Wind Ranger, Sand King, Shadow Demon, Doom's also been up there. Has there been anything that's been surprising to you?
I guess... there's some adaptations to teams. I think this is respect towards Nothing to Say's Primal Beast. For instance, the ban on Primal Beast is not something that Tundra have been doing against the other teams they've played against. and it's not really a hero that has been on the radar that much. We saw it played yesterday, but it's not one of the focal points, not really a first ban material for most teams. But I think just against G2IG, that's a smart ban to get rid of.
I mean, also you have to consider, nothing to say and Tops, and both of them are very, very much, players that have specialized pools, certain heroes that you have to watch out for. Of course, Topson, you're never sure what you're going to see. I think we saw a Dazzle the other day going mid over for Tundras, and obviously nothing to say. His Tinker, something very, very formidable.
Yeah, nothing to say as plenty of things. Like I said before this TI, he was hard practicing Mirana mid as well. I was watching several games back to back where he was spamming it and really owning, and that's a hero that's not banned so far, so could be something that they'll go towards. We're gonna have an Omni Knight come out early here. We saw it have quite a lot of impact in the last game there, Team Zero enjoying the safety of an Omni Knight, but pretty exciting game they had between them and Nouns there.
Oh yeah, for sure. But one of the things we talked about is the fact that Omni Knight has, had a very decent popularity, but recently did get nerfed with like 3 different nerfs. Do you still rate this hero as highly? Is it something that, it's just like great in the hands of G2XIG? We've talked about too, like having something to get on the back lines to focus him specifically as well.
I think he's not nerfed enough. I think he's still kind of broken, to be honest. I think Omni is very, very good. He's been banned 25 times here at TI, only picked 4 times, won 3 of those 4 games, so good track record so far. And I think the teams are not wrong that Omni is definitely, still feeling like a powerful hero. He's the 4th most banned hero in all of TI, this TI. So nice hero to start out with from G2IG, but on the other hand, this gives Tundra the room to customize against Omni Knight. They know already that there's going to be that surprise debuff immunity coming in, so you need a way to either go on Omni Knight or some way to get through debuff immunity and still get the kill, to think about how you're going to take the fights.
And also they banned out things that can jump into that back line. You can see the Nature's Prophet was banned, the Monkey King, both really, really good at being able to kind of hop around. And as we've seen in other games previous to this, the Nature's Prophet gives you the opportunity to create more instances on the map where you can join at any given time, whether it's pushing, whether it's ganking, just a very, very powerful hero. So definitely worth the ban. The Mirana, though, is getting picked up over here for Tundra. And again, you said, you saw Topson, who was practicing that quite a bit. Very much a flex hero, though.
Yeah, it's a hero that can go on many different roles. So either way, all I know is she's going to hurt. The right clicks always deliver on that hero now with new solar flare buffs. So Ench and Mirana, pretty right click heavy lineup so far. Not great disables and lockdowns. But she does have the mobility, and Omni Knight also being a hero who doesn't, he's great at saving people, but he's not that great at catching something like Mirana, so using a high maneuverability core like that can be very nice.
We get the Kunkka picked up. We saw that they changed around his ghost ship just a little bit with that Aghanim Scepter with the cannonballs, and also gives them, some more tankability, right?
Yeah, definitely. And Kunkka has looked really good overall so far as well. It's also one of Nothing to Say's best heroes, his 3rd most played hero. So this is super, super comfortable for him to be able to play Kunkka. Kunkka is great against Mirana as well. And he's one of the better heroes at dealing with Ench. You can still deal a lot of damage to her, just Tidebring her. You don't have to right-click her directly. And same is true for Batrider here. So Untouchable doesn't look like it's going to do that much against these heroes so far.
I'd like to see something that's going to have a little bit more catch. 2 things right now that I'm looking at on the wanted list for Tundra, right, is that I want something that's going to be able to, if Batrider initiates, you can immediately, lock him down, hold him into place. The Gleipnir will be there eventually, but something else would be great, like ground targeted almost. And then also would love to see something that can hop into the back lines and kind of deal with this Omni Knight, because that's going to be a bit of an issue for them. I'm not sure if that's something they might want to grab with their mid. I would love to see a Clockwork potentially, just to kind of create that barrier in the fight so that the right clickers can, stay alive as they do their clicking.
Yeah.
But
Could work. I like that G2IG early banned out the Mars specifically to counter out some of that lockdown like you're looking for, because that's what Tundra have been running a lot. They've been having very good success playing around the Mars. The two wins they did take here at TI so far were both on the back of that Mars. So this is a targeted ban to solve them, something that Cloud9 also did.
See, the Morphling picked up. This is a hero that has been pretty steadily gaining popularity, it feels, during these qualifiers.
Yeah, Morphis is just giving you some great reaction as well against some heroes like Kunkka. You can still deal with him quite well. You can even do tricks like turning into Kunkka and X-marking yourself if you're X-marked to prevent a combo. There's a lot of neat little things you can do. But this also shows a little bit of information. This now looks like it's going to be Morphling, likely farming. We have a Dragon Knight coming in as well here.
And so I think when they've run the Dragon Knight, it's been in that position 1 with the fire facet. So that kind of throws us off a little bit because we do have the Morphling. So I'm curious now, like, because you've got this flexibility, how you're going to be running him within the draft. We've also seen that the Mirana has been run in the position 4, so that could also shift things around quite a bit.
Yeah, I think the flex is probably more so on the other heroes there, like Dragon Knight maybe mid, maybe off lane, Mirana maybe mid, off lane, or even pos 4. Morphling feels like it's going to be pure. He played it earlier on carry as well. It's harder for me to see that you do a flex on the Morphling, unless we see something crazy. Topson would be the type of guy to bring in the is it the ebb or the flow? The flow, I think. His facets, whatever they're called, the one where you get low CD anyway. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the flow facets.
That's a guy who's not afraid of innovating, for sure.
TV comes out. That's a bit surprising. We don't see too much Terrorblade lately. But
they ran it earlier on, actually, and they actually won with it. I think their lineup was like Terrorblade, Nature's Mars, Tinker, Phoenix. But it had looked pretty good.
Yeah, overall, they were successful with it against Talon. It's a hero that does well around the teamfight control of the Kunkka, and also someone who's very happy to have an Omni Knight protecting you. If you can just stay alive a little bit longer to get that Sunder out, that can be real impact for the team fights. So the downside with the G2IG is that they rely quite a lot on the Kunkka and the Batrider now for the lockdown, as you have both Omni and TB who don't have any disables, whereas Tundra, they have a little bit more of a mix. Morphling can throw some random stuns. DK and Mirana both going to be able to lock down people.
I guess my question is, where are these guys laning? How are they running this? Because you could also grab something like we've seen Puck. Puck's had a big surge of popularity recently, which will provide you with a lockdown, also with the silence, and is very, very skirmishy. Because that's one thing with the lineup looking at G2XIG is that, it feels like they've got a pretty good skirmishing draft. You've got, Metamorphosis every time, you want to take a fight, you want to push. You have your Terrorblade that's going to be activated joining in with you too. So that could be potentially something nice.
Yeah, I think Puck would make a lot of sense for nothing to say in this game. Get a silence, get a way to get onto that Morphling, something more to lock him down. I don't really like going Puck into a Dragon Knight in laning stage, but that's Puck. Puck always has a lot of lanes that are not so comfortable, and then you have to work with that in the mid game. We've seen worse matchups where Pucks still have done fine. So could fit the bill pretty well. Tundra ban out the Pangolier, which I also think would have been a great fit. And now they take out Timbersaw, so getting rid of some of the damage. It's one of the things that Morphling and Dragon Knight would really struggle against, is all that pure damage.
I just like something with more catch, I guess, for the side of G2XIG. Something that's high tempo, but also, we'll be able to hold them in place should a fight arise. And then on the flip side of that, looking over at Tundra, again, does feel a little bit light in terms of like reliable lockdown. So would like to see something. I'm not 100% sure what though.
Yeah, we might also see Nothing to Say playing Tiny. It's not banned out yet. There are a few heroes that are pretty nice to jump here as a Tiny, so could be an option for him as well. Something he did play a little while ago. Not too far back. Yeah, the ban for them, they're just gonna get rid of Darks here. So yeah, they're saying this looks a lot like support Mirana for them, and just covering their bases. And they add a lot of damage. It's not Timbersaw with all the pure damage, but Queen of Pain, that ulti is a ton of it. And Puck immediate reaction here from Tundra as well, so they get themselves a way to stop the Omni Knight from saving the TB. Puck is fantastic at jumping in and silencing the Omni, so I like the draft from either team here. This is probably, I favor Tundra a little bit, but I have nothing against G2IG's draft either. It's pretty straightforward in composition.
I'm curious too, because like I'm looking specifically at this mid matchup, right? The fact that we've talked about how Puck doesn't have necessarily that much damage early on, but will get stronger as the game progresses. But on the flip side of that, you know, Queen of Pain does a lot of damage early, does a lot of burst damage, can jump into the back lines. Who do you think has the edge, not necessarily in the mid lane specifically, but with these mid heroes for the way that the game is going to be paced?
I think I like Queen's situation a little bit more. Such a natural Dagon game here as well. It just looks really good against Morphling, Puck, and Shen Marana. All of them very susceptible to that burst damage coming in from the Queen of Pain. There is, of course, some ways to catch the Queen as well, so he has to be careful and play accordingly with his teammates. But yeah, I kind of favor him a little bit here. But Thompson, of course, has a clear objective as well. In the team fights, I think he's going to just be hunting X-Nova every single team fight.
I have a feeling, though, just because of the way that, like, the Queen of Pain is very skirmishy, right? She jumps in, she hops out, and they just don't have, like, super great stuns if Thompson, you know, not even stuns, like, with Thompson, right? Because you've got the Dream Coil, you've got the Dragon Tail, but I just feel like Marana's quite squishy early on, and I think that's a little bit scary with the way that Queen is going to activate early.
Yeah, a lot of them will be in danger of getting burst once the Dagon finishes up on Queen, probably the first item. And even without that, if she just combos into any other hero, like Kunkka gets an X mark or whatever, she has more than enough damage to bring down these pretty squishy early game heroes from Tundra.
Now, what do you think so like we've talked about Queen of Pain having a really good like early game, like early mid. When does that start to shift though? Or does it really start to shift? Because I feel like Terribility, you know, does progress pretty well as you go further in, but obviously they have a Morphling and Puck is going to grow in strength.
Yeah, I think I favor Tundra probably in like a post 35 minutes or so. I think their draft generally should be outscaling a little bit, but G2IG, they have a very nice timing. They can play on metamorphosis pushes before a lot of items come in. If they activate early and go together, Omni Knight will be able to keep the TB safe, and it can be hard for Tundra to stop that momentum. But it's a lot of pressure on the TB though. He's the one who has to do building damage in this team. He's basically the only real building damage.
And we see the smoke right out the gate coming out from both of these teams. And again, they're both tied currently for the second place. We do have the potential for quite a few tiebreakers, depending on how this game goes, and one of the others, but...
Indeed. I have to correct myself. He's not the only building damage. Baboka has the arsonist facet on Batrider support, so he's gonna be burning down some of these towers as well. 35% damage to buildings.
You can see some posturing coming out, dropping wards right on top of wards. The usual start here.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, both teams sticking to their side of the river so far. We see G2IG trying to play for perhaps both top and bottom.
Thompson just checking out the vision situation. So what lane, if we take a look at like these matchups and whatnot, what has the highest probability for, you know, snowballing, I suppose?
For me, it's always the Enchantress lanes almost. We'll see what Whitemon can deliver on his Ench, but this hero can be so oppressive in the early game. And a good start here for G2IG as they managed to snag the triple rune here. A lot of bounty gold.
So what does that do for their percentage win rate, right? Because there's always the...
I think just 3 is like a pretty small increase, but it helps. It's comfortable to have a little bit of extra gold. But if you get all 4 of them, that's a big blow. Because you always, you know, you take away gold as well. It's not just about the 40 extra you get.
All right, well, Whitemon and Pure down here in the bottom lane, going up against JT's Kunkka, and of course Boboka over on the Batrider. Going to be seeing these sticky napalm stacks, I'm sure, coming out.
Yeah, he'll do his best to harass the Enchantress, but overall Pure should be pretty happy to be farming in this lane. Don't think he should struggle too much. Nice on the mid lane. 3 denies on the first creep wave here by the puck. Good start against nothing to say.
Yeah, I don't anticipate like really much for fights super early until we get some levels online.
Yeah, it's probably mostly going to be trading back and forth. Bottom lane again, the one that I want to keep the most of an eye on. See how they can play around the blocks and if Ench gets creeps. But every lane is just slapping each other right now. We have Omni Knight as well using the Hammer of Purity on top lane, just kind of trading away. You see spells just being thrown.
Is there any potential for any interesting builds to come out in this game?
I'll think about which heroes might have... Oh, Morphling. Yeah, stay safe here as the Torrent comes out, but it wasn't aimed for him.
Going after Whitemon. I was a little surprised that Whitemon didn't begin the laning with the magic stick, just because when you're up against a Bat Rider, it seems like something you should definitely have. But, of course, does have those little healing sprites, so the Nature's Attendants will be able to just keep him healthy as long as he doesn't get too far out of position.
Yeah, sometimes if you show up with Magic Stick, then the Bat Riders just skill W and E instead. So it could be they just want a reliable build that's always good. Seen a lot of no sticky napalm builds as well.
Nothing to say, sitting quite low right now. It does have the bottle being sent out right now. There's some water runes available.
Well, Topson wants to go for the double, but he messed it up a little bit, so it doesn't get both the water runes.
I feel like rune control is going to be incredibly important in this game when you have a puck and a Cleat of Pain.
Oh yeah. Yeah, very, very important for both these heroes. And cheeky Topson. I like how he's just going into tower over and over for no reason other than the fact that he can dodge the tower attacks. He's just having some fun.
That's what Dota's all about. Some people would say it's all about winning, but I'm a big proponent of the idea Dota should be fun.
Yeah.
Slacks thinks I'm a maniac for saying that usually, but...
I mean, if you have fun, you usually play better. That's what a lot of TI winners have said as well. You gotta play and have fun, gotta be in a good mood, otherwise you can't play at your best.
That's true. A little bit more harass coming out on Pure and Boboka. It's interesting how they're able to like really split this harass in this lane and seeing a lot of pressure being placed onto Pure from JT, but at the same time Boboka really trying to like separate the Enchantress as often as possible so it becomes more of a 1v1 between the two of them.
I think slowly but surely G2IG are kind of winning bottom lane. The harass of the Tidebringer is starting to build up over time here, even though Morphling is very tanky. The Batrider has done a great job of dealing with the Ench, so Ench not really being too much of a nuisance here.
And you usually assume that, the Enchantress is going to be the one who's going to be bullying pretty hard, but this time it definitely feels like Whitemon doesn't feel as confident necessarily.
Yeah, he got us unblock on the small camp now, but we see a body block coming in from Baboka. Gonna run in and prevent that again. Actually gonna deward the sentry as well as block again.
A little bit of a pause. Check in with the top lane. I feel like we've looked at mid, we've looked at bottom, but haven't really looked at the guys up here. Also important to note that Saksa is, of course, standing in. He's also leapt forward. Beautiful. Look at that. Poetry in motion.
TI and Saksa on his post for Marana. That's some memories right there for sure. He's used this one before. It's a great success. And so far, they're doing pretty well on top lane. 23-6 versus the 20-3 on the TV. Taking a lot of damage on the tower.
Yeah, it's a little scary up here. Blood Grenade gets used. Ramsey's chasing him down. And there it is. Saksa getting the first blood on Monet. And they're still just chasing after X Nova. They have the Dragon Tail. Don't have... Oh, there we go. There's going to be enough if you can get close enough. Can we get lucky? Get the second little drop.
A Breed Fire will take him down.
All
Don't
right.
even need the arrow. The 2-point Starstorm proves to be very strong here, using the healing Lotus as well to be able to dive like this. And Omni Knight so close to his level 3 there before the TB dies, but could not get a point into the Repel or one more Impurification to save him.
Yeah, definite good start here for Tundra.
I think it's a hard lane for TB to do any damage to the Dragon Knight.
But they're just jumping on Whitemon with this rotation. Monet just dies again. Now he's got to walk back, Waga. That always feels awful.
Fantastic job coming up here top by Whitemon, joining in for this tower dive, securing that they get the kill. And they don't have a way to punish because Queen, she's just running back to base, doesn't have her level 6 yet as well. It's too early, this aggression coming out.
And again, that's the power of the Enchantress. We talked about how, you know, bottom lane was feeling a little uncomfortable. That's a little scary there over on Pure, just waveforming forward like that. He's gonna try to toggle his way through, but a little bit spooky. They've got the X off on him, dragged back into the torrent. Do they have the damage though? Yes, they do.
He tries to stay alive, but you're losing more and more of your armor as you go into the strength. 6-minute rune control coming in. Both of Tundra's supports are here to check the top rune. If it spawns bottom, nothing to say. We'll get a little bit of a blessing there.
And are they going to try to make anything happen? This looks like nothing to say. Looking at that bounty rune potentially. Does make his way over. They want to alleviate some of this pressure.
I forgot about this. I need to correct myself. I said that he was dodging tower attacks for no real reason, but I forgot about the innate on Puck now that gives the mana based on disjointed attacks. So he's actually using the tower to disjoint attacks all the time during laning stage. Very sneaky.
Good. Still have nothing to say hanging out down here in the bottom lane. Looking at Pure potentially. He's already had a difficult time. He's getting baited. Winds up, jumps forward, and that's gonna be a little Morphling. He's gonna have to waddle his way back to lane.
Man, he was fast on the reaction there with the attribute shift, but only 1 point into it, not quite fast enough to morph up. And top lane, we see X-Nova getting too close here, as TB has completely retreated into a jungle. Something TB can easily do and farms very fast in jungle, but this tower is falling. Dragon Knight and Enchantress. That tower is not long for this world.
No, they're making excellent rotations on the side of Tundra, for sure.
What are those auto attacks from Ramsey's Dragon Knight? That looks so weird. Yeah, it's the DOTA millionaire projectiles coming out. I'm too poor to look at it.
Gonna see X-Nova filling up the bottle here for nothing to say. Interesting that we've seen the one rotation come out from nothing to say. I guess, you know, Thompson's working towards an item before he decides to go for any sort of rotations here, but I feel like his team probably would love to have him start activating a little bit more along with them.
Yeah, it's mostly bottom lane. If they can prevent the bottom tier 1 from falling now, that would be huge. Looks like the power rune is gonna get checked here by X-Nova, and nothing to say again on bottom. It will get the shield rune as well for Queen. But other than that, they're pretty happy just farming away. If Puck is just farming and building up items, Dragon Knight gets strong. It's like we saw yesterday. You get 3 strong heroes just farming away. Then you scale very well into the late game. And right now, TB is just very far behind, trailing behind the other course.
I mean, he got forced out of lane really, really early. With that rotation from the Enchantress, makes it very difficult. Still level 5 on Mirana. Got the Dream Coil available if they want to try to make anything happen. They're gonna poke a little bit at nothing to say, but won't go for a full committal.
Yeah,
X-Nova standing nearby. Still level 4 on the Omni Knight.
You see Kunkka looking for a grab here. Can get slowed down, rooted by the troll. Not willing to give up their tower mid. They feel strong and want to defend this, but it's not that easy against Dreamcoil plus Dragon Knight right behind it.
I mean, I love the way that Tundra's playing this because they're putting pressure on the mid lane without fully, having to commit to it. And it makes it very spooky, right? Because they want to protect this tower. If this tower goes down, it makes it so much harder for Monet to be able to farm safely.
Yeah, just throwing question marks at it, making sure the opponents are there, keeping them honest. They can't just have one hero going mid and defending against this. So good reactions by G2IG, but at the same time, nothing was really wasted for Tundra. They're back to farming, clearing some ancient and big camp stacks. Same thing going over on G2IG with Kunkka, looking to build towards a Spirit Vessel Rush. This is a build we've seen on Kunkka mid a lot in the past. And it's been very effective, especially against heroes like Dragon Knight and Morphling, even Enge.
Mid tower goes down.
We just have the Dark Troll Summoner coming in. Bottom rune again.
Still chasing after nothing to say. Have to be careful because Bubblecut is here, and so is X-Nova. So Thompson dropping the Dream Coil, but in comes Ramses. They found themselves nothing to say. They'll get the kill on him. And now Thompson, though, will end up dying to all the Firefly coming out from Bubblecut. Need a little bit more damage, and they just don't have it because he's able to fly to the high ground.
That high ground miss there. So close. So close to getting a Batraria kill as well. But they'll happily take it, getting the kill on the Queen of Pain there. Queen got bursted. Didn't have a chance to use his magic wand and fairy fire there. I thought he would get them out, but just barely unable to, as the Dragon Knight stun prevented him.
They're still putting the pressure on. I like this. I like the way that they're playing quite aggressively. In fact, look at this, right underneath the tower. Ramsey does not care, has the arrow to back him up from Sox. So the teleport's going to come out from Bubblecus and not quite able to finish him off, but I'm sure enough to give X-Nova a little fright.
Yeah, definitely. And they're trying to take over the area in general, just being very oppressive here. At least bottom tower is cleared out, so G2IG getting some space down here that TB can rotate towards and start enjoying farm. Also interesting to note is that Queen of Pain going for an Orchid build this game, so he wants to play on a timing that Silence is going to be fantastic before Manta, before BKB, before Dispels comes out. It's fantastic against all the cores inside of Tundra. But it does mean that once the Orchid is completed, he has to activate hard.
This is quite interesting too, because we talked about how Nothing to Say going to be able to activate early on, put that pressure onto the side of Tundra. But I would say that Tundra, like, again, you know, Topson still, he's farming up, he's going to have the Witchblade soon. But a lot of the pressure that's been applied is really coming out from Whitemon with this Enchantress paired up with Saxa on his Mirana.
Yeah, the supports have done a great job so far inside of Tundra. They're reading the map very well, even moving in towards mid now, trying to slow down this Queen.
They do have their Omni Knight right nearby, and it feels like X-Nova has just been behind Nothing to Say this entire time.
Yeah, he's playing the role of being the saver. You don't really look for any kills, you look to counter-initiate, and did a good job there, wasting the Dream Coil by using the Repel. So that puts a little bit of a timer before Puck can really get any kills, but did find himself an Arcane Rune on Topson, so with Witchblade complete and Arcane Rune as well, he is looking pretty strong right now. I love the way he keeps continuously refilling his mana by just walking under tower like this. It's a neat little trick that a lot of the Puck players I've been watching have not been abusing this to this extent.
A little bit of a smoke coming out from the side of G2XIG. Looking for a hunt. Would love to get some of those Spirit Vessel charges. They have the level 6 online for the Omni now.
Yeah, still 1,000 gold away from the Orchid on Queen though, so...
Oh, they scan. They immediately know. They're like, people are missing.
Good reads. Very good read. And Morphling safely just backing away to his Ancients now. He knows that's a very long rotation. If they come over to this Ancient camp, you know, it might not even be worth the kill.
They scan and they find Monet. They've got the smoke. They've got a blink on Ramses. This is spooky right here. Meet it, hop forward, get the stun off, follow up with the silence, and he's just gone like that in a flash. They cancel out that TP that was headed over.
Tons of magic damage. That's Terrablade's worst nightmare in the early game. Getting ganked by all these heroes with AoE spells. Both him and his Lucian goes down so fast.
Now they're trying to go for the courier. There's nothing on it just yet for Nothing to Say, but...
Yeah. Now also 20 seconds for the Wisdom Rune, so we can already see Whitemon just taking over the area. He has the Watcher, and he's sitting on it, just waiting 20 seconds until the spawn.
Nova sitting on the low ground, has to be careful, but they do have 3 heroes for both. Go with that Solar Flare, open up the Dream Coil, jump in, beautiful Waning Rift with that Silence. Nothing to Say, has just got not a game here at all. As Bubblecut though jumps onto the back lines, finds himself Topson, drags him back. They need to find a way to keep him alive. Whitemon trying to heal him, but look at Topson, he's got no fear. He hops forward. Saxa on the back lines, fighting off with Monet. They need a couple more clicks. The Sunder comes out over to Whitemon, but he's still able to keep healing up. The problem is there's just too many heroes, but they'll finish off Bubblecut. They'd love to get themselves a little bit more here, but it's not looking too good as Topson is going to try to just move himself away. He's got the orb. It just feels like this is so calculated and calm on his part, as Ramses is just clearing up a creep wave over here on the side.
Topson, that first initiation there was so beautiful to get that 3-man coil and silence without having a blink dagger. Even going in for the TV right now.
I mean, he's poking on the back lines. He knows that Monet's not going to have that Sunder, and just like that, the patience wears off. That feels just so calculated.
He isolates the Omni Knight in a great way there. The way he swooped around. Oh, nothing to say.
He wants more.
He's
He's looking. He's like, anybody home? Anybody want to play with me? I need a little bit more gold for my blink dagger.
Yeah, he's right in their face.
JT. Silence, Waning Rift now does have quite a few people nearby. They went for the arrow, a little bit late on that, still manages to connect. Now Topson, oh, Nothing to Say, in the position, gets his revenge. As they'll chase down Ramses now. Should be able to get that kill too. So finding 2 nice kills in Retribution, but still not out of the woods yet.
That was good punishment there. They needed this. Use the Blink Dagger from the Batrider as well. Even if he didn't have the lasso, it's enough that he just goes in there. He can actually catch the Enchantress now.
Yeah, they found themselves a friend. The Centaur tries to get the stomp off, does manage, but it's just one lonely Enchantress with 4 heroes. What can you do?
Yeah, it goes down quickly, and we see a Spirit Vessel starting to pay dividends here for Kunka as well. Once he got the earn charges and start using it aggressively, adds so much damage into these fights.
Now, the thing I'm concerned about here is the fact that Pure has basically not had to come to any of these fights. He's just been allowed to hit creeps. He's got himself the Midas. He's gonna have the Manta soon.
Yeah, the Manta is already going to be online very soon, and the Orchid just completed for the Queen, so she won't really find too much of a window here to go punish the Morphling. Only 700 gold to go for the Manta, so that window is closing soon.
Radiant are scanning.
Let's see. Manta's going to be coming in fairly soon for Monet. Has the Agnum Shard queued up.
400 gold for the Dragonite Black King bar as well, so he's going to be ready to join fights even more confidently. He's already been leading the way, but with a BKB and a Blink Dagger, he can truly act as an initiator.
Nothing to say. It feels like this is pushing right here in the mid lane. It's like he wants to make moves on Thompson. They've used that Metamorphosis over in the mid lane. You can see that one little center. He gets the deny.
It's funny how Nothing to Say was waiting. He didn't kill this courier. He stood next to the courier for a very long time because he knows the courier doesn't see him. So he was just waiting for someone to come D-ward, but finally he kills the courier.
They see Pure up top. They would love this. Nothing to Say. Blinks forward, immediately wave forms. No way to really cancel this TP. So he's out in time, but looks like Saksa on the wrong side of the river right now. So we'll end up being the consolation prize.
That was the one chance he had on Queen to maybe get the Morphling there. If he connected properly, maybe he could have burst him, but now the Morphling Manta style is in hand. The courier is going to get the delivery.
Yep, BKB's picked up now for the Dragon Knight, so Tundra continues to have very good momentum, as now it looks like the team's pretty much grouped up, aside from the Varana, who obviously, took a little trip back to the fountain, but...
It's rough. Every single core now has a way to dispel the silence. The Yule Scepter on the Puck, the BKB on the DK if he should need it, and of course the Manta style. So this timing, I just fear the Orchid may have been a little bit of a miss this game. It's an item you really need to get early and get the ganks going.
Yeah, Queen feels like a very feast or famine kind of hero, and unfortunately just did not get the start that they wanted.
Mid lane might look for Saksa here.
We'll go grab Saksa. Pops in here. Thinking about going in. Does silenced up though after that Dream Coil. And there it is. There's that Solar Flare. Lots of damage. Nothing to say. Just absolutely melts. Tried to go for the arrow over onto Bubba Cup, but he's pretty fast. Need to follow up. In comes Pierre though. He's gonna make sure that they get that kill. And now X Nova. Oh my goodness. He's just gone.
Melting so fast. Great jump at first, it looked like, but it didn't really work out as the reaction is there from Tundra. All of them in the vicinity able to join up and turn the fight around. And now eyeing up 2 towers at once. See Ramses going bottom for a tier 2, and meanwhile mid tier 2 is already down.
Ramses has been there, like... I've been watching him just hit the tower and no one's like, we don't want to deal with him. We just don't. Yeah, so they get that tower, I'm sure they rotate, perhaps, go to the bottom area since they... already have put the damage down, and I'm not sure. Oh, this is a little spooky here. JT teleporting in very forward. They've got Monet kind of on this, side angle. They're looking to go in, making the moves over onto Pure. They've got the Spirit Vessel. It's going to use the Manta. Still silenced up, though. It's going to get tossed right back again. There's just so much damage. He'll be able to get the kill on this Morphling.
He held that Orchid for a long time there, waited perfectly for the Manta style to be used, and then he couldn't wait for him out. That's a nice kill for them, turning around what was otherwise a pretty snowbally early game here for Tundra. It is 12 for 10 in kills, which looks very even, but the 5k lead even after that fight tells a different story.
And for a little bit of a scan, you can see that everyone's really tightly grouped together over on the side of G2X IG. That's the Agnum Scepter for Akanka.
I'd like to nominate that Thompson is in danger here. I saw that Tundra's favorite item is Bracer, and I see Bracers on every hero except for this Puck. You need one token Bracer hero, you get fired from the team, sir. placing the triple bracer on Saksa. He's waiting 5 minutes. Then we get to 25 minutes. He's going to get huge. Yeah, they always were a stat-loving team.
I wonder if X-Nova Spidey sense is tingling.
Yeah, he's sitting around. He knows that the Wisdom Rune is spawning, but also senses this gang coming in. Queen is going and stealing the other Wisdom Rune meanwhile.
See Bopaka moves forward. He's got Lasso available. He's going to try to make the jump at the silence immediately. Should be able to follow up, and he took the bait.
Omni Knight wishes he had some cast range, some ether lens or something. You know, he can't go in. If he walks too close, he just gets jumped as well. So instead, he just says, you know what, you're dead. I'm running away. I'm not gonna die for a Batrider.
Now we've got the Sproink online, and they're just perfect, right? You get a kill, you get the Wisdom Rune, get their Tormentor, and now you take a tower. Like, that's efficiency if ever I've seen it. They're gonna move towards this top lane, though. They see that nothing to say. It's gonna be up here. Gets the Dream Coil off. He's up top, though, now. So Thompson has to wait a moment. Ramsey's on the hunt. Try to close the gap. Gets the silence off using that Orchid. It's a little bit more damage. The silence will get traded right back to him, as now X-Nova... I don't know, he must have TP'd over to that one little outpost, but...
Yeah, X-Nova actually just legged it over there. He had good game read. He goes for a TP out now. He sensed that the fight is going to be on the other side of the map, so he was there in case something backfired, but Queen using that Illusion Rune to stay safe. Such a nice item to have when you're split pushing like this.
Alright, well, Pierre has the Phylactery online, working towards the Conda. I just love looking at these 3 bracers over on Soxa. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I mean the stats are crazy. Even added a belt of strength now, has the Pupil's Gift as well, so 1810 HP right now. Quite a lot for a ranged support.
Alright, they're smoked up over on the side of GTX IG. They use a scan, they know that Tundra's down here. Do not have Pierre at this time. They're positioned in a manner that seems like almost that they know what's coming or they wanted to make a move. But look at this, they're already just backing out. No one's showing on these lanes. Lanes are decently pushed out too, so
yeah,
a little bit telegraphed. I like that the courier sitting up top here.
Yeah, just checking for vision, checking if anything happens, you know, dewarding with them. And we have a smoke running out now on the side of G2IG, so they're gonna fall back. Didn't get the jump they wanted. Batrider always hunting, looking for something. They actually swap in a new smoke, so I think they're gonna try again here on G2IG. At the same time, Tundra smoking up. Let's see.
I like that they're standing up on this high ground. I'm like, okay, if they're going for like a Roche play or something, you know, let's wait a minute, toss out an arrow for a little bit of vision. Thompson is gonna run into nothing to say. Jumps in, not going to be able to quite connect. So they're just gonna try to back out. Ramses, though, he's got that Blink Dagger, finds nothing to say. Solar Flare comes out. They've got the lasso, but they just don't seem to have the damage right now, as though they'll be able to follow up. BKB over on Ramses, putting the damage over onto Boboka. As he's trying to get out. Arrow not gonna be able to quite land, but there it is. They'll grab him, and now they're going after JT. The hunt is on, the clicks are there, and that's just a very dead Kunkka.
Clean fights. They get some nice jumps there, force out some reaction. The Batrider lasso there was more to save than to initiate, really. So not the jump that he wants. He wants to ideally get a grab over onto the Morphling or even get the puck would be the targets that he's really happy to get. And grabbing the DK, what are you gonna do? You can't really kill the man.
I mean, they tried, but pretty difficult.
Ramses has been solidly in the lead here in net worth the entire game, just absolutely flash farming. And this is, he's 2,000 gold ahead of the puck. He's even 1,000 gold ahead of the Morphling with Midas played by Pure. That tells you how fast Ramses has been farming this game.
It's farming, and it's also like, you look at the amount of kills that he's been involved with. Like, this man has 13 across the board, right? 3 kills, 10 assists. Like, it's pretty much almost every single kill.
Yep. He is great participation, and using that red facet, even though he's fighting a lot, the red facet allows him to also farm very quickly in between that, so he can still shove these lanes. He has more CS than anybody else on the map. He's going for a Bloodthorn coming up next, almost completed, 150 gold, and he will have the entire thing. That will add a lot of damage output for him.
Honestly, Ramses is looking like a core right now, or not a core, but like a position 1 Dragon Knight. at the rate that he's going. Plus the fact that you've got, Mirana only adds the like 50%, I think, to her allies with the solar flare.
Yep.
Or not. Yeah, 50% of the bonus, but like it shows like that buff.
Yeah, still gives a ton of attack speed and ton of damage. So they have great heroes to utilize that. Every single hero on Tundra takes a lot of benefits from the solar flare. All of them are right clickers.
Ramsey's tanky up here is gonna go right up top. Just finished off the Bloodthorn too, so he's exceptionally scary. Especially for the, nothing to say already. Does not like silences, but also Monet. This is very spooky stuff. And again, he's just being allowed to hit this tower all by himself. The rest of the team will join him, but had no fear that entire time that he's going to get jumped by anyone from the side of G2XIG.
Yeah, G2X, they are just playing the rest of the map, trying to split push a bit mid with Queen of Pain, using her shard as well to clear creep waves faster. She does have the Dagon, Orchid, and Kaya, but she desperately needs some safety in these fights. Bottom, we see a jump on the Kunkka.
Here's the Dream Coil. Do you have the Omni Knight nearby? He's going to try to teleport out. Should be good. Can they grab themselves the Omni Knight? Nah, not going to be able to. So they will both make it out. A-okay.
Xnova with good positioning again, just in the right place to save his friend, but these are no wins for G2IG. They survived.
Oh no, nothing to say. Oh. Speaking of no wins for IG.
Yeah, that ward on mid. He's gonna probably know that there's a ward there now, but that was a beautiful arrow by Saxa, showing why he's known for his Mirana.
I mean, I'd say we're starting to hit, that timing. If things had gone perfectly well for IG. But now it definitely feels like they're on the back foot, right? Because this Terrorblade did not get what he was hoping for during laning. And of course, Queen has just been like, just non-stop hunted down. She's got 4 deaths. What's the play here for IG?
Well, like the timing we were talking about earlier was that around minute 30 or 35, I thought the Tundra's draft would be stronger at that point.
Oh,
so,
okay.
We're heading to the timing where everything is closing, basically. Yeah, you have a TB, he's a strong late gamer, but all these cores are scaling so well on Tundra, whereas you don't really have the same thing going on. G2IG, they needed to get a lot of pushes done with TB, and we have yet to see a single tier 2 tower go down for Tundra. So they need to try and maybe bait with the TB, get something done. Bottom, he's going pretty aggressively.
It's so scary when you have the amount of, Monet. Okay, he's gonna immediately pop up meta. The follow-up, though, and there's just so much damage being dished out. So onto the back lines. Ramsey's just in, like, with 4 different heroes. No fear. Arrow's gonna connect over onto Monet. Can they burst him down? Do they have it? Yes, they do. Bubba next on the list. And now JT, he is caught in the no man's land as he is just ripped apart by Pure, and they call the GG. They've had enough on G2XIG.
Yeah, they know. They can't really turn this one around. And beautiful play by Tundra. Their supports were on point this game. The early rotation up the top, the double back-to-back kill on the TB were really important to slow down his game. But also, I have to go back and wonder, if the Queen of Pain just got outplayed a bit on mid lane. Thompson had a fantastic start, and nothing to say his Orchid timing was just too late to really have any impact in this game.
Yeah, it definitely felt like, when we were discussing the differences between drafts, that it should have taken off a lot better for the side of G2XIG. But Tundra, like you said, they just played it so smoothly in textbook, the way that they, had these rotations. You saw that bottom lane was bullied a little bit, but then they just took their Enchantress. They're like, all right, well, we'll go top, we'll put pressure on TV, and it cracked open the game, it almost felt.
Yeah, that safe lane was a big problem for them. TV could not harass the Dragon Knight in lane at all, so he was the big weak link, and they put all their efforts to really hammer down a win on that lane. And then we saw Tundra just running together, finding each other on the map and looking for stuff. Ramses was really the instigator to most of these fights as well, going first and leading the way for his team.
This is such a wild fight because all of a sudden you look into the back lines and there's Ramses, like completely away from everyone else. He's in the no man's, like you can't actually go through that gate, right? Like you're just kind of like looking at each other from the enemy team, like.
Yeah. At first he was like, I can BKB TP guys, and then he's like, wait, we can just kill everybody here. It's easy. The damage output from Tundra was just too absurd. And Xnova, he's good at saving one guy, but what are you gonna do when they force out your saves on the first go and then they continue going on some different hero? You can't save everybody. There's a long cooldown on that repel, so it's difficult for him to be ready for these long dragged out fights.
Yeah, Ramsey's just looked incredibly great on this Dragon Knight. Like you said, the farming was very, very good, but also his participation is insane. You know, this is a guy who's always been known for like being very good at like getting his farm, but like I think really far back in the past where he would just farm and just ignore everybody else. But now, like, you know, in this role, in this team, like he activates, he's moving online. He looks like he's a position 1, but in reality, you know, he's making so much happen. It's really, really fun to watch.
Yeah, his old +1 days are really showing in the way that he plays, and it fits really well for the meta that we have. We've been in this type of meta for quite a while, where we have offlaners being able to be more greedy, focus on themselves, and scale to be that extra core. And a lot of the successful games we've seen here at this TI have been when all 3 cores prioritize on getting their own farm going, not sacrificing themselves so much for the greater good or something like that. Just keep the farm rolling in, and that's what Tundra were able to do. It's kind of amazing how they managed to get such a greedy draft to work so well as well between each other. Looking back to what they drafted, is just really genius composition.
Yeah, as you said, you know, it's a bit of a greedy draft and also kind of greedy players, if you also think about it a little bit, but they managed to make it work because of the way that I think the supports were able to make these rotations, move around and free up that map, because you saw those towers, they went down fast. And once you crack the top and the mid tower over on the Dire, like all of a sudden Monet has no place to farm. And, you know, that gives them all this extra room where they have breathing and just farm that they can divide amongst their team. So looks very good for Tundra. Of course, this is a best of 2. So we are going to get the chance to see, you know, can G2XID bounce back? Can they find their stride? Or is this going to be, you know, just a 2-0 for Tundra, and that's going to ruin our chances of tiebreakers, right, Raga?
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Well, yeah, there are still tiebreakers that could happen. Depends on the C9 Talon outcomes as well. Because if we get a 2-0 here, it could still be tiebreakers if Talon 2-0 Cloud9. But I'll have to look into that match as well, as it's ongoing at the same time here.
All right. Well, we're going to go to a break and check that out. And when we come back, we'll have game number 2.
Hello, I am here with Topson from Tundra. Topson, how are you doing?
Doing great.
I've watched you for years, obviously, and I often see, if I could describe the way that you play mid, if I may, you tend to take risks that I didn't see other people thinking of taking. You'll dive to a point where I think no one else would have thought of that. When you're playing solo, I feel like you're just kind of experimenting, but when you're on a team, do you have to, do they ever yell at you to like get back, be careful, or do they just trust you and follow you to the end?
I think I've changed. I think probably at the start of my career I was more reckless and I didn't really think of professional Dota different than pubs. Like I thought it was just the same thing. I mean, I think I'm pretty I would say I'm pretty consistent nowadays.
Very, yeah.
So I think, no, I'm not really that crazy. I would say I'm not that crazy.
But you're certainly someone that other people look to for how to play mid, what to build, what heroes to pick.
Mm-hmm.
Is this something that you're thinking about between games? Or do you just have these ideas while you're playing? Like I can imagine you sitting there just staring at the hero screen in Dota and just picking over all the details. How do you arrive at these builds and these mids that you play?
I mean, it's just a lot of practice, a lot of repetition, and then of course when there's new patch, there's always a lot of inspiration to figure out what's the best build again on these heroes. And obviously we have our coach also with us helping, like if there's something that I have missed, for example, so then he helps out, like because there's the website, the Dota 2 Pro Tracker, everybody can just like look some hero and then see the top builds and like see what every pro is building on them. So it's very easy to just kind of figure out the best builds now. Yeah.
I like to play mid occasionally, okay, but obviously not at the same level. Let's put that straight out there. But I like to play kind of unusual heroes mid as well. I would like you to tell me which of my favorite mid heroes are viable and which are not.
All right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So bear in mind that I'm Archon, so these are not good. Venomancer.
Unplayable.
Unplayable. Lion.
It can work. Yeah.
It can work. Yeah. Good enough. Shadow Shaman.
That
That's a rough one, yeah.
That's Is that going under unplayable?
I think it's probably better than Weno, but still pretty rough. Yeah.
Okay. What about Witch Doctor? That's one of my favorites.
Before the nerfs to the healing, like the damage facet, yeah, you could have played it, but now I don't
Not
see it.
now.
Yeah.
What about Lich? No? Okay, well, fair enough. Without going into too much detail then, if you could just describe what you think the current meta is like in Dota compared to all the years gone past.
I think it's very fast-paced right now, and like these, at least the last patch, and I don't feel like this patch changed that much. I think the meta will be pretty similar, and these fast teams like Gladiators and Liquid will be pretty strong. Liquid has been looking very strong. GG always has a bit of a rough scrims and stuff like that, but they always end up figuring it out, you know. So I think those two teams are probably gonna be the hardest opponents. But of course there's Falcons and Spirit who this kind of meta, I don't think it suits them as well, but they are very, very good, so they will figure it out how to play against it or play with it. But obviously I'm just guessing like what it's gonna be like, but I'm guessing that's kind of the meta for this TI. So yeah, it's just gonna be some auras and ending the game 20 minutes in kind of thing, you know. Like that's what I'm guessing.
Okay. All right, well, Topson, I wish you all the best in the tournament, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. We've got potentially maybe just one more match. We're not sure yet. Tiebreakers, there's a possibility of them happening, but we definitely have this next game here between G2XIG and Tundra. And Tundra looked very, very dominant in that first game, Waga.
Yeah, Tundra did fantastic. They overall just played in a very comfortable way. They were scaling a lot and using the weak point of G2IG, their Terrorblade lane, where they couldn't really do too much. And overall, G2IG, they just didn't hit their stride in the way we kind of expected them to perhaps here. The Kunkka didn't really get to go online and take a lot of good team fights. They never got to push with the Metamorphosis. So a lot of their plans and what they were hoping for just wasn't allowed to come into fruition because of Tundra and the way they played the map. We can see the boys looking real happy here on Tundra. Some laughs and giggles.
I mean, you've got to be feeling pretty good too after that first game, but can see some of these bans already. They really, it's their own team that's going to ban out that Enchantress. But we saw how much it could do in that first game. Monkey King's banned out as well. There it is, the Naga. I was like, is it going to be a Naga? Is it going to be a Sand King ban?
Yeah,
I wasn't sure what was next.
There's probably no way we could see Naga in the hands of Whitemon here. He's been doing really well with it. And overall, Naga is very high priority. Meanwhile, Tundra, they just say, you know what? We're going to target down on this Primal Beast. Nothing to say. You're not going to get to play that. They know how strong that hero can be early on before items come online even. And that's sort of the story of the previous game. Queen of Pain, she needed her item, needed to wait, and needed time. And during that time, Tundra just assembled all the items they needed to counter it.
I see the Omni Knight actually banned out by IG. That's something that they played last game. Couldn't really find the... It just felt like Xnova had to save so many people in that last game and just could not do it, unfortunately, for him.
Yeah, they didn't have enough aggressive stuff going on. It's normally you want to save one guy, but meanwhile your team is killing the opponent. But there was no real aggressive capabilities from the side of G2IG that game. So we'll see what they end up with this game. And their final ban here before the first pick coming out, they're going to get rid of the Wind Ranger. So SD is still available in the pool, the hero that has not been banned out.
Yeah, it's interesting because SD is available. You still have a Doom. You still have a Sand King. You have a Lina. And I was surprised earlier, one of the matches, they actually got their hands on a Lina. And you could see how absolutely dominating that hero can be in position 1.
Yeah,
so
I think Tundra
on the table.
Tundra quite likely to ban out one of them and pick the other one of Sand King and SD here. Because I don't think they want to give away either.
I feel like Sand King is rated so high, like...
Yeah, I could see Ramses just playing Sand King and doing the same thing he did on Dragon Knight, but even more impactful since, you know, it's an even stronger hero.
It's a nice shot of Xnova. We were talking about that earlier. This time, you know, Xnova surrounded by his teammates, not just teddy bears on stage.
Yeah, that was heartbreaking for me to watch. I'm a good friend with Xnova, and seeing him play alone on stage, that was heartbreaking for me. But of course, this time he has his team with him, so hopefully they can bounce back and play at their best here against Tundra. If they win this one, that would pull this into a tiebreaker for sure. If they lose this one, that means that Tundra are going to be sitting at 4 points, so they will be upper bracket guaranteed, and G2IG will be lower bracket guaranteed.
All right, well, like you said, they picked up the Sand King. I just feel like this hero with Stinger is just way too good. Plus, it's also a flex, right? You don't necessarily have to run it in that offlane. You can run it in the mid lane, too, and get yourself a Bloodstone. I've seen some, like, other builds as well, where you go for, like, Daedalus, depending on... I think the Bloodstone's pretty much the more accepted build currently, but you
definitely
have options with it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it makes sense that they did exactly this, going for the ST ban and then the Sand King pick. Dragon Knight getting taken pretty quickly, though, by G2IG. Still going to be happy to play that. We did see the Dragon Knight versus Sand King matchup before. Was able to defend his tower quite a lot in that game. I can't remember which two teams it was playing, but we had that yesterday. So safely in Dragon Knight against Sand King. Can stand his ground. Depends a lot on the support matchup, though.
Got another ban. I don't know if we see... It's interesting because Lina seems like it's kind of a hit or miss for getting picked, despite the fact that she feels very, very powerful. But you still have a Doom open as well. I don't know if that's something that G2XIG rates super highly. If you picked it up, obviously, on the side of Tundra, it's a little bit more projected what these lanes are going to be.
Yeah, the Lina has just dropped a little bit in pick priority. She's still a fine hero, but ever since the C patch where she lost her stun duration until she levels it, she dropped a little bit in priority by the teams. Still a decent thing to go into, but you wouldn't want to waste an early pick or reveal it early necessarily.
The Mirana's going to get removed this time by Tundra. Just so good, especially with that solar flare now. Definitely don't want to give that to the hands of your enemies if possible. And they go for a Phoenix. This is something that G2XIG really like playing. Haven't seen a lot of it in the games that we've cast. I think this is the first time we've seen Phoenix. But it's really nice, right? Because it gives you the opportunity to have a big team fight ulti. You need to have someone who hits that egg. It's got the percentage-based, damage, which is fantastic as well, so it scales. And it's just a beast in the laning phase.
Yeah, it's definitely a good hero to have. You add some team fight because you're already going up against Epicenter, so you want to make sure you have some big team fight spells as well. And they could later combo in G2IG if they want to put some offlane Mars. They could play that pairing up with Phoenix, a combo that we've seen a lot. The Arena plus Egg, definitely useful. You can block some of the attacks as well from killing the Egg. Meanwhile, Tundra, we'll see what they pair up here. I like the ban they did on Mirana because it wouldn't fit their draft since they have Sanking. He doesn't auto-attack them much. But they're going to go for the Marcy and Snapfire coming out.
Okay. I think
They ran Marcy before.
Did they run it as the 5, I think?
In the game
they did. They did a Mirana Marcy combo. So I'm guessing that's going to be... it's going to be Whitemon on that and then have Saksa on the Snap. I've seen a lot of Snapfire too recently.
She's feeling very good. I mean, either build works really well now. You can go for Cookie, or you can just go early points into your Shredder as well, and that also feels strong. So they get some good gank abilities here from Tundra's picks. And G2IG, as suggested, go for the Mars. I mean, it's a tried and tested combo. Can't really complain about this. And it's going to do very well, at least until items start coming out to counter it. Sanking doesn't really want to go for a BKB as well, so it's a bit tough for him to itemize to deal with Phoenix Mars. He can get a pipe, but he can't really rush an early BKB or something.
Right. So then what's the next pick here for the side of G2XIG? You've got yourself your off lane. I'm thinking most likely it's going to be a position 1 Dragon Knight, but again, you've got that flexibility, and the Phoenix can also be flexed a little bit. What do you think will help play at the same tempo? Because this is a fast draft, what they have currently.
Yeah, I'm thinking they probably want some aggressive support that can join in for fights. And there we go. Yeah, that fits very well. Skywrath.
Everybody buy a Force Staff.
Get a bit of silence. It's very, very... I think this hero is underrated against Sanking specifically. Since a lot of Sankings are going so greedy, going for the Bloodstone, going for a ton of different items that are not Dispels. And if they don't want to go for a Eul's or a Lotus or whatever, then Skywrath Silence can just destroy them. Morphling gets picked into this. That's a confident pick, picking it into Skywrath.
I mean, it's pure, right? He loves his Morphling.
Yeah, he sure does.
He loves the space that his supports can make for him, too. So honestly, if the supports can make as much space as they did in game number 1, this guy is going to have a very, very chill game.
Yeah. I do see a lot of damage that could burst a Morphling in the side of G2IG, though. They have combinations, either DK leading with Blink or even Mars going in first and Skywrath following up. So he has to be on point with this gameplay, and more importantly, the supports have to be on point, keeping the Morphling safe in this game.
10 seconds remaining.
Anti-mage. Ben, interesting.
Yeah,
so they think potentially that this DK is nothing to say.
Yeah, it could definitely go that way. It's also perhaps lining up with the fact that they want to pick something that would be weak against DK mid, because they have to pick first, and then G2IG can counterpick. So this DK definitely still flexing between mid and going carry. And G2IG removing the Invoker, not letting Thompson have his hands on that.
I think in the one game that they played the Invoker, they didn't do that well, though. Oh, no, they did. They did. They won against that one. That was C9. They've gone 1-1. Tundra's gone 1-1 in every series they've played so far.
Yeah, they both have the 2 draws going into this, so this is the chance for either team to show themselves to be the stronger.
They
Tundra
2-0'd
now.
against Talon, and then like they had
Oh
like
yeah, true.
for G2XIG, they've had like one straight loss of 2 games and then one victory of 2 games, but for series. Yeah, they're worried that they're gonna flex it too. Look, they ban out the Doom. He's still available. They could put that Sand King, do a little gotcha moment, move him over.
Yeah, that's true. They have full potential to put Topson on it. And gotta respect Ramses on his Doom. He was hyped up a lot during Riyadh Masters by a lot of different players, and myself included, as casting it. He played really well.
I mean, the first game too, you know, you watch this DK, how active he was and how well he farmed. Imagine the farm he'd have if that were Doom.
Yeah, no, he knows exactly how to utilize it as well. Like I said before, it's one of the few players who have really made the Devil's Bargain facet look broken in my eyes. And after interviewing him, like talking to him, he's like, yeah, it's simple. You just sell items and buy items. It's like, nobody's doing this, though. You're the only one spam buying and selling your Midas and your Blink Dagger and stuff. He's like, yeah, I have ulti, I buy Blink.
Easy. Don't overthink it.
Puck gets banned out by Tundra as well here. Another hero that would be hard to deal with as a Morphling. If you're against a Puck and a Skywrath Mage, too much silence.
Go for the Zeus. All right.
So it's going to be the Topson Zeus coming in. That puts Ramses on the Sand King on the offlane.
A lot of magic damage coming out from this team with the Zeus, the Sand King, the Snapfire Kisses.
Yeah, fantastic long range as well with Snap and Zeus, both able to support from a long way away. Meanwhile, Marcy, Sand King, and Morphling can dive in.
5 seconds remaining.
See what the reaction is going to be here from G2IG. Almost wouldn't mind seeing them play something like a Rubik mid into this. Go carry Dragon Knights, get some of these strong spells stolen.
Not sure how I feel about the carry Rubik, but I mean, like you said, there's great spells to be stolen. But does he activate? I guess he does.
No, mid Rubik is so
Sometimes I feel like the Rubik
early.
mid's a bait.
Yeah, it's been doing pretty well lately, but they're going to go for something safer, something that they have as the #1 comfort pick here for Nothing to Say, his absolute favorite hero. Going to go up on that Ember Spirit. The Ember versus Zeus matchup, it used to be a little bit tougher, but after nerfs that Zeus took to the, what's it called, the Lime Wire or something like that facet.
Live Wire.
Yeah, he's no longer as broken in laning stage anymore, so yeah. Now the Divine Rampage facet being the one that he's going to play instead. I think the Ember is pretty favored in this lane.
Okay. Is there any other lane that you really want to be keeping your eye on? I know, like, for me, like, I want to see, you know, is Ramses going to be able to really accelerate? And I feel like with Saksa and Whitemon, like, if we have another rotation going top, they could potentially make some really nice early kills. I think, you know, Dragon Knight's a bit difficult. A little bit more difficult, but to go after. But, you know, if X Nova's a little out of position, if he uses that swoop aggressively, they could definitely make things happen.
Yeah, I think keeping an eye on Tundra's support is going to be the big thing. Like, we saw 5 minutes going through Portal and ganking the enemy carry move last game. So seeing when they identify opportunities to make these ganks through the lanes or when they go for the runes, probably going to be the impactful part. Both the mid laners are extremely dependent on the power rune as well. Both an Ember and a Zeus happily want to get some 6-minute rune going here.
I think that like Whitemon and Saksa are probably scarier depending if they're, you know, grouping of 3 for going for those power runes, but lots of potential over on the side of G2XIG. Boboka can definitely dish out more than enough damage as they go for those contestations.
Yeah, we see the teams heading out. No time wasted by G2IG as they're smoking out to get the ward placements early. And on the side of Tundra, they do have a smoke. Maybe they will pop it late here to go and look for some kills. So always call out the late smoke, means that you're more hunting for kills, whereas the early smoke is mostly about vision.
I love seeing, like, because we don't see, at least I don't in my pubs that often really see too many other voice lines in different languages. But then it's wild to see some of these where, like, what was it? Some of them are, like, really mean.
Yeah, I like the ones that are translated. There are still a few voice lines in the game that are not translated. I wish all of them would be. It's fun to see.
I like the one that's like, oh, if you're mad at me, you're crushing a cotton ball. Like, little powder puff. I've already got such strong vision over here. Just fully expecting.
I see them going for the hunt, like we said, looking for kills here. Whitemon is gonna unsmoke. Oh, they saw him ward, I think.
He's gonna push X-Nova up top, though. There's Pinsard in a very odd way, although it does feel like maybe a little spread out. Looks like it's a nice blast out over onto 3, but looks like for the most part, Tundra's just gonna back off. So it'll be a 2 for 2 on Bounty Runes this time around. Though
Ramses slowed up a lot here.
All right. He's gonna have to jump up top and just teleport out, but.
Oh, he couldn't stun him. Didn't have the range, I guess. He got an auto attack in on him. If he got stunned on him there on the high ground, that would have been devastating.
Hello, Whitemon. Don't mind him, none. Get the D ward off over on the small.
That was a risky situation for Ramses, and now having to skill up Burst Strike level 1 does hurt the lane a little bit for him. He would ideally want to have the Stinger or the Sandstorm instead. But we see the lane starting out, and so far, first quick wave going pretty well here for Topson again. Like last game, he got a really good start as well. He's back to it.
He's already got his level 2 online over on Topson, nothing to say. He's gonna be catching up. I feel like the harass that can come out of this lane is really just like nasty here in top with Boboka and JT.
Yeah, they have great harassment, and Whitemon probably will struggle to keep his HP up. He is buying more tangles and sending them out, but he's already backing up and salving, whereas Boboka not having to use much of his own region yet.
It's kind of hard, right? Because you want to be able to go and do harassment, but at the same time, if you're just a little bit too far out of place, you're just going to end up fading.
Yeah, it's why we've seen this combo as well a lot. It's been a while since Skywrath was popular, though. He took some nerf to his auto attack, and then after that, he kind of fell out of favor.
That, my friend,
no more Basher or Skywrath mages. Dragon Knight not really too phased by the Sandstorm here, able to see us quite safely under it, getting good last hits as well.
Put a little pressure over onto Ramsey. He does have the Burrow Strike though if he needs to get away in a hurry, but of course these Flame Spirits never feel really great.
Yeah, it's X-Nova is waiting as well to try and get a stack on his small camp. He does have his own camp available and prevented the other. He actually goes for a 2 creep pull here. Very nice, splitting the creep wave.
Yeah, I was watching Gary and Kezu yesterday, and they were talking about how important stacking is in this particular meta. Would you agree with that?
For sure. Yeah, every single team we see pretty much stacks the triangle pretty early on. Normally around like minute 4, minute 5, you start seeing some stacks being made. But even just during the laning stage, of course, always want to try and get some extra farm wherever you can for your team.
Yeah, it definitely feels like, you know, it's important, because it's always been important if you can get the stack, but they were definitely highlighting just, you know, getting that extra acceleration, especially with these heroes that move so incredibly fast. A little more pressure over onto Ramses. He's got to be careful. He's going to have to go and get that little bit of healing. X-Nova, though, flying forward. Very aggressive. Not going to quite have enough, though.
Yeah, taking so much damage. He does pop a salve and also gonna use his tangles here to try and get some HP back on Sand King, but we see the potential of this Dragon Knights paired up with the Phoenix. They just hurt a lot, and having level 3, their burst is only getting higher.
Yeah, it feels like you definitely got to have some sort of backup plan for escaping in this lane, and luckily for them, you know, you've got the Burrow Strike, you got a cookie from Saxa, so if you play it right, if you don't sit too low, should be able to make it out alive, but got to be very mindful about it.
Yeah, they're moving over to try and steal the small camp here, also pulling the creeps. This is a great way to stop getting harassed in the lane, just pull the creeps back. You see Monet just pulling the creeps over as well. He's like, please, don't do this.
4-minute water runes are up, and it will be a split between the two mids. Looks like, again, Topson just a little bit ahead. Not by much, though. It's negligible.
Yeah, it's a very small advantage, but he is pulling ahead a bit in net worth. Gonna get his mana boots quite early here from all these CS. Meanwhile, top has been a pretty continuous harassment back and forth. The Morphling sitting at 17 CS against the 20 on the Mars here, so quite even lane as well. I think the kill potential of Tundra is pretty decent on this lane as well, though. If they ever get Skywrath coming too close.
I feel like it's definitely more in IG's favor just because Skywrath can be so ranged on it. Whitemon's doing a great job, though, staying alive.
Oh, missed.
Gonna make a little bit of a play. It's a little bit separated here. Pure should be fine.
Whitemon looking for the rebound, but level 1 rebound doesn't quite have the range. Only 450 range. Can't connect like that.
Looks like the mana boots have been delivered to Zeus very close now to getting that that ultimate. But numbers caught up in terms of levels.
Yeah, everyone is staying pretty healthy though right now, so no opportunity to immediately get a kill with it. But is gonna perhaps be able to swing the bottom lane, which has been struggling a little bit for the side of Tundra.
Jump over onto Monet, the cookie hop. They go and they drop a blood grenade. I just need to be careful here. He might have misstepped a bit. Phoenix with that little bit. Yeah, nicely done. Nicely done from Nothing to Say.
That's such a quick kill for him as well. TP's down, gets the kill, back to mid again, and keep farming.
A drive-by.
Yeah.
Right underneath his own tower. This feels bad, but you know what? The Phoenix is on the way. They'll get the kill with the Thundercrown's Wrath. And X-Nova, he's here. He's gonna try to put the pressure over onto Whitemon, but doesn't quite have enough to be able to do it.
Oh, the rune was stolen as well. Doesn't get the
Very
Indus.
nicely done. This is not looking good here for Topson. He's still alive, though. I don't know for how much longer. Yeah, turn around and gets one more lightning bolt off, but he is indeed dead. And there are 2 little bounty runes over here for Nothing to Say, so...
The double, that's a nice refill for him as well, so he's going to be very happy. Everything's starting out perfectly here for Nothing to Say. The rotation's working out, planting some deep vision into enemy jungle as well now. Definitely off to a stronger start than what we saw in last game here for G2IG.
I just love the little drive-by after they put in all the hard work here in the bottom lane. All of a sudden, Nothing to Say, just zoop! Thanks for the kill.
Yeah, swoop in and help. I mean, it's similar to how the Zeus had his ulti available, the Ember just TPing in and quickly joining. Oh, mid's quite active.
Just looked way cooler when Nothing to Say did it, because he could just zip off to that remnant. 7-minute runes are coming up. You can see that both teams already in position, don't want to be able to give them up. That does put JT on his own, which could be a little spooky. In fact, you can see now Topson making his way over. Hang it out, though. They had that nice ward over in the dire side of the jungle, so...
Yeah, X-Nova doing a good job not getting too close here on his Phoenix. He wants to wait until he gets level 6 before he overcommits to anything. Just sitting behind his Dragon Knights, always dishing out some damage with the Fire Spirits. Ember now looking to invade here, going on
yeah, he's got Boboka coming forward. Boboka a little bit slower, though.
Mike, pro? He's a pro.
He is a pro.
Yeah, that's true. All right, quick fix, and back we go. Topson being eyed up here by the rotation. 2 points in silence available.
Go for the dive on top, so there's just really nothing he can do about it. Support's not in position, so another nice kill for Nothing to Say, thanks to Boboka.
I think Boboka is probably one of the best roaming support players that Dota has, basically. He's always been amazing at it on many different heroes, but even on Scarif Mage, just finds the perfect angle to get in there.
And Nothing to Say will treat himself to a haste run, so they need to be careful, because Soxa could be very much next on the menu here for Nothing to Say. Throw out a couple of these Flame Spears, but he'll be able to secure the kill and put pressure on the mid tower.
Whitemon looking top.
Chase here, top. It's only level 5 too, so this is the most opportune time for them, honestly. No, he's still dead. Still dead. Got tossed around a little bit there.
Yeah, they get the kill, but that means they TP'd up top with Topson after dying mid, so mid tower is being pressured fast here.
Oh god, Pure, I don't know about this one, although don't quite have enough Sunray left in the tank, so...
Yeah, a little bit low mana as well.
More TP's coming out, Cookie Hop over onto Nothing to Say. He's sitting very, very low. Wow.
He dodged the Zeus ulti without the Sleight of Fists.
So close. Yeah.
Yeah, he actually had a fair fire, didn't even use it. He's like, nah, no worries, man. I just slight dodged the Zeus ulti. We'll be fine. Completely fine. Calculated, of course.
Do you know what the actual, reaction time that you need for that is?
I mean, if you see him casting it, sure, but
I wasn't sure what the actual millisecond would be here.
Yeah, you can't really
very
react.
Impressive.
You can't really react to when the Zeus ulti is on you. That's too late. You basically need to know when to do it.
Starting to put more pressure over onto Thompson. Thompson's going to back off a little bit, but this tower is very low. And you still have multiple supports hanging out in the mid lane. There it goes, down it falls.
Tower opening up, and this is exactly what you want if you're Ember. He has full rune control now. Gonna run towards the bottom rune. Has a remnant on the top one. White Mom wants to try and control, but he can't really go for it, so that's just a DD rune now. More and more momentum going to nothing to say here. Need to find a way to turn this around. Tundra, they're looking towards a Blink Dagger on Sand King, but he needs 700 more gold.
Definitely had a more difficult time this time around. So, that's Scatter Shot. Let's see, just casually farming. Has that double damage activated? I'd love to see the Phoenix go top and join the Mars. Try to put some pressure onto Pure.
Nothing to say, steals away the enemy Ancients here, and then we have a little bit of a pause again. Whitemon was leeching experience at least.
Uh-oh.
PC lag,
this man
he says.
dodged the Zoot Solsti, and he's got lag. What a god.
Imagine what he could do if he didn't.
Oh my gosh. Maybe he would have been off a little bit if he didn't have lag. Who knows?
Maybe
That doesn't make sense, but you know.
His Slider Fist would have been too early otherwise.
Yeah.
The input lag, it saves.
But yeah, we've got the Phoenix Egg online here at top. You've got the Arena of Blood. I'd love to see them pair up together because I think this is very, very potent.
Yeah, they basically have all green lights go right now. The Dragon Knight is already in his ulti, so Team Radiant here, they're ready. Meanwhile, on the side of Tundra, still missing the Snapfire at level 6, and he's far away from it.
Definitely not an easy game for the off lane for Tundra this time around. Definitely felt like they had more solutions to dealing with Ramses, really pushing the limits on him. Like you said, that burst damage is really, really great. And Saxa has roamed around a little bit this time, so still not having that level 6 is a bit dodgy for them. But it's coming up soon.
Like a purist pointing out that he has the Ruin and Restoration available. He's like, yep, I do have that. Just letting him know he is 30% spell lifesteal. Meanwhile, Pure is farming some jungle, and he wishes he had some lifesteal as well, but he does not. Going for a Manta Rush, of course. If he doesn't get the Manta, then he's just a free kill to all these silence ganks from Scarrath, so has to rush it.
So how would you like to see them play the map right now? Because G2IG, they're feeling very, very good. You've got some things online. You know, nothing to say having a much better game than game number 1.
I think right now they feel like everything is free. The Sanking ulti is on cooldown. The Zeus ulti is still recovering a little bit. So they're going for bottom tower and top tower at the same time. And I think that's not too bad of an idea. Just pressure as much as you can here. Let JT just farm top and push the tower slowly. Meanwhile, commit with 3 heroes bottom.
Fortification's going to get used. But like you said, I don't think you really want to go anywhere near this down here, especially not with the double damage activated currently. Looks like they'll try to put a little bit of pressure here top. Again, no level 6 on Saxa just yet.
Oh, the stacks, the triple stack on the big camp now. Nothing to say, it's just gonna say thank you and take this away as well. All your hard work as a support trying to stack for your teammates, and then the enemy mid just shows up and takes it.
I always get so mad when that happens. So I'm just like, you spent all this time getting these stacks going. I keep telling you to take them, you don't take them, and then the enemy just like yoink. Find this opening on White. Oh, Whitemon just, oh my god, he just disappeared.
He's gonna have a fantastic timing overall. Nothing to say, he gets an early Mage Slayer in this game, and then the Zeus won't really bother him that much. He can take away a lot of the damage from the Sanking. It is one of the things that we haven't seen much to counter out Sanking is Mage Slayer. It's an item that not every hero wants to buy anymore, but is amazing against him.
A little cookie hop over onto JT because I have tops in here too. It's gonna go throw up the arena. Let's be careful, they're sitting quite low. In comes Boboka. Still be able to grab themselves the Mars. In comes nothing to say though. Get shackles up over onto the cookie hop forward though, coming out. And they just go and grab up nothing to say. He's still alive, but not for very long. Not with all the lovely kisses.
Dragon Knight from behind
out.
coming in.
He's looking. Can he grab him though? He does not have a blink dagger just yet. Gets speared by Pure.
It's actually a regen rune as well here on the top. I don't know if he saw it. He saw it now. Can go and take it. Saxa can get himself back to full HP, full mana from that. Very nice reaction from Tundra. What looked like it could be an awful fight otherwise.
That little burst from rebound pretty much saves Saxa there.
Yeah, the speed burst
They're
coming
TPing in. Smoked up, TPing over. Ramsey's in position, got the blink dagger, goes for it with the epicenter. Lots of pressure onto Monet. He is pretty much alone for the most part, so he will indeed die. Rebound here from Whitemon. Cookie hop over onto X Nova. That's Dead Bird.
It's a very bouncy Marcy coming in there, jumping off someone and then having the cookie put her even farther up. And they're going to go straight for a tower. 5 heroes available. Glyph is used, but yeah, we see Tundra striking back. Momentum is swinging in this game.
They absolutely need to, because all of their, all of D2XIG's towers were still standing and looking pretty healthy.
Main difference right now is that you have this Blink Dagger on Sand King and he's joining the fights, whereas Mars still doesn't have his. JT just a little bit behind. Huge stack
Big
is being
stacks.
spotted here.
Ooh. Look at all those lightning bats. Oh my god.
Not gonna be able to contest that, I think, though. They're just gonna have to let that go, and that's gonna be Mars finishing up his Blink.
They're looking to hunt, though, again. It's going to be the 14-minute ring, probably suggesting that, you know, someone's going to try to steal it. Saxa hiding in the corner after that one Phoenix Fire Spirit gets tossed. Smoke breaks, they know he's here.
They know.
They found him. Sorry, Saxa, not for you today.
That smoke is a good timing. Always nice to smoke around the Wisdom Runes. You know that you're gonna get some fight with it.
God, I love how excited the Mars is. He buys himself the blink and he buys himself a smoke. He's like, it's go time, let's go. And this guy is a menace on Mars. One of the series I was watching earlier with him on it, he's just so good. Like, doesn't always survive, but he's got very good timing, very good patience to like find the great opening here. Whitemon silenced up. Couple nukes getting tossed. I'm just kind of poking. Don't want to necessarily go for a full committal.
Yeah, they have fantastic combinations with the Mars. Any of the heroes in his team can play so well around him jumping in first, especially the Skywrath, of course. Ramsey's just split pushing bottom now, pushing all the way to tier 2. So while they do want the top tier 1 tower here on side of G2IG, they're losing a lot of control on the bottom part of the map.
Ramsey's hard at work going for that BKB next item to ensure he can get into these fights.
I think it's a smart choice. It will be very difficult to play any team fight if you don't have this item. And wouldn't even be surprised to see Thompson at some point buying it. He's going for Aghanim Scepter next, though. He has the Phylactery, of course. He's going for a pretty standard build.
Then this will be very helpful in a lot of these fights.
Morphling just now finishing his Manta style. As the smoke is committed here, Mars looking for an initiation.
Alright, he finds himself Saxa. I don't think that's necessarily who he was wanting to go for.
No, but he just kind of let him walk away now as well, so they're not going to get anything done. Sure, you still have your arena available, but that could still have been a kill if he just used his combo.
Do you think he just felt a little unsure about it? Because, like, they've got good vision in the top part of the Dire jungle, but there was no vision over by this triangle, and I think maybe he wasn't sure how many people are going to show up. Is this a full-blown fight? We don't have everyone.
Yeah, they were hesitant about jumping like that into what could be a ward on that high ground. It would be awful to fight under a click ward. So just disengaging, gonna go for something else. Live to fight another day.
They see the Sand King. Ramses, though, should be able to... Oh, he was gonna try to teleport out, but not gonna manage it now. Not with that spear connecting over on him. So, that'll be a nice pick off going off to the side of Monet here for G2XG.
A very good reaction, and they need to be doing this. They can't let Tundra get away with this split pushing. That's what they did to them in last game as well. And this game, you need to stop it. You have so many good heroes for catching them. Ember is fantastic, and as we saw, the DK and the Mars as well. Any of these heroes can punish.
DK's having a great time. He's currently top of the net worth, about 10k. He's got himself that armlet, he's got the Sanjanyasha, and he's going for the BKB. Then I think we're going to see them really turn up the tempo. Again, would still love to see, I feel like we have not seen really a successful arena.
Not
Because they had it top, he used it once, but like people just really weren't in position, ends up dying for it. I'd love to see it with like the egg and everything, you know?
Tundra are doing a good job of just splitting the map. They are not too interested in taking big team fights right now. They realize that they are more dependent on item timings, and that's why we see them just using Snapfire on mid, shoving out the creep wave. They've always been trying to avoid the 5v5 engagements right now. Oh, Rams is spotted under a ward here. He is staying far back though. He also has a ward defensively on the lane.
Well, again, they just haven't been able to put vision over into the side of the map for the side of G2XIG, so they just aren't 100% sure what they've got going on. Do see that Pure is, of course, bottom, so they'll find themselves Ramses when he steps forward like that.
Yeah, he just stunned right in there.
Lincoln Arena, they see Thompson, they go and they see their opportunity. In comes X-Nova flying off to the side. Doesn't feel like he needs to go with anything more than just those flame spirits, so we'll hold on to the egg.
Well, Sankey had an idea to just stun and quickly burst the creep wave, then blink back. But before he had time to blink back, the jump came in. G2IG were so ready to punish him.
To say.
As for item progression right now, like you mentioned, the Dragon Knight working on a BKB. The same is true for the Ember. He went for Mage Slayer into Maelstrom. Then BKB is going to come out for him. Mars going for his own. He has 3k gold, so pretty close. Needs 1,000 more gold. Then we'll have the triple Golden City timing for G2IG. Interestingly, the Babolka Skyrath went for a Kaya instead of something like an Atos in this game. He trusts his team's lockdown and just wants to have more damage.
I think that makes sense because you said you wanted to see just a very aggressive support that's able to do, you know, burst, especially against something like, you know, the Morphling. And you do have quite a few forms of lockdown.
Yeah, when you have Spear and Dragon Tail, I think you just rely on those two spells and try and combo your ulti with that instead of trying to do some solo plays with Atos. That's a more reliable way to do it anyway. And big timing for Tundra soon is that they're gonna have this Aghanims coming out on Zeus. So he's ready to fight. The BKB is up on the Sand King.
They are all...
See them group up and go for something here.
Yeah, they're all smoked up, so big item timing, like you said. A little bit of a play here, but ooh, already nothing to say says not today.
Ooh, that's Epicenter used as well, so Ramsey's
so cool.
Optimistic for that, but didn't quite catch the Illusion Rune as well. On nothing say dodging.
What a huge thing though, like you got the Epicenter, you also break the smoke at the same time, like...
Yeah, Sleight of Fist breaks the smoke since Ember moves forward during the Sleight of Fist, so they kind of had to jump him there if they tried, but it's very hard to get this slippery Ember Spirit. And G2IG just building a little bit of a lead here over time. 4,000, not 3,000, very, very close game still, but they are a little bit ahead of Tundra.
It's like a quiet lead almost. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you've got these very showy leads where it's because, you know, they've taken a lot of objectives, they've gotten a lot of kills or whatnot. But sometimes it's just like you get that little advantage. It just starts building up with little increments here and there. Just having the, you know, free reign of the map and whatnot. I don't know.
We see.
Do you know what I mean though?
Yeah, for sure. No, I understand. I mean, this is a slow game. This is not really a high tempo game, and a lot of it is because Tundra were dodging a lot in the early game timing for G2IG. But G2IG are also happy now to build towards their timings. And in fact, it looks like Ember changed his mind. Doesn't want the BKB, goes for the more aggressive choice. Gonna go for a Gleipnir instead. Almost has the entire thing.
Everybody loves a Gleipnir.
Yeah.
It's just so strong right now. It gets that little bit of health, the lockdown, the damage.
Yeah,
like, when is it not a good time to get a Gleipnir?
Very useful against the Morphling Manta as well, because now he could either Gleipnir him from far away or can Searing Chains, and then whichever gets dispelled, he just applies the other one afterwards. So he can still lock down the Morphling for a decent amount of time. Whiteman is having a very low amount of farm game. I mean, he is playing the hard support here as Marcy, so he's not going to get to have any form of BKB or something like that. That takes away his ability to go in and hit, though.
With the positioning coming out here for this mid lane, they are indeed smoked up. They're waiting for people to come forward and hit this tower. They're gonna bait. You see the DK joining in. They're wide sweeping, figuring that there's gotta be something. They'll be able to find themselves socks on the back line, but haven't been able to kind of lock down just yet. Now they're just chasing after these supports. I don't know.
Sax had a good read. That was the smoke reveal. He will probably get caught here, but his team is ready to sell him. That's such a long chase for one support kill.
I know. I guess it works out, right? Because they have creeps at this top tower.
They do,
right?
yeah.
So
they
it's
can
not
turn this
like,
into a
you know,
push.
they don't have anything that they can do on this side of the map.
Yeah, Dragon Knight can immediately go hit the tier 2 and they will get some payoff for this. Stanking the targets.
He uses his BK. Oh, defensive BKB TP out. That's never what you want to see.
The Nightfall. Sometimes you just gotta prioritize your life, Moxie. You just gotta live.
I know, but it still hurts.
Yeah, especially for a 9-second duration one. You want that one in a team fight ideally,
Yeah.
but right now Tundra are mode split. Just try and split the map. Stay alive here. They're still getting good farm. The lead isn't really growing that fast from G2IG, but they are removing tower after tower here, taking the top tier 2 as well.
It's like that slow burn, like we talked about. And it definitely feels like Tundra wants to make something happen. You know, they've got a smoke on Whitemon too. It's just they're failing to find the angles. They're failing to, you know, be able to grab them while they're solo or whatnot. Because, like, right now, even now, you've got this. Okay.
This could be
This
big,
is
though.
a little-
This smoke is really nice. The Roche attempt here coming out from G2IG. They don't see anyone on the map.
They don't have Ember.
A little bit of a suspicious
Okay, they'll
moment.
find an opening, and they'll just blow up Bulbuka. So they will be forced to walk away. They drop the Nimbus on the gate.
Spotted him
Hoping
with the
they
ward
can
as
grab
well.
anyone else. Oh, they're gonna actually just toss
Here
out the
comes
kisses
Sanking.
to see. Looking for the opening. The blink forward. You can see Phoenix.
He's off the map right now. He's leaving. X-Nova gets himself out of there, so they only lose Skywrath. That looked like they were gonna get caught so much more, especially with the Observer there from Whitemon.
They're gonna have the Skywrath mage up in 10 seconds. They have the little outpost that they can TP to. Yeah, look at this. They still want to fight. They're looking for it. Poking over to Ramses, but over on the side, Pure finding himself the egg. Nothing to say, trying to just get as much damage off as possible before he can get that egg to pop, and they're not going to be able to do it. They've got Pure locked down. They'll take out the Morphling. Ramses hopping up, but gets stopped briefly by that little bit of a wall, so it's just a double kill for X-Nova. And the hunt is still going. They see Whiteman, they find him. They want Topson now too. Topson doesn't seem to have any sort of an escape plan. He will be the next one to fall.
That was a tough fight for them to take. They didn't have Zeus ulti anymore, didn't have Snapfire ulti, and they were completely disjointed. Morphling just way too deep there, didn't really have any friends with him. And once the arena comes down, he can't keep hitting into the egg, gets prevented from taking down the egg. So easy fight for G2IG. And now they're going to be the ones going for this Roche top.
Did that feel greedy to you? Like, the death timer on the Skywrath was so very low.
Yeah, if they caught one more hero before, then maybe they could have played there, but since they only got one pick off before and they committed a lot of resources, it was a tough fight. And there we see
split up,
Morph.
but yeah, Morph hitting the egg, nothing to say, prioritizing, and they just throw up the arena. You see the Sand King Ramsey just kind of gets stuck there for like too long. Ugh.
Back in the game, they're hunting Pure, looking for this kill on JT.
Oh, fast fingers coming out from JT. It's a little bit of the hop forward onto Ramses. The sphere gets tossed out over onto nothing to say.
Very
But they'll
beautiful
hold
blink
this mid
timing
tower.
there.
Man, they are just fast at the button pushing. I love it. I love it.
Arcane Rune coming out for the Zeus. Gonna give them a nice chance to take a fight now. So even though there's an Aegis on
Monet?
the side,
Monet, again, just gonna use the BKB. Pops the Dragonfort, just wants to walk away right now. Not willing to lose that Aegis just yet.
that's very awkward though, popping the ulti and BKB and running away. So he is gonna run straight towards his Tormentor. The 5-man Tormentor gets taken instead. They do lose mid tower, but at least can get themselves shard for Baboka.
Get the 2 bolts there. 1 bolt is never enough, gotta have 2.
It's a decent one to have. It's like the old Aghanims sort of, but cheaper, similar.
The old Aghanims had like a book that you had to read along with it.
Yeah, you still have the same thing there. It's still there.
right, well, again, not the most opportune time to, you know, pop the dragon form and the BKB, but did get something out of it with being able to go and put some pressure. But as they do that, they find themselves Bobica.
Good takedown, and now looking towards the bottom, pressuring. It feels a little bit reversed. The Tundra are the ones that are playing against Aegis. Okay, BKB still works. We already did test it 3 times, but we tested again here. Just double checking.
That is a disappointed face right there.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. It happens. I think it may have been spotted as well, as he did do it on the creep wave there.
This is a great opportunity then for the side of G2IG. Don't have to worry about the Sand King pop and BKB, but it looks like no one else is really in the vicinity to take advantage of this. You can see in the top lane, nothing to say. Just pushed out that wave, keeping it shoved.
Always tricky when you have items like Soul Ring and Face Boots. I think he moved them around, and suddenly the BKB got punished there.
What was it yesterday? There was some bug where, like, what was it? Something got reset and the hotkeys got changed or reverted?
Can't remember.
I saw Kevin Purge was talking about it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, there
Was
can be
it
some...
Lelis? You have to take a look at it later.
Can be some weird bugs happening sometimes. Ember feeling very confident here with this BKB and Gleipnir leading the way in smoke.
Ramsey's
They'll
over
take
on that Ancients.
any kill they can get. Still no BKB on Sand
Ramsey's
King.
gonna walk
Still
right
cooldown.
into them.
Oh no.
Oh, that's
Not
a dead
because of the
Ramsey.
misclick.
Thompson's like, well, I'm glad they ran into him and not me. Bye-bye.
Yeah, that's probably what he's
They're
saying.
so
White
hunted,
one.
dude. Look at this. Monet and X-Nova scrapping around on Soxa. Silence, just all this damage.
Beautiful
That sun ray you
wraparound.
can't run from.
Gonna be an easy tier 2 tower on mid as well here. They do have a new creep wave coming in a while. And long death timers. No way to really defend this. Still building for more items. We got the Blink Aghanims on Zeus. He's going for a refresher next. But how much can you really get before this G2IG team starts taking too much of a lead?
I mean, that's the
one tier
question.
2
They're
tower.
10k up right now. They're still holding on to Egg. They're still holding on to Arena. Dragon form, a little bit less than a half duration at this point.
Morphling
Just
has
like,
finished
how do you
up,
force them out right now?
Yeah, I think they sacrificed mid-Brax. Morphling just finished up his BKB, so he could take it back home and has BKB available, but without Sand King, they don't want to take the fight. Just have to surrender one lane. Mars
It's very
already
scary
having a
too.
Hex is so big, by the way.
Who has a Hex?
The Mars JT has Hex ready, and he's queued up the refresher. So he's going for the chain lockdown combo. Probably the best way he could itemize against these heroes as well, against Morphling, Zeus, Sand King. Very important to have all the control you can get.
That's so good. I was just noticing that Monet does have the Bloodthorn completed now too, so lots of lockdown, lots of damage coming out from the side of G2IG.
They're looking confident here. Aegis is gonna time out in 5 seconds here for the Dragon Knight, so they'll be missing that, but I still think they're happy to go and push a tier 2 tower. Ember's making his way down bottom.
It feels like they're in such a good position that the Aegis is just icing on the cake, right?
Smoke again. Feels like they have infinite smokes on this team. But these deep wards are giving them some valuable information here as they're pushing.
Gonna move themselves up to the high ground. Wait for someone to show. It's Thompson. By the
see
tower.
more.
It's a little dodgy going right by the tower, but they'll open up the Gleipnir and silence. So much burst damage, and he's just out of here. JT
Oh,
looking
no,
for the
the Hex
position,
missed.
not able to quite go and grab the Morphling, but they'll grab Whitemon.
He hexed a melee creep on JT. The creep wave was right next to the Morphling. He blinked in, hexed a melee creep, and he's like, damn it, now I can't catch him. But almost gets another pickoff. Still 2 pickoffs, huge for them. Dragon Knight's happily gonna siege up on the tier 3 tower with this.
I mean, not having the Zeus hurts pretty bad. Ramsey's thinking about it here. We'll jump over onto the back lines. They'll blow up JT, but there's a lot of damage coming out here. Plus that Sunray Pure getting chased down by Monet. Doesn't have that BKB duration any longer. Nothing to say. Throwing out the Gleipnir over onto Ramsey's. Cookie hop forward, but there it is. The flare coming through. They'll finish off the Sand King. No buyback on Sand King. 5 seconds until Zeus is up. 7 until the Marcy. They did end up losing JT, but he got his arena off. I mean, it would have been nice to have the Hex for sure, but
G2 IG fighting hard here for their chance of going into the upper brackets. So this is, of course, the end of the group stage. Very important game coming up here. As if they were to lose against Tundra, then they would have been lower bracket. But now with a 16k lead, it's Tundra who are going to have to struggle hard to bring this one back. This is just a super desperate situation for them. They did hold on to Rax bottom, though. They still have only lost mid-Rax.
The double damage rune picked up on Nothing to Say, saving it for later, and like to see how they want to approach. Man, you know, JT, his button pushing was so good earlier. He needs to have one where it was a mess up, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure he doesn't like that, but...
he's going to TP out bottom, looking for a catch onto the Snapfire here. Always on our reward.
Zeus, Thompson's here.
Zeus would be the bigger payoff, but Thompson running away.
No, I can't quite get his fingers on him.
There's
You see that
Tormentor as
train
well.
that just started running at him? They follow up with the smoke, though.
Okay, they're trying to turn this.
This is... Okay, the jump over onto JT. They got to blow him up before he can get anything off. Now Nothing to Say. Forced to use the BKB. He's going to have to try to teleport himself out while the rest of the team scrambles away.
Good pick off.
Nicely done.
Any kill is huge for them right now, but this gives them some chance to get out on the map. We'd really like to see them get some of these D wards as well. Surprised that Thompson hasn't been spamming the lightning bolt outside of their base with two observers right there. They're checking Roche. It is up in 5 seconds here. Oh, are they gonna know? He's staying. Is he staying? No, he just left. Oh,
No,
he
he's
goes
gonna
back
make
in.
There he goes. Like a cat. He goes outside, wants to immediately go back in, but...
Yeah. I mean, if they walked away there, that would have been a sad timing, but Roche is up in time for them to take it here before the Mars comes up, and G2IG, they say no, we don't want any of it. If we're not 5, we're not going to take this fight. They smoke now with a respawn, but it's a little bit too late.
Yeah. Okay, alright, Pierre's got himself the Aegis. It's pretty survivable now. He's got the Aegis, he's got the BKB, he's got himself a Manta, and of course he's got that Reaver working on the Satanic, so things are coming together for the Morphling.
He's building up. He's definitely getting to a point where he can feel a bit safer, and having the Aegis is such a nice boost of confidence for the team fight. You can really go aggressive as a Morphling. You're gonna let him just take the Tormentor here. Easy pickings. Waveform is a nice little trick when you take Torm, because you can't take damage during Waveform, so using Adaptive to finish it off. Also a great way to kill your teammates. Same as Ricky using Trickster trade. If you use either of these abilities, then your teammates take more damage since you're not there.
Sorry, team.
I've seen so many people die to Ricky or Morphling that way.
12k net worth lead going over to G2IG. And we still got Monet, top of that net worth, but Pure closing the gap. Sitting at 20k.
It's all about initiation, though. The numbers, they mean something, but it's all about who sees who first. And that's where you're happy to have the Zeus. That Zeus ulti could be instrumental for the next team fight. If he can allow the Sand King to get a good jump, if he finds the Mars. I think Mars is the best target. Because DK, you're not killing him. Ember, you might be able to burst him, but he's pretty slippery as well. But Mars, if you get him out of the fight, no ulti, no hex, no spear, that is a blessing for the Morphling.
He is pretty much the setup, it feels like. I mean, you've also got the Gleipnir on Nothing to Say, but I feel like the Gleipnir comes out and then immediately everyone just hits that BKB as fast as possible because they know what's about to happen.
Yeah.
So it is a lot up to JT to kind of set up everything for the rest of his team, scout out. Just very difficult.
We do have the gem on Baboka as well, so he's trying to make sure they have vision advantage going on. Of course, they're playing into a Zeus, so they got the warder on mid as well.
God, that's the worst. It's the worst as a support. All your ward. That and Slark.
Yeah.
You never have wards up.
The combination, play against Zeus and Slark.
Ugh.
Insert
the emoji of Marcy drinking, or Mirana drinking right there.
G2IG kind of let the foot off the gas a bit here now after that pick off on Mars. Tundra allowed to stabilize the game slightly. G2IG definitely running as a big ball, though. They're going... Everywhere they go as 4. They're not splitting up at this stage of the game. Same can sort of be said for Tundra, though. They generally don't want to get picked off here, as a single hero dying could spell their base in shambles.
Is this a situation where you're trying to just basically wait out the Aegis? Because I mean, this guy, he's so survivable, right? He's got the Aegis, now he's got the Satanic. Like, it's hard.
Yeah, for sure. They do have smoke available on the side of Tundra if they really want to force the issue, but maybe they just push towards the tier 2 even.
Monet does not have buyback. He bought out his Satanic.
Yeah, buying out Satanic makes sense, especially having the Aegis for a little while longer. He even actually buys the Shard and delivers that. He's spending all his gold.
Ember's got his Agnums. Oh, okay. All right. Little spooky. They don't know who else is behind Thompson. No, he's there, but... Activate. Okay, got the double damage going on. Nothing to say.
Yeah, Thompson showing mid.
Coming up from here.
Has to be careful. If they jump him, he doesn't really have a way out of it. He's got no save item for himself.
A little D ward over here. Curious if they'll make their way.
Oh, we got the bottom tower and now moving towards mid, and still G2IG dodging this Aegis, as they probably should. It's very risky to take the fight. Why not just wait for the Aegis timing? But this has allowed Tundra to get back into the game a little bit. Even out the playing field.
We've got less than a minute now on the Aegis. And honestly, G2IG doing a great job of just dodging consistently. In fact, Pierre teleports up to the top lane. This could be an opening for them. But again, they just don't have the vision over in their own jungle to know that who's there. Go for a smoke, or rather use the ninja gear over on JT, which is a great item for him. They see Ramses.
Ramses being hunted right now.
BKB comes out from Ramses, this time intentional.
The Ramses.
He's just gonna run away.
He gets out.
Smoke coming in though.
Yeah, maybe they can get the backline here if they can get on Phoenix, perhaps burst him, but Sanking has to catch up to his team again as he TP'd away. Also, with the cooldown on the BKB, I don't think he's that eager to take the fight. They're running into place deep vision here in the enemy triangle. If they get some nice high ground vision, they could fight this area. Just to take over the outposts, of course. G2IG know what's up as well. They know that area belongs to Tundra right now.
They're losing a lot of their real estate here, which is a bit spooky for G2IG.
Yeah. They were 16,000 gold ahead a while back, and now they're only 11k ahead, so definitely getting closer. Still a comfortable lead, and Dragon Knight is looking absolutely beastly. He is closing in on his level 25, about to get that talent. I assume he would go for armor in this game. Pretty nice to have a bit of extra armor against a Morphling, but maybe he goes for the AoE stun, who knows.
JT hunting, looking to see if anyone's going to be headed back this way, because the wave is, of course, pushed in a bit, but it's just the Morphling illusions that are gonna go push it out. The rest of the side of Tundra, though, they're back in their base, which is kind of interesting considering, like, you see how far, like, the top is pushed out in their favor.
They're respecting.
Maybe
they
just
haven't
a
seen
little
anyone
nervous
in a
because
while.
they can't see. Yeah, I was about to say, they don't have vision over, like, they've got nice vision over in the enemy triangle, but...
Yeah, they know where they're not, so...
Oh, they scan. They
tells them
scanned.
they should be this area. If they had Octarine on Zeus, maybe they would have at some point used it to scout, but they want to hold that ulti for the team fights as well. It's a lot of damage that they need to burst people.
Nothing to say, also planning on a Scythe device eventually, but they're just going to keep sending out the Morphling illusions to shove out waves, clean things up. They've got to be wise to this. They've got to know that there's something going on with the Skywrath just standing there the entire time. Smoke does come out, though, so Tundra looking to make moves.
Yeah, Tundra trying to get the wrap around here. They don't have much time. Bottom creep wave is coming in. So the moment this creep wave is not defended, it will be obvious that they're ganking. And I think
it's
the
pretty
window
obvious.
is, yeah, the window
There's
is
no
closing.
Morphling illusions being sent out, so...
Nobody's spamming out bottom wave, so definitely G2IG, you can see the positioning. They're saying, guys, they're coming. Phoenix.
They swing back around, though. They're not looking to engage, but this is going to mean they're going to try to put pressure, most likely, on this...
Yeah, Dragon Knight could just go in here and say, anybody home? Knock, knock.
TP's coming in mass. Monet needing to be careful. Ramses starts channeling, cancels. They push everyone back. I feel like that's a huge victory, like all those TPs.
Yeah, that's really big. He is actually burstable on the Dragon Knight if everybody is there. They don't have any great...
they find Thompson. The leap forward from JT. Immediately grab themselves. Pure push him back. Silence. All this damage, he's just toast. Whitemon next to fall. The chase is on. They want Sox, they want Ramses. They'd love to get their hands on either one of them. They're just trying to figure out who do they want to go after. Are they going a little bit too deep? Monet says, keep going, keep going. I want Ramses. I want him. They get him. And now the pressure being placed over onto top. So the cookie cut forward coming out from Sox. It buys him a little bit more time. Pure, he bought back during this. What an initiation from JT.
Yeah, JT just on point. He has the Blink and Hex ready now as well, so nobody can get close. No buybacks on either Sand King or Marcy at this point. Bottom lane down.
Megas. Pure pops the BKB, sees JT. All right. Oh, JT though, still alive, still kicking as Monet. He's trying to find his attention. Nothing to say. He's found Sox over onto the back lines. See those Snapfire kisses coming out from Sox. They're just trying to get some of this damage out. The buyback from Mars. Pure though, he's stunned up over here on the side with Monet just slamming away at him. He's silenced up. He's gonna have to use that Manta, but he's still struggling to stay alive. And he's shifting, he's morphing, he's trying to do everything. The team is there though. The hop forward. Oh, Whitemon, he was trying to help. He was trying to help, but he's still going to fall. Beautifully done from G2IG. Little celebratory arena because the GGs have been called.
Nice. Very, very nice game there for G2IG, bringing it back after a loss in the first game here. So they do go 1-1 in this series. Very nicely done by G2IG, and that keeps their hopes alive here of getting into the upper bracket. This actually does mean that we have a tie. And looking at the rest of the groups here, Moxie, as I believe everything else is finalized. And this means that there's only going to be one tiebreaker, I believe, in this group stage overall throughout all the groups. And it's going to be these two who are now sitting tied for 3 points.
That's an exciting game too coming out here. Definitely had the gears shifted a little bit. Didn't have as free of a game as Ramses had earlier. And G2IG, they just really executed their draft very, very cleanly, it felt.
Yeah, for sure. They played a really well-constructed draft. They went together, and overall, I want to say that all this kind of hinged on Nothing to Say getting to play his best hero, his Ember Spirit. We could see why it's his most played hero and one hero that he can really shine on, because he was everywhere. The early game looked fantastic for him, rotating, getting every single power rune. A lot of these highlights are just him kind of diving people as well.
Yeah, it's amazing what happens when he's actually allowed to play and he's not being ganked constantly and shut down.
That was such an unfortunate moment. Two people running away from someone from different directions, then you just stack up and both get killed instead.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. But yeah, very impressive play coming out here from the side of G2IG. And that was that one mistake from JT. He had so many other good plays there, but that's just that one where he hit the creep.
Yeah, it didn't cost him then that much either. But if he got that Hex, he could have closed out the game even earlier. He still had a fantastic game. JT got a little bit of a late Blink Dagger in the game compared to Ramses, but once he got it, he showed exactly what he can do with it as well. All the combination plays between G2IG's draft worked out so well, whereas Tundra, I mean, they were trying to do what they normally want to do, rat out the map and try and drag it into late game, but they did not have team fight spells enough to fight off the early game here coming in from G2IG.
No, and this is definitely the Nothing to Say show, like you mentioned earlier. It just looks fantastic on this hero. We saw a couple of really great dodges that came out, and also the smoke breaking dodge out. Like, very, very nice. Made all of the space for, Monet to become an absolute beast.
Yeah, for sure.
Very, very well done. Just great all around, too. We always like to highlight, I feel like we highlight cores quite a bit, except for, the other day we had Insania, right, as our highlight, but it is a team effort, and they're looking good.
Yeah, for sure. I think all of them delivered, but Nothing to Say getting his early timings here. The super early Mage Slayer stunted the early game of the Zeus. It countered the Sand King. It kind of solved two cores at once with that build, which showed its value here. I think Tundra, they had some hopes. They were looking for some big items. Perhaps if they could get like Refresher on Zeus, if they could get enough burst to bring down people, but they never really were able to kill the Ember or the Dragon Knights. They got like 1 kill on Ember, 2 kills on Dragon Knights, but the only one they could really pick off was like the Mars.
Yeah, so with this series here, it is indeed a split. G2IG getting one game, and of course, Tundra getting the other. And I have some good news for you, Wagga. We have a tiebreaker match for ourselves coming up next.
Okay, so we're going to be having a tiebreaker. This is just going to be a run it back then between these two. Do we know if the tiebreaker is going to be played as a BO1 or what's the format?
I'll
for
have
it?
to look into it, but we have Falcons in Team 0, actually.
Oh, okay. So we get to do that one, and I guess this one will be covered on different channel.
Yeah, I don't know exactly where all these matches are being sent yet. I'm sure there will be an update, but we get the chance to, do one more game, one more. It should be super, super hype.
Okay.
Very excited.
Yeah,
for
I
it.
didn't know if they were doing tiebreakers for the placements because Falcons and Zero, both of them are upper brackets, but is it just about who gets the absolute number 1 seed then between them?
It's a big deal.
Yeah. All right, we'll see who takes that one.
All right, guys. Well, you heard the man. We've got another hype match coming up. We're going to take a short break. And then when we come back, we've got the tiebreaker for Falcons versus Zero.
Hello, I am joined by Crit from Team Falcons. Crit, first of all, how are you doing?
Doing good, doing good. It's nice to be home for a tournament.
Nice to be home. Yeah.
It's rare.
Are you from Copenhagen?
Yeah.
So this is literally just an easy commute for you.
Very close, yeah.
How many TIs is this for you now?
8.
8.
Yeah.
Do you still get excited ahead of TI?
I think just it being in Copenhagen just matters a lot more to me. I remember when I saw the news that it was going to be in Copenhagen, I think it's like the happiest I've been Dota related in my entire career.
Really?
Just the news of it. Yeah, it's massive. Just because all my friends that know what I do, like they don't really follow Dota, but like they're interested in how I'm doing, and now they actually get a chance to come and watch.
So all of those school friends and family friends, they can come and watch the tournament and be like, oh, that's what he does.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I think my friends they're just not really interested in Dota as a game, but I'm happy that they get to go to an event and just experience like the crowd and like how it is as an experience. Because like I understand like watching video games online, like it's not for everyone, and like not everyone kind of gets pulled into it.
Of course.
So for them just to be, because they're all like very normal people, generic people that like to go to football games and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, you can go to the event. You'll have like a beer. It'll be a good time. And then I'm just happy that they can experience that.
Let me actually read you the results from this year. Okay, you had first in BetBoom Dhaka, first in Dream League 22, second in Elite League, first in ESL Birmingham, third in PGL Wallachia, first in Dream League 23, third Riyadh Masters, first in Fisher Universe. In hindsight, do you regret leaving Shopify Rebellion?
No, I mean, I don't regret my time in NA, and I don't regret leaving. I think it was a good time for us to split up, and I think, it was for the best for everyone.
So obviously, Snake King is like the team captain now. Has that liberated you as a 4 to play more traditionally the way a 4 does, where you're kind of causing chaos and roaming around and all that kind of stuff, and not so much of the captain-y, supporty stuff? Or has the role changed in much the same way that position 5 has changed?
I think in terms of like the role itself on Shopify and EG, and then now like it's not much different. Like I kind of have the same role where I'm not like one of the main, but I think just this team coming in was like kind of relearning a little bit for me, because I think on just being on the same team for so long, you kind of get stuck in the way of playing. We're all like a new team, but Skeeter and Snake had played together before, and then Marine and Amar knew each other, and Skeeter and Snake also knew Marine, so I was kind of like the odd one out, and I kind of had to fit in, and I also had like more of a, I guess like a set view on how Dota is, because I was with the same people for so long. So I think for me, that was the biggest change in terms of my role.
I'd like your thoughts about the other teams in your group. So I'll give you the teams one by one. You just tell me what you think and what you're expecting from each of them, your opinion of the team. BetBoom.
BetBoom, I think, is probably one of the teams we know the best. We are very comfortable playing against them. We know what they're going to do, and they're not a team that like has a lot of variety outside of what they usually do. They're very good at what they do, and if you don't bring your A game, you can lose. But I think we have a good matchup against them. I think we have a very good record as well. So it's a comfortable matchup for us that we need to not be too comfortable, because if we don't perform our best, they can beat us.
Okay. Nouns.
They are interesting just because they've had like a bit of a late surge this season. Like they've done very well recently. They had a LAN tournament they did really well in. I think they're just like growing month by month, and I think we have to take them very seriously. I think on paper they're probably like the 3rd best team in the group, but they can definitely be in the top 2, and we don't want to be the team that loses to them.
Of course. Team Zero.
Team Zero, I remember watching them when they were playing qualifiers, but it's been so far back that you can't really use it. And I think the only player that I know is Pondo, which I know a little bit about, but I think he's playing 5 now. So he's not even playing the same role as when I used to watch him or like play against him. So
that's a team that we have to be wary of just because they're so unknown and they can bring something that we're not expecting.
Okay. And I suppose if you could just sum up how this season has felt for you in general. Were there any lows, or has it just pretty much been riding a wave of highs the whole time? Because that's how it's looked.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's always lows when you compete. I think, like, thinking back on it now, it's been a very good year. Like, there's always like some lows when you lose the tournament. Like when we got third in Bucharest, I think was a little bit low just because we were good enough to make it to the grand finals, and then we lost. But at the end of the day, we were playing with a stand-in, and then it's not like I look back and like, oh, that was miserable. You know, it's more like in the moment, like you feel a little bit bad about it, and then you move on. So I think, I mean, this year has just been very good for us. It's been very enjoyable, and I think it's hard to not have a good time when you're winning in Dota. It's kind of just eliminates that. I think that's the biggest thing about winning. When I talk to like Quinn as well, we kind of agree just like the winning is only nice because you avoid losing. Because like as soon as you win, like it feels okay, you know, but it's not like you're on a like euphoric state for like weeks. It just, that evening feels good, and then the next morning you're on a flight and it feels bad, you know, because you're leaving the tournament. And like it's just the stopping of playing is just not that good. But just not having to lose feels good.
Not losing feels good.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me. I wish you all the best, Crit.
Oh, sorry about that. So yeah, welcome back to the B stream. B stands for bonus Dota. We've got Falcons versus Zero here on the stream, and it's going to be a doozy. It's a best of 3 tiebreaker as well. So lots of Dota, and also we have some more tiebreakers going on other streams, don't we?
Yeah, we have more tiebreakers coming up. We have, of course, the one that we just cast. We cast between the G2IG and Tundra matchup. They ended up drawing, so they are tied for the placement, who's going to go upper and who's going to go lower bracket. But we also have tiebreakers for who's going to be the top dog of Group C. That's the one that we're doing right now. We have the Falcons and Team Zero, both with the same score here. And between them, they're going to have to decide who's going to take it. Last time they played against each other, it was a draw, but it's a BO3 tiebreaker. So we will have the strongest team go through. Meanwhile, as well, on the mainstream, I believe, we have Team Liquid and Spirit playing right now. And if that turns out to be a 1-1, that's also a tiebreaker that might come up afterwards.
So yeah, we've got grand finals everywhere, it feels like, right? We've got basically BO5s going on, but
Yeah.
should be a lot of fun. Always glad to have a little bit more Dota to cast and to watch and get hyped for. Now, I know Falcons has been, like, if you look at everybody putting up their predictions, they're up there, right? They're very high on that list, along with, like, Gaiman and Team Spirit. And I don't know how many people rank Team Zero. Are you surprised at all, or...
I definitely think so. I mean, Team Zero are a dark horse in this tournament. They are, of course, players that have the potential, but nobody expected them to be coming into the groups this strong. They have performed really, really well. They've been super hyped to watch. And I think Ponlo has been, a standout player to keep an eye on as well. Excited that we get a game here. Thankfully, to the tiebreakers, you and I get to cast them, because this is the first game of Team Zero that you and I get to watch.
Yeah, we have not had the chance. We've watched other people. We've watched Snare do some casting and a Fluke, and that was great. But this is our chance, our time. Is there anything that you think could be interesting coming out? I mean, it's Falcons, first of all. Their drafts are always very interesting. But even coming out of Team Zero.
Yeah, I think so. Last time they played against Falcons here, we saw them playing the Shadow Fiend carry, and it looked amazing for them. We'll see if that's something the Falcons want to respect. Overall, Team Zero are a team that pull out interesting stuff. They brought the POS 5 Bristle back with the minus armor strat. Almost worked in Game 2 against Falcons last time they faced off, which is crazy. They've been one of the wilder teams in terms of how they play. And they're the type of team that smells blood in the water and just capitalizes. They do not waste time. They go for objectives. They go for meaningful plays. So Team Zero, they are probably wasting zero time. I guess that's what the name is about.
Yeah, no. We're seeing some of the traditional bans coming out for sure, right? You've got the Naga Siren that's been banned. I think I've seen maybe one game where she's been allowed to like slide through. The Shadow Demon ban also just incredibly powerful. And then some respect on the Enchantress. I feel like the Enchantress is just such a great hero, can really help shore up your lanes. So not worth it to keep her in the pool, especially if you've got a specialist with the hero. And then the Monkey King feels a little early. Did they run that earlier? I feel like everyone's been playing Monkey King recently, but
Monkey has just been pretty high up in general. I don't know if Team Zero have run it. No, I don't think they've played Monkey King so far themselves. But that's perhaps why they're banning it out as well. They're saying, we don't like this hero. It's a strong hero that has been used to great success. We've seen Falcons run it for sure. They played it against Nouns to great success.
Surprised to see the Earth Spirit taken out, just because I feel like there's some higher priority in terms of things to be banned, things like Doom, things like Sand King. Speaking of the devil, the literal devil, he does get picked up for Team Zero. There's still a Sand King in the pool though, and he's very, very strong.
Yeah, curious to see that they take the Doom, because last time they faced off against Falcons, they did give away the Doom first pick twice in a row. So that was curious to see that they allowed that for Team Falcons, who usually run the Doom in a very good way. But yeah, Sand King has to be on their mind here on Falcons. Definitely a hero that you're happy to take. At the same time, though, Doom matches well against Sand King due to preventing healing. So you can't go for Bloodstone and just sit there and say, I'm going to be fine, because Doom just kind of stops all that.
No, they say, you know what, he's too good of a hero to not pick anyways. And again, you can also flex this hero. We've been seeing him sometimes put in that mid lane, sometimes in the off lane, often with the Bloodstone build. That seems to be the most popular for him. But What does that leave now? I mean, Sniper's still in the pool. That's a hero that often gets banned out. Mirana's been very, very popular.
Yeah, we have plenty of heroes that can still be used. We have Chen is also in the pool still, something that was also played last time. But we'll see what Team Zero are gonna bring this time. I feel like they're an exciting team, and they have an interesting idea of how to play Dota. They just seem very, very aggressive. Falcons, though, we've talked about it before, how they are usually a team that emphasizes winning laning stage really hard. They play it very well, and they draft well to have strong lanes. Sanking is a good start for that, even stronger than the Doom itself.
I'm so here for, like, chaotic, like, just zany Dota, honestly, coming from, like, a South American, like, regional Dota sort of fan base thing, because they like to try different things. They're not afraid to shake things up. And I feel like against a team like Falcons, you could have the advantage if you do that, because, you know, they play beautiful textbook Dota, and they do go for, you know, some more unusual picks, especially for, you know, Amar a lot of the times, or Malorine, but sometimes, like, if you can just shake it up enough where it's a little unpredictable, it can give you a really nice edge.
Yeah, for sure. And take people out of their comfort zone, make them do some different stuff. And yeah, that's also what I think some of their hero pool has allowed them to do, like that Earth Spirit that we saw Falcons ban out, played by 7E, who just plays very high tempo with it. It can be tough to go up against sometimes. Lina ban out as well from Team Zero here. That is, again, a hero that Doom generally struggles against. Hard to get on top of her. She sits so far back. Not the first time we see Alina being removed by these teams when they play Doom.
I'm going to see the Sniper pick up for the side of Falcons. I'm a little surprised that the Shadow... Oh, no, Shadow Demon has been banned out. Okay. I was like, that guy seems to be, like, creeping up higher and higher. The Bat is available, though, too, if they want to try to run that in a support capacity. That's seen a lot of play recently and had pretty good results.
Yeah, Batrider is something that that we have seen several teams utilize, but we saw Falcons run it against Nouns, and in general, having that extra lockdown is always a nice addition. I think there are many options available, but yeah, Bat is one that plays really well against Sniper. And you called it, Moxie. There you go.
It's just too good to pass up right now with the way that you can flex it, move it around, and take towers with it now, too.
Yeah. Also, a good thing is that now they have two heroes with pretty reliable initiation into either Sanking or Sniper here. But also, if people get BKBs, you still have Doom, you still have Lasso. These are fantastic spells all game long.
They laugh in the face of BKBs. What are you going to do against such a formidable team?
They are going to have to show something more here on the side of Team Zero.
What do you pick up here? Like, is it more value to... I assume you probably want to go for perhaps another support, but is there, like, a particular core that you think stands out particularly that they might want to snap up now? Since you know that the Sand King's going to be in your lane, like...
They could still go for the Mirana.
Potentially.
They have been playing Mirana multiple times here throughout the TI games. So it could be a hero that they could look towards. We've seen her struggle in some matchups, but overall a hero that is just delivering a lot of damage in these fights.
Oh, the Wind Ranger's still in there. Oh my god. I can't believe we missed that.
Yeah, Wind Ranger is also an alternative to go for here. Both are much solid. This is most likely going to be carry Wind Ranger. It matches really well against Sanking in the lane. You have long range, you can poke him. We've been seeing all those Whirlwind Wind Rangers really pop off. What was it, Team Liquid that used it most recently? We saw Mickey just destroy people.
I feel like one of the reasons he also, like, I want to say, was Insania playing his Oracle that game too?
No, not
like
that game. No, that was the other game.
It was Tree, maybe.
Yeah, he was Tree and Wind Ranger safe lane.
Pick up the Tusk, though. I like Tusk. Tusk gives you a little bit of, the save. They've reworked Drinking Buddies now, and, you mentioned that you can grief with that pretty heavily, but it's also quite handy for just yourself. And the Luna. Luna seems to be creeping up a little bit more and more. Funny story. So I was just playing around with one of the AI, groups or whatnot, and I asked them, because I was like, all right, there's a lot of people that work on this AI that also are very big Dota fans. I asked them, who do you think's going to be rising in popularity? And they both said, Luna and Naga.
Yeah.
And Naga definitely, Yes, Luna seems to be creeping in a little bit more and more every single time. And she did get that rework now where her Lunar Blessing is innate now, so she doesn't have to scale it.
Yeah, it's sort of double-edged though. It's innate, but at the same time it's way weaker than it was before when you could level it and have a ton of damage early. So Luna is... I'm still not sold on Luna. She has been pretty under the radar here at this TI. She was played 4 games and to her credit, did win 3 of them. But in terms of bans, she was only banned a single time. So very, very low priority for most teams. I do like the Tusk pick here, though, against the Doom and the Batrider. It's one of the best saves you could get, being able to snowball people when they get Batrider lassoed. And, of course, you can even prevent the Doom damage a little bit.
Yeah, definitely seems like a good choice. Anything that can kind of disrupt it would be good. The Pangolier gets picked up, too. That's another hero that's seen a lot of popularity. Allows for really nice skirmishing, which is great. More team fight, high mobility too, because that's another thing that, like, you know, they're a little bit light on. Yes, you have, you know, the shards coming out from Tusk, and you do have the Burrow Strike from Sand King, but you're still going to be able to, you know, have a lot of these heroes just run around in circles, and that's exactly, you know, what they want to do with the Batrider, Wind Ranger, and the Pango, plus the Pandemonium, right? Because Wind Ranger wants to be in the middle of everyone, kind of, like to get that whirlwind off, but wants the attention definitely not on her, if possible.
Yeah, you want as much chaos as possible to allow Wind Ranger to go in and pop her BKB and just ulti people and get the pew-pew going on everybody at the same time. Curious what Team Zero need as the last hero here. Falcons are thinking about it as well. It's going to be most likely one of the, you know, controlling supports. So Rubik gets banned out first. Might even see them take away Lion, who's been sneaking into a lot of late picks so far.
What about Willow? I guess Mirana's still available too, depending on how they want to run the bat, just for that extra like damage. But I don't know if that's too greedy.
Yeah. Also, they're pretty flexible overall. They've run a few different heroes in their previous games. They're gonna ban out the Tinker. Okay, support Tinker has not really made that much of an appearance here, but he is still something that you have to respect, the damage mitigation that he can provide. He's been banned out more than he's been played, but Tinker could fit for Team Zero as well to give a little bit of safety against the Tusk initiations.
5 seconds remaining.
Thinking long and hard on this last ban. It's gonna be the Timber. He's also been very, very popular. He's like, what, second in terms of the meta currently for mid?
Yeah, pretty much. He's also so strong because he provides that off lane. So it could have been an off lane Timber, and Sand King mid would be a way that they could run it. Because Sand King doesn't really want to go up against Wind Ranger. So Team Zero are kind of protecting themselves by banning one mid and one off laner here. Expecting the Sand King might still be flexing.
Look at Jakiro. He's solid right now, especially with that little frost facet.
Yeah, I really like Jakiro with Batrider as well. I think the two work pretty well together. You have nice disables, so you can pull people into the Macropyre, into the Ice Path.
Yeah, we've seen that happen a couple times now. That was really nice.
Yeah, it's great against Tusk as well. It's one of the nicer heroes to have because whenever Snowball save comes out, you might just put your Macropyre and Ice Path down saying, okay, you're going to come out of a Snowball at some point.
So then what's the final cherry on top of the sundae here for the side of Falcons?
They have a full minute to think about it as well here.
Do you want something that's going to be able to... again, they still have this flexibility, right? Because you've got a Sand King. Could potentially go mid, could go off lane. You do have that, but...
I wonder.
Look at all the smiles over there.
I wonder what they want. A lot of the heroes that are available are kind of countered by the fact that Doom and Batrider are picked, right? You don't necessarily want to pick a Storm or some Spirit hero. It's a bit dangerous. I mean, you could, but it's a really...
I mean, we've seen a couple teams that are like, whatever, you've got a Doom. We're going to pick Puck.
Yeah,
We don't give a care, you know?
Yeah, I mean, Puck is sort of fine, but these slower Spirit heroes, I think, are even riskier. Wonder what they really want to fit into this. Maybe Falcons just go back for something they ran before and like damage mitigation, go Kunkka or something like that for a little bit of save during the Doom. You can have damage mitigation. It's not a super amazing lane, but it's decent. Kunkka does fine against Pango.
There you go. Go for the Kunkka. Nice job, Wagga. That damage mitigation. They needed something.
They now have multiple different tools to save against Doom initiation. With both the Tusk and the Kunkka, it pairs up pretty well. And it's going to be Amar taking the Kunkka. It's going to be Malrine going on that Sand King. So we're going to have Sand King versus the Pango on the mid lane.
So how does that matchup typically fare between the two of them? Because I feel like Sand King's quite strong now, but Pango's always been just a really decent laner.
I think he's quite strong, but I would say overall that it's perhaps a little bit easier for Pango to get rotations going early on. And once he gets level 6, he has an early power spike, whereas the power spike for the Sand King is a little bit slower. He mainly just wants to play to farm and build up. But purely laning, Malrine should be doing well on this lane.
It feels like it's going to be a rough lane bottom because of the well, not bottom, but you know, with the Wind Ranger and a bat against the Kunkka and the Tusk. That's going to be like rough, I feel.
Yeah, we'll see how they pair it though. I'm not sure that that's how they're gonna lane it out. They have many different options for how they want to send heroes here. Generally, Batrider and Doom might be going together, and just a Wind Ranger and Jakiro, but that's still just as oppressive. The question is, are we gonna have Snaking going on the off lane with Kunkka, or more likely the sniper coming there with the scatter shot? I think he needs to pair up with the Kunkka.
So if you had to give like a report card for these drafts that we've got right now, based off of laning, because that's the thing that we said that Falcons is incredible at, how does Team Zero score against them with this particular lineup? Again, it's very dependent on how they decide to lane, but you can kind of get a basic idea off of what the draft is offering.
I think they get a little bit of a minus for mid lane just being slightly weaker than the Sand King purely for the lane. But otherwise, I think their lanes are super strong. The side lanes coming out from Team Zero are just very, very solid here. Wind Ranger is one of the most oppressive carries you could ask for. She does so much damage, and she's very difficult to go on. So nothing weak in lane like the Terrorblade we saw in our previous series that we were casting or something like that. It's going to be a much stronger safe lane.
Yeah, that was definitely a difficult one for the TB, just getting forced out of lane so early. Also, though, the rotations were on point in that game, and taking a look at what they have for rotations on both teams, it's pretty impressive as well. Who do you think is going to make the first moves?
I imagine we'll see it from Snaking. He has been very, very on point with just moving around and getting stuff done with his Batrider previously, but now on Tusk, also a good hero to just make a little bit of a move towards mid or even controlling runes.
Got that power shot, plus all the sticky napalm coming off from ZZQ. Crit's already starting off pretty low health here, but just some plinks back and forth, nothing he can't heal off.
Yeah, he's gonna be fine. Just regenerate to eat some tangle. Plenty of time until the lane starts.
Shout out Snaking. As an NA person, it's always nice to see an NA boy succeeding.
Yeah.
Little scuffle here. Pawn low, taking some damage. They still gonna be able to go grab up the rune. This little burrow strike, just a lot of pressure. Shield crash coming out from 70.
Can he get him?
Malrine wants it. Skeeter, he's gonna start off feeling real good. They'll end up losing mid though. Ooh.
Yeah, and a kill for the Wind Ranger. That's not what you want to have happen. If you're going to be offlaning into it, now she gets Bracer immediately and some tango sent out. So just going to be a little bit of an advantage for her towards her lane. Still though, First Blood is not a bad thing to have. Skeeter going in rich to his lane.
So how does this lane need to be played here in the mid? Because I know this is your favorite lane to watch for the matchups.
Well, I think overall the Pango has to play a lot around his shield crash and the armor or the barrier that he has during it. Otherwise, he has to respect the damage from the Sand King. Sand King is just a little bit stronger using these creeps.
Poor guy, I feel like he's just going to get burrow striked quite a bit here. So you've got all those iron branches in the lane.
That's an aggressive jump in there. Gets body blocked a little bit. 70, taking some damage.
Taking quite a bit of damage. Now the wave shoved in.
His last hits have been really good so far, though. He's 5 and 3, so getting 3 denies early on against the Sand King, not a bad job.
Right, so top lane is going to be the Wind Ranger with this bat. And we saw already early on just how much damage the two of these can just output, right? You start sticking up the sticky napalm, and that power shot, it's almost kind of deceptive with how much damage it can actually nuke. Especially as it gets higher and higher in levels.
Yeah, she's also able to help from so far away. The Wind Ranger can keep farming and still able to deliver a power shot. Like right now, the sniper being chased a bit. You can see that Erica is even lining up to possibly help. It's actually just a solo dive here.
He's just going for it. I don't know. All right. I mean, he's gonna pay for it with his life, but look at all the space that this Wind Ranger gets. Like,
yeah, just slowly gets run down there. No magic stick charge can save you from that. He does buy a magic stick now, though.
Bottom lane, see that drinking buddy's coming in handy here. Snaking pulls himself over. It could be enough to get away. You can see Ponlo and Beyond are trying to close the gap, but Skeeter's there. He says, don't you dare touch my drinking buddy.
Yeah, they have the Chain Lightning creep on Doom. It was nerfed, but it's still a very good creep to have for that damage. 180 damage for 60 mana. Using it CS as well. Bottom lane starting out pretty well for them. Luna 8 and 5, so a little bit behind in CS, but still doing fine.
She did get the first blood, I believe, too, so
yeah, he did.
Set up pretty nicely. Not ideal, obviously, because you want to be having that CS, but let's see, anything new in the mid lane? Looks like Sand King's bottle's empty. Got the water rune over on 7E.
This is, he gets his magic stick as well against Pango. Such a spell spammy hero, always 2 nukes per creep wave, pretty much. But both of the heroes just bursting all these creeps. It's funny how they kill the creeps so fast. They don't really have anything to do now. Now it's like, okay, now we just wait for the next creep camp because they're not strong enough yet to start jungling, but they're just body blocking a little bit and waiting.
I do like the fact like they both nuke each other down pretty hard, and they're both at the same, about the same level of health afterwards, which I think is very, very funny.
Yeah, very similar
but of course,
matchup.
Does have his did have his bottle with that rune, so
on the side lanes we still see some harassment coming in from Jakiro. He wants his level 3 power spike to get the double points in dual breath most likely. Could also go liquid fire since he went for a fire facet.
Oh, he did go for fire facet. Interesting. I guess they want that extra little push on the tower early on.
Yeah, they don't really have that much building damage. Also, against this lane with drinking buddies and Luna right clicks, it's good to have the minus attack speed.
Oh, Snaking. You have to use the snowball. Go hit over onto Beyond. This is looking a little bit scary here for Snake. Pondo also sitting quite low though. Can they turn this back around? Skeeter. Oh, he was not knowing that Ponlo had the wand, I guess, charges right there. Beyond still not looking great. We'll be able to finish off Snaking using that lightning. Ponlo now trying to put this pressure onto Crit. Still going to end up dying to the shrapnel. Are they gonna? Nah. Beyond's a little bit too scared here. He's like, I'm sitting a little low. I don't know. They're gonna be respawning soon. We're just gonna back off.
He needs resources, he says. I'm gonna drop items, you know, come back, give me some heals. And you could see the damage dealt by that Doom there. That was some crazy amount of stuff that he gets from the Chain Lightning. Crazy good creep, even after a nerf, as we see.
Speaking of damage done, knowing that there was a rotation, they took advantage of that and they pushed Amar pretty far.
Yeah, he's not having a good start to... Well, he's having an okay start, but he's not having the monster start that we sometimes see Amar have in laning stage. And a lot of that comes back to this lane being quite potent. The Wind Ranger is a very strong safe laner, and Batrider has done a good job so far winning the support battle.
For sure. It's like Snake King thinking about maybe doing another rotation going up to the gate, so...
Yeah. Told you Snake King was going to be the one to move around a lot, and here he is.
There he is.
Looking at
Position,
Doom.
they've got Crit off to the side. Snowball over onto Doom. Gonna try to slow them down just a little bit here. Chasing after Beyond. They'll find the kill. It's not looking great for Ponlo here. They have just too much vision. Although Bat also making this rotation would like to get this kill, and Skeeter pushes them back. Not gonna be able to go and save here unless, but they'll still get Skeeter, so that's a pretty decent trade considering that they lost their Doom. CZQ now, he's trying. He's doing everything he can. He's trying to get a little bit more space, but the Snowball drags right back in nice and close and tight for a big ol' bear hug of death.
Yeah, good Snowball there towards the end, so she can't use the magic stick to survive. Can't get out on the Batrider.
Hello. We have a rotation top. Sand King looking for the opening. Hops right underneath the tower. He's not worried. In comes ZZQ though. It's gonna be enough to save him. No, not gonna be enough. Now ZZQ in potentially a very dangerous spot. As you can see, 70 also coming up, wants to punish them. And they do end up getting kill on Mallory. They need the kill on Amar though. And he's kind of rolling around in circles trying to find the opening. They've got the Firefly. They're putting the damage down on the ground as they chase after Amar. This is looking like this should be pretty good for them. Can they catch him though?
He's
Is of course the question.
boots.
Yeah, you know, he figures that this is probably a situation where I am not going to survive, and there's the power shot coming in from Erica.
Gonna take the last hit on that one. A lot of skirmishing going on. Meanwhile, we see Crit and Snaking just moving over and taking the Wisdom rune down bottom here. So they get themselves that Wisdom, and Sanking will be able to secure the other one as well. So double Wisdom rune for Falcons.
It's a nice realization that they're probably going to have their hands a little too full at that time to make those moves. That's definitely a moment where you spam one of the circus music voice lines. Yeah.
Or the level 6 Ringmaster. I know a clown when I see one. That's rivaling. It's rivaling Nyx for a level 6 voice line right there.
ZQ just kind of fighting a little bit here with Amar in the top lane. Snaking in position with Crit. They want a kill on this Windrunner. It's got the level 6, but there are so many people here. In comes the boat, and down will go Erica.
Yeah, he popped the focus fire, but it does not really work when you keep getting stunned up over and over here. A lot of disable coming in from Falcons, who are now starting to crack down on this top lane hard. Not giving Wind the good start that he wants.
I mean, they've already rotated the Luna now, too. Skeeter loves to do this. He loves to take the gate, go join in, whether it's in the top lane, the mid lane. He's very active. This patch suits him so well. Or rather, he understands the patch so well.
It feels almost like a script, right? Skeeter, every game we watch him, it's like, get level 6, go somewhere. Either he goes mid, he goes to enemy safe lane. It doesn't matter so much where, just leave the lane. And honestly, I respect it, because staying on your own safe lane, that's what got Erica killed there, just staying and trying to farm. Mobility is, or moving rather around the map is quite valuable.
Should have the level 6 now on Doom. He's picked up the Doom. Wouldn't be surprised to see a smoke or something for rotation. Or he could honestly just sit there and finish farming his Hand of Midas. He's getting quite close to it too. But I feel like the team that is most aggressive in this patch tends to have the most favored results.
Yeah, could also be the other way around, that they're aggressive because they're strong, so they just bully the opponents. But yeah, we see Beyond trying to farm up. He's gonna get gone on by a Tusk here.
Snake King follow up with that shrapnel. Gets the Doom off over onto Snake King. A nice little bit of slow from Paulo. And Beyond, he's gonna die. Snake King's ticking down a little bit.
That was a nice use of the creep wave. Oh, gets sniped out.
It's like, I think they probably have vision here, guys.
It's a good panic Doom when they go on you. At least leads to a kill on the Tusk, so they get something. But interesting usage of the creep wave as well by Tusk coming in there, drinking buddies forward.
Let's see, still a little ways off here for the Blade Mail. ZZQ was trying to do a little bit of farming. 70's here. See the boat. Tossed out. Drinking buddies, dragging them both in together. They're looking to go back in on the Wind Ranger, but 70, again, he is here. He does have his ultimate. He's rolling around in circles. No more Firefly left. And I'm not sure. Probably are able to go and slow down Snake King just enough.
Oh, he stopped the shield crash with a punch. Not enough, though. Amar now in trouble. 20 stick on him, though. He's baiting.
Skeeter's here, though. Skeeter has Eclipse. They have to be very careful. 7E, he's taking a lot of damage, and they get the final hit off on him. So now Erica gets the Javelin, delivers. EZQ still sitting at level 5, trying to make a little space, a little room, but that last glaive just right over at the bat.
Oh, the courier as well.
Courier snipe, too. It already gave him the Javelin, at least. Like, it's not absolute disaster.
Yeah, it's not that
but
bad.
I mean, it's not great considering they lost the Pangolier at the very beginning of that fight.
No, it's just more and more going the way of Skeeter here. First get some kills, get a courier, and now turning it into a tower push as well, starting to open up this top lane. They did hold on to it for a while there. The Pango move top looked like it was going to be nice, but then Amar baiting them under tower there with the 20 magic stick. They couldn't go on him. And nice rotation again by Skeeter.
His game sense is just so gosh darn good. It's amazing to see, like, you know, that's one of my favorite things. That's one of the things I really did enjoy about DPC is, like, watching teams and players, like, grow. And Skeeter is one of those that, like, is very, very impressive to see. Unwatch his career.
Looking at Malrine right now on his Sand King, he has had this Blink Dagger on his courier for quite a while, but he's just keeping it there and following himself around with the courier, so not to reveal that he has a Blink already. People might expect that he's going for a Bloodstone Rush or something else, but this way he keeps it a secret, and I think we're going to see a gank with it soon.
Yeah, I like that. I like the fact that, you know, he's not revealing what he's got if he's going to hang around and just farm for a while. In fact, goes and grabs up the Blink Dagger now. They have a smoke over on Crit and Skeeter. And again, like, how often do you see your position 1 ganking sub, like, 12 minutes? Like,
on Luna,
I love this.
like on a Slark or something.
On a Luna,
maybe.
yeah.
Amar running for his life here.
There it is. Hey, Erica. Bottom lane. So much damage. They just need a little bit more. Do they have that listen? They should have it. Just need to close that gap a little bit. Yeah, it doesn't even need it. Just plinks them.
Kill after kill going the way of Skeeter here as he's joining all these fights. And farm-wise, it's looking close between him and the Wind Ranger. They have the same CS, but if we take a look at the net worth, you can see a big difference there. 6.8 versus 5.5k gold.
I mean, this is something that I really love about Dota, is that, like, typically you think, okay, I'm going to out-farm you, I'm going to hit more creeps. But what happens if you hit about the same amount of creeps and you also kill your enemy at the same time? Like, that's even more beneficial. That's such a huge lead. And that's something that we're seeing Skeeter do here, where he's like, you know, yeah, I'm going to hit creeps when I can, but I'm also just going to be so active and just make my opponent's life an absolute hell.
Yeah, Falcons coming in here looking strong, looking the way that their fans are expecting them to be in the tournament, just in shape. Erica feels the gank, gonna back away from bottom. Doesn't want a repeat of what just happened. But this is time as well that Skeeter is enjoying your ancient camp, so they are going in there with Pango. 5 seconds for him to have his ulti available again.
They do have Lasso, too, if they want to try to commit it on someone. They're split up quite a bit. Do not have the Doom with them. Don't have the Kunkka either. He's got the Blade Mail online, working towards the Ags, as expected.
Doom has a Midas, and he does not have the Devil's Bargain Facet. He went for the same facet as Devai Lama, the Gluttony one. Just wants to get big in this game. So he needs
Look,
to
not
farm
everybody
a
enjoys
little bit more.
shopping, okay?
Yeah, buying and selling all the time, that's too much APM in the shop. You just want to play the game.
Get some circles being drawn up, but there's a smoke over on the side of Falcons as they're on the hunt. Crit leading the charge. Wanders over towards Amar. Regen Rune is available.
Yeah, Wind finally has his Maelstrom, but probably not going to join a fight anytime soon as he uses Focus Fire to farm up the Ancients.
It's like feels bad for Zero. The economy on the bottom side of the map is so limited.
Yeah, they're doing a
And
great
they've
job
just
holding
been
on to
pinned
it.
to that area. This is not feeling good for Beyond. I feel like they are about to, hello! Roll on in with the punch, with the boat. See you later.
Quick and easy kill there, good smoke. And that can allow them to take over the top area now. They're actually still wanting to hold down bottom. Keeping down bottom with the Snaking Tusk here. And just out farming, using more of the map. They own about like 70% of the map at any given time, whereas Team Zero are just behind.
That opening over onto Ponlo. Tries to go, drops that ice path, but Malrine doesn't really seem to care too much because he's still going to be able to go and get that kill.
Skeeter again looking for more. Gets a Lucent Beam onto ZZQ here.
ZZQ. Look at the dive. Like, they know they're strong. They know that they've got everyone together here. Putting the pressure onto ZZQ. They don't want to allow this bat to get any lassos off. And Amar's just dominating. It's always nice when you've got the Blade Mail. You're tanky enough to walk around and all that Firefly.
Yeah, he has the Aghanim Scepter coming up as well. Needs 1,200 more gold on the Kunkka. And again, the Luna in here, stealing away Ancients from the Wind Ranger. This is space that he wants to farm. Erica not having the game that he wants to.
So I have a question for you, because we've had this happen a couple times where the Gleipnir has been delayed. Is it still... Because, like, if you take a look at Wind Ranger's, what she's got right now, she's got that Maelstrom, and then she's looking at the BKB next, because they're putting up all of this, you know, aggression early. But is it going to be...
You have to go BKB
a little
because
bit off on the timing?
You have to go BKB because you're behind. If you were having a fantastic game, you can go Gleipnir. But now, since he is underfarmed, he needs to finish BKB in reasonable time. It's like by a certain minute mark, you need to be ready to join team fights. and he wouldn't be if he doesn't have it. So I understand the decision here. Pango does not get rewarded with the bottom rune. We have Illu rune going the way of Malrine, who almost has the entire Shivas, by the way. 1,300 gold to go, and he will have a Shiva's blink on tanking.
I see Erica. Doom is nearby. They're going to open up with that Eclipse, and Erica's just toast. You can see Beyond was like, yeah, nope, I'm out. Use that blink dagger to just run away.
This team is getting very, very active. Falcons just everywhere with the blink dagger from the tanking. They've made so much happen. Already been in 9 kills, and we're just gonna see an increase in this as well. They're gonna keep building, even going in and stacking the enemy ancients here, saying, you know what, we own this area.
Like, it's wild to see. It's almost like the ebbing of a tide, in a sense. Like, the way that this map just keeps closing in. Like, they gain a little bit of space, and immediately Falcon says, absolutely not. This is our area. We own it. Get back. And they just lose a little bit more and more each time.
I mean, I gotta give it to Skeeter, though, for this game. He has been in the most kills on his team, along with Crit. Like, that's crazy to me. How's he been able to be this active? Well, I guess, actually, Crit is quite far ahead in terms of kills, but compared to the other cores, he's been in so many kills.
Yeah.
Not what you expect from your carry. Normally, it's the offlaner or the mid who's taking all these fights.
Well, Lamar's been busy farming, and he still has excellent, participation, but... Look at this. There's just no regard for the tower. None. Stay King is going to give him a big old punch. Drops the ice path. Buys a little bit more time, but these Luna Manta illusions just slice through him.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we have Erica going for Vinland here, as you can call it. Farming the enemy side of the map, the only safe part of the map right now. And meanwhile, you're just losing more and more control. Bottom tier 2 tower is going to fall soon. Also means it's quite unlikely they're going to be able to control their own tormentors.
And I mean, for the longest time, they were very much, stuck into this bottom half of their map on the side of 0. So to lose that tower only hurts more. It means it's also going to open up, the fact that they can go for these bounty runes. They can go for Tormentor when they hit that time. And then what's going to happen is that Falcons is just going to push in even further on top.
Doom still hasn't found the first team fight for himself. TPing in here. Cancels. Gets revealed on the TP and decides against it, so they're gonna give up bottom now. No way to really defend without Doom having a TP available. There's still a Wisdom rune below Erica here. It's the 14-minute rune has not been taken yet. I think he has no reason to check for it, but if he did go down here, he would find a nice little reward.
He's probably got other concerns on his mind.
Right outside his vision. Put some goggles on, dude.
Mid lane, they find themselves easy Q. Nice, quick hit squad. And they've got the creep, so they can start putting pressure on this mid tower. Nice deep ward behind the tower, too, so anyone who approaches will have a heads-up notice on it.
Yeah. I like the choice that they went for 2 Solar Crests, by the way, on the side of Falcon support. They said, Solar Crest is a pretty good item. Just spam down the Luna, make sure she can keep auto-attacking and do a ton of damage.
Very close to this BKB, too, on Skeeter. Very spooky stuff.
He's
Come the
pretty uncontested in this game, getting to do whatever he wants.
And a double damage. Well, Lord Gaben truly blesses the side of Falcons today. My goodness.
Yeah, Malrina's gonna take that one. But they made their own fortune here. They control the map, so they have the benefit of the runes.
Erica hiding off to the side is gonna just teleport away because he realizes that Falcons have closed in on this area.
Snaking, trying to catch some rats down on bottom. He knows that they're trying to dodge you. And the rune gets pinged out now, the Wisdom rune. Does Crit take it? In 20 seconds it evolves. Yeah, they're gonna let it ferment. Oh, love to see it. It's gonna evolve into a tier 3 Wisdom rune on the 21-minute spawn.
Crit's sitting a little low here. It's looking a little scary.
It's close.
It's alright, he's gonna be fine.
But Skeeter?
Oh, Skeeter?
He got it.
You got it.
And
no
Crit
problem.
Is staring at the rune. He's like, grow my little rune. Leave me alone. And there he goes. 840 experience instead. He's level 12, almost 13 right now after those 2 runes. He's a higher level than the Doom. who's
Yikes.
running a Midas. That's
Yikes.
pretty telling to the game state right now. And he's the lowest level in his team on crits. Snaking is even closer. He's level 13 now.
So my question is, you've got a BKB on your Wind Ranger now. You've got a Blink Doom. You know, and he hasn't been able to be super active, unfortunately. And then you've also got, you know, your Pango with the Mage Slayer and the Blink. I want to
Pango?
see them. 70 is sitting
Pango?
very low. I don't know if he could do this.
Pango? No, he has to give up on the Tormentor.
That feels bad.
Yeah, he committed a lot.
It's alright, it's alright.
Is it?
Oh my god, no,
Is
it's
it?
not alright, it's not alright!
Okay, Pango turned, came back and helped out. This is a lot of time and resources though committed for one Tormentor. Meanwhile, of course, Roche gets taken. I believe you were saying something.
God, I don't know what it was. I was getting so... So, okay, yeah, so we have, you know, some good items. We've got some, you know, the BKB, you've got Doom, you've got Mage Slayer, on your Pango and Rolling Thunder, like, do we see any sort of movement from them? Because right now, it's just trying to, you know, play catch-up.
Yeah, I think
I feel like they've got to
need,
do something, Waga.
They need to fight close to their base. I don't think they can fight out in the open. And yeah, we're gonna see him get caught here. This is just the hunting squad finding a Batrider. No way to survive against that. The Aghanim's boat comes in and shoots his cannonballs.
Seems a little overkill. We'll find Pawn low in the meanwhile, so support for support.
Well, 2 supports rather. But yeah, they're getting everything they want right now, just dominating the map. I think Team Zero, their only hope is to fight inside their own base and maybe bait Falcons to overextend at this point, because fighting out in the open is just not really in the cards for them.
I just feel like they're too disciplined. Like, occasionally, I won't lie, sometimes Amara goes a little crazy.
Oh no, Beyond, he blinked to try and kill a courier, but he didn't get the auto attack out on it, so he gets pinged out. They know where Doom is, and he also didn't get the courier kill. And now
They
they're
just
sending
zoom their
couriers
own.
around
The other
him.
courier just like, hey, what's up, man? You wanna come get this? Let's see. That's kind of silly.
Yeah, he also TP'd into a Watcher now, so they saw they TP'd from one side on the Ancients to the other one. Could make
Got
something
very
happen
good.
with this. Erica.
They find the opening over in that mid lane, but not ready to fully commit just yet. Just enough to give them a little fright.
Trapping
Although
them
trying his
into their
best.
base, though. The Wind Ranger doesn't have access to any farming right now, and Luna, you know, once this tier 3 tower goes down, the barracks are unlikely to survive with the way the glaives work. So if they want to defend, they have to do it early.
We'll put the fortification out. No power shot to clear up the creeps, but they don't have the bat with them, right? ZZQ, he does find himself in his Viz rune, but I'm curious how they want to approach this coming out from Falcons, because game is firmly in their hands at this time. Smoke's coming out from the side of Team Zero.
Falcons, they've forced everybody back to base, and then they back off. They have the Aegis for 2 more minutes anyway on Luna, so they can still throw another push. But this smoke out coming from Team Zero...
Is this the play?
Yeah, they need the first connection on Doom. He still hasn't done anything from his blink.
Snake King will be the one
get
to
something.
break that. Get the lasso off. We'll drag him up over onto the high ground. See this Pango rolling around. There's the Doom. They get it off over onto the Kunkka here, but doesn't really seem to care too much because this Luna just running on through. But Erica is going through. He's shredding, finding these openings. Does manage to stun up Malrine. But again, this Luna still has the Aegis. They're down Doom now.
A little bit of overcommitment there. The lasso onto the shackle shot was a bit of overcommitting stuns. There was a great Doom. The Doom came as he was mid cast point for the ghost ship, so he prevented the Kunkka from ulting. But they can't keep the fight going there. And now, without any ulti available, this is just go time for Falcons. Tusk being dead, I don't think matters
Yeah,
much.
they used like everything. Would it have been better if they had just waited for the high ground, or is that just being too passive? Because I can see, you know, both sides of it, where, you know, you fight in your base, you've got a little bit extra, you know, protection, but at the same time, like, allowing them to just set the tone and walk right in doesn't feel good either.
I think it was the best play they could do after they get forced to come base with everyone, just smoking
Alright.
out and looking for something.
Well, they found themselves a 7E. This is not feeling too great. Ghost ship plus the epicenter. Just cannonballs flying everywhere, and in comes Snake King. Cheers, he says.
Cheers, and a little punch takes the solo kill there on 7E. And they're just building item lead. More and more items compounding here. Tusk is saying that he would like to have a blink dagger, so queues one of those up. 1400 gold for him right now.
What is it in Danish? It's skål? Is that what?
Yeah, skål. Yeah,
That's what Cinderin was using for his
same
thing.
in Swedish. It's the Scandinavian
Oh,
school.
cool. Okay. Yeah, that's a time to use that line, buddy.
Well, his name is Ymir. It's Norse mythology, so it
Makes sense, honestly. Nice ice pass from Ponlo, just kind of slowing down the inevitable charge, though. Does have the macro pyre, but it doesn't feel like Zero wants to contest again. You see ZZ Keep down here.
The
It's kind of
cooldown
cutting
is
the wave
coming
a
off
little
soon.
bit.
Doom is 5 seconds cooldown now, so that's the timing they were waiting for. They have everything in a little while. Wind Ranger
10
doesn't have
seconds.
ulti though. 20 seconds for his focus fire.
8 seconds on this Aegis. They time it right, might be able to make something happen, but no, Skeeter says, yeah, nah. Aegis is gone, guys.
Yeah, I think Falcons could back off here, but if they feel confident, they can take the fight. This is what Zero wants though, a fight in their base.
I mean, they get a nice Doom off as they jump forward, they drag back over on the Skeeter, and maybe they should have respected it a little bit more. Rolling Thunder over onto Amar. They'll find their target. They're chasing after Mallory now. He's got his BKB. He's trying to figure out how he wants to move. Doesn't have quite enough mana though here. Now Erica, they've got their sights set on. They'll take him out. X on the Beyond. So they're gonna try to drag back this Doom into the Torrent. Need to do a little bit more damage. Mallory, there it is. He's got it. Now he's got the up. He was so patient. He's gonna turn his attention now over to Beyond. That should be a dead Doom. Triple kill for Mallory.
Yeah, don't need your carry, let her die, and then win the fight anyway on the back of the other cores, just doing tons of damage between Kunkka and Sanking here. And they have buybacks available, but don't really want to commit them for holding the melee racks. They desperately need the money on the Wind Ranger.
This Luna can just TP right over to the little outpost. Join the fight really fast. Looks like it's gonna just push out that bottom lane instead and starts drawing the line. But mid is obliterated now, and
2 racks
Falcons
down.
are just gonna reset.
Only have the single lane remaining. They do have a tier 2 tower as well, at least, so they have something to go through here. And with Roche still being down for a little while, we'll see if Falcons want to push again without it. Doom on cooldown for 50 seconds, so if they just rush immediately, Doom won't be able to defend.
I think they can. Also, important to note, Amar has the Crimson Guard, and that's one of the things we said is just so incredibly good against Wind Ranger.
Yeah, it's one of the counters, especially until he gets the brooch, and Wind Ranger's nowhere close to getting the brooch. Needs a lot of gold.
Yes.
Batrider has 2.2k gold. He could buy Blink Dagger right now. I think maybe commit. You're defending your last lane of racks.
Mallory diving in deep, finds himself 70. Ice Path comes out from Ponlo, but they have so much damage to drag back. Can they finish him off? No, not quite. See Beyond, he's got the sheaves. Never mind, there it is from Skeeta. He finishes him off. Another Ice Path landing over onto 2. They've still got that Solar over on Skeeter. Oh, Mallory realizing they're off into the corner. They have their view over onto Doom. They just smack him around. He is toast. And the follow-up onto Ponlo. X marks the spot over to ZZQ. They called GG. Falcons just came to this game to play. My God.
Yeah, Falcons 1 game up now in this tiebreaker. It is the best of 3, so Team Zero, they still have the chance to bring this back, but they need 2 back-to-back victories here against Falcons, who seem to be a little bit calibrated here. They're in phase, they're in shape, and playing really, really good Dota. Whereas Team Zero, they did have some good moments, but they never got to get value out of some of their items. Like the Blink Dagger from the Doom, it didn't do anything this game at all. He didn't find any initiation because of how close Falcons played together. They had a better read on the map, and they exerted all the pressure they could. And I have to give like a strong MVP to Skeeter in this game. Like, hands down. His rotations were crazy. I've never seen such an active Luna, and it worked out beautifully for him.
He is 7-3-14. And there are 31 kills. Like, that's wild to see, you know, especially how early this game got accelerated, right? It was a sub 30-minute game.
Yeah.
And this Luna was just fighting nonstop. You saw a lot of really nice plays here coming out from Snake King too. And of course, Malrine, like, just waiting patiently, realizing like, okay, this is not my moment, but it's coming up right there. You can see jumping in. He had the mana at that point. He was ready to go.
Yeah. And the sniper continuously peeping people. Look at this, just sitting back. He ended the game 7-1-15, so of course his KDA is amazing. But I think he was enabled a lot by always having cores in front of him. Not just the Sand King and the Kunkka, but the Luna playing like a psychopath, just ganking every lane, definitely helps you when you just want to sit behind your course and dish out the damage. So yeah, they are on the same wavelength here. They're completely mind reading each other on what they want to do here on Falcons. You can see that there's no misunderstanding of what timings they're playing for. And sadly for Team Zero, they didn't really hit their stride in this game, but we know what they're capable of. They are a strong team here. They have shown to be one of the formidable forces in the group stage. So we'll see if they can bring it back to Falcons after the first game loss here.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the things we noticed is that, like, the way that they had drafted, it felt like the lanes were going to be very, very strong. And there was, you know, a lot of potential in that top lane with the Batrider, Wind Ranger. You know, Amar wasn't having the greatest time, but you also saw Snake King known for just making these rotations. Also, Skeeter becoming more and more known for, you know, being super active, hits level 6, shows up in your lane all of a sudden. That's not standard. And it just felt like Team Zero, they're very, very good. They just never really got to put their foot on the gas pedal. It just felt like Falcons had their number. And I think one thing that I really like about watching Falcons is Amar's known for being like a greedier off-lane player, right?
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where, like, I talk about them playing textbook Dota, but it's textbook Dota in the sense that, like, they know where to go, what to do, like, when these conditions, like, kind of like programming language, right? When these conditions are met, this is what happens. But they don't necessarily adhere to the fact position 1 just has to farm nonstop, right? Position 1, you know, they're having a good enough lane. They're going to start, you know, moving around the map quite a bit. And Amar is allowed to, you know, embrace the fact that he is a little bit more greedy, that he can do more things with that farm. And I think that's such a cool thing to see.
I think they all understand each other very well in that regard.
Yeah.
That Skeeter is not necessarily the type of carry who wants all the farm on the map. He's fine making some moves and giving time for the other cores to grow. And that has been a recipe to success that we saw work out well for Team Liquid as well. And something that Falcons do. A lot of these strong teams going into TI have found a way to make sure all your cores are getting big and strong. Not just having one super overfarmed hero, because it's very easy to deal with one strong hero. You just gotta kite him. But what do you do when there are multiple heroes that are perhaps not as strong, but, you know, close to it? That's much more difficult to deal with. So yeah, Falcons, they got off to a good start, as they very often do. We'll see if Team Zero can find a way to react better to this. The safe lane rotations, I think, are big to look out for in game number 2. Erica has to be cautious about Skeeter, man. He's coming for you.
Yeah, the versatility coming out from Falcons definitely is a very, very strong highlight for them. And I think it was SVG. I was watching the podcast that he and Cap does, and he says, you know, the thing that you have to think about is that, maybe that was for a different team actually, but you have to out-execute, right? You have to out-execute Falcons. You can't just, you know, try to figure them out in the draft, because the draft looked great, honestly. But it did come down to them just out-executing what Team Zero brought, unfortunately. So excited to see what the next game will bring. I think it has a lot of potential. It is a best of 3, but we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have game 2.
Hello, I am here with Maureen from Team Falcons. Maureen, first of all, how are you doing?
Hello guys, I'm still alive. Thank you for inviting me here. I'm good.
Cool. This is, the rest of your team have been to TI before, but this is your first international. Is that right?
It is.
And are you happy to be here, or does it feel like in this whole long season of tournaments, this is just another tournament?
I mean, obviously, I appreciate that I'm being here.
Yeah. I mean, you've had an amazing year. The list of tournaments that you've finished, you either won or finished top 3. Did you expect to have this much success this early on in Dota?
Yeah, my expectations are usually something around the ground. Like, I could place my team in the worst team in the tournament. And I don't want to expect anything to then disappoint me, you know? So it's just pointless to do this.
So you actually made it to 15,000 MMR in August. Most people do that I know of by just spamming a few heroes over and over and over again. How many heroes did you use? Did you just pick all kinds of heroes? Were you focused on just a few key heroes, and what were the most important ones to you in getting to 15k MMR?
I mean, I used to think a lot about these heroes. I won't, not like abuse, but I'm collecting MMR easily. It's probably was a couple of heroes like Husker, obviously, like some Pango, Sand King, but then I got 15k when I was in the Serbian bootcamp, and it just was, it kind of happens randomly. I was not even thinking because my brain was already activated to the bootcamp. You know, I was just tryharding and playing for my own growing, and it just happens. Like.
So, you said that reuniting with Amar for Falcons was one of the best feelings you've had in your professional life. What is it about playing on a team with Amar that you enjoy so much?
We're just in the same connection. We're the same, probably like almost the same age, and we're just having connection between each other, and we're making fun. A lot of things that we're laughing at, and our teammates is not understanding these jokes, and I mean we're just like a friends, you know, outside the Dota, and just actually makes our let's say duo is good.
And when you're playing, I know that you guys love to all chat. And would you say that the person who started doing that the most, was that you or was that Amar? Because I can't imagine it was Crit.
I mean, if people ask me who I should blame, I will not I will not say about Amar, but you know, it's Amar. Like.
Do you think it should be in the game, all chat in pro games?
I think it should be, because it's actually making the game fun, and this all chatting and this relationship between the people, it makes actually the series in games more stressful for people, I mean for players, and more excited
was very hype
for viewers.
Yeah.
You're doing this for the fans.
For the fans, nice. So I found an old interview that you did, actually wasn't that old. It was in Russian, so I couldn't understand too much of it. But is it true that you grew up on a farm?
Let's say little farm. We just had our personal cow. Like, it's not like, you know, 100 and I looking for them all. Just at some point we have 2 cows, then we have 1 cow and some chickens. It's like little farm that we was growing up on this.
Did you get good internet out in the countryside?
I was coming to my sister after school and just playing the Dota, because I at this time I just had no internet at my house.
So
I mean, I was fixing these problems somehow, but last like 3 years, internet was actually good, because I mean the age is now, it's hard to have no internet anywhere.
Okay, that's cool. I always wonder, someone like you you've been good at Dota for so long, and you've obviously been playing solo queue Dota. When you suddenly make the switch to being a professional player?
Probably when I was something around 15 or 16 age, when the time actually like running out, and I need to decide what I actually gonna do in my life, because there is a choice in university or potential being professional player. And as I saw, and I even have conversations with my parents that I actually I choose my way and I want to try it, and at some point they trusted me.
Can I get your opinion on the other 3 teams in your group? If you've played against them, your thoughts about how strong they are, and so on, okay? So let's start with BetBoom.
I'm just confident of playing against BetBoom, and we will see how it goes, but probably BetBoom should be the most strongest team in our group.
What about Nouns?
In my eyes, Nouns is looking like a G, because they sometimes like breaking the wall and getting some actually unbeatable winning, like against some strong teams, opponents. But at the same point, they're just starting like playing the bad. I don't know.
And what about Team Zero?
I have no clue about this.
You haven't a clue. Okay, fair enough. So, are you confident going into the group stages?
I don't feel any pressure to playing from just the room. The confident might, I mean, not gone, but a bit low is gonna be if we qualify to playoff, and then we're gonna play the crowd, and then we can see.
Okay, Maureen, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me.
Thank you,
Best of luck in the tournament.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome back, guys. We have game number 2 of Team Zero versus Falcons. I think a lot of people have been pleasantly surprised by Team Zero along the way. They seem to be the dark horses. But of course, Falcons is probably, rated as one of the top teams, Waga, for a lot of people. So what are we going to see here? How are we going to see Zero bounce back?
this is the true test, right? We have Team Zero, who everyone has caught on that, damn, these guys are playing good Dota, right? They weren't even on the radar pretty much before this. Like Mallory said, I don't know anything about them. Like, it's hard to know what Team Zero were going to bring to this. And they played fantastic throughout the group. They have been really delivering. So far, they're one game down here in the tiebreaker, but this is where they have a chance to show as well if they have what it takes to really make a big name for themselves here at TI. If they can win this tiebreaker against Team Falcons, that would give them the chance to pick and choose who they're going to face in the playoffs. Otherwise, they're still going to be in upper bracket. So either way, they have done fantastic. But this is a chance to make a statement if they can turn this around.
I would say they've already gained a lot of new fans just because they're not afraid to kind of work outside the box, right? We've seen the Snot, Rocket, Bristle get picked up, +5. Didn't quite work out for them, but it was really fun to watch for the beginning of that game. And they pulled out the Shadow Fiend in yet another game, and they just looked very, very terrifying on it. So do love a team that's not afraid to kind of set their own meta. I'm curious what they're going to bring here because, again, this is a best-of-3 tiebreaker. So not only do they need to win this game to be able to pick what they like, they have to win a second game. And sometimes that can be a little difficult if you're relying on, I don't want to say gotcha picks because that kind of cheapens it. But if you pull out something that's not traditional, it usually works once. But then the second game, you got to figure out something else, right?
Yeah, but they haven't been, they've been fun to watch because they play a little bit different, but still they're sticking pretty close to the meta overall as well. So I think they're not necessarily depending on surprising their opponents, but it's the same thing as we always say against Falcons. You need to get yourself a good start. These early rotations, you have to expect them. If you play against Falcons like you play against any other team, you'll be caught off guard by Snaking's movement, by Skeeter rotating. Why is the carry on mid lane minute 6? Like, doesn't make sense. But that will happen. These kind of things you have to be ready for. And I think if you can survive the first 10 minutes in a decent shape, then Zero have a great chance here. But Falcons, they are a true force in the early game.
Yeah, and I was correct. It was SVG talking about Falcons saying that you need to out-execute them. I was like, oh, man, I knew I was right. Second guess myself there. But what do you do now to ensure that? Because, they are so good at being fluid and kind of shifting, like, who gets farm priority? Who's going to stay in that lane? Who's going to move around? And granted, we've seen Skeeter. He's made a lot of rotations, either to the mid lane or going through the gate top. Do you try to put more pressure on that lane, or do you try to put more pressure on the MR lane? Because Malrine feels like he's handling his lane well no matter what for the most part.
I think a lot of the time it's just having the resources is going to be the big thing if you have the information of the gang coming in. So I would like to see against Team Falcons in particular putting observer wards on the Watcher or on the warp gate so that you can see when these rotations come in, because Skeeter make them very frequently and it always surprises people. He just suddenly shows up behind your tower. So having an observer ward on the warp gate could be really big. Also having resources enough to make those counter TPs go, because Falcons, they dive towers a lot. They very often commit under tier 1 towers. So if people are just ready to TP in with full resources, that would be one way to react to it. But of course, it's easier said than done. How are you going to keep your HP and mana high if you're also trading hits with these people's in lane?
This reminds me a little bit, what was it? Was it Copy who was getting followed around, or was it Lumpy? Well, someone was getting followed around on like a Tiny. And there was that little tree ant that just followed him the entire time.
There was the Primal Beast.
No, that was a Primal Beast,
Primal Beast game against Nature's Prophet mid. Yeah, he got absolutely zero rotations because of the little scouting information.
Got to stick him onto Snaking. Just have him follow him around because, like you said, Snaking is making a lot of these rotations early. And then I like the idea, get a ward on that gate, especially when it starts to hit around level 6 for Skeeter, because that tends to be when he wants to start moving. And you also have to throw a ward up over near the mid lane too, because he also will just show up there. So yeah, I mean,
vision over the warp gate and a GPS tracker on Snaking is what they need. If Snaking moves around, if you can see the distance this man covers in one game, I bet you he's one of the more mobile supports. He gets around there.
Someone's got to have a heat map of the way that he moves.
Yeah, total distance traveled by heroes. That's the stat we need, the new stat. As we go into this game, we'll see what they bring out in the draft here. Team Zero are going to be playing with the second pick, as Falcons have first pick in this one.
Yeah, some super respect coming out too. They do not want to see that Shadow Fiend, and also 7E playing his Earth Spirit. They don't want to let them have any comfort picks at all. And again, this is for seeding, so it's not like the end of the world, but like Falcons, they want to just play as clean as possible. They just want to, play their Dota and not be thrown off by any sort of hiccups. Whereas the bans coming out from the side of Zero, very much meta. Sand King, super, super strong. Naga, Shadow Demon, and then of course the Omni. So this time around, they're going to be able to pick up the Doom for themselves over on Falcons.
They get the Doom finally. They get to play it themselves. But they also did have the Doom last time that they played against Team Zero in that matchup. And of course, they won one game, but they lost one game then as well. Still comfort zone opening. It doesn't say too much. So Falcons just going to take it. And we'll see what's going to be the follow-up here for Team Zero.
Grab the sniper up for themselves this time around. They saw how much damage Crit could do with it, especially when he has all of his other heroes, you know, on his team just running face first, and he can just sit back, blink, 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 or quack, depending on which mortal you have.
Worked out fantastic in last game for Falcons, so why not try it out yourself? Sniper's still one of the most prioritized and preferred heroes for the players here at TI.
Falcons turn to ban.
Looks like Ponlo needs a nap.
He's just
Hear the
deep
go
in
wash
thought.
your face meme going on right now in chat. Kunkka's taken out, Tinker, Centaur. There's not a lot of offlane heroes, I feel like. A lot of them that are really meta get picked up and moved away. And
yeah, they pick up the Pango themselves on Team Zero as well. A hero that otherwise Falcons have been happy to play as well. We've seen that last time they faced off against each other. But and the Pango can work in some situations, but I feel like this hero is sometimes not quite enough.
do we see like a Dragon Knight get picked up? I feel like that does quite a bit of work. We watched Monet earlier.
Yeah, DK is still in the pool. I think that could be quite strong against the sniper as well, where they can stand his ground.
Go for the Enchantress. Another good way to go and shore up your lane.
Team Zero's turn to
Gonna be Monkey King, so possible Monkey King versus Pango mid here, threatening to have that rotation. We've seen Malrine play it before, and I think Monkey is one of the more successful heroes that I've seen overall here at TI as well. He's been looking very, very good on many different positions. There have been 12 games. He has 66.67% win rate out of those, so not too shabby.
Yeah, I think when we saw Malrine play this hero, he was just everywhere. Like, you could not escape. He's just chasing them down nonstop. Especially if you have, like, one other hero, probably going to be, Snake King, who is running in with his face. But if you can pair him up with, like, one other damage dealer, he is just going to start running around and will not stop.
Yeah, for sure. The tempo he can bring is hard to keep up with, the mobility from a Monkey King. And I think he's also one of the more threatening heroes when you play Sniper. Always these heroes that can get in on the back line. They cause some trouble for your positioning. It's such a positional heavy hero to play. Glasses come off here. Gotta make sure your eyes are good and ready. Get the gunk
as
out.
gamers, I feel like we just don't blink enough, right? Especially when you play Dota, because you're like so focused on like looking at every little detail, or if you're playing a shooter or whatever.
That can actually happen when you focus a lot. Sometimes you just don't think about it, and then you feel when you blink. It's like, damn, how long was it since last?
My eye doctor is like, you need to blink more. You need to not look at screens so much. I'm like, man, I cannot do that. You don't understand.
See, my grandfather was an optometrist, so he told me when I was young, just you're allowed to look at a computer screen, just every now and then look away, look at something far away for a little bit, and that's good, healthy for your eyes.
You were doing very well.
This is true. These are important, healthy gamer facts.
Yeah, chat, stay safe, look away.
Take a moment and focus on something in the distance. But while you're doing that, we'll tell you that a Luna was picked up, this time for T0. So, I joked about it. I said that, I asked ChatGPT, I asked them, like, joking around, who's going to be a hero that surges in popularity. They said Naga and Luna, and there's another Luna. I don't know, Waga.
Oh,
it was meant as a joke, but it might actually know its stuff.
Yeah, Luna's getting some play here. 5 games played now. This is game number 6 coming in. And she is one of the heroes who man fights pretty well against something like Monkey King jumping in, especially with the glaives as well. And I like that they went for the Treant Protector. Some AoE control along with the Pango rolling around. Their team fight is looking very, very good now on Team Zero. It's still hard to save someone who gets gone on by Doom, though. Luna relies quite a lot on heal normally, getting her lifesteal or getting healed up by Treant. Not going to be potential or possible here if Doom drops on him.
I mean, it's all going to come down to positioning, I feel, too. Like, we watched... Who played Drow earlier? Was it Team Zero?
Team Zero played Drow,
Yeah, Team Zero played Drow earlier, and, like, the positioning, if you can get, you know, the Pango to be in front, if you can get your tree to be in the position, like, the second they try to converge on your Luna, you can, like, really, you know, make things happen. Although, okay, there's a Rubik pickup over on Falcon, so lots of good things for him to steal, too. Speaking of positioning.
Yeah, I like the Rubik here. It's nice to have against the Pango. I feel just generally having an instant grab is very, very useful. And one of the stronger heroes against Sniper, I think, that hasn't been utilized so much. When you play against Sniper, if you steal the shrapnel, it can deal a lot of damage as a Rubik.
He is definitely the anything you can do, I can do better hero.
Yeah, we'll see. This definitely looks a lot like it's just going to be a straight-up support. Doubt that we're going to see it on any other role here in this game. Falcons, considering what they want to remove from Team Zero, their draft already looks pretty well-rounded. They just need that offlaner to really come in and protect everyone, basically glue the lineup together.
I love when you make these jokes
Centaur.
and you don't realize you've made the joke.
Huh? I did something?
Saying that the team is well-rounded, they have a Pango. You and Kevin do that all the time. It's great. You have
It's
no idea that you've done
subconscious.
either, and you're just like, why are you laughing?
That's far-fetched. There's no way it's a joke.
But yeah, no. Like, taking a look at what they've got, right? They've got really, really good team fight. The problem is I feel like the rotations come out so early from the side of Falcons that, yes, you've got good team fight, but if you all start to fall behind individually, then your team fight's just not that strong.
Yeah,
And
initiation
then it's
is
quite
going to be
squishy, which is a little scary here.
Yeah, who you can get a pick on and how you enter these fights is going to be very important. We don't really see too much emphasis on vision coming out yet from Team Falcons. They do have Monkey King who can jump around and possibly scout someone. Team Zero have a little bit of a vision advantage. Treant can be very good for scouting. Sniper with the shrapnel. Though the scattershot facet you usually don't scout with, since it's just 1 second burst.
Yeah.
Seconds remaining. Falcons turn to ban.
Do you think this will move a little slower, considering that they have a Rubik instead of like a Tusk? Something that's puts out more damage?
Yeah, possibly. At least he relies more on his cores to go in. But he does have Ench as well, who can send in some creeps to be in front of him. But yeah, you can't really just dive a tower this time as Falcons here. Though that's what we saw Team Zero do in laning stage earlier with the Batrider support. Ban out the Slardar, thinking that that would be a problem. Yeah. Slardar using his ulti on Monkey King is always obnoxious, because then you can't jump away undetected. You keep being revealed.
No Earthshaker. Okay. They go for the puck. So it's not going to be a Malrine.
Yeah,
Potentially. Again, they can shift this stuff all over till the cows come home. But...
Yeah, it's carry Monkey King for sure. This is the way they want to run it, but he doesn't know what the offlane is going to be for sure yet. So they ban out the Shaker to protect the puck, because that's a hard counter lane matchup.
Right.
Makes a lot of sense. Now Team Zero have to choose what they want to do. Puck against Pango is completely fine. Pango is going to be happy about that matchup, so they can still pick an offlaner here. They don't need to put Pango towards the offlane.
Trying to think like what fits this draft here.
There's
Clearly
still
there
Mars, but yeah, I don't know. I don't love it here. They could play Mars Sniper, I guess, but Mars has been used every now and then against Monkey King because he has two ways of pushing them away. So it's not a terrible matchup. They go with Tiny, you can toss them away. Okay. This is going to be a mid Tiny, so it's Pango against the... Oh, I'm not sure about that. Pango offlane against the Monkey King?
I don't know.
We'll see
Not
how...
sure like what their plan is here with...
We'll see how the matchup plays out. I just think it can be a little bit of a tough matchup. If you get forced to use Swashbuckle defensively to try and get yourself away, it's already a little bit of a loss. You generally want to go through the opponent and commit in with Pango. He's not wanting to escape in the lane. But Pondo, though, on Sniper, might be confident here that, you know what, I'm just going to deal a lot of damage to Monkey. You're going to be fine. If you bring Monkey down to like 60-70% HP, then he can't man up and fight against you. He just dies.
Yeah, I'm curious because, like, we've seen some games where, you know, this sniper has been extremely effective, but we've also had some games where, like, it just felt like an extra body that could be fed to the enemy team.
I'm feeling it. Look at Ponlo. He's so happy. Believe.
He is such a happy individual.
It was cool to listen to him, and you know, his interview earlier that we had on day one. He was a cheerful guy, and definitely feeling some of the hype here going into TI. Nice to see that the team has been delivering as well.
You love to see it, for sure. If you're a Falcons fan, you're feeling real good right now, because I know a lot of speculation was coming up where it was like, do you think that, you know, potentially the stress of TI will cause them to choke? Because if you've been doing well all year, that's the curse, right? That's always been, you know, Team Secret's curse in the past, and
heavy
you know,
wears
whatnot.
the crown, indeed. Yeah, everyone studies you. Everyone knows that you're one of the favorites going into it. We even heard Melreen say, "I don't want to think of myself as, you know, favorite, or I don't want to have expectations," because it's difficult. It's hard when you are expected to do well. On the other hand, Team Zero, you know, Falcons, they probably haven't had their eyes on them going into this, so they have a chance to surprise them a little bit. However, we'll see how they can execute. The drafts, I think, look pretty fine here for Zero. I still think I would prefer Falcons a little bit. Just Amara on Doom, getting that Puck and Monkey for clean initiation. I like their team. Their team looks like they can take fights at any stage of the game.
Yeah, I feel like having Skeeter be running on that Monkey King spells trouble, just because he already is so incredibly aggressive on whatever, you know, position one you give him. But this in particular, right, is like just absolutely going to be moving around, literally and figuratively, just all over this map, and that's kind of spooky.
Yeah, this is a hero that actually is meant to be able to be rotating. So unlike Skeeter just finding a way to make rotations with his Luna, this hero can facilitate it much easier. We do see words being dropped without being revealed.
Like how he added the S there.
Yeah,
Good luck,
bro.
have fun, bro.
Yeah, who's the bro?
Oh no, I left someone out. I like this sweep here. They should find crit.
Oh yeah, he runs right into the arms of the entire
Goodbye,
team.
world.
And last it goes to the Tiny.
Oh, 70. That feels good to start off your lane with a little extra gold towards that bottle.
Definitely not going to be a bad start for him.
Now, what if Erica takes a page out of Skeeter's book and just starts showing up?
Luna, the ganking hero. Let's see it. The repeat. No, I think, like we talked about after game one there, the focus on rotations from the side lanes is going to be very important.
I feel like it's going to be extremely important that you get the runes, right? Like, that's going to be a high priority when you've got something mid that's very dependent on bottle.
Some hit trading. But 2 for 2 on the runes, so no real advantage. What are these 2 parentheses on the mid lane? What is this?
Is that just like the smiley
I
kind of thing?
guess that's their tag.
It's very illuminated, my goodness.
Yeah, very bright.
Nice plot.
Tiny has historically been used as a counter to Puck as well. But so far, nice play by Marine, making sure that Tiny doesn't get any easy denies here on the melee creeps at least. He does get the range creep.
Just the constant harassment between Snaking and Ponlo here is quite funny.
Yeah, just shooting each other, having their own
He's
little
got
battle.
the yeah, he's got overprotective wisps too, so we're just gonna keep seeing the wisps just keep popping up.
Yeah, that
while they
facet
trade.
is very nice. It scales very well into mid and late game. You get more and more healing coming out. As you get more of an HP pool to work with as well. Bottom lane, we don't have any tree cutting here, as no Quelling Blade on Namar and no Quelling Blade on Crit. So this ZZQ Treant is going to have nice terrain to use, but still not the easiest lane to go and harass.
It's a little surprising, honestly. I figured that like one of them would have it. Monkey King, Bug!
Monkey King. Yeah. So there's a bug on Monkey King where you can't see his attack animation. He's just floating around, and you can't see him attacking. He's just a statue. Reason. Mallory.
What did they say the other day when they couldn't buy items?
Unluck.
Unlucky.
Unluck. No items for you. No, but it's very frustrating to lane against if you have the Monkey King bug. I don't think they get the Malrina's meaning of it.
No, they don't. Yeah. It's all right.
But yeah,
someone does have the Cinder, and Crit's got it.
Skull. Yeah, of course, Crit has to have it. It was nice to hear him in his
That's
interview.
True.
How,
gosh, yeah.
His Danish friends can actually come to a TI now that it's right here in Copenhagen for him.
It's gotta feel so good, like having the home crowd cheering you on. You get a buff from that. Like that's one thing I've learned. Like I watch a lot of football now, American football, and the home crowd buff is like insane.
Oh yeah. I mean, it makes a huge difference. I think more noticeable perhaps in sports where you have the roar of the crowd is like really there for you, but you still like, gotta feel it, even if you're playing, just playing in your home turf, so to say. It's a nice feeling.
I feel like a lot of the times too, these teams, especially coming out of Western Europe, are so blended, right? Coming from different regions and whatnot. So when you do have that moment of just having that home crowd advantage, and you haven't run into too many other Dota players from your region either, it's gotta feel extra good.
Yeah. Interesting to see the puck is playing with the Jostling Rift facet. It's a facet that was first ignored by a lot of people because it was very awful, but now you do get the tracer for how it's gonna move as you cast it, which is very, very nice.
So not gonna see any of the cheeky illusory orbs forward and back. A lot of damage though over onto Malrine here. Just need to be a bit careful, but like you said, this is supposed to be a harder matchup for the puck. Water runs are up.
Yeah, it's a tough matchup, but he's doing fine so far. He is gonna have to be careful with Tiny though and the harassment. And Malrine could try to run for 2 runes, but probably just can't get the top one.
Doesn't even move over for it at this time. Just wants to push out his wave a little bit, put a little more harass down.
Both of them are fighting because bottom lane trying to go for Amar a bit here as well. Deal some damage with the treants. It's gonna be fine.
He's fine.
And Pondo is not having fun on the top lane anymore as the potato is now on him as well. Run, little potato creep.
Pretty quiet though otherwise. It's just a lot of harassment going back and forth. And honestly, Snaking's just doing a bang-up job when you consider that you dot the overprotective wisps, being able to just heal you. You've got your own wisps, the Nature's Attendants.
Yeah, no obvious win on any of the lanes right now. Every core is getting pretty decent farm. And that's pretty much what I felt looking at the draft as well. Both these teams drafted to be pretty strong early on. Mid lane is advantaged for 7E, but I think he's being outplayed a bit by Malrine so far. Like he's 16-6, but 16-1 on puck is probably a better score in that matchup.
This guy's just here to have fun. Didn't you hear him during his interview?
Yeah,
doesn't need to think about like competitive side. He's just playing his game.
Oh, big dive coming in
Got
top.
the tomato. Yeah, tomato's chasing after Ponlo a little bit. I think he's gonna shield crash over onto Snake, but you've got that healing. And like, Ponlo very much hoping that he'd be able to put a lot of pressure down, but not really seeming to find that when you consider that Snaking's literally just walking through over here. We'll be able to get the creep though, so a little bit of gold going his way. Feels good.
Finally something. But yeah, Ench continuously just controlling stuff and even going for the top rune here. So Puck can go bottom rune, and that means Tiny doesn't get a refill. So he's going to be a little bit starved on resources. He does have Magic Stick with a lot of charges. He'll be fine enough.
So the Puckish coming into play over in the mid lane. Walking real up close to that tower.
Yeah, a little bit annoying to be against a melee hero when you're Puckish, because you can't really disjoint the melee attacks.
Poor Ponlo. They're bullying Ponlo. They're on the Warpine Raider at him now too.
Yeah, this Ench creep is so hard to get through all the HP. ZZQ thrown back.
Yeah, it's taking a decent amount of damage. You can see Erica's trying everything he can, trying to just put some more damage right back, but not gonna be enough. And down he goes.
Yeah, finally. Gets a kill down here. There were several trades back and forth, but it's going to be an advantage for them. And here comes Skeeter. Even
Hello,
earlier.
Skeeter! He's like, oh, you thought I was coming at level 6? Great. And Snaking's also here, bringing out the Centaur.
I'm telling you.
Like, everyone's like, where are they? Why aren't they in their lane?
He's coming back top now.
CCQ, hiding in the tree line. He's gonna see Snaking. Oh, the Centaur. Oh, ships in the night.
Yeah, he's gonna be fine on CCQ, just hiding for a little bit, waiting for his carry to come back. Overall, the Tiny is getting very nice farm on mid lane, has his power treads available now. On Courier, he can send them out.
This is the big rune time. Who's gonna be lucky? Is it gonna be top or bottom?
Tiny got it.
It's gonna be top, and that's an invis, so could be able to put some pressure on other lanes with this.
Yeah, but it's a spotted invis, so a little bit rough that he has to go back mid with it. So they already know that he has the rune.
They want Erica. They want Erica so bad. They've got the mud golem here. Snake's healing up. I'm not sure it's gonna be able to heal up quite enough there, but some of these body blocks. In comes Ponlo, turning the attention now over to Amar. And try to just wipe him off the map before he can get to where he wants to be. But he's fast. Yeah, he has his phase boost. Gotta break the ankles though, because he's got a lot of people chasing after him. Then you got that one mud golem, but no. He does fall eventually to Erica. Look at this mud golem just chasing Ponlo around.
Yeah, jukes were good, but not quite enough there. Can't really get the distance, so better start for Erica than the previous game here. Sure, you got ganked once by Skeeter already, but 2-1-1 on this Luna. Happily farming away.
Monkey's coming for this wisdom rune. Not gonna be able to grab it though, and you can see Beyond also headed over.
Yeah, and
Ponlo back to the top lane.
1-for-1 on the wisdom this time, not getting the steal. Better start for Team Zero for sure than last game.
Ooh, Erica lost the belts of strength on Courier. Got sniped. Skeeter going back?
Yeah, Skeeter. It's been too long since he saw Erica. He's like, I miss you. I'm gonna come and... Okay, they do have a very defensive observer ward down here that does spot Skeeter.
I feel like they had to, right? Like...
Yeah, this works. This is a smart ward for going forward. They can now dive
ping
top.
out Snai.
I like how many of the healing wisps you see, but they don't really have time to do their work. So it gets bursted.
Ooh, are they gonna go through the portal?
I think they're camping for Skeeter to come back. They're in position. They see him go to the portal.
Yeah, they ping, the ping.
But they didn't camp it. They didn't sit on it. Now Skeeter is here.
Ponlo.
They didn't realize.
They did not realize, unfortunately for them. I'll try to get a couple of these clicks off, but we'll end up falling here. CZQ. Irene giving off a couple clicks. He'll end up using that Dream Coil. Double kill for Puck.
It feels like a little bit of a miss because they did see him on an observer ward running towards the warp gates, and they didn't react to the fact that he was coming to top. So had the information, just didn't use it.
I guess. Little bit of a jump and stun over onto Amar. No Doom gonna be able to be used. Just getting that level 6 recently. Got a nice time. Stay King. Okay, Monkey King dropping the ultimate. It was trying to get Erica to get the final hit off. No, a good stun will ensure that Erica can stay alive. Ponlo, on the other hand, not looking to be quite as lucky. That's another kill from Malrine. And 70's here. Beyond also looking for an opening. Does have the Rolling Thunder if they want to commit it. Doesn't look like they're ready to, though. And do have level 6 now on crit, so could potentially find a good spell to steal.
I feel like Skeeter is taking his normal gameplay and just ran it up to 100. He's like, you know what? I like making these ganks. I'm known for making them, but let's just do a lot more of them. He has been so mobile. He does need to find some time to firm for himself as well, but he's keeping up with Luna and CS. So just amazing watching the way he's playing right now.
Well, I mean, Luna is not typically known as a hero who makes moves early and who ganks, so it kind of makes sense to me in a sense that Skeeter playing Monkey King, a hero that is known to run around and you know, make things happen early, that he would ramp it up.
Yeah, but then he did it with Luna last game as well, so that's where you see he's just aggressive.
Deep smoke, look at this.
Yeah, really hunting for Erica.
They're chasing after Malrine, but they're Erica in the bottom lane here. Crit's like, hey, what you doing?
Not
no
a bad
doom
spell
required.
to have either. The
Like, they're
Lucent
so
beam.
far all the way.
Yeah. I mean, they saw him earlier with an observer ward and decided that, you know what, we can commit in there, get this kill. And poor Erica just wants to get some farm. Not going to be allowed to stay safe here. And Doom wasn't even needed.
I mean, this is what they do pretty much consistently, is that it feels like Falcons, like, they see the map's economy, they take over this big portion, make them feel supremely unsafe, and then start putting pressure on the other side the second that they all show up and force to try to, you know, defend.
We see Amar has the gold for Blink Dagger now. I bet you he's going to buy Blink Dagger, throw a Doom gank on someone, and then sell it again after.
ZZQ, Skeeter, and Amar have found you.
Goes down quickly. Tried to go for the D ward, but not safe enough to do so. Just getting punished.
Look at this, Skeeter. He's like, hey, she's not allowed to do that. The Boundless, Malrine's in position. The Doom, there's just so much damage. And this time, Erica's not going to be able to walk away. They use the coil in the middle of the Monkey King ulti. 7E, though, with a nice avalanche, trying to slow them down a little bit. Will deter slightly, but that illusory orb coming through from Malrine, making sure that they finish off. Spawnlow forced to retreat. 7E, there's just a little Lucent beam coming off the crit to remind him he's allowed to live today. 7E doesn't seem to really like that much, but...
Crit is fine. Got that 36% magic resistance from just being a Rubik, and the raindrop as well. Keeps him alive and safe and happy. He did a great job chain disabling the Pango there. They start with the coil, and then he Lucent beams, and then afterwards telekinesis. Pango just could not get his ulti going in that fight.
That's a big stacks being made by Ponlo.
Yeah, Luna needs this to try and take the top of net worth again.
She's still down in the bottom area. Hasn't quite made that rotation just yet. Tiny could also take it, right? Like,
you could
I feel like you want your
big
Luna to
camp.
take it, but...
Yeah, I think Tiny just wants to keep playing with Sniper, though. He's gonna smoke up here, keep looking for the rotations. Puck is still pretty killable together with the Sniper.
Switchblade's almost done for Puck, too.
Yeah, that will give him a bit of extra damage into the fights. They did get the D-ward bottom, so Team Zero have stabilized that part of the map and still using it with Luna. Even smoking down towards this, saying that, oh, maybe they come for a Luna, we're gonna counter gank. But Doom, with Doom on cooldown, is just farming.
No one's home right now. Well, they'll still find themselves Doom anyway, since that shrapnel doing quite a bit. Don't think... Oh, nicely done. Having that smoke in play. Followed up with Skeeter joining down. Oh, nice overgrowth, but it only delays it for a little bit as Malrine on the back end is going to end up falling. 7E now on the run, but they stole the avalanche right back at him. The lift back, and they'll get that kill.
Here
Rolling
comes
Thunder
Pango.
now coming out from beyond. Skeeter kind of in an awkward position, doesn't really want to be here right now. And it looks like, can they finish him off? It's looking pretty good. ZZQ joining into the fight, trying to slow him down. They've already lost Ponlo on the back line. Now the turn over onto Erica because Doom's here. He was waiting to come right back in again. And try to put a couple more hits. A dead Erica now beyond. He's so slow with that enchant. They're just gonna keep wailing away on him. They have the
Look at
stolen
Amar.
Lucent beam too. Just a little bit of body blocks, you know, no big deal, bro.
He's got Blink him as well. He has the Infernal Blade. Oh, actually, doesn't
He's
commit in there.
alive.
Yeah.
All right. 7E though, he finds himself crit.
Found himself
What
crit,
a
but
wacky kind of elongation of that fight, honestly.
I dragged out into something more, but at least, you know, it started out decent with them getting the kill on the Monkey King there as well. Stopping some of his momentum. First death for the Monkey.
That was very close. Do you think, was that Assassinate going to take out Amar if he didn't use the smoke? Also, very lucky he had just bought the smoke with his Blink Dagger.
I don't think he would have died. It was very close. He had 320 HP, and it's
Okay.
only 300 damage plus an auto attack, so even with level 2 headshots, I think he would live.
I was not able to look at all of the
yeah,
all the health bars and whatnot during the event, but
used the smoke for extra value anyway, you know. It keeps him safe, but also they turned it into more aggression, allowed the Doom to run and heal. And off cooldown.
I mean, I like
getting
the
value.
idea of what they did.
Yeah, the Team Zero moving down there and setting up to try and protect their carry and perhaps punish a gank, but ultimately turned into perhaps a little bit of an overextension for them. Luna now
Some
clearing
nice
out
farming
the
here for the
massive
Luna.
juicy stacks.
Look how 70 is taking his little tax benefits.
Yeah, gotta get some in. Is your carry farming? You may be entitled to a little share of that, indeed.
I mean, those Ponyo's over here.
Puck has some wards they can play under. Oh, misses the
Oh,
damage
with
on the
waiting
W.
wind, drops it, drops the coil, gets rolled around though into the corner, followed up by 7E, but Puck's already just backed off. Skeeter joining in, Boundless, landing over onto Pond low. Nice little interruption coming out from the Luna and that roll. Despite a little bit more time, they'll be able to grab themselves up a sniper. Everybody else, though, has vacated the premises, it seems.
It seems like Pondo has a target on his back or something in this game. They're just hunting the poor sniper, abusing his low mobility, and that's a smart way to punish this support hero. He, you know, is great when he has people in front of him, but if you can just jump him like this with Monkey, with Puck, then he does not reposition very quickly.
That's true. Rubik stealing up the toss from Tiny, and there's a Blink Dagger now on this Puck, so... Plus a Haster, and oh my goodness, this guy's gonna be everywhere. Look at him, he's already everywhere. He's going after Beyond with Skeeter. Little gank squad, fast little hit and run, and make your way over to the mid lane.
Skeeter and Malrine have just been playing so good, both this game and the previous one.
The synergy between these players is wild, honestly. It's so good.
Yeah.
A bit of push
Hunting
over
for
here
more.
onto 7E, because he got doomed during this. He expires. Always something happening on this map at any given moment.
Both the Tiny and the Pango feels like they're just struggling a little bit to get into the game in a good way here. Tiny has had a few jumps where he jumps the Rubik, but neither of them leading to a kill. Also getting doomed now again and taking down, slows down his timing. And Pango
Look
just far behind. Went Blink first, but doesn't really have the damage.
I love how Skeeter's just literally hunting heroes. Like, he stops occasionally, he'll hit a creep or two, but the second that somebody shows up on this map, like, look at him, let him just run around in circles down here. He doesn't know that there is that deep ward off to the side, but they were hunting the tree end initially. Now they found themselves Ponlo. We talked about the very large sign on his back that says, "Murder me."
Yeah, with the toss level 4 on the Rubik as well, and a 4-staff, he forces in, uses the toss aggressively. You could even throw in one of his teammates, you know, yeet forward the puck or something. This is a good spell to have on Rubik.
Got a completed Solar Crest now on Snaking. Where's our Luna at right now? Where's Erica? So it's gonna have that mount up very, very soon, so that's gonna be helpful.
Yeah, they need some acceleration for this farm. 70
Yes.
farming mid, but
Oh boy. Alright, well they had a very nice ward put into place already. So there's not gonna be a tree on this map for a little bit.
good vision. He was trying to go out there and perhaps get some more information, plant an observer ward, but loses his life immediately afterwards. And it does get dewarded as well. So Falcon's just on point here. The rotations are just so good. 10,000 gold lead now, coming from all these moves they're making. Top Skeeter
King,
again
he's
on the
looking for
hunt.
Beyond. This feels like Skeeter is not playing Dota, he's playing a horror game.
Yeah, it's really like that. Even on mid lane, 70 trying to show up, but 2 supports bring him to no HP at all.
Yeah, he's sitting very, very low. It's very spooky. In comes the Luna, though. They've got the Rolling Thunder. Mar taking a lot of damage. He's stunned up pretty heavily. Did not have the Doom available. It was still on cooldown for another couple seconds. Rolling Thunder coming out from Beyond. He's chased quite a far bit. But in comes Skeeter. They still have that ward up here. ZZQ, they're going to just rip you apart. The follow-up now, the enchant on the Luna. She does not have BKB. Gonna try to slow him down. Nice avalanche coming in, but this is not looking good for Erica. They drop the Wukong's command. Just a little bit more. 4-step forward crit. He wants this kill. He just can't see, but Mallory is there in position as they take out.
DC'd. We have a quick DC here from everything. A nice little spaghetti there for the players. We're gonna hopefully get back into the game as soon as possible. Not sure what happened there, but
they slapped him so hard they just got slapped.
Yeah, it's Falcon's fault. It's all the rotations. Skeeter made the game go overboard. But yeah, players are getting back into the lobby. We'll get this started immediately afterwards. Thankfully, us casters, we don't get kicked out of the lobby, so we can just sit here and see everyone disappear.
Don't jinx us, man. Don't jinx us.
Nothing would happen to us. We're completely fine.
Yeah, but yeah, like we said, everyone's just piling back into the game now. I assume that we're going to see, some pushing on this mid tower now that, of course, the Luna's dead. No buyback. Do have the buyback over on the Tiny, but probably not going to use it. Not until at least they get to that high ground position, but...
Yeah, things are really just falling out of control quickly for Team Zero. As we head back into the game here, we can see the push coming in, but it was more a gank. They killed off the Tiny, killed off the Luna. The core heroes on the side of Team Zero just cannot stay safe on the map.
Gonna slow down momentum a little bit, I think, for the teams here, just because you do have that little bit of a pause. But
yeah,
look at this dude, 11k net worth, 10k on the puck, 9.1 on Skeeter, like...
Already getting some big items as well. The Crimson Guard is up on the Doom. The Enchantress is working towards a pipe in this game. He is allowed to farm quite a bit on snaking, almost catching up to the enemy offlaner, who is already behind the Rubik. It's looking rough.
Doesn't feel good. Yeah, I mean, that seems to be like the one thing that like they've really been able to throw at them is the magic damage. So having that pipe's gonna be huge, honestly. Just with the
Tiny
Lunar
showing mid
flips.
for a split second.
70, you cannot show up on this map. This map belongs to Skeeter. Irene joining in, drag back here. A couple more clicks. Need maybe just one more hit, and that's another kill for this puck. This puck's 7-1 and 5. And while this is going on, top lane, they found Beyond. They've used the Doom. You just have two cores who are absolutely dead. And oh, they found Poundlow again.
Dear lord, the damage. With the shard, did you see the HP on Sniper from one single boundless strike? He dropped to 50%. So he takes about 600 damage from a single boundless.
He's a little squishy boy, Yeah. He's got himself the mana boots and the bracer and the wand, basically. Oh, sorry. He has himself 2 bracers.
Yeah, make that 2. Maybe even 3. Perhaps we need 4. We need a lot to survive in this game. This is just, this game is truly Falcon's world, and Team Zero are just living it. And the question is for how much longer? They're barely able to get it to any lane, and everybody's still accelerating their own farm so much. Like Snaking is at 8.7k net worth. He's overtaken the Tiny now.
Yeah, that feels real good if you're Snaking, and not so good if you're a Team Zero fan.
Yeah,
but again, these guys are still very, very good. It's just Falcons playing at a rate that I don't think anyone's able to keep up with at this time.
No, this is world-class Dota. It's so high tempo, and I gotta go back to the same thing as first game. Skeeter is just absolutely crazy how he's playing now, and of course Monkey is the best carry in the game for doing this exact playstyle.
Do you think it merits consideration when you play against Falcons?
Yeah, for sure.
You need to think about, do we have maybe a counter, or do we ban? Like, that's the problem, is like trying to ban against Falcons is like impossible, it feels.
Shard on everyone except for the Doom now for Team Falcons, and due to that, the players, both the supports are overtaking the offlaner, and both of them. Oh, safety
Mars like,
roll.
Come back here.
He doesn't
Don't
even
have any way to
Doom.
catch him though.
He's just threatening him.
He's got the cloak aura creep
Gives him
too
the tip. Aye.
Isn't there like one of the orgs that's like against toxic tipping? I think shout out to the orgs that have been making content too.
Falcon is definitely against the toxic tipping, yeah.
It might be Gladiators like video that they made. Stop toxic tipping.
Right, the short film contest.
Runs into at least Beyond. I don't think they know that everyone else is smoked up behind him. About to find out though now. There it is, the opening. Put some pressure over onto ZZQ. Oh, the boundless crit already has to run away. Still alive and kicking though. 70 though stuck in a world of hurt. They'll find the kill on him, and the chase is on. They're clicking okay over at Poundlow. This is not looking good for him either.
Even with a Rubik jumping first. Yeah, they're hunting. They know that he's somewhere, but more so, they also want the lanes to push in. They know getting these kills is nice, but getting the lanes pushed in so they can get the towers, build this lead even more.
Look at Skeeter. Look at this man.
Skeeter is
Look at this
man-hunting.
man. He smelled blood in the water. Was like, I think she's over here, guys. I'd like to murder her. But look how far Erica is now. Like deep into the enemy side. Cause like you don't want to be here. You want to be pushing. Leave me alone.
Yeah, and he's just working on a BKB. He needs 1,000 gold on this Luna. Then he finally has his fighting item, can maybe do something. He gets revealed here by some couriers, so yeah, he already needs to get out of this place. This is not safe for you anymore, friend.
Gotta move fast, because Skeeter and Mallory can move
monkey
so
is
quickly.
coming.
Oh, they do not have... Oh,
that was close.
I was like, they don't have the Dream Coil, but they land a Boundless. That's some spooky stuff.
Even pulled him closer towards the Monkey King there.
A little monkey hug, you know? Marrying with the Invis rune. Don't think he's gonna quite be able to grab Beyond. Beyond feels like something's up. He saw the waves getting pushed, so he's just kind of hiding in the corner. Does have himself a TP scroll, but...
Double pipe on the side of... oh, I see. They sold the pipe on Doom because he has the devil bargain, so easy to sell it.
That, like, gently brushed against his cheek there. Pretty sure in the mid lane.
Yeah. Terrifying encounter. Bottom lane is being pushed now. They have a creep wave. Could go for this tower.
What's, like, particularly crazy about this is, like, you look at some of these items, too, and they're not, like, insane, but the way that they're playing, you'd think this game is a lot later than it actually is. They just have all the tools, kind of like, everything they need kind of just built in. Although, you know, Doom, he does have a lot of farm, for sure.
Yeah, it's like they kick out the legs underneath Team Zero. They just haven't been allowed to get their balance and get stuff going in this game. Finally, they will have the BKB coming out for the Luna, so maybe they can fight on the back of that, but she still has to worry about getting doomed. What do you do if that drops on you? You still just gotta run.
This is true. Look at the TP. Skeeter.
Doesn't want anyone farming his own jungle. There are 2 Lunas there. Is
You're
one
like,
of them
yeah,
real?
this isn't real. This is totally okay. All right. But the BKB comes out now from Skeeter. He's trying to fight through. This is looking a little spooky for him because of these plinks. In comes Crit. So he's just trying here. Runaway 7 Evo caught in the middle of 3.
That was close. That was close to actually killing the Monkey King.
Yeah.
The lifesteal, I think he only lived because he had the Vampire Fangs as well. If he didn't have Vampire Fangs, his lifesteal would probably not have been sufficient to outlast the Luna damage.
It definitely felt like a moment where you're like, wait a minute.
Yeah, he took a few
Eclipse
Eclipse hits with the Grove Bow for extra magic resistance reduction before he popped his own BKB there. That was dangerous. Small glimmer of hope for Team Zero, but again, they just lose their Tiny and...
All right, I don't think you needed to do the Doom on Conlo there.
Why you got it? He just runs away from him. He's like, whatever. You're dead. Don't look at him. Poor guy. He's just shooting Doom like,
guy.
Pay attention to me.
Like, Amar appreciates the fact that he's just like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, he doesn't have time for this. He doesn't want to chase a sniper. He just dooms him and goes farming a medium camp meanwhile.
I am a bit surprised that they don't...
Oh, no,
never mind. I say that. I was like, I'm surprised they don't have a gem yet. Nope, there it is. There it is. CZQ.
He's running.
All right.
Oh,
all right.
gets a nice
he's
juke.
so good.
Okay, gets himself
He went
out. Nice Houdini moment there by CZQ.
Hell yeah. There he goes.
Also, Wisdom Rune spawning soon. Dire has a ward on the Radiant Wisdom Rune. Tiny in trouble again. No, not again.
Not again.
70.
No, not like this. They've got everything they need here. BKB even gonna get committed just to make sure that they can get the kill.
70 with the 7 deaths. It's tough out there, man. You can't push a single lane. You can't take Wisdom Runes. Everything is just horrifying for them. And 23,000 gold lead now. Fast building.
Honestly, they're just renting this land from the Falcons at this point.
Yeah. They're snowballing completely out of control. And yeah, sure, you have a Luna farming, but looking at the team net worth, you have 4 heroes at the bottom. Enchanter is solidly ahead of everybody apart from the Luna. That is not what you want to see. Aghanim's over on crit, by the way, so we'll see if he can get some double spell action going on this Rubik.
A little startled there, I guess.
Yeah, was probably surprised that the Treant just ran up on him.
But they'll make the rotation top. I was gonna ask, like, when do you think we're gonna see this Roche? Because it feels like it's about that time. They are smoked up though over on the side of Zero. I just don't think they get here fast enough.
No, they yeah. I think they're too slow, but there's only 3 of them dealing damage. They're actually gonna take the fight instead. They realize the smoke was under a ward.
Into a good position.
Eng tanks
Fine,
again.
open, the toss back. See that big eclipse coming through over onto Sticky. Mark jumps at BKB running as they manage to go drop over to side. Now 7E on the run. These clicks though, they're just so fierce. They'll find this kill, turn their attention over onto Ponlo. Ponlo just getting clicked away, and while this is going on, they're still hunting. They would like Beyond, and that little lunar hit there coming out from the Rubik, followed up with everything else that Falcons have. We'll ensure they grab him.
Team Zero, they tried to contest the Roche, and they're not even gonna go back to Roche now. Falcons getting all these kills. GG gets called.
They call it. They realize that Falcons are just playing on another level of existence right now.
Yeah, not a second too early. Erica hitting them really well played as well and giving a tip to Amor. He played a very clean game, but I have to say, for me, Malrine and Skeeter, they were a dynamic duo in that early game. They killed everything, everywhere. What a fearsome combo.
Absolutely. I mean, that's something that you really have to take into consideration when you're playing against Skeeter, especially on like this patch too, right? The fact that the more aggressive and early timing that you have on your position 1, he is going to take advantage of this. If it's not normally a hero that's going to be like, you know, running at you, he's going to take a little more time. But if it is a hero that's going to run, what level was he when he made this rotation?
The first rotation, I think, was like level 4, was the first gank when he went down and ganked. Yeah, no, he was way earlier he was ganking. This is the fight on Skeeter's lane at least. But when I think we were like 4 or 5 minutes into the game when he made a rotation bottom as Monkey King, which is so absurdly early. But I think that's the main thing that Falcons have been doing really well, is just getting these side-to-side lane actions going in a good way. So I think against them, teams need to prioritize the warp gate vision control and then actually use it. Because there was the time where he went and they just didn't really think about it and kept pushing top. I think that was devastating for them.
Definitely feels like they're one of the teams that really takes advantage of those warp gates. I mean, we see other people make the rotation, but again, like, we don't normally see that position 1 doing what Skeeter does this year. And of course, Malrine, just a very talented player, just always ready to fight, always ready to hunt.
Yeah, he held his own really well against the Tiny in the lane as well, which is worth mentioning because that matchup can be tough. You can crumble and struggle to get some last hits, but Malrine did a good job harassing. He was even 18 CS against 16 CS for one point, so early on he was doing fantastic. And Falcons just show they are a quality team. They're going to be the winners here of this group. So they will be the ones with the benefit of being able to pick their opponent for the playoffs from this group.
Yeah, Falcons fans, you're rejoicing right now because, again, this seems to be the team that everybody has ranked probably the highest on their list. Little, you know, when I was doing my research and, like, listening to podcasts and looking over articles, people are like, well, but what if they flame out? What if they get that TI pressure, you know? And it seems after seeing, you know, interviews, especially Malrine saying, like, I don't worry about being the best or whatever. I'm just playing my game and having fun. Seems like they are just in prime form. And, you know, we joke about Team Spirit having their TI form. Falcons is absolutely in their form too, but you know, nothing, you know, got to celebrate Team Zero too. They also did very well. They're just not necessarily on the same level of Falcons. I feel like many teams probably aren't, but they gained a lot of fans, you know, running through these group stages, and they showed that they are a formidable force. You have to take them into consideration. Gotta know your actual team, right?
Man of the hour, the standout Monkey King, just dominating the game entirely. Skeeter, I don't know. I want to know how much mana he paid to use Warp Gate this game. It's probably in the like 500s or something. The amount of times they went through was absurd. But definitely Falcons, one of the strong teams here at TI. Other than that, through the group stage, I would say Team Spirit are looking amazing. They're 3-0-0. They 2-0'd Team Liquid, who also looked really strong in their showing against Beast Coast when you and I cast that series. So I think they're another one to really look out for. But yeah, that does it for us here with this tiebreaker. And what do you think? What do you think moving forward? Do you think Team Zero has what it takes to go deep in this tournament?
I think that they definitely have potential for sure. Again, this is a tough measuring stick, right? When you consider like how highly ranked Falcons is, but I still think they definitely have very talented players. Eric Aponil, JT, like great players here. But definitely going to have to maybe reevaluate some strategies, maybe move just a little bit faster. Definitely, though, we'll expect some great games coming out from them. But Falcons, they're just so dominant today. I'm really looking forward to seeing them matched up with like the other, higher ranked teams as they go on throughout this tournament. But I believe, our road to the international for Waga and I, it ends here, unfortunately. We're going to be joining everybody in the crowd. Well, being a viewer anyways, sitting back, watching the games, enjoying the Dota.
We'll have to watch, Moxie. We'll have to join in and just, carry on the energy here with the teams as the group stage has been a blast. But yeah, we're gotta move forward, Moxie.
We do. So thank you guys so much for spending your time watching over on the stream. You guys are great. We're thankful to you. We're glad that the Dota's great. And yeah, we'll see you later. Have a great one.